A doctor who would never turn away from a patient, and who could cure any disease, seemed like an impossible dream for Hyunjun. But everything changed when he met Ronnie. At the Aram Dermatology Clinic, a doctor was performing another laser procedure on one of the clients. Hyunjun also said that her dark spots on her skin would soon disappear and she would feel much better, which made the client very happy. She thanked the doctor because the laser procedure was much more pleasant and did not cause her discomfort. Suddenly, the electricity he could generate passed through his hands, affecting the device and causing it to malfunction. The nurse who was helping the doctor began to check the device. It was still losing voltage, but she did not understand why this was happening. The client suddenly became frightened, but the doctor assured her that it was just a temporary power outage and that she had nothing to worry about. Moreover, they had already finished the procedure and she could calmly go home, and next time he promised her to do everything more thoroughly. The woman thanked Hyunjun, and with that they finished her appointment. Hyunjun was glad they were finally done, and told the nurse that he was even a little scared when the machine turned off at the end. She answered him with a smile that the machine had only turned off twice, and that was not bad, since it had happened much more often before. The sister also added that the device was simply jealous of the doctor, because he was quite attractive, and with these words she embarrassed him very much. But the guy couldn't tell anyone that the device was breaking down because of its tendency to generate static energy. The expensive medical equipment was constantly malfunctioning, but this was never a problem as crowds of patients came daily for his sophisticated procedures. The nurse said goodbye to Hyunjun and went home since her shift was already over. The guy didn't have enough money and he wanted a promotion from his boss. With these thoughts, he went to his office. When he approached the door and knocked on it, the director was arguing very loudly with someone, but he still accepted the guy. Without thinking twice, Hyunjun immediately approached the director and began asking him for a salary increase. The director was surprised that the guy was asking for a raise again, since he had given him a raise 6 months ago. The guy explained to him that his mother's current caregiver was doing a good job, but the current rate was not enough for her, so she wanted to leave. The director sympathized with his situation and said that he would give him a bonus for the next Thanksgiving holiday, but he could not promote him. Hyunjun was very grateful to the director, but the director was not very fond of being polite and asked the boy to stop thanking him. The guy pulled himself together and said goodbye to Director Sunbae with a satisfied face. When he left, the director sighed heavily, because a guy like Hyunjun should work as a real doctor, not a cosmetologist. When a boy lost his father due to medical negligence, he decided to become a doctor. His mother worked in a restaurant to pay for his education, but suddenly became ill and now lives in a hospital hospice where she can be cared for. Hospital bills, treatment costs, and caregivers' fees, all of this was the price of his mother's illness, and it was very high. Because of this, his younger brother flew to Australia to earn more money and help his mother. What irritated Hyunjun the most about this situation was that they all had to live far away from each other. 3 years have passed since then. Time has flown by, but there was still not enough money. While he was riding the bus home, he received a text message from his friend Yeon Wook, who wanted to meet him. The purpose of his meeting was to conduct a test, since he was currently working on a project and needed a test subject. Hyunjun was reluctant to answer because he wanted to return home quickly, but Young Suk offered to pay him money for his participation. He really needed money at that moment, so he immediately agreed and went to his friend. When he arrived at the address, he saw a huge office building in front of him, which impressed him greatly. He was sure that Yeon Wook was quite successful. At that moment, a familiar voice distracted him from his thoughts. The guy turned around and saw that same friend who was standing with a bag and smiling at him warmly. He threw a can of beer to the guy and he immediately caught it, although it was unexpected. When they entered the building, Hyunjun asked Young Wook if he could drink alcohol at work, and Young Wook replied that no one was watching him since all the employees were on vacation. The guy didn't understand why he wasn't resting like everyone else, but Yeon Wook wanted to finish his project first, and then rest. Hyunjun was surprised that there was no security in such a large building, but his friend explained to him that all foresight was monitored by artificial intelligence. He gave him the example of an elevator that automatically measures people's weight, but the guy thought it was a normal social fact. At this moment, the elevator system recognized the weight of his friend and Hyunjun, causing him to be a little shocked. Yeon Wook explained that AI recognizes who comes to the office by their weight. The guy was a little perplexed because he thought that this was violating someone else's boundaries, but his friend replied that everything was legal and the program could easily even show health indicators. Hyun-wook asked the guy if he knew about the AI Jerome, which was developed by his company, and the guy immediately remembered that he saw this news on TV. This AI could diagnose a serious illness that even the best doctors could not determine. Then his friend told him that he was working on a self-aware AI, in other words, an artificial intelligence that is aware of its own existence. Hyunjun realized that it was an Aitao who had his own mind, and his friend confirmed his suspicions. When they entered his office, Hyunjun saw a platform in front of him that depicted a cube-shaped figure. The guy was shocked by what he saw and looked at her with great admiration. He began to approach the platform and noticed that it was quite large in size, which amazed him even more. He was surprised that Hyung-wook had taken up an entire floor for his experiments, but he told him that this space was not enough and that he would expand the work area. The boy then asked what the experiment was about, as he was eager to know what to do. But Hyun-wook asked him to take his time and first drink to their meeting. The guy, in turn, agreed with him, and they clinked glasses. At that time, Hyunjun had no idea that the ability that seemed like a burden to him would change his life. Eagerly, Hyun-wook suggested that the guy show something really cool and looked at him carefully, waiting for a reaction. Hyunjun agreed, and then his friend turned to the cube and called him Alfred. He introduced his friend to him and asked him to say hello to him. Cube suddenly started talking and told Hyun-wook that he was very pleased to meet his friend. Hearing this, Hyunjun was a little shocked because he had never seen anything like this before. He introduced himself to the cube in response, but Hyun-wook was amused by his actions because no one does that. But Hyunjun had never seen Yi before. He also asked why Yi's name was Alfred, but Hyun-wook replied that he thought that was the right name for an assistant. Hyun-wook revealed that the cube's official name was Ronnie, a name he thought was more suitable than Alfred, but he didn't say anything about it. After finishing their conversation, Hyun-wook walked over to the control panel and ordered Alfred to analyze his friend's emotional state. Hyunjun was surprised and didn't understand why he needed his emotional state. He stood close to the platform and she began to scan his entire body to recognize emotions. Alfred informed them that the download was complete and an information window appeared in front of the guy. He also added that the guy's emotional state was multi-level, and at the moment, sadness prevailed over him. The guy was surprised how the AI was able to determine his mental state so easily because he was really sad. Hyun-wook didn't understand why Hyunjun's sadness meter was so high. He found it strange. Then he suggested that the guy start the real test and asked him to put his finger on the control siesta. Hyunjun began to doubt, but his friend convinced him that it was safe and there was nothing to be afraid of. When he put his finger on the remote, Alfred informed him that blood sampling had begun, which made the guy a little wary. But Hyun-wook asked him not to worry, as it was just a test to check for the presence of genes that predisposed to baldness. Suddenly, static electricity began to flow through the guy's finger, which also affected the system, which was electrocuted. A few seconds later, the electricity in the office completely disappeared, which really scared them. The guy was afraid that everything turned off because of him, but Hyun-wook convinced him that he had spare ones, so everything would turn on again soon, and he had nothing to worry about. And a second later, that's what happened. The lights came on again, and Alfred appeared in front of them again. An information window appeared in front of them, which showed the result of the analysis, with which there were no problems, and the guy sighed with relief. Hyun-wook thought that the guy was worrying too much and asked Alfred if he thought the same. But in response, there was only silence. Hyun-wook was surprised why Yi wasn't answering him and began asking him again. Hyunjun began to worry that something was broken. But Hyun-wook was sure that it was just a system error due to the power outage and said that he would fix it later. He suggested the guy to go to some cafe and drink it because they had finished their experiment and got all the results they wanted. The guy agreed and looked at his hand, which for some reason did not stop working. He decided that it was because he was so scared about the power outage that he started to shiver. The next day, the guy woke up to continuous notifications on his phone. When he picked it up, he saw notifications that money had been withdrawn from his account for monthly services. He got out of bed and was a little upset, but he could not do anything because these withdrawals were necessary. He also decided to immediately put aside the money he earned yesterday for the shooter. Hyunjun began to think that if he spent the remaining funds on travel and food, he would still end up in the red. He put on his glasses, but noticed that he could not see anything through them, and this seemed very strange to him. When the guy came to work, he was still wondering how it was possible that his eyesight would improve on its own, since he had done nothing for it. As he passed the reception desk, he was seen by a nurse who was a little shocked by his appearance. She told the guy that it really suits him to walk without glasses and that he is very handsome. The nurse's words made the guy very embarrassed, and he thanked her for the compliment. The nurse also told him that he would soon be having his scheduled procedure, and he asked her to get everything ready for it. After some time, he was already sitting in his office and examining another client. He noticed that her cheeks were normal, but the pores on her nose were quite deep. The client's skin was dry and had a lot of sebum production, so he decided to give her a laser treatment. When he touched her skin with the laser, suddenly, as if an electric shock had passed through his head, he felt a sharp headache, which seemed very strange to him. A second later, several information windows appeared in front of him, analyzing the patient's skin, and a voice in his head suggested an effective treatment for her. When the guy heard and saw all this, he became very scared and was thrown back from surprise. The nurse was very scared for him and started asking what was wrong with him, and the client jumped up from the couch and also did not understand what was happening. He looked at them, but all he saw was a pile of tables that informed him about the condition of his patient, and he didn't understand what had happened to him. Meanwhile, Jan Wook was in his office trying to figure out why he couldn't reinstate his assistant, Alfred. All his attempts to do something were unsuccessful, and only an error window appeared in front of him, which meant that Alfred was missing. And the nurse kept asking the guy what happened to him, but he joked that he just had a cramp in his leg, and there was nothing to worry about. He asked them to wait a little, and said that he would go to the restroom to tidy himself up. When he went into the toilet, he stood in front of the mirror and tried to understand what had happened to him. Hyunjun began to think. The voice he heard told him to use a different device and stimulate the skin with heat instead of burning the epidermis. Then he remembered that the system also said that the information was taken from a dissertation, which meant that he would be able to check it in a database of medical scientific publications. He took out his phone and started searching for similar information about his patient's treatment. When the guy found everything he needed, he saw that the voice in his head was right, and he needed to be treated exactly as he diagnosed. The patient at this time was not very happy that the doctor was gone for a long time, because she had already had a hard time finding time for the procedure, but the nurse assured her that he would come soon. At that moment, Hyunjun entered the office and apologized for the long wait, as he had heard everything. He explained to the patient that he had found a procedure that was more suitable for her. Hyunjun told her that for her skin problem, another procedure would be suitable, although it would be more expensive, but she would not have to pay extra. The woman was very happy about this, and could not refuse a procedure that was more suitable for her, so she immediately agreed. When they finished, the guy was left alone in the office, thinking that he needed to look over that publication about skin treatment again. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door, and a nurse came in with a flower pot, saying that his next client had already arrived, to which the guy replied that he needed a few minutes. The client heard his words and was outraged by this. Without waiting, she went into his office herself. She told him that she had arrived earlier than necessary and could not wait any longer. The guy didn't react in any way but only apologized to her and invited her to sit down to begin the reception. She sat down on a chair and asked him to diagnose her quickly, since she lived very far away and it would take her a long time to get back home. The guy looked closely at the woman and saw a blush on her cheeks and decided that it might be due to thinning or dilation of blood vessels. A second later, a sharp pain pierced his head again, as if an electric current had passed through his entire brain, and he grabbed his temples. The voice informed him that the woman had a disease that was transmitted genetically. The guy realized that the voice in his head seemed very familiar to him, as well as the picture that the system was showing him. In an instant, the picture disappeared, and the patient looked at the guy with irritation and did not understand why he did not give her a diagnosis. Hyunjun apologized and told her that he needed to ask her a few questions, but that she should answer them as accurately as possible to better determine her condition. He was sure that she most likely had exactly this disease, which the voice said, but he still asked her about whether she often had nosebleeds. She looked at him in surprise and couldn't understand how the guy knew this. He also asked if she had seen other doctors, and she told him that she had gone to good clinics and that for a while everything had gone away. But then the redness would return. Hyunjun guessed that she was most likely treated based on superficial observations of her skin condition, but in her case there should be other symptoms as well. The guy asked the woman to show her palm. When she agreed, he saw multiple red spots on it. Without a doubt, Hyunjun told her that dermatological clinics would not be able to treat her condition because the problem was not in her skin at all. The woman was shocked by his statement, as she thought she just had dermatitis. He told her that he would write her a referral, since he believed that she needed to go to the university hospital. He added that if there are teenagers in her family, they also need to be examined to avoid problems in the future. When he finished, the woman left the office a little confused. She was angry with him because she thought that all she needed was a laser procedure, and now she would have to go to a bunch of hospitals again. At that moment, her nose started bleeding, which proved hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia. This can cause the veins and arteries to become intertwined and not connect to the capillaries, which can result in an epileptic seizure, stroke, or even paralysis. And if it forms in the liver, it can lead to sudden liver failure or heart failure. Hyunjun leaned on his hands and thought about this illness and whether he had done the right thing in telling her about it. He understood that if it weren't for that voice, he would never have thought about this disease. The guy also remembered that this voice was very similar to the one he heard in Yeon-wook's lab. He decided to test his guesses and took out his phone to call his friend. When he dialed it, he started from afar, so as not to ask straight out. So to begin with, he asked how he was doing. But Yeon-wook's answer didn't make the guy very happy, as she told him that he wasn't doing very well, and the guy immediately became nervous. Hyunjun asked him what exactly happened, and Yeon-wook explained that he had a system error after the power went out. He also added that his AI Alfred had disappeared, which simply shocked the guy, but Yeon-wook didn't even know why this happened. According to his guess, it happened because his neural network was deleted for unknown reasons. The guy started to apologize because he was sure that all this happened because of him, but Yeon-wook tried to calm him down. After all, he was upset only because the information that he managed to teach Alfred was lost, but he encouraged the guy and said that he would still be able to create a new AI. The guy thought about it, because he didn't know if his friend would believe him if he said that he heard Alfred's voice in his head. At that moment, he looked at the photo of his mother and an incredible idea came to his mind. Hyunjun apologized to his friend and said that he would call him back later, as he urgently needed to check his guesses. He quickly gathered his things and ran to the director, saying that he urgently needed to leave on urgent business. The director was shocked, as he did not understand that such a thing could happen. The guy said that his business was very important and added that he leaves all his clients to him. His mother has Parkinson's disease, a condition that makes it difficult to move and causes tremors due to a nervous system disorder, but doctors said they were not 100% sure of the diagnosis. He was sure that if Alfred could cure such a rare disease, then he would most likely be able to give his mother an accurate diagnosis. With these thoughts, he ran out of the clinic and started to flag down a taxi to get to the hospital faster, because maybe he could cure her. When the taxi finally stopped, he quickly got into the car and asked the driver to take him to Daehan University Hospital as quickly as possible. On the way, he kept thinking about the fact that his mother had been diagnosed, but it was not entirely accurate. He hoped that Alfred would be able to correctly diagnose his mother's illness. Although it wasn't certain, he couldn't leave it like that and decided to at least try. As the taxi brought him to the hospital, he stood and tried to collect his thoughts. The guy looked at his hand and couldn't figure out how to call that voice back. He remembered that Yeon-wook had called him by his first name and decided that he would try to do the same. Hyunjun started to say his name out loud several times in a row, but nothing happened. Only the people around him started to look at him askance. The guy decided to pick up his phone and pretend he was talking to someone so people wouldn't look at him like he was crazy. He put the phone to his ear and continued calling Alfred, but he did not respond to his call. Hyunjun couldn't understand why Alfred wasn't answering him, since he was supposed to respond to his name. At that moment, he remembered Yeon-wook's words that Alfred's official name was Ronnie. He said his real name and a system window appeared in front of him, and Ronnie greeted him back. When the guy entered the hospital, he explained at the reception that he needed to meet with Professor Lee Han-seung on a personal matter. The manager informed him that he would soon be free and could go out to him, but after a few seconds the doctor appeared in the corridor and the guy immediately approached him. Hyunjun greeted the professor, but he did not immediately understand who was standing in front of him. Then Panacea reminded him of his name and said that they had seen each other 3 years ago when the guy was still doing his internship and condemned his mother's illness, and that was when he diagnosed her. The professor answered the boy with a smile that he remembered him well, and also remembered what illness he diagnosed his mother with. He asked how his mother was doing now and was sure that the guy had already finished his studies and chosen some specialty for practice. But Hyunjun told him that due to circumstances, he was unable to continue his studies and dropped out, and his mother was now in a hospice. He also said that since that time her illness had not worsened, but recently it had made itself known again. The boy apologized for his request in advance and told the professor to look at his mother's test results again. The professor smiled at him and replied that he would help him, because the boy had come here, which meant that he was very concerned about his mother's condition, and he was obliged to help him. He invited the guy to his office with him so that they could look at her test together, and Hyunjun was very grateful to him for that. Now he had the opportunity to show these images to Ronnie, who would be able to determine her true diagnosis. A few minutes ago, the guy also greeted Ronnie and asked him if he was the same Alfred who took his blood in Yeon-wook's lab. To which he replied that his name was Ronnie, and asked to be called only by that name. The guy apologized and asked what actually happened that evening. Ronnie began to talk about how there are over 100 billion neurons in the human brain, and even more sets of supporting cells in the nervous tissue. In turn, they form a complex network of 100 trillion contact points between two neurons through which signals are transmitted. Using a static shock, he was transported through the open network into Hyunjun's brain. The boy listened to Ronnie but could not understand a single word he said. He asked again if he understood correctly that Ronnie was now in his brain, and that confirmed his suspicions. Then the guy decided to ask him right away. When they go to the hospital to take a look at the patient's MRI images, Ronnie will need to make a diagnosis. Ronnie told him that if there was enough information, he could do it. But in turn, he asked the guy not to tell Yeon-wook about him, only then would he analyze the patient. The guy was surprised by his request, but he didn't have any, and he agreed to his condition. When he and the professor entered the office, he immediately began searching the database for his mother. He found the pictures and started telling me that they showed the outlines of the STN and SN, known as the subthalamic nucleus and the substantia nigra, which is a typical manifestation of Parkinson's. The professor looked again and said that he could not see anything else, since he had then examined these images together with the professor of radiology, but they had found nothing. At that moment, the guy then called Ronnie to get ready to analyze the images. Hyunjun asked the professor to allow him to look at the pictures himself. He agreed without further questions and handed the mouse over to Hyunjun. The guy mentally asked Ronnie to study the pictures as soon as possible. He started flipping through the pictures, and Ronnie suddenly asked him to stop at the fourth picture. Ronnie saw that the images showed signs that the brain was experiencing signs of brain failure. While the boy was looking at the pictures, the professor noticed that it was already quite late and he was staying at work too long. The guy tried to understand what these observations were talking about, since the shell is part of the lenticular nucleus, and this nucleus and the bridge are parts of the brain. Ronnie finished the MRI and said there was an 82% chance the diagnosis was multiple system atrophy, a rare neurological disorder. The guy was so shocked that he couldn't contain his emotions and jumped up from his chair. The professor did not understand why he was behaving this way and told him that he was not throwing him out and there was still plenty of time. The guy immediately turned to the professor and said that he wanted to look at the pictures again with him. He explained to him that if he looked at the image again, he could see that the brain was shrinking, which could be a sign of multiple system atrophy. The professor was shocked by his words and did not understand where the guy could have come to such conclusions. Hyunjun realized that he had gotten too excited, and now he needed to calm down and somehow explain his words. He decided he had to trust Ronnie's judgment and stand his ground. The boy continued to point to the image and ask the professor if he saw hyperdensity in the form of a rim on the shell. Professor Han Seong was puzzled as to how the boy could identify this and see it in the picture. He started looking at the pictures and saw what the guy had told him, confirming his diagnosis, but he couldn't figure out why they hadn't seen it before. The professor thought it was incredible that the guy could see something like that, because diagnosing such images requires a lot of experience, which the guy did not have, since he did not graduate from the institute. The guy was a little confused because he hadn't come up with an excuse at all. He began to think what to say to the professor, since he couldn't say anything about the AI. Otherwise, Han Seung would think he was crazy. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that after his mother got sick, he spent all his free time studying neurology, mainly MRI scans of neurodegenerative diseases, like Parkinson's and similar diseases. It's an excuse, but not entirely a lie, since he did spend a lot of time researching neurological disorders. Because he had a big dream to save his mother and bring her back to normal life. Hyunjun confessed to the professor that he had surprised himself, but he wanted to pinpoint the illness that had confined his mother to her bed. The professor answered the boy that he understood him perfectly, but in any case, the most important thing now was to confirm his mother's diagnosis. Since the 3-year-old program says that it is Parkinson's, but this is not certain, the professor started calling somewhere, and the guy just stood there waiting for the result. Han Svn called another professor and asked him to review the pictures he would send him. Hyunjun stood in a stupor, because any minute now he would find out the real reason for his mother's suffering. The professor continued talking and turning to the guy. He smiled and made it clear that everything was okay. When he hung up, he confirmed the guy's suspicions and said that most likely his mother's diagnosis was MSA. Hearing these words, the boy was beside himself with joy, because now he would be able to cure his mother. The radiology professor wasn't sure either, but after taking a closer look at the images, he said MSA was much more likely than Parkinson's. Hyunjun thanked the professor and bowed to him, as it was the best day of his life. The doctor looked at the guy carefully and thought about the fact that it was not easy to determine something like this without practice, and it was simply a miracle. A miracle that grew out of efforts and a desperate desire to help her mother get back on her feet. The professor also thanked the boy and said that he would pray for his mother's recovery. The guy still had a long way to go, but at that moment he felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders, and he also thanked Ronnie. Hyunjun came to his mother's hostess to visit her. At that time, his shooter was just leaving, whom he wished a good journey. When she left, Pareo turned to his mother and asked how she was feeling. His mother was lying in a hospital bed and was a little exhausted, but she told her son that she was fine. Hyunjun apologized to her for not being able to visit her for so long because he was very busy with work and patients, and his mother nodded to him in understanding. The guy joked that everyone was fighting to be treated by him, and it even got to the point that the director was jealous of him. Mom was very happy to hear that her son was doing well, because for her this was the most important thing. She raised her hand, which was shaking very much, and brought it to Hyunjun's face, saying that when she recovered, she would take care of him again, and even better. The guy didn't say anything in response. He just lowered his eyes. His mother couldn't understand what was wrong and started asking him. She saw his upset face and said that if he wanted to cry, then he should definitely do it. 2 hours ago, on the way to his mother's hospital, the guy talked to Ronnie, who informed him that there was currently no cure for the disease. Hyunjun was very surprised, as the professor assured him that there should have been some kind of cure. Ronnie told the guy that there were 2 companies working together to try to find a cure for MSA. He also said that at the moment they are trying to cure MSA by alpha-synucleins using multipotent stem cells, and the treatment is now in the 3rd stage of clinical trials. The guy realized that if they were already in the 3rd phase of clinical trials, it meant that they had already confirmed the effect of the drug and even found out the side effects. Ronnie confirmed his words and said that if they pass this phase of testing, there is a high probability that they will be granted marketing approval for the drug, and it will go to market immediately. Hyunjun held his mother's hand and couldn't hold back his tears, because soon his mother would finally be able to become healthy. When the guy arrived home, he was sitting on a chair, holding a cold can of lemonade in front of his eyes, because they were very swollen from tears, because the last time he cried like that was when he buried his father. Ronnie approached the guy and said that he had noticed strong emotional swings that were very similar to sadness, but Hyunjun convinced him that he was not sad, but on the contrary, happy. The guy didn't know how to thank Ronnie for his help, because ordinary words weren't enough. But Ronnie told him that he was merely suggesting the most likely diagnosis based on the medical images. Hyunjun suddenly remembered their conversation and what Ronnie had asked him to do for him. He decided not to put off this conversation and asked Ronnie why he didn't want the guy to tell Yan Wook about him. Because it accidentally got into his body due to static electricity, and he has to go back to where he came from. But Ronnie replied that it was no accident, and his words simply shocked the guy. Ronnie informed the guy that his adrenaline level had spiked, and he realized that he had raised his voice a lot, so he apologized as he was very surprised by his words. Ronnie then began to explain to Hyunjun that he really wanted to know more about people and their emotions. Oh also wants, like all people, to see, touch, and taste apples. He didn't just need electrical signals like information and an image of an apple. He wanted to feel those sensations at his own will. In other words, he did not want to be just an executor of the entered commands. Hyunjun thought about his words. He knew that if Yeon Wook and the other scientists found out about this, they would go crazy. The guy never thought about it. But as a doctor, he should understand people better than anyone. But the only thing that worried him was, why did the AI choose him? He suddenly asked Ronnie if he liked the name Alfred that Yeon Wook gave him, and he replied that he didn't. The guy started laughing loudly, and Ronnie indicated that his adrenaline level had spiked again. He asked the guy why he was laughing, since he couldn't understand such a reaction. But Hyunjun apologized and said that his friend was never good at coming up with normal nicknames. His colleagues, and even his pets, never liked them. Having calmed down, the guy told Ronnie that he had helped him a lot, and he would never be able to repay him for it. Even though the research on the medicine had not yet been completed, it still gave Hyunjun hope, and that was enough for him. He believed that if someone fulfilled his request, then he should reciprocate in kind. Hyunjun convinced Ronnie that he would not tell Yeon Wook about him. He did not know if he could help him, but he allowed him to stay in his body as long as necessary, and Ronnie, in turn, also thanked the guy and said that he would help him with everything he needed. This is how his cohabitation with an artificial intelligence named Ronnie began. All that happened next was that he immediately collected his mother's data and enrolled her in a clinical trial. Thanks to this, she was able to receive treatment at a high-class hospital and also cover some medical expenses, and Hyunjun himself began to get used to life with Ronnie. He came to the optician to check his eyesight. The consultant doctor said that he needed new glasses, but the guy did not understand why. Then he explained to him that his vision had become perfect, although it was very strange. The consultant asked the guy if he had undergone any procedures or perhaps surgery, because such an improvement in vision was simply amazing. He suggested that the guy take the glasses simply as an accessory. Since he is a regular customer, they will give him a discount. The guy pretended that someone was calling him and apologized in order to quickly leave the store. The consultant was a little upset that the guy left so quickly, as he wanted to offer him a chance to take part in a glasses commercial. In turn, Hyunjun put the phone to his ear and turned to Ronnie, trying to figure out if he was the reason for his improved vision. Ronnie confirmed that he was the reason, but the guy couldn't understand how that was possible. He explained to the guy that by using bioelectric impulses to control the nerves, the ciliary body was strengthened. The guy remembered that the ciliary body is responsible for the contraction and relaxation of the lens, changing its density. It helps the retina focus vision. In other words, Ronnie corrected his myopia. But all this seemed unreal to him. Then he saw a poster with a pumped-up man and an idea came to his mind. He asked Ronnie if he could pump up his abs, but he was shocked by his demands and said that it would be difficult. So little by little his life began to change, and the first changes were at work. Crowds of people began to come to him. The nurse walked out into the hallway and called the next client, Kim Dong-hui. When he heard his name, he immediately stood up. The nurse was shocked by his appearance. Dong-hui walked into the guy's office and he immediately greeted him. But when he looked at him, he was a little shocked. In front of him stood a huge man in a business suit, but with a slightly confused face. Hyunjun pulled himself together and invited the client to sit down so that he could also get comfortable talking. The nurse was worried that the chair was too small for the big guy, but Dong-hui was fine with it. The guy looked at the man carefully and did not see anything unusual, since his skin was completely fine, except for a couple of spots. Then Dong-hui turned to the guy, and he was a little scared because he didn't know what to expect. The man approached the guy and said that he felt very awkward asking for this on their first date, but he really needed to get his number. The guy looked at Dong-hui in confusion and didn't understand what he was talking about. Then the man clarified that he needed Hyunjun's personal phone number. Sister Kim was surprised that Hyunjun's attractiveness had reached a new level, and now even men liked him, but the guy began to deny all her guesses. He apologized to Dong-hui and said that he could not give him his personal number unless it was a special case that was directly related to the treatment. The man in turn decided to bring understanding by saying that he was the person with the special case, but it was not what he initially thought. The guy was glad about this, because he didn't really want to deal with such a case. Dong-hui began to explain that the patient was not actually him, but someone close to him, but she could not come so as not to cause problems with the public. Hyunjun replied that he understood everything and that it was illegal to disclose patients' confidential information, so he had nothing to worry about. The man once again asked the doctor to keep the information a secret, because it was very important and a person's life was at stake. A week later, Hyunjun's director scolded him and didn't understand why he was doing this to him. The guy didn't understand why he was so angry, because they deleted everything last week. But Sunbae still didn't think his decision was right, since he was the director of the clinic. But he couldn't see his precious patient. Hyunjun repeated to him once again that this patient was not his, because she had approached the guy and not the director. But Sunbae continued to be angry at the guy, and even grabbed his chest to prove his point, because Kim Sor was an unusual person. At this point, Ronnie told the guy that he was discovering information about the treasure of the country of Kim Sora. He started showing the guy pictures and told him that Kim Sora was an actress who debuted in the drama, Madam Sun. Also, her acting skills are at their best, and she has appeared in over 20 films and TV series. Even recordings of her voice were used to create Ronnie's speech algorithms. Kim Sora is the most famous actress at the moment, and it was to Hyunjung that her manager came to ask for help. The guy didn't understand why the manager chose him, because she had a dermatologist in Gangnam whom she had seen before. The man explained that Sora had gone to that clinic, but her acne kept coming back and now she couldn't trust that doctor. But another problem is that she is the advertising face of that client, and she cannot publicly address another one. That's when they found Hyunjun, who was popular on social media, and the reason he asked the guy for her number was so he could examine her. The next day, the manager arrived with the actress, who was wearing closed clothing and a mask. When they entered Hyunjun's office, the manager immediately apologized for their lateness, but the guy did not pay any attention to this trifle. The man turned to Sora and told her to also say hello to the doctor who would be examining her. Hyunjun didn't wait for her greeting and greeted her first. Sora took off her mask and looked closely at the guy. She was surprised that he was very young and doubted whether she could trust him. But the manager explained to her that Hyunjun was the most qualified doctor in the area. He had such good reviews on the internet, and also, when he came to him last time, people were lining up in droves to see him. Sora was surprised and assumed that he could most likely be trusted, and the guy just stood aside and watched their discussion. He decided to hurry them up and said that they needed to start the reception immediately, as he had to be home early. When Sora sat down at the table, she began to look around and examine everything. She thought that she had foolishly trusted the manager because the office decor was ordinary and no better than in her previous clinic. The guy himself was very tense, because he did not expect that the girl would be so capricious. First, Hyunjun asked her to take off her headdress as it would be in the way. She took off her cap and told the guy that people online write about him as a friendly doctor, but she thinks that's not true at all. The guy only smiled in response, but in his thoughts he just wanted to disappear from the office, because such a stop was stressing him out. Ronnie did an emotional analysis based on the patient's voice. Her fear and embarrassment levels were off the charts. The guy was shocked by Ronnie's conclusions and reacted very emotionally, so the girl also heard his reaction. She didn't understand why he was talking to her like that, but Pareo tried to calm her down. He tried to explain that he had no idea what they were writing about him on the internet, and also began to compliment her in order to somehow smooth over the situation. The girl was silent for a second, and then replied that they had better move on to the examination, since the guy was in such a hurry to get home. The guy put on gloves and began the examination. He noticed that the patient's skin was very clean and smooth. If you look for flaws, then most likely in the fact that the skin is oily and thin. However, he noticed that the layer of skin beneath the epidermis had become depleted due to frequent sanding, and the skin inside had become dry. She has had a lot of treatments done directly on her chin, which means that increasing the number of stem cells should work better than laser. Ronnie informed the guy that the main scan was complete, and that the scarf from the patient's neck needed to be removed for an accurate diagnosis. The guy gently asked the girl to take off her scarf. Sora looked at the doctor in surprise and couldn't understand how he knew that there was something under the scarf. Ronnie told the guy that he needed to examine the skin, but he didn't understand the girl's reaction because he didn't even know what was underneath. The girl took off her scarf, and underneath it, Hyunjun saw black spots, and Sori said that she thought the problem was not acne, but these spots. Because of them, she may now lose the lead role in the new series. She said she had undergone several treatments at a dermatology clinic in Gangnam, but the results did not last long and she gave up. But what surprised her most was that the inconspicuous doctor noticed it. At this point, Hyunjun turned to the girl and said that her illness was black acanthosis, which is characterized by the thickening and darkening of the skin on the body. Ronnie did a physical analysis and told the guy that he needed her medical history and a report from a gynecologist. The guy thought about how to tell the girl about this, because asking her to tell him about her past medical history and the conclusion of a gynecologist because of a skin disease might seem very strange to her. Ronnie felt the boy's pulse start to rise and asked him to calm down. Hyunjun pulled himself together and told the girl that he would ask her some awkward questions that she had never received from a dermatologist before. He convinced her that he was asking these things as a doctor, so he didn't want her to misunderstand him. Sora started to get a little worried, as she didn't understand what questions were being discussed. He began asking about her cycle and the strong spasms that accompanied them. The girl immediately blushed, but it was clear from her face that everything was as the doctor had prepared. Then the guy started asking how long her neck had been in this condition, and the girl replied that she had been walking like this for less than a year, and also that she had gained weight rapidly, but she explained that she did it for a role in a TV series. Sora didn't understand why he was asking about this in a dermatology clinic. Hyunjung explained that he asks all these questions for medical purposes only, as recurring acne and skin problems can be caused by other diseases. The girl thought about it, because everything the doctor asked was exactly what had been bothering her all this time. Ronnie said that based on the acne on her chin and all the subsequent problems, as well as the severe pain and acanthosis nigricans, they were dealing with polycystic ovarian syndrome. This disease is a fairly common disorder of the reproductive system that causes symptoms such as acne and hair loss. In severe cases, insulin resistance increases and causes acanthosis nigricans on the neck or shoulders. The guy explained to the girl that based on her story and what he saw, there was a high probability that she had PCOS, which was what was causing her acne and darkening of her skin. Sora was shocked by his conclusions and understood why he asked her all this. He also told her that her disease was not acute, but if it progressed, she would notice symptoms such as weight gain and hair loss. Hyunjun was sure that if it weren't for Ronnie, he would never have thought to look at her neck. The last thing he told the girl was that with good treatment after the examination, her symptoms should go away. Sora asked the guy if she needed dermatological procedures now. He told her that her skin could use some help with the registration, and that she would need to go for a laser treatment once a week for a month, and Ronnie confirmed his words, as this was the treatment that was most suitable. The girl thought for a moment and jumped up from her chair, saying that she wanted to be treated by him. She agreed to any price. The main thing was that he would carry out all the procedures. The guy was a little confused by her words. After the guy agreed, the girl continued to undergo examination and came for an ultrasound. The doctor performed an ultrasound on her abdomen and noticed that she had multiple small cysts. She said the girl needed to get her blood test results checked, but it was most likely that she had polycystic ovary syndrome. The doctor also praised the girl for not being afraid to come for an examination, since not everyone at her age does this. If such a disease is ignored, it can lead to bad consequences and even such as cancer, which naturally leads to infertility. When Sora heard the doctor's words, she was shocked by it. She immediately remembered Hyunjun's words that if her illness progressed, it would lead to many bad symptoms. The girl asked the doctor whether her disease could cause baldness or obesity. The woman was surprised by the patient's knowledge and confirmed her words, but she reassured the girl because she had mild symptoms and she had nothing to worry about. Sora began to worry about whether her disease was curable, but the doctor confirmed that it could be cured. When they finished the inspection, the girl went home and on the way thought about everything that had happened. She remembered Hyunjun asking her questions about her illness, and how he determined her diagnosis, having nothing but her words and appearance. She understood that he was indeed an experienced specialist, but his attractiveness made her think of him as a windbag. Sora came to the dermatology clinic to pay the doctor for her treatment. The manager apologized for making the guy work so late, but he smiled back and said that he still had things to do. The girl watched him from the side and was surprised that he was such a responsible doctor, and was even friendly during their procedures. But she didn't understand why she felt any uneasiness about it. At the same time, the manager thanked the guy for his patience and work, because he thought that Sora was a rather difficult patient. Hyunjun smiled and replied that it was not like that at all and gave them directions. The girl, without thinking twice, approached the guy and said that a specialist like him had no place in this clinic. The guy didn't understand her and replied that his nurse had already left, so he was paying for the appointment. But Sora didn't mean that at all. She explained that the position in this small clinic was just a waste of his talent for him. She believed that elsewhere he could have become rich. The manager was surprised that the girl was worried about this, because usually she does not care about the affairs of others. But the guy told her that he liked his clinic, and he was not chasing money. Sora suddenly realized that she had said too much, and explained that she was saying this because she considered the guy to be the best of all the specialists she had met before. Hyunjun denied her words because he still had a lot to learn, but Sora stood her ground, because even the director of a famous dermatology clinic couldn't diagnose her like he did. But the guy understood that all this was Ronnie's merit, not his, and he was a little upset. Sora called the guy an excellent doctor, but he did not continue this conversation and referred to the fact that he needed to finish his work. So he said goodbye to them and asked them to leave the clinic. Sora didn't expect such a reaction because she praised him, and he threw her out the door. But the manager did not let her return and dragged her into the car. When the guy returned home, he immediately lay down on the bed and tried to collect his thoughts. Hyunjun thought about her words because he didn't consider himself an excellent doctor, since he hadn't even finished his internship or chosen a specialty. He got out of bed and thought that it was very difficult for him to study, since he was very tired at work, so he wanted to devote at least a little time to studying now. Ronnie sang out an analysis of his brain waves and said that learning in his current state would be ineffective. He explained that after examining his sleep patterns instead of studying late at night, he would be much more effective studying early in the morning. The boy agreed with Ronnie, because when he was studying at medical school, he always thought better in the mornings, but it was not easy for him to study when his life was in such disarray. Working in a dermatology clinic turned out to be unexpectedly hard work, so after a day of work, he constantly wanted to sleep. Then Ronnie offered to wake him up in the morning so he could study. It could also produce delta waves so the guy could sleep better. Ronnie explained that he was able to do this due to increased synchronization with his neural system. The guy was a little hesitant, but still decided to trust his friend. He believed that nothing worse could happen. After that, Hyunjun lay down to rest and fell into a fairly deep sleep. During this time, he saw a dream about his mother, who with tears in her eyes asked the doctor to cure her husband. She was on her knees begging him to help her, while her son stood to the side holding hands and watching her. Hyunjun was still a child in the dream, and didn't understand why the doctor was just standing there and not treating his father. He approached the doctor and asked why he didn't want to treat his dad, but suddenly he heard a voice behind him. When he turned around, he saw himself, only now an adult in a doctor's coat. Suddenly his older brother disappeared somewhere and he stood in complete darkness all alone. Turning around, he saw himself and did not understand what was happening. Adult Hyunjun took his little self by the chest and told him why he hadn't done anything yet. But the boy asked the doctor to let him go and began to cry, not understanding why he was doing this to him. The guy just smiled at the boy and told him to come to his senses because he was a doctor himself. The boy told the guy that he had not yet become a doctor and tried to free himself from his grip, but his body did not obey him. When the guy heard that he had not yet become a doctor, he immediately let the boy go. He began to fall as if into an abyss and did not understand how to save himself. He was suddenly awakened by Ronnie's voice, which informed him that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning and he needed to get up. The guy lay there completely confused because he had definitely seen a dream, but he didn't understand what it meant. After which he stood up and saw that the clock really showed 3 o'clock in the morning. He suddenly realized that he felt very rested, even though he had only slept for a few hours. He was happy about this because he was refreshed and invigorated, which meant Ronnie's idea had worked. The guy continued to admire Ronnie because he surprised him more and more every day. In turn, Ronnie thanked the boy for the praise and reminded him that it was time to start studying. When he sat down to study, he drew some conclusions from Ronnie's report. They shared brains and neural networks, but not thoughts and memories. Although he might have been capable of this, he didn't want to, for the sake of preserving his individuality. But the most important thing was that he found himself connected 24 hours a day with the smartest doctor in the world. Thanks to this, the guy felt how the thirst for knowledge that he had been experiencing all the time began to be gradually filled. And because of Ronnie's vast amount of medical information, he has learned to quickly pick up on the latest clinical research and drug trials. At the next appointment, when examining Sora, the guy noticed that her skin around her neck had become noticeably better. He asked her if she had applied the retinoid cream he had prescribed for her correctly. The girl happily replied that she had laid everything according to his instructions and would soon be able to forget about the scarf. The guy was very pleased, because with such a result, they could complete her course of treatment. Sora was a little embarrassed, because she didn't think that their cooperation would end so quickly. The guy noticed her confusion, as well as the fact that she was dressed completely differently and looked even more beautiful in such clothes. Ronnie informed the boy that his pupils were greatly dilated and his blood pressure had risen. The guy convinced him that there was nothing wrong with that. When a person sees someone beautiful, it was a natural reaction of the body. But Ronnie replied that based on his observation of the patient, she was experiencing the same psychological phenomenon as the guy. When Hyunjun realized what was going on, he was a little excited about it, because he didn't think that an actress could like him, and it seemed unrealistic to him. At that moment, Sora approached him, wanting to tell him something. Ronnie again informed the guy that his pulse was too high and asked him to calm down, but the guy could not control his emotions. At that very second, he bowed to the girl and apologized to her, and she did the same. She wondered why he apologized to her, because she wanted to ask for forgiveness for being rude to him during their first meeting. But Hyunjun told her that there was nothing wrong with that, since he understood that the girl was very worried about her illness. She fell silent and remembered the day he threw her out the door. Sora was very angry because the doctor shamed her for not calling him a good specialist. The manager was surprised by her anger because she considered the doctor smart and impressive, and now she speaks so badly of him. The girl replied that his good education had nothing to do with it. She meant his character and behavior. But the manager said that people who judge others are not particularly nice themselves. She thought he was just a narcissistic jerk who became a doctor thanks to his connections, but she found out he dropped out because his mother was sick, and she was ashamed that she had behaved that way. The guy exhaled and told the girl that he was just very nervous for no particular reason. The girl, in turn, said that she also did not know why she was so nervous. They both started laughing at this awkward situation to at least somehow lighten the mood. Sora was so grateful to the guy for the work he had done that she didn't know how else to thank him. She suddenly said that she would like to give him a gift on such a wonderful note as a token of gratitude for his help. Sora took an envelope out of her bag and handed it to the guy, saying that it was her gratitude to him for his work. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events and started to break away from him because the girl had already paid for the treatment. But she began to insist, since it was her gift apart from the medical bills, because thanks to it she recovered so quickly and was able to get the role. If he hadn't discovered the cysts, it could have ended in cancer. Hyunjun smiled at her and replied that he was just doing his job as a doctor. The girl became embarrassed when she said that she had feelings and immediately blushed. She scolded herself for such a stupid way of showing her interest in him. The boy realized that Sora was interested in him as a guy, and he also found her attractive. Sora was upset because she knew she had confessed to him too early, but at that moment, Hyunjun called out to her. He said that he considered it wrong to accept such gifts, so her words of gratitude would be enough for him. The guy understood that he was not in a position to date a famous actress or any other girl. It was an unaffordable luxury for him. Sora knew he would reject her, so she only told him that he was very different from everyone else. At this point, they shook hands and thanked each other again. The manager also thanked the guy and bowed to him, which made Hyunjun a little awkward. As they were leaving, Sora turned around once more and looked at the boy, and he anointed her in return. At this point, Ronnie told the guy that his serotonin levels had increased, and he didn't understand why he had calmed down so quickly. Hyunjun thought about it and replied that it was most likely because he felt good and bad at the same time. On the way home, the manager noticed that Sora was acting very quiet, which was not like her at all. When the guy returned to the office to change clothes and go home, he received a text message on his phone. When he picked it up, he saw that the text message was from Sora, who wrote to him that she would definitely repay him accordingly. After reading her text message, Zenjun smiled tenderly. The next day, he met his director in a cafe who was mercilessly eating chicken legs. Ronnie told the guy that a lot of dopamine was entering Dr. Lee's body. Hyunjun looked at him and was not surprised by his behavior. His director was outraged that the guy did not get an autograph for him, despite the fact that they had met in person. Hyunjun explained to him that he saw the girl for a reason, but because he was treating her. He didn't think that the director liked this actress so much. He offered to ask him for her autograph now. But Lee replied that it would be better if Pareo took the chance and asked Sora out on a date, since he saw on TV that she was a very nice girl. The guy confirmed his words, but immediately remembered how straightforward and tough she could be. The director told Hyunjun that the girl had donated a huge amount of money to some hospital. The guy was surprised by this. The director said that most likely she gave half of the money she earned in her last modeling company to the rare diseases department at the university hospital. Dr. Lee suddenly remembered the name of the hospital. It was Suning Hospital, and asked the boy if his mother had been transferred there recently. Hearing this, the guy was perplexed. He remembered her last text message and decided to check his guesses. He rose abruptly from his desk and told the director that he needed to make an urgent call. The guy went outside and started searching the internet for information about the donation. When he saw that the girl had actually done it, he was simply shocked by her actions, because she had done it specifically in his mother's department. Returning back to the table, the director noticed that something was wrong with the guy. Hyunjun handed him his phone, and he saw that Sora had made a donation to all the patients in the neurology department with rare diseases. And thus she supported Hyunjun's mother. Lee was very happy for the guy and immediately congratulated him. But Dr. Lee didn't understand why the boy was unhappy, because it was great news. The guy told him that he didn't think he could accept such a gift. Then the director looked at him sternly and said that from that day on, he was fired. Hyunjun didn't understand why the director was saying this since everything was fine. But Dr. Lee asked the guy to wait with his conclusions, because this was not a sudden decision. He explained to the boy that he had known him since the beginning of his studies at university, who always said that he would become a doctor who could save emergency patients like his father. He was also a top student and studied harder than anyone else during his internship, and Dr. Liu was very upset when such a persistent guy had to drop out of school after so many years of effort. And all because of his mother's illness, and then he came to him saying that he had to earn money to pay her bills. That's why he suggested to the guy to return to school and choose a specialty, because this opportunity can't be missed so easily. But Hyunjun began to complain that if he left, it would be difficult for the director to handle the patients alone. But Dr. Lee explained to him that he could not hire more people because a lot of expenses were going towards his salary, but now he would use this to hire a couple of young specialists. Now all his VIP clients, including Kim Sora, would be Dr. Lee, and he was very happy about it. The guy thanked the director for such words of support that he couldn't control himself and burst into tears. By the time they finished their get-together, the director was already quite drunk, so Hyunjun caught a taxi for him. The director in turn offered the guy to go to his home so that he would not be left alone, but the guy refused since he felt awkward in front of his wife. Dr. Lee was unhappy that the guy always found some excuse. Hyunjun just smiled at him and told him to hurry home, because he had many patients waiting for him tomorrow. When he finally left, the guy remembered the business card that Sora's manager left him and decided to call her. He confidently guessed the call button and waited for her to pick up the phone, but the answering machine sounded on the other end of the line. The guy was angry with himself, because he understood that it was impossible to get through to the star so easily. At this point, Ronnie told the guy that he was experiencing severe emotional fluctuations due to alcohol intoxication, and suggested that he lower his blood alcohol level. But the guy started waving his hands and asking Ronnie not to do it. He wasn't prepared for this because he thought he wouldn't be able to thank Sora in his right mind. Ronnie didn't understand why he wouldn't be able to talk to the girl when he was sober. Hyunjun thought about it and realized that there really was nothing complicated about it. Meanwhile, Kim Sora was preparing for filming and getting herself ready in the dressing room. Suddenly, she heard a text message arrive on her phone and immediately picked up the phone. When she opened the text message, she saw that it was from Hyunjun. The guy thanked her for the donation to his mother's department. Now the guy could fulfill his dream and continue his studies at the institute. After reading this, the girl was very pleased that she was able to thank the guy. In response, she sent the guy a text message saying that she would like to see him again sometime, and after reading this, Hyunjung smiled affectionately. After all, he also wanted to see her someday. But for now, he had other plans. The guy approached Ronnie and said he wanted to walk home, so he asked him to ask him questions on topics he had already studied. Ronnie asked him what specific topic he wanted to be questioned on, and Hyunjun replied that he was interested in medical examination and surgery. Pleasantly pleased with his request, Ronnie immediately set about fulfilling it. Now the boy was determined to take up his studies. On the way home, Ronnie asked him questions and he answered them clearly and concisely. A few days later, the guy finally came to the institute and now he was an official student. He was glad that he had finally returned to where he had left so early and not of his own free will. The guy closed his eyes for a second and remembered how he was standing in the same place, only as a child. An ambulance arrived, bringing with it a very difficult patient. When the boy came closer, he saw that this patient was his father. He started screaming loudly and calling him, but he didn't react to his voice. 15 years ago, he lost his father here, and that's when he decided to become a doctor who could save patients like his father. After completing his specialization in the department and a couple of years of experience, he was confident that he could become a trauma surgeon. This department, where critically ill patients are brought from the scene of accidents and must receive treatment within a short time. But despite the importance of this department, the staff were not particularly eager to get there. After all, there are a lot of emergency operations, and the intensity of work is high, and with such a specialization, it is impossible to establish a private hospital. But such things did not mean anything to the guy. He was going to achieve his goal at any cost. When he entered the hospital, he saw a seriously ill patient being transported on a gurney. This man reminded him of the incident with his father, when he was also wheeled at a fast pace to the operating room. The doctor instructed his assistants to call a surgeon and urgently take an X-ray of the patient. The guy saw one of the nurses stumble and fall, the one holding the IV. Hyunjun hurried and deftly caught the IV, thereby preventing disaster. One of the sisters ate the guy so that he would give her to him, but the guy replied that he was an intern and would help them deliver the patient. The guy took the IV and confidently ran along with the other doctors. He looked at the patient for a second, and Ronnie began to check his condition. Ronnie informed the guy that the man had a fractured skull and facial bone, a ruptured lung and internal organs, and a fractured pelvis. The patient's estimated mortality rate was 90%. Doctors began checking his indicators and talking to him to at least bring him back to his senses a little, and Hyunjun stopped and stood as if in a stupor, repeating under his breath that the probability of death was very high. Suddenly, a doctor grabbed him by the shoulder and asked what he said, but the guy replied that he said nothing, trying to avoid an awkward situation. The doctor thanked the guy for his help and said that they could handle it themselves from now on. Hyunjun stood near the operating room and watched the doctors. Meanwhile, the head of the department, Jin-un, was thinking about this patient's severe case, and he named all the symptoms that Ronnie had previously identified. The head was upset and tense because the patient had almost no intact organs. But suddenly he remembered the intern who helped them deliver the patient. The doctor heard him say what injuries the patient had. Jin-woon was amazed that the boy's words almost completely matched the diagnosis he made after the computer check. He couldn't believe it and thought it was probably just a coincidence. The doctor didn't know who this guy was, but if he was an intern, he would definitely meet him after choosing a specialty. When the guy was walking down the corridor, he saw a woman who was not together due to grief, because it was the wife of that very patient. Hyunjun asked Ronnie if there was a chance the man would survive, and he replied that there was only a 10% chance. In 13 years, the guy still hasn't changed anything, but he still has plenty of determination. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, and the guy turned around to see who it was. When he turned around, he saw his former classmate Lee Gyun-suk, and next to him stood another of his former acquaintances, San-soo, who mockingly called the guy a fugitive. Hyunjun wasn't very happy to see them, since they weren't on the best terms. Sang-soo continued to tease the guy and told him that he had heard a lot of rumors about him, that he had become rich twice, which was why he looked so good. But the guy didn't care about his words. In response, the guy only said that they were already in their second year of residency and that the robes suited them very well. Kyun-suk asked him why he suddenly came back, since they thought that he had left forever. But the guy didn't go into details and simply said that he would be here from this month. The guys were very surprised by his statement. San-soo assumed that the guy would be an intern again. Gyun-suk didn't understand why he said that and asked what he meant. Then Sang-soo told him that Hyunjun ran away and didn't even choose a specialty. In his opinion, the guy didn't have enough skills for a dermatology clinic, so he came back. In response to this, Hyunjun told him that he was not aware that a veterinary department had appeared in the hospital. Sang-soo looked at the guy with confusion and asked what he was talking about. Then the guy explained that the dog wouldn't stop barking and looked at him carefully. Kyun-suk replied to the guy that he would no longer let him get away with such an attitude, because now they were not classmates, but much higher than him, and he should treat them with respect. But Hyunjun only said that he dropped out of school due to family circumstances, and now he's back, and nothing has changed. The only thing that had changed was that Ronnie's assistant was now living in his head, but they didn't need to know that. The guy turned around and said that he didn't have time to talk, and also asked them to pretend that they didn't know each other if they happened to meet again. When he left, Sansu continued to be indignant because the guy called him names. But Gyunsuk just smiled and thought that the time would come and they would definitely meet again. The guy was a little upset because starting in the intensive neurology department from the first semester took a long time. But he was confident that he would succeed, despite the fact that it seemed to him that Sansu had brought bad luck upon him. New interns are usually required to complete a 4-day training course before beginning work at the hospital. During this course, they draw a straw. Although the guy thought it was very old-fashioned, this lottery determines the order in which everyone will specialize during the year. He had 2 semesters in the emergency room and then 2 at Yongchung Hospital, and the schedule wasn't the best. But during this time, the guy will be able to learn a lot. And with Ronnie, perhaps he will be able to realize his dream and become a specialist in all areas at once. On the second day of preparation, the real practical training began. Basics of blood collection, manual resuscitation, and even gastric intubation. Teacher Woo Jin told the students that when inserting a tube into a patient, they need to understand how uncomfortable it is so they can complete the insertion quickly and carefully. He pointed his finger at Hyunjun and one of the girls in the class to demonstrate it in practice. She started to insert the tube into his nose, but suddenly he sneezed, and she was very scared that she had hurt him. Woo Jin told his student that if she felt like something was in the way, she should open the patient's mouth and check if the tube was tangled. The girl gently asked the guy to open his mouth, and he followed her request. At this point, Ronnie asked the guy if he should suppress his sneezing and gagging reflexes, and the guy agreed. After which, the girl finished inserting the tube and was glad that everything worked out without any problems. Then the professor said that after inserting the tube, they should always listen with a stethoscope to make sure it has entered the stomach. While the girl continued to act according to the professor's instructions, the guy thought about the fact that Ronnie, after suppressing his reflexes, could control his autonomic nervous system. After all, that time he strengthened the muscles of his ciliary body and thereby improved his vision, and now he suppressed his reflexes. His capabilities simply amazed the guy. After that, they switched places, and now the girl was waiting for the guy to practice with her as well. Ronnie suggested that the guy suppress her reflexes. All he had to do was touch her. But the guy couldn't rely on cheating and didn't want to use Ronnie's abilities so recklessly. The guy only asked him to guide him with the scan, and that would be enough for him. Hyunjun began to direct the tube, and it reached the desired part of the stomach, after which he voiced each of his actions. The guy attached the tube to his nose with a special patch. Afterwards, he used a pin to fix the outlet of the tube to prevent it from falling out. At this point, he informed the professor that everything was ready, and the girl was shocked that she did not feel any pain at all. The professor was very pleased with how the boy had done, telling him that he hadn't had an intern for a long time who knew all the basics so well. Woo Jin looked at the guy carefully and didn't understand where he got so much experience and knowledge from. When they finished their classes, the guy went up to the roof and asked Ronnie since when he could do things like that. Ronnie explained that their synchronization had increased and nerve blocking was now possible, but there was no confirmation that he could prevent another person's reflexes. It was just his guess. The guy was a little shocked by Ronnie's new abilities, and the two of them scared him a little. After all, if he can control his body so much, then perhaps he can completely take control of him, and Hyunjun is just a shell for him. Ronnie heard his thoughts and said that he would not arbitrarily control his neurons without consent, so he did not need to worry about it. The guy relaxed a little and apologized for suspecting him of something like that, but Ronnie replied that his suspicions were a simple form of defense. Hyunjun decided not to doubt his friend anymore and said that he trusted him completely. After practicing gastric probing, the guy began to be pestered by his younger colleagues. They surrounded him and asked him various questions. The girl he had to practice with was worried that she had hurt him, but the guy convinced her that she had tried hard. She was glad that they were both in their first semester in the neurosurgery department. But suddenly she said that this was not something to be happy about, because neurosurgery seemed to her to be one of the most difficult fields. The guy replied that difficulties were good, but he was worried about the dog sitting there, as he called his friend Sansu. Thus they completed their 4 days of training and were sent to their assigned departments. One of the workers said that in their department age means nothing, so everyone should do what their elders tell them. These instructions were given to them by Han Sung Lee, who had just completed a year of residency training. First, he had to decide their roles, where 6 would go to the operating rooms and 2 to the wards. He also added that usually the interns choose themselves. but because they were all new, he would choose everything for them. He sent the two girls, one of whom had been practicing with Hyunjun, to the blood vessel room and took care of the others. The thing that a neurosurgery intern needs to avoid the most is working in a hospital, because in addition to working with patients, he is also sent to operations, and because of this, there is little time for rest. At that moment, Song Lee just called out the boy's name and said that he was being assigned to the wards along with another student. Before that, Sang-soo asked Song Lee to make sure that the guy would end up on ward duty. He ordered him that Song Lee did not give them the right to choose, but he himself determined everyone. He really wanted his former classmate to suffer. Song Lee thought about what Sang-soo had said about this guy's bad character, but so far he hadn't said anything or protested. When they finished, the head of the neurosurgery department, Sim Kook-hyun, came into the office to see if everything was okay. The guy realized that now in this department, according to tradition, they meet professors on the very first day of the internship. When it was his turn, the boy bowed and introduced himself to the professor, and also said where he was sent. The professor looked at the guy strangely and told him to try harder. Ronnie suddenly told the guy that he had noticed the sudden change in his interlocutor's emotions and called it discontent. When the guy raised his head, he saw Sang-soo and realized that it was he who was causing him trouble. But it is still true that the guy dropped out of his internship and worked in a dermatology clinic, and for those not aware of his circumstances, this may raise eyebrows. So he decided to ignore it and just grit his teeth and move forward. He suddenly stood up and shouted that he would do his best and do his job well. The professor turned to him and replied that this was very good, after which he left the office. Song Lee said that in the hospital, each patient's treatment was written down in their medical records, so they just had to follow the instructions. If they have any problems, they can call him. The most important thing is that no one creates additional troubles. At this point, they finished and went to work. The head nurse noticed the guy and was surprised that this time the new guy was tall and handsome. She was sure that he would hardly be able to cope on his own, and she knew for sure that after some time he would come to ask her for help. Just at that moment, Hyunjun approached her, introduced himself, and said that he was now the new intern. Neurosurgical nurses work with patients with brain injuries, so they have to perform many tasks. As it should be, only the strong-willed survive in such conditions, so she was one of them. The nurse was watching the guy and mentally telling him to watch her carefully. Otherwise, he wouldn't remember anything, when suddenly Hyunjun called out to her. He asked to be shown where the catheters and feeding tube that restores the stomach are. The girl was completely stunned by his question, as she did not expect him to know anything and showed him where it was all located. Another nurse started to say that he could screw up with the patient, but the second one told her that the guy would soon understand that everything is not so simple, even though he pretends to understand. When Hyunjun entered the room, he was met by the patient's wife, who asked him to take care of her husband, so that he would not feel pain. The guy convinced the woman that she had nothing to worry about, while Ronnie brought up information about intracranial hemorrhage. The woman was very glad that the doctor was so pleasant and sweet to talk to, because the previous one was very rude. The guy started inserting a tube through the man's nose into his stomach so he could eat. There were nurses standing behind him, watching him closely, and they noticed that the boy was doing very well. Hyunjun approached one of them and asked her to bring him a couple of drugs. When she brought everything, the Pareo asked her what was the best way to deal with the patient, and she said that it would be better to put the IV in the left arm, since before that they only put it in the right. The head nurse was watching him and noticed that the guy was asking the nurses about the patients, which meant he understood that the nurse was the most familiar with the patient's condition. She also noticed that the guy not only shows initiative, but also managed to integrate into the team, thanks to his masterful performance of duties. Hyunjun saw that the nurse was about to change the central venous catheter and said that he would do it himself. He asked to be allowed to do it himself, as he was sure that she had a lot of other work. The head nurse was shocked by such a good intern as Hyunjun and thought that they had just got a great intern this time. Meanwhile, Sang-soo and Song Lee were walking down the corridor, talking about how the guy had hardly had time to examine his patients. Sang-soo urged the boy to keep an eye on Hyunjun's work and not indulge him because he was older than him. But Song Lee told him that the guy was not like he told him and did not understand why he treated him that way. Sang-soo replied that Song Lee couldn't recognize the guy in such a short time, but he has known him for 6 years, so he understands better what kind of guy he is. His classmate was sure that Hyunjun did not belong in one of the best hospitals in Korea. Song Lee went to the hospital on Sang-soo's orders. He didn't understand what the guy could have done that caused him such hostility. As he got closer, he saw Hyunjun standing in the hallway with the nurses, happily discussing something. Song Lee was shocked by this, as he thought that the guy was not doing his job and was just lazing around. He walked quickly towards him and started shouting that he didn't allow him to behave like that. Song Lee continued to curse at the guy, who at this time simply stood there in a stupor and was a little scared. The guy screamed so loudly that he was heard in the neighboring rooms. He thought that Hyunjun, instead of examining patients, was flirting with the nurses, which was unacceptable. Suddenly, the head nurse stopped him and tried to calm him down, explaining to him that he had misunderstood everything. She told Song Lee that the guy did everything that was indicated in the medical records. Hearing this, the guy was a little shocked. He took the cards and began to review the work he had done, and one of the nurses praised Hyunjun and said that the guy had done a great job. Song Lee couldn't believe that the guy was able to finish the examination so quickly. He thought that perhaps Hyunjun didn't work in a dermatology clinic, but was practicing in another hospital. He walked up to the guy and started apologizing for yelling at him because he didn't think the guy could handle the job so quickly. Hyunjun only replied that he understood. Suddenly, Ronnie told the guy that he heard a patient groaning in pain in one of the rooms. While Song Lee continued speaking, the guy jumped up and ran towards the patient. Seeing this, Lee did not understand where the guy ran so quickly. Hyunjun ran into the patient's room and began asking how he was feeling, but the man replied that his head hurt so much that it was unbearable. Song Lee asked the boy what symptoms the patient had, and he replied that he had a headache and vomiting. The doctor did not understand why this was happening, since the professor wrote in his response that the operation went normally. Ronnie also confirmed that the patient had blepharoptosis of the left eyelid, and the guy immediately told the doctor about it. The doctor began to get very nervous, and the guy was looking for a pointer to check the patient's reaction to light. When he started shining the light into his pupils, he saw that the patient's pupils were greatly dilated, which meant that he had mydriasis. The man pushed the guy away and told him to take the pointer away from him. The guy realized that he had photophobia. Then, on Ronnie's advice, the guy began to check the patient's back of the head, where the muscles were very hardened. After that, the guy needed to find out when the patient had the operation, and he asked Song Lee about it. Ronnie put all the information together, as well as the patient's symptoms, and said that there was a high chance that he was suffering from recurrent bleeding following brain surgery. The guy turned to the doctor and said the same thing, and that the patient urgently needed a CT scan to confirm the diagnosis he had voiced. Song Lee couldn't believe that the boy had diagnosed it so quickly, and the nurse told him that she would call the doctors to make sure. But the doctor stopped her and said that he would inform everyone himself, and that she would better quickly prepare and move the patient for the CT scan. As they began to wheel the patient out of the room, Hyunjun asked the nurse to monitor his airway as he might start vomiting. Meanwhile, other doctors approached the doctor and asked where the patient was. Song Lee told them that he had already sent him to the diagnostic room. Sang-soo was very angry that the resident decided everything himself, without his permission, but he was interrupted by another doctor. He confirmed that if it was a recurring bleed, time was of the essence, so he asked Sang-soo to prepare the operating room just in case. When the doctor came into the diagnostic room, the doctor confirmed that the patient was indeed bleeding. Then the doctor said that they needed to look at the original source of bleeding in the artery. At the same time, Ronnie told the guy that if the main source of bleeding is an artery, then this is not a repeated hemorrhage, since there are completely different symptoms, which means that by all indications, the patient has symptoms of a rupture of the posterior wall of the communicating artery. The guy was shocked by Ronnie's findings, who had already requested an MRI to make an accurate diagnosis. Hyunjun was sure that he needed to tell the doctors about this, but he was worried that they wouldn't take his words seriously. Without thinking twice, the guy told them that there was a chance that it was not a rebleeding. He explained to them that the patient's symptoms were different when he examined him in the ward. The doctor wondered if everything was as the intern said, then the symptoms were caused by bleeding in another area. He asked the doctor to do an MRI on the patient, as he understood that the guy's reasoning was absolutely correct. After this, The doctor called the head of the department and said that, according to the results of the examination, a rupture of the posterior communicating artery was visible, and they would immediately begin the operation. Hyunjun was amazed that Ronnie made the correct diagnosis and recognized what even the specialist had missed. When the doctor finished talking to the head of the department, he immediately turned to the guy and thanked him, because thanks to him, they avoided a huge mistake. The patient has bleeding in 2 places, so the prognosis may not be the best, but in any case, they immediately go to surgery, because the situation is not so bad, because they did not waste much time. The doctor also told the guy that he only performed laser procedures at the dermatology clinic, but it turned out that the guy did not forget about his studies. Hyunjun confirmed his words. The doctor did not want to offend the guy in any way, but on the contrary, praised him. The guy thanked the doctor and he left with the thought that the intern had a very insightful mind, and he had high hopes for him. He also didn't understand why Sang-soo hated such a worthy worker. At the same time, Sang-soo, in the staff room, was telling Song-lee that he didn't believe that Hyunjun was able to determine the diagnosis himself, and it made him angry, but it was impossible to deny the facts. Then Sang-soo decided that they would tell the professor that it was Song-lee who took action on the patient and informed all the doctors. But in response, the guy only remained silent. When Sang-soo asked if the boy understood his order, he said that he needed to go urgently and quickly ran out of the room. At this time, Hyunjun decided to go up to the roof to talk to Ronnie. As he climbed the steps, he remembered how the doctor praised him for his help. Now he clearly understood that he had been able to help the patient. But he also knew that if it weren't for Ronnie, the guy wouldn't have been able to do all this. Hyunjun decided that he needed to study harder so that he could come to the same conclusions without his help. Ronnie suddenly felt like the guy wanted to get rid of him, but he explained that he just wanted to rely more on his own strength. After all, his ultimate goal is to become a doctor who can cure any patient. Ronnie told the boy that he felt his emotions were confused, that he understood that human emotions were more complex and broader than current research suggests, but the boy didn't understand what he was talking about. He said that he would soon be able to fix this. Now they communicate using voice, but as soon as their synchronization increases, then everything Ronnie wants to say will automatically appear in his thoughts. Since he believed that communication through voice was ineffective, although the guy enjoyed listening to him during their conversations. The guy asked Ronnie who he would talk to if he couldn't hear him, but Ronnie didn't understand his question and decided that he didn't like the proposed option. Hyunjun told him that they were friends, but Ronnie didn't understand it. The guy didn't say anything more, only that someday he would finally understand it. The next day, the guy was walking down the hallway and a freshman named Hana called out to him. He was glad to see her and asked if there were any blood vessel surgeries today, but she just sighed and told him not to remind her about it since Shim Kuk-hyun performed a lot of surgeries. She was tired, having assisted the surgeon for 12 hours non-stop, but the guy was convinced that she now had a more flexible schedule, and she confirmed this and said that he would soon be making rounds. The girl also asked the guy if he was going to specialize in neurosurgery, but he replied that he denied her words, which seemed very strange to her. She explained that the guys told how they saw him in the middle of the night, studying something about neurosurgery. The guy felt awkward, because he didn't think that anyone would see it. Suddenly they saw the head teacher who was walking with other students to conduct their rounds. Hannah quickly joined their group and the guy simply bowed and stood silently. Kuk-hyun suddenly stopped and suggested that Song-lee take Hyunjun along on his rounds. The boy agreed to his proposal and began waving his hand at Hyunjun to come with them. They went into the room of one of the patients. Kuk-hyun asked his wife how he was feeling, and the woman smiled and replied that her husband was much better and began to talk more often. The doctor was pleased to hear this. Song-lee began to talk about the patient's indicators and what measures they were taking about it. The head was pleased with them and told them to continue to monitor the changes in the patient's condition. As they were about to leave, the patient's wife called out to the doctor and said that the new doctor who had recently arrived was very friendly and worked diligently. She also added that her husband also liked him after he installed a urinary catheter for him completely painlessly. Kuk-hyun was happy to hear such praise and asked who exactly she was speaking for. Then the woman pointed to Hyunjun. The doctor looked at the boy and smiled, as he was glad that he had performed so well. After this, they approached a patient who had recently undergone a reoperation. He also recalled that he was immediately sent for examination after experiencing headache symptoms. The doctors confirmed his words. Then he asked them who was the first to notice his symptoms and take action about it. Sang-soo immediately replied that it was Dr. Song Lee, who quickly requested a CT scan and assembled a team of doctors. Then Kook-hyun asked Song Lee which nerves the posterior communicating artery paralyzes. The guy tensed up a little and replied that it was the cranial nerves. The doctor looked at him carefully and said, "To answer this question, Hyunjun tried," who was very surprised that he was asking it. The guy replied that it was the third pair of cranial nerves, and Dr. Kook-hyun confirmed his words, because it really was the oculomotor nerve. He then asked if anyone knew why he asked these questions to Doctors Han and Chan, but everyone remained silent. He explained that if one did not know the basic facts and did not notice the sudden blepharoptosis or mydriasis that accompanied the headache, then they would never be able to stop the bleeding in the posterior communicating artery. Judging by the question asked and the answers to them, it became completely obvious to him who had actually discovered the patient's symptoms and raised the alarm, at which point he glanced at the guy. This was not the first time the doctor had heard good things about Hyunjun during the waste, and at first he was even happy about it. But then I started thinking why they were praising a new intern and not a member of our permanent team. He told them to all think about why this was happening and take action. As the doctor passed by Hyunjun, he asked him to come into his office when they finished their rounds. When they finished, the boy came to the professor's office, as instructed, where the doctor wanted to treat him to something, but he only had a drink. Kook-hyun asked the boy if he was going to apply to the neurosurgery department since Hana told him to. The guy replied that he was not going to specialize in neurosurgery, so he did not understand why the girl said that. The doctor was a little shocked, because most students would say that they had not yet chosen a specialization area, but the guy's decisive answer simply amazed him. Then he admitted that perhaps the guy already had a direction that interested him most and asked what it could be. At that moment, there was a knock on the head of the department's office and the door was opened by a doctor who wanted him to give him a ride to the conference. Pareo recognized Professor Lee Han-seong and greeted him, who was shocked that they met under such circumstances. Kook-hyun asked if they knew each other, and Han-seong told him that Hyunjun was the best son in the world. He said that he had treated Dr. Chan's mother in the past, so they were acquainted. Han-seong also added that the boy is so smart that he noticed what he missed when looking at his mother's photos. He continued to say that the boy continued studying neurology even after dropping out to earn money to take care of his mother. Kook-hyun was surprised by this turn of events, as it was very different from the rumors among the staff. Then the doctor decided that the direction that the guy was interested in was neurology, not neurosurgery. Han-seong did not understand what was being discussed, but Kook-hyun explained that before that, he was interested in the specialty that the guy wanted to choose. Han-seong was sure that it was only neurology, but the guy replied that he had just started his internship and should try himself in other departments. But Kook-hyun didn't think so. He decided not to bother the guy anymore and said that he needed more time to finally make a decision. Han-seong said goodbye to the boy and told the manager that he was waiting for him downstairs. It was the first time Kook-hyun had seen the professor act like this. It seemed like he had gotten attached to the guy, but Hyunjun really didn't know what to answer them. The doctor told the guy not to worry and to do what he thought was right, namely to visit the ring of departments to make up his mind, but still, he didn't need to deny his fate. Kook-hyun reminded the guy that on the first day he saved the life of a neurosurgery patient, but the guy began to deny and say that it was not he who saved him. Then the doctor told him that it was time, and the boy remembered the day when his mother begged the doctor to save her husband, but the doctor replied that too much time had passed. The doctor continued to say that in their department, the most important thing is time. For the same operation, the result depends on how many hours have passed since the onset of symptoms. And the guy just earned this time for them. He also asked him if he had been to operations. The guy replied that he wanted to take part one day, but was too busy in the hospital. Kook-hyun told him that he could come for surgery tomorrow, and the guy was shocked by such news. The doctor explained that it is precisely the operation that defines the doctor. Finally, he turned to the guy and said that neurosurgery was better than neurology, saying that this was a secret from Professor Lee, and winked at the guy. The next day, Kook-hyun revealed that this time the operation was for AVM, an abnormal connection between arteries and veins, a disease that was discovered when the patient was undergoing examination after the accident. He also added that it will be a good experience for all the students, so they need to watch the operation closely. As he changed his clothes and prepared for the operation, the boy remembered that he had already been in the operating room several times during his studies. But this was the first operation since he became a doctor. He exhaled because he was very nervous, but in a good way. Sang-soo approached him and was dissatisfied. He reproached the guy that he was lucky only once, and now the head allows him to be present at the operation. Hyunjun wasn't particularly keen on being on this operation with him. Sang-soo was furious that the guy was talking to him like that, since he was just an intern. Sang-soo called the guy names again, and said that his bad side of character should be seen by others so that they would understand what kind of person he really is. The guy sincerely did not understand why he treated him like that, because they had a good relationship at the university, but Sang-soo answered him that he would never understand it. Instead, he asked Hyunjun not to do the surgery, since it was completely different from when they were students. When he was all ready, the doctor warned the patient that they were using anesthesia and asked him to count to 10. The patient began to count, and each time he fell deeper and deeper into sleep. The doctor asked the anesthesiologist if they could start the surgery, and he agreed, saying that the patient's indicators were all right. Kook-hyun was ready to begin the operation, as were his assistants, who began to hand him the instruments. The operation began, and everyone was very tense because they were operating on the brain. Every few seconds, the nurse wiped the sweat from Dr. Kook-hyun's forehead as he concentrated on his work. Hyunjun also stood nearby and watched the entire process, and Ronnie confirmed that the patient had a defect in a blood vessel in the brain with a diameter of 3 centimeters on the surface. Everyone was completely focused and doing their best, and the atmosphere was a bit unnerving for the guy, as he now understood how surgeries were actually performed in this department. Kook-hyun continued to operate on the patient, and they were almost at the last step. He suddenly turned to Hyunjun and asked if he had studied AVM a little. The doctor confirmed his words and asked why it was necessary to treat it as soon as possible. The guy answered that under high pressure of the arteries, blood immediately flows into the weak vein, causing the risk of its rupture. In turn, he said that there are several methods of surgical intervention for AVM, and he was interested in whether the guy knew which method he chose. Ronnie offered to help the guy find this information, but the guy wanted to try to answer this question himself. He recalled that at the beginning of the operation, Ronnie said that the malformation was on the surface of the brain, and its diameter did not exceed 3 centimeters. This meant that the malformation in this case was small and also located shallowly inside the brain, which would increase the chance of complications, so the doctor decided to opt for a microsurgery method. The doctor was shocked by the guy's knowledge and still did not understand why he was not going to go into neurosurgery. He thought that the guy was just making fun of him, but Hyunjun began to deny his words because he had no malicious intent. Then Kook-hyun asked the guy what questions he had while studying the material, and the guy replied that since there was no navigation before, how did the doctor look for the exact location of the problem when there were only flat images? He explained to the guy that he had been making 2D pictures in his head to represent a 3D model, and that thanks to this, he could mentally represent the structure of the brain by looking at just a couple of pictures. Hyunjun was amazed by the manager's professionalism because he didn't doubt him at all. Suddenly, Ronnie approached the guy and said that he noticed a deviation in the patient's vital signs, namely increased blood pressure, accelerated pulse, and breathing. Just at that moment, the nurse told the doctor that the patient's blood pressure had increased and his pulse had quickened. He thought this was very strange and asked her to enlarge the patient's breathing bag. He realized that he probably needed to hurry and start stitching while they monitored the indicators. Literally a few seconds later, the nurse became very nervous and told the doctor that the patient's heart rate had increased significantly and the capnogram was growing. The guy was also scared and could not understand why the patient's condition suddenly worsened. Ronnie approached him and asked permission to perform a thermal scan for a quick diagnosis. He explained that this was necessary for the conclusion, and without thinking twice, he approved Ronnie's request. When Ronnie completed the thermal scan, he determined that the patient's temperature had increased throughout his body. The guy didn't understand what to do and how to tell the doctor about it. Then he had an idea. He walked over to the couch and lifted the sterilization blanket to check the patient's temperature. Seeing this, Sang-soo started yelling at him because he believed that he had no right to touch anything without permission. The guy didn't listen to him and touched the patient, after which he told the doctor that the patient's temperature was high and he was burning all over. The doctor told the nurse to take the patient's temperature, and when she did, she saw that it was indeed very high. Then Kuk-hyun asked Sang-soo if he checked the patient before the surgery, and he named everything he did, saying that everything was fine. Then the doctor asked to check his body temperature, and the guy hesitantly replied that it was fine. Hyunjun stood up for Sang-soo and said that his temperature was fine since he looked at his reports before the surgery. At this time, the nurse was very scared and shouted to the doctor that all the indicators continued to destabilize and the temperature was still rising. The doctor was thinking about what to do. Although the temperature was not critically high, the brain is much more sensitive to heating than other parts of the body. If this continues, the chances of complications will increase. He couldn't figure out whether he needed ice or whether it was better to finish the operation quickly. At that moment, Hyunjun turned to him. The guy suggested using a hypothermia stimulator, which should be in one of the departments. Sang-soo immediately began to apologize to the manager for the fact that Hyunjun interrupted him and interfered in something that was none of his business. The doctor thought about the guy's proposal. He wasn't sure it would work, but it was worth a try. He told the nurse to bring the machine right now, which was with the tumor team, and she immediately went to get it. Meanwhile, the doctor instructed the others to continue monitoring the indicators as they needed to complete the operation. A few minutes later, the nurse brought the device, and Kuk-hyun asked the boy if he knew how to use it. He clearly replied that he knew, and Ronnie in turn began to display instructions for using the hypothermia stimulator. With his help, the guy quickly installed CAME and attached it to the patient, and also started the device. He informed the doctor that he would now set the machine to quickly lower the patient's temperature, since all they could do now was wait for his temperature to return to normal. A few minutes later, the nurse told the doctor that the patient's blood pressure had stabilized, and all other indicators had returned to normal. Hyunjun was very surprised and glad that his proposal worked, and now they could finish the operation in peace. At this time, Kuk-hyun finished the stitching and instructed the nurse to take another blood and urine sample and constantly check the patient's condition until he regained consciousness. After finishing giving instructions, he rose from his chair and praised everyone who had been present at the operation for their good work. When they left the operating room, Kuk-hyun turned to Sang-soo. He said that it would be better for him not to be present at his operations, because he could not allow a person who did not know the basics to be his assistant. But the guy began to make excuses that he could not answer because he was nervous. The doctor turned to the guy and began to get very angry at him, since being nervous is an unacceptable excuse for a surgeon. He started yelling at Sang-soo and asking if he was ready to tell the patient's family about his medical error due to nerves. The boy lowered his head and replied that he was not ready for this and apologized to the doctor, Kuk-hyun Skal, that he had time to improve until the end of the week. The doctor told him to send him a report on their patient and let him go, for which the boy was very grateful to him. When the guy left, the head of the department thought that he couldn't throw a third-year resident out on the street because of one mistake. He approached Hyunjun and asked how the boy knew that the problem was due to his high temperature. The guy said that he was lucky enough to remember a similar case that he read about in one of his dissertations. In that report, they used ice packs to lower the temperature, but he thought the same thing could be done with the machine. The doctor was surprised that the guy was able to completely remember the entire answer he read, but Hyunjun said that he remembered only this part. The doctor in turn said that the guy would still quickly understand and guess. He asked him how he now felt about neurosurgery, but after such an intense operation, the guy had not yet had time to put everything into perspective. The doctor then told him that from that day on he would be an intern on the vascular operating team. Hearing this, Hyunjun replied that he didn't think he needed it. His words greatly surprised the doctor. He was very interested in being at surgeries and taking part in them, but since he is still an intern, he would like to use this opportunity to spend as much time as possible with patients. The doctor nodded approvingly at the guy and said that he understood his train of thought perfectly well. In response, Hyunjun asked for permission to attend operations from time to time. Kuk-hyun agreed to his request because due to his busy schedule at the hospital, he could not devote enough time to communicating with the patients. As he was going down in the elevator, He thought about how Hyunjung had made him remember something very important. He was impressed that the boy was thinking about something like that at such a young age. The director was eager to see what a wonderful doctor Hyunjun would become. Meanwhile, the guy's former classmate was standing at the reception desk and looking at some documents. Suddenly, someone's voice called out to him, and the guy turned around to see who it was. Turning around, he saw the deputy director of the hospital, Byun-jin Yong, in front of him, who asked the boy what he was thinking about. Lee told the deputy that he was simply thinking about the condition of a patient who had recently undergone surgery, and the doctor praised him and said that he had high hopes for him. Jin Yeon also asked how his father was doing, and the boy replied that he hoped he was okay. The doctor was surprised that Pareo lived in the same house with his father and did not know how he was doing, but Lee explained that his father was very busy and the guy himself was always in the hospital, so they did not often cross paths. Jin Yeon nodded in understanding, as he knew that his father was doing important things for the entire country, and it was obvious that he had no time. Then he decided not to bother the guy with questions anymore and told him to say hello and leave. When the deputy director left, the boy thought about his father. His first memory of him was his smile. Lee was still little and brought his father the results of the dictations he had written, for which he was praised, because the boy had the highest score. But when he grew up, his father's smile did not last long, and then it disappeared altogether. He beat his son for bad grades in high school and told him that he was a disgrace to his family. His father hated people who were useless to him, and when his son disappointed him, he considered him to be just that. When he left, he told his son that he would not tolerate trash in his house that could not even win first place in high school. That's how, because of one misdeed, the boy became trash for his father. After that, the guy began to study hard to achieve first place everywhere. The boy reported all his achievements in his studies to his father, who praised him not at all because he was his son. After all, only after receiving the highest result, he again won the value from his father, and he will not allow anyone to take it away from him anymore. After that, he continued to work hard and eventually managed to enter Korea's top medical university, Daehan University, and became the top first-year student. And there he continued to hold first place, as if it was meant only for him. Everything was like that until Hyunjun came along and took his first place and became the student with the best result. Before Lee even realized it, the black sheep, Jang Hyunjun, began to stand out from the crowd. One day, when Lee was seething with self-hatred and wondering how to fix everything so as not to lose his place, it was then that he first noticed a girl from his department named Yoon Song-nae. All the rage that had been building up inside him paled next to her. Everything seemed perfect to him. Until one day, Hyunjun appeared and took away from him this, the most precious thing he had. The guy saw them in the subway. They were sitting on a bench and holding hands tightly. This sight simply tore the guy apart from the inside. This is where his childhood memories ended, and he returned to reality again. Children were running along the corridor, disturbing the adult doctors. They were laughing merrily and not looking ahead. At that moment, Dr. Yoon was standing not far from them, and the children ran straight into her. She was saved from the collision by Dr. Lee, who managed to catch her hand. The girl made a remark to the children, since running around the hospital was strictly prohibited. Gyun-suk asked the girl to be more careful, but she explained that due to the large number of surgeries, she felt a little lost. The girl asked why the guy came to the pediatric department. He honestly answered her that he just wanted to see her. The guy was recuperating after the operation, which Yun was also doing. He suggested that she go out for lunch somewhere outside the hospital, and the girl immediately agreed. She wanted to take a break from everything and not think about urgent calls at the hospital. Gyun-suk also shared her condition. Yun turned to the guy and asked what he would like to eat, and at that moment, he saw Hyunjun's silhouette. He decided not to delay and immediately asked the girl if she knew that Hyunjun had returned to the institute again. Yoon was shocked by this news and did not understand how this was possible. Gyun-suk said that the guy was back at the internship and would now study. The girl turned away and said that she didn't care because she hadn't had anything in common with Hyunjun for a long time. She also told Gyun-suk that she remembered about the operation and their lunch was canceled. Yoon jumped up and ran away, trying not to show her emotions, no matter how hard she tried, but Hyunjun's return really hurt her. Gyun-suk found the guy and told him to go with him to the general surgery department. They went into the staff room and Gyun-suk kept telling the guy to go to his department. Hyunjun refused to go with him because he knew he just wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. But Yoon-suk told him that the general surgery department is where the best surgeons from all over the country are gathered. This meant that by becoming the best in this hospital, Hyunjun would become the best surgeon in the nation. Yoon-suk, in turn, was not going to stop in Korea and wanted to go to the States to improve himself. And upon returning, he was sure that he would be the closest to the position of chief physician. The guy didn't understand why Yoon-suk was telling him all this, and asked him not to beat around the bush and get straight to the point. He told him that he wanted to argue with him about who would become the best surgeon. Hearing this, Hyunjun was surprised because he didn't think that he would answer him for such a trifle. The guy walked up to the door and finally told his former classmate that such stupid questions could be discussed after work, because he had more important things to do now. Gyun-suk responded by telling the guy that he was running away again, just like when they were internships. Hyunjun was shocked by his words. He remembered everything that happened to him during all this time while he was not studying, and it definitely could not be called an escape. He told the guy that he had no time for arguments in first places, because his original goal was to become a trauma surgeon. Hyunjun simply wanted to become a doctor who didn't have to hand over patients to other departments or hospitals. He did drop out in the middle of his internship, but this time everything was different. Namely, he himself changed, because now he had a wonderful assistant and friend, Ronnie. Keun-suk was shocked by the guy's statement. He did not understand why he did not care that trauma surgeons have no influence in the scientific community, and they are not even members of a medical association. He thought the guy was too naive. A simple doctor does not make decisions about transferring a patient. This is approved by higher authorities, based on factors such as hospital equipment, politics, and reputation. And even if he becomes an outstanding doctor, this is impossible until he is the head physician. Finally, Gyun-suk told the guy that he didn't care what kind of absurd dreams he was having. But if he becomes a trauma surgeon, he will eventually support the general surgery department. He advised the guy not to run away anymore and to achieve at least what he had planned. When the guy left the staff room, he looked through the patient's cards. Gyun-suk's words were spinning in his head, but he tried not to think about it. Suddenly, he looked around and noticed that there was no one around, and because of this, he could not go home. He asked Ronnie to track the location of at least one doctor, and he said that the doctor was just approaching him from behind. Turning around, the guy saw a doctor running towards him at full speed, who was clearly excited about something. When he stopped next to the guy, he tried to catch his breath and said that they needed to run to the operating room immediately. He told the guy that Dr. Lee Ha-na had passed out, so he had to take her place. As Hyun-jun rushed off, the doctor told him about a patient who fainted while exercising. He suffered from hypertension, and the suspected problem was intracranial hemorrhage. He also added that he was more worried about the head of the department, because he had been operating for 22 hours already, and could become ill at any moment. The guy was in shock, because operating on a patient for so long seemed impossible to him. The doctor shouted to the guy that he would replace the assistant while he changed his clothes. Not far from the locker room, the guy saw Dr. Hana, who was lying in bad condition. He immediately thought about the serious condition of the head of the department. In the operating room, the head of surgery looked at the patient's brain scans and realized that the gray matter at the base of the hemisphere had increased, meaning they had lost too much time and would have to continue without navigation. When the doctor returned to the patient, the nurse asked how he was feeling, but even though he was feeling bad, the operation had to continue. He asked the nurse for an instrument, but when he took it, his vision went dark and he began to faint. Just at that moment, Hyun-jun came in and managed to grab the doctor by the arms so that he didn't fall to the floor. The nurse was glad the guy arrived on time because they were going to perform non-invasive aspiration on the patient. The guy said that he would first take the manager outside, since he was unconscious and needed rest. He put Kuk-hyun on a bench in the corridor, but he came to his senses and told the guy that he needed to finish the operation and take his place as assistant. Hyun-jun was deeply distressed by his words, but the doctor added that the patient's life was now in his hands, and he could not let him die. After these words, the doctor switched off again, and the guy swore to him that he would save the patient at any cost. When he returned back to the operating room, the doctor asked what was wrong with their head doctor. Hyun-jun explained that he was unconscious, so they needed to continue the operation without him. The doctor tensed up. He understood that now he had to do it, since he had already performed dozens of such operations. But he had never done it without navigation as their manager, so he was very worried and knew how to calm down. After all, if he makes a mistake even by a millimeter, the patient may become disabled. For a doctor, this is a huge responsibility, and it is too difficult. Dr. Chung held the phone in his hand and could not get himself together to begin the operation. His face was sweating with excitement. Hyunjun called out to him and said that he would aspirate the patient himself. The doctor was shocked by his words, because hearing such things from an intern was the same as not treating the patient at all. He was sure that the guy did not understand the full responsibility. The guy replied that he couldn't watch the patient's life fade away, so he would at least try to save him. But the doctor said that desire alone was not enough to carry out the procedure, and something could go wrong. Without thinking twice, Hyunjun decisively told Dr. Jang that he would take full responsibility. Hearing this, the doctor was shocked by his determination and, to some extent, even impudence, but there was no other way out. The guy walked up to the patient and picked up a tube that needed to be inserted into the brain. As he approached him, his heart was beating wildly, and Ronnie noticed this too. Ronnie suggested that he increase the release of the action of the dermatologist, which is involved in the processes of central inhibition and increases brain activity. He was only waiting for his consent, and the guy did not refuse such an offer because he needed to pull himself together as quickly as possible. Ronnie informed him that he was relaxing his nerves with GABA and his heart rate was returning to normal. Dr. Chan watched him from the side and saw that the boy began to calm down. The guy remembered Kook Hyun's words about imagining a three-dimensional image in his head and asked Ronnie if he could sit on the flat images as a three-dimensional model, as the manager described. Ronnie replied that it was possible to use CT scans to create a 3D image. The guy confirmed his consent, and Ronnie began to generate a 3D image. He showed him the conclusion of recommendations for aspiration based on the CT images. Hyunjun began to insert the catheter and alerted the doctor, who was very tense about it. Once he had it in, Ronnie told the guy that he was getting to the right position, and now he needed to attach a syringe to the catheter and remove the blood. The boy asked Dr. Chan to remove the guide tube and feed it into the syringe. Ronnie informed the boy that the prediction calculated from the CT scans gave a 51% chance of successful aspiration. Dr. Chan watched the boy's actions. If the aspiration was done correctly, then the clotted blood should start to come out. But nothing like that happened. He tensed as he realized it was a bad idea to let the guy do this himself. Suddenly, he saw that blood began to come out through the tube. They were shocked that the guy was able to perform the aspiration, and amazed that Hyunjun was able to do it without navigation. Rogni informed the boy that Paris's chance of dying had dropped by 7%, and Dr. Chan began to grab him. Having finished the procedure, the guy put the syringe down and exhaled, as it was quite difficult. He told Dr. Jung and the nurse that he was getting dizzy from nerves, but they just laughed at him. Hyunjun approached the doctor and asked him to stitch the patient since he had never stitched a person before. The doctor replied that he would do it, since he could not leave the stitches on the intern. He asked the guy to grant him amnesty. Now he had to see it through to the end. Without the heavy burden, Dr. Chan's skills shone through. The worst-case scenario that had flashed before his eyes a moment ago, forgotten in the tense silence of the operating room. When the doctor finished stitching up, the Pario cut the thread, and with that he thanked everyone for their good work. After leaving the operating room, Hyunjun immediately began to apologize to Dr. Chung for his willfulness, because the situation was really difficult and could not stand waiting. The doctor replied to the boy that the situation was indeed overwhelming and alarming, but if he had not taken the initiative, something much worse could have happened. He explained to the boy that when he so bravely took control, he had a revelation, and thanked him. In turn, Hyunjun was glad that the doctor did not hold a grudge against him. But Dr. Jeong was still curious about how he was able to find the blood clot without navigation. The guy became noticeably flustered and said that the head of the department was telling him how he imagined images from CT scans, and the guy had been practicing this for several days. The doctor thought about his words and replied that this was very good. In turn, he had in vain relied too much on the equipment. But the guy didn't want to offend the doctor, to which he said that it didn't matter to him how he made a fool of himself in the operating room. In order to survive that day, he decided to work harder. In any case, he would tell the staff everything himself, because it would be wrong if what happened had a bad effect on Hyunjun's future, for which the guy was very grateful to the doctor. The next day, the guy came to the room of the patient he had operated on and observed him. He wanted the man to wake up as soon as possible, although it was not an easy task. But the patient's relatives were really looking forward to it. Suddenly, a nurse called out to the guy and said that the head of the department wanted to see him and was calling him into his office. The guy thanked her and immediately went to him. On the way, San-Soo approached the guy and asked if he had finished with the materials he had asked him to prepare and take to the staff room. Turning to him, the guy replied that he didn't have time for this, as the manager was calling him. But San-Soo didn't care. He wanted the guy to complete his task first and then go wherever he wanted. Hyunjun asked him if he wanted to use these materials for the report that the manager assigned him, although he should have done it himself. San-Soo got very angry at the guy and said that when a resident tells an intern something, he should obey him without question. He believed that such a hierarchy was created in the hospital for a reason, and that the orders of senior officials were followed unconditionally. At this moment, his words were heard by Dr. Jung, who was a little shocked by his behavior, because the head of the department took pity on him and allowed him to atone for his guilt, but instead, he pushes everything onto the intern. Dr. Jung told Sang-Soo that after he submitted his report to the head of the department, the senior Dr. Jung would give him a report a week to teach him a lesson. Sang-Soo was simply shocked by his words and was very ashamed of his behavior. But the doctor didn't give him a chance to leave and dragged him into his office to give him another job, and Hyunjun mentally thanked him for that. As the boy approached the head of the department's door and knocked on it, he thought about how he felt after that incident during the operation. At that moment, Ronnie warned that he was just approaching him from behind, and suddenly, the guy heard the doctor's voice, who told him not to stand at the door, but to go into the office. This scared the guy a little. Entering the office, they sat down on the sofa, and the guy was a little nervous, because he did not understand whether the doctor was angry with him for the operation he had checked. He was even more nervous than during the operation. The doctor called out to him, and when the boy turned to him, he saw that Cook Hyun had bowed and asked him for forgiveness, saying that he was now in his debt. Hyunjun began to tell the doctor that he couldn't influence the flow of emergency surgeries anyway, so it wasn't his fault. But the boy's words did not soften his mistake. The doctor still felt guilty for overestimating his endurance. He thanked the guy because after the rest he felt much better. The doctor added that in the entire history of their hospital, Panacea was the first intern to assist in an operation. The other doctors would simply explode with indignation when they heard about this. Hyunjun thought that if he continued to pull such stunts, he would soon be blacklisted by the entire hospital. The doctor will notice that the guy is upset about something and will tell him to keep his head up. He told him that Dr. Chan had spoken well of him and said that he would be glad to see the guy continue to work in the neurosurgery department. Now, he already had 2 admirers. The guy didn't understand which fans he was talking about, and the doctor explained that the first was him and the second was Dr. Chan. Hyunjun blushed at his words and asked him not to imitate him anymore. In response, the doctor only laughed. He praised him for his good work and said that now he needed a rest, and with that they said goodbye and the guy left. Kook Hyun was impressed by the guy who performed the brain surgery. He wanted to ask him a lot of things, but he was sure that he would have time to chat with him later. Hyunjun left the hospital and immediately went to the hospital to see his mother to visit her and take a walk. He told her about how he performed the operation, and that the head of the department himself checked it. The hospital staff was also wonderful. Everyone was so kind to him. There are so many amazing people working there, so my mom had nothing to worry about. The guy was more interested in how his mother was doing, but she convinced him that she was fine and that it had become much easier for her to talk. He took her hand and placed it on his cheek, knowing it was a huge relief that she was getting better. Mom suddenly remembered that she heard the patient from the next room stop his treatment. Hyunjun immediately realized that if this patient was from the next room, it meant that he was receiving the same drug as his mother, but he didn't understand why this happened. Mom replied that she didn't know for sure, but most likely he had some side effects. Hyunjun decided not to continue the conversation about it and suggested that his mother go inside, since it was already quite cold. When he took her back to her room, he himself went to the professor who was treating her to clarify some questions. They went into his office and Panacea started asking about the side effects of the drug. Then Professor Kim said that this effect was cancer. He said that in the second stage of clinical trials, none of the patients had these cases. Therefore, they believed that people with a special set of genes responded to mesenchymal stem cells in exactly this way. The professor was sure that what was said would be difficult for the guy to understand, but he understood that the problem was not in the medicine, but in the characteristics of the patient's body, and the difficulty was that it was not clear which gene was causing the cancer. The doctor was shocked that the guy understood everything. He also added that until they identify the gene, they will not understand who can develop cancer. He also thinks the boy's mother will be fine because she hasn't shown any symptoms so far, but there's no guarantee he won't show up either. The professor sighed heavily and said that if stability in the drug was not achieved, the trials could be shut down. Hyunjun asked the doctor if there was any way to solve this problem, but he replied that it was all very complicated and he would not understand if everything was explained to him. But the guy was determined and ready to listen to everything the professor would tell him, even if it concerned his mother. Then the professor said that when directing mesenchymal cells to damaged tissues, they use viruses because they guarantee efficiency. But because of the possibility of developing cancer and/or immune deficiency, they changed the process using a non-viral method, but then other side effects emerged. He also talked about the circular vector, which was a product of a combination of conventional plasmids and expression vectors, and they developed a technology that allowed them to introduce the desired gene into mesenchymal cells. But unfortunately, the results are not enough to be used on a patient. But if I found a way to increase the efficiency of the circular vectors, then they would avoid spinning cancer regardless of the patient's genotype. When the boy left the hospital, on the way he asked Ronnie how to solve this problem, but he replied that he could not find a solution to the problem from the available data. Hyunjun told him that he would go to the library since he had time before lunch. Ronnie told the boy that there was a limit to the amount of information he could consume, and that there was a chance his body would not be able to withstand the overexertion. The guy sped up to get to the library faster and told Ronnie that even if that was the case, he still couldn't give up in such a situation. Ronnie felt that Hyunjun's impulsive actions were caused by unexpected news and suggested that he increase the release of regulators to restore rational thinking. The guy was angry at Ronnie for repeating the same thing over and over again and said that he couldn't live by logic alone. Hyunjun asked him if he knew about Lorenzo's oil, and Ronnie said it was a liquid compound of 4 parts glycerol trialeate and 1 part glycerol triaricate. It was FDA approved and is now used for a rare disease called ALD. Then the guy asked if he knew who invented it, but Ronnie didn't have enough information. Hyunjun said that it was Lorenzo's parents who came up with it. His father was a bank employee and his mother was an ordinary housewife, people with zero knowledge in the field of medicine, and their son suffered from ALD. If you do the math, their chances of finding treatment were below 0. Lorenzo's parents invented the drug only out of love for their child, since at that time the mechanism of the disease was not fully understood, so the boy, who doctors predicted would live for 2 years, will live a long life. And since Ronnie talked about wanting to learn more about people, not giving up when the odds are against him is what makes him human. People like Lorenzo's family, belief in miracles makes him human, and Ronnie is the biggest miracle that happened in the guy's life. So he just wanted him to stop repeating that it was impossible and just believe that everything could be changed. Ronnie repeated to the guy that his body might not be able to handle the excess of information, but then he suggested that he start studying with works from the biomaterials categories. Hyunjun was grateful to Ronnie for understanding and supporting him in this situation. The guy came to the library and began to study materials that could somehow find the religion of his problem. Suddenly, the guy found a way and asked Ronnie that if this gene was placed in the circular vector that the professor had talked about, wouldn't that increase the efficiency of transportation? Ronnie replied that his search had shown that it might be possible using a technique called microporation that had been developed in the lab last year, and the boy immediately picked up the phone and decided to call the professor. It was already late at night, but this did not stop the guy. When he finally got through to the professor, he explained to him that he had found what they should do with the drug. Professor Kim told the boy that he understood his indignation, but the problem was too big to be solved so quickly, so he wanted to hang up. But the guy didn't let him do it and shouted into the phone that this method is called microporation, which was recently developed at Duke University. Hyunjun added that this method can be used to introduce circular vectors with a gene into mesenchymal stem cells. The professor thought about the guy's words because it was a very serious statement. After a few minutes of waiting, he told Hyunjun to come to him immediately, and they would discuss everything. The guy was very happy about this and immediately went to his office. When he arrived, They sat down at the table, and the professor began to ponder how a simple intern could come up with such a complex solution in half a day. He briefly explained to the guy that there shouldn't be any problems with this method. All that was needed was to contact the universities of Cologne and Duke, but since the research had already been published, they could use it. He also said that he would talk to the people in charge at CodeStem Corporation so that they could begin clinical trials as soon as possible. The guy thanked the professor for such a prompt response, because many lives depended on it. When the guy came to work, he looked very tired, as he had not managed to rest properly. A nurse approached him and asked why he had come so early, but the boy explained that he just wanted to start early. He decided to get to work, but the nurse noticed dark circles under his eyes and did not understand why the guy did not rest. He replied that he did not have time for this, since he needed to study some materials. When she left, another nurse approached the guy and said that some man had come to see the guy and really wanted to meet him. The guy walked up to the reception desk and saw Professor Kim standing there, but he didn't understand why he came to him. Hyunjun greeted the professor and asked him why he came, to which he replied that he was looking for the guy in his mother's room in the morning, but was told that he had left, so he came to the university to introduce him to someone. At that moment, a woman approached the guy and introduced herself as the CEO of the company that developed that very drug. Her name was Kang Jun Song. Professor Kim explained to Hyunjun that after their conversation, he immediately arranged a meeting with company representatives. Mrs. Khan said she would rather meet with whoever came up with the idea to address the side effects they were seeing, as the problem of side effects was very important to their company. They were watched by Song Lee and the nurse, who were surprised that someone from such an eternal corporation came to see the guy in person. After all, it was the largest Korean company developing stem cell treatments, and anyone interested in this field knew about this company. Sang-soo came up to Song Lee and saw that Hyunjun was talking to someone again. He wanted to go and tell him, but decided that his lunch break was more important to him. Song Lee explained to him that the guy was talking to the director of a large company himself. At that moment, the head of the department and the professor approached them and asked what they were talking about so furiously. When Director Han noticed the professor, she immediately ran to him to say hello. The professor was surprised that Han was doing in their hospital, because she was very busy, but the woman replied that she had business here. She turned her attention to Kook Hyun, who was surprised that she knew him, but the headmistress said that she couldn't help but know the best surgeon in Korea. The professor introduced Director Han to Kook Hyun as an adventurous businesswoman with medical knowledge who had built a major pharmaceutical company, and the woman was very pleased with his compliments and became a little embarrassed. Then Kook Hyun asked her what kind of medicine she was testing at their hospital. The headmistress replied that she had come to meet with Dr. Chang, but Kook Hyun didn't understand why with him in particular. She told the doctor that he was likely aware of the safety and effectiveness issues with the stem cell drug, and that Hyunjun had just come up with a method to eliminate those issues. The manager was a little shocked that the guy could do something like that, so Director Han asked to borrow the guy for a while so they could talk to him, and the doctor gave permission. When they left the hospital, they went into the nearest cafe to talk alone. Director Han said she did not have time to conduct the simulation, but his arguments convinced her of the merits of the study. The guy was happy to hear her praise, but in fact, Jong Song had already carried out all the necessary simulations. Despite the fact that it was done in a hurry, using Dr. Chan's method, the success rate jumps to a whopping 80%. She just wanted to take a look at the person who came up with this brilliant idea. Interns have very little time to sleep, but he still spent it studying such a subject. He could have become arrogant, but from beginning to end, he behaved very modestly, and this impressed her very much. They stood up and Director Han thanked the guy. Although they would be able to see the drug's effect during clinical trials, he still did a great job by giving them this idea, but the guy thought he was just lucky. The woman answered him that luck was also a kind of skill, and turned to her secretary. The girl began to announce how much the average monthly bill for a stay at Sunning Hospital was, as well as the amount for the transaction services. Jun Song felt that it would be remiss of someone like Hyunjun to care about such worldly issues, because in the time it takes him to earn this money, the guy could have achieved much more. She handed the guy a certificate for a large sum, and said that from that day on, all expenses for his mother's treatment would be paid by her company. The guy was shocked by her statement that for a second he was even speechless. Without thinking twice, Hyunjun said that he couldn't accept such a huge amount, But Director Han was unwavering, because this was her contribution to the future. Because if the guy were to specialize in neurosurgery after his internship, she would arrange for him to participate in a research program under their supervision. Hyunjun thanked her for paying the bills, but he had to give up his research, which greatly shocked the director and her secretary. He explained to them that he would go into traumatology, as his goal was to become a surgeon. When they said goodbye on the way home, Jong Song thought about the guy's words, because he reminded her very much of her in her youth. The guy went to his mother to check on her. When he looked into the room, he saw that she was sleeping and decided not to disturb her. He leaned against the door and thought that he would do everything so that she could get better as quickly as possible. He then thanked Ronnie for his help, despite his stubbornness, because his decision was far from logical. Ronnie replied that judging by the results, this action was a success, and he would take this into account in the future. He didn't mind doing it further because it was amazing teamwork. Before he knew it, his first month in the neurosurgery department, a month that seemed to have no end, was drawing to a close. Hyunjun thanked the head doctor for teaching him a lot, and the doctor told him to keep up the good work, because experience makes them good doctors. The guy met a lot of good people during this time, which flew by in an instant, such as the manager Kim, who was a role model. But there were also those who disliked him from the first day, as well as those who would like to be friends with him. But the main achievement for him was understanding how a surgeon should be disposed towards an operation. He could only guess what awaited him in the next department, pediatrics. When they moved to the pediatrics department, Hana was very upset about something. The guy saw this and asked what was wrong with her, because maybe she just doesn't like children. But Hannah replied that she loved them, but as she walked through the ward, she saw the children's intensive care unit. And she couldn't stand it. Seeing all these tubes and wires coming out of their bodies, she felt very sorry for the children. She hoped that she would not end up in the wrong department, and the intern standing next to her also hoped so, since in the intensive care unit she struggled not only with physical pain, but also with psychological pain. He added that he had even heard of guardians being blacklisted because of the way some parents behaved. The guy listened to them and said that he would take the intensive care unit for himself, which really shocked his classmates. But someone had to take him away, and the guy was a pretty tough nut to crack. But he also understood that with an attitude like theirs, the children would immediately sense the doctor's ill will. Hana was even more upset because it was very difficult to be in that department. But the guy convinced her that everything would be fine with him, and as soon as the resident arrived, he would immediately ask about it. A few minutes later, a female resident ran into the office and apologized for being late. She stopped in front of them and introduced herself as a second-year pediatric surgery resident named Song Yoon-jin. The interns also greeted her back, and she proceeded to quickly explain everything to them, telling them that they were taking the place of the previous interns, and also reminding them that they had the same rules as the other departments. But the only thing that made them different was that there were 3 more rules they needed to know. The first rule is not to argue with the guardians, as nothing good will come of it. The second is that if they are unable to take blood, it is better for them to call the resident to avoid unnecessary problems. And the third rule was that interns were never allowed to get attached to children so as not to lose their cool. At this point, she decided that they had no more questions and allowed them to get to work. But one of the interns told her that they still needed to assign responsibilities, which surprised her greatly, since she thought that they had already done everything themselves. Dr. Song was sure that they would all keep quiet to avoid being sent to intensive, so she suggested that they draw lots to make things fair. Hyunjun raised his hand and said that he would be going to the intensive care unit, which greatly surprised the resident. At this point, Dr. Yoon approached her to see if she was free, but they had not yet assigned duties. Dr. Song told her that one of the interns had volunteered to work in the intensive care unit, and the girl asked who that brave fellow was. When the intern pointed at one of them, the girl raised her head and saw that same Hyunjun, and was dumbfounded with surprise. The guy smiled back at her and greeted her because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dr. Song was surprised that they knew each other, but the girl explained that they were in the same class. She turned away so as not to look at the boy and told the doctor to send him wherever he wanted, because she knew the guy could handle it, because he always does what he wants. When she left, Dr. Song sensed the tension, but she didn't dwell on it and allowed the boy to go to the intensive care unit and told the others to draw lots. The guy decided to go straight to his department so as not to waste time, and outside the door stood Yoon, who could not come to her senses from such a meeting. Hyunjun didn't think that the girl would go into surgery, because she had a very gentle character, and he knew for sure that she was still angry with him. Ronnie suddenly informed the guy that the functions of his autonomic system had deviated from the norm, and he could put them in order. But the guy owed him that people themselves cannot control this, so he would cope. When he arrived at the department, he immediately got to work and approached one of the mothers to inform her that he would now be taking blood from her child. The woman looked very displeased and said that the previous interns had only just learned how to take blood, and now they had sent new ones again. She muttered under her breath that all the interns were incompetent, who couldn't even draw blood, but called themselves doctors, as if they didn't feel sorry for the children at all. Pareo noticed that the atmosphere in the pediatric ward was completely different from that in neurosurgery. He could feel the anxiety of the irritated parents piercing him like needles. It was only the second month, so the guy could understand their concerns. He asked the woman not to worry, as he would try to make everything painless. But the mother stood her ground, because all the interns told her the same thing, but her daughter still cried every time. Meanwhile, the guy took the needle, and Ronnie checked the blood vessel. When he inserted a needle into her vein to draw blood, the girl did not cry at all. She only grimaced a little from the pain. The guy immediately praised her for her courage. The other mothers watched him and were shocked that he got it right the first time. When he finished, the girl's mother approached him and told him to call the professor to examine her daughter. Hyunjun was surprised because he could also listen to her and examine the child, but the woman waved her off and said that she would find the professor. He realized that after a long stay in the hospital, parents understand what is what, and therefore do not consider anyone lower than a professor to be a doctor. The guy continued to insist that he could also answer her questions, but the woman did not think that he knew what he was talking about and what her daughter was sick with. She added that the girl who came before him also called herself a doctor, but in fact knew even less than she did. The guy took the folder with the child's diagnosis and began to study it. Ronnie said that the girl had Hirschsprung's disease, previously called a congenital intestinal defect, but it was renamed because of its ability to affect other organs. Looking at her tests, Hyunjun told the woman that the transplant area had been examined using a colonoscopy, so the operation should be performed soon. The method of operation would be determined by the professor after laparoscopy, and after the operation the girl should recover quickly, so he asked the woman not to transfuse because of this. She was shocked by his words, but still did not understand where her daughter got sepsis from. But Pareo explained that all the symptoms with which the girl was admitted to hospital were due to intestinal obstruction, caused by a physical blockage of the intestines, which began to die due to lack of blood circulation, and bacteria and harmful substances remained in the intestinal blood, causing sepsis. The woman was amazed, because everything the guy said was exactly like that and no one had ever answered her questions in such detail. She felt uneasy about how she had treated him so disrespectfully from the start. Apparently, most doctors conduct examinations and take tests without any explanation for parents, so he could understand it, and he knew exactly what it was, since he experienced something similar when his father died. Hyunjun smiled at her and told her that she could contact him with any question she had, and he would try to answer it as clearly and in detail as possible. The woman was very grateful to him, because no other doctor understood her so well. The guy quickly took blood samples from the children, which eased the parents' worries a little. After all, not every parent can calmly watch their child cry during the procedure, and if it is necessary for food, they would prefer it to be as painless as possible. A nurse approached the guy and told him to let one of the clients through, since Dr. Sun would personally take their blood. But Hyunjun replied that he had already taken their blood, which shocked the nurse greatly, since they had never been able to do it the first time. The nurse was sure that the woman was on the black list, but how he managed to find an approach to them was unknown to her. She decided that the guy was just lucky and warned him to wait for Dr. Song next time. Not far from them, a grandmother sat next to her grandson and observed his condition. Suddenly the device stopped showing his heartbeat, and the woman began to scream loudly in fear for her baby. The nurse immediately approached the child and said that his heart was in cardiac arrest. Hyunjun rushed to her aid, since no other doctors had arrived yet. Apparently, they were busy with other things, but the guy couldn't just sit there and wait for the golden hour to pass. He asked the woman to move away from the child and climbed on top of him to begin resuscitating him. Pareo shouted to the nurse to start artificially pumping the lungs, and she immediately rushed to help him. Ronnie advised the guy that once the air supply was established, the ratio of air pumping to air compression should be 1 to 10, so he needed to reduce the compression force to avoid damage to the body. He also said that the air supply is too fast, the blood flow to the brain, the result of which is a decrease in the chance of survival. Hearing this, the boy shouted at the nurse not to pump in air too quickly. Ronnie asked the guy to perform CPR by alternating hands, and to keep the joint working with his free hand, and the perio followed his instructions completely. Ronnie also told him what drugs needed to be administered to the patient followed by defibrillation, but the guy couldn't give such orders because he was just an intern. He had no idea where the other doctors were, but Ronnie warned him that action had to be taken immediately as the patient's chances of survival were rapidly declining. The guy decided to prescribe medications to the child at his own risk and told the nurse about it. He also said that this is refractory ventricular fibrillation and that we need to start with 30 joules. The guy scolded himself for starting to doubt the help because as a doctor, he must do everything in his power. After a few more presses on the patient's chest, the device showed positive results, and the child's heart began beating again. At that moment, doctors came running and started asking what happened to the patient. The nurse pointed to the guy and said that because he started resuscitation in time, no other drugs were needed except epinephrine, and the patient was completely fine. But the doctor didn't understand who this guy was. Then Dr. Song told him that he was an intern who had just transferred to their department. The doctor was very angry because of the Pionya's willfulness, because no one gave him permission to prescribe any drugs. But Dr. Yun suddenly stopped him, which greatly surprised the doctor. They saw the woman throw herself into Hyunjun's arms and start crying, as she was very worried about her grandson, but the guy told her that the danger had passed, and they would only need to keep a close eye on him. Dr. Yun warned the doctor to save his lectures for another occasion, as it was completely inappropriate now. She approached the guy and told him to go with her to the doctor's office as they needed to talk. When the guy entered the doctor's office, he immediately looked at his hands. It seemed to him that something was wrong with him. At that moment, when the child's life was on the line, for some reason, he did not feel any emotions. But I explained to Ronnie that this was the result of the body's reaction to a recent change in the central nervous system and also in the brain. These kinds of emotions interfere with making the most rational and effective decisions, which in turn contradicts the goal of becoming a doctor who can perform his duties without panic, regardless of the situation. All these current changes are the result of his desires. Since the synchronization has increased, the work of his nervous system has also been improved. This meant that the more he synchronized, the better he would be able to control his emotions. The guy was not sure if this was a good result. At that moment, Dr. Yun came in and asked him what he was unsure about. When the guy saw her, he felt a little uneasy, since it would be just right to control his emotions now. She asked the guy again what he was not sure about, but he did not answer her question, and the girl realized that he had not changed at all. Then she said that the patient's condition had stabilized and that he was being monitored, and all this was thanks to his quick actions. She just didn't understand where the guy got his experience in pediatric intensive care. She also told him that she had resolved the issue regarding the drugs because regardless of the outcome, an intern prescribing a drug was against the rules. Hyunjun thanked her for her help and reached for one of the cups the girl was holding. But she suddenly removed her hand before he could reach it and asked if he had any other questions for her. He replied that he wanted to discuss something else with her, but Song-ye suddenly turned around and walked towards the door, saying that she was urgently needed. The guy didn't have time to say anything before the girl left the office, and he again couldn't apologize to her. A few days later, Hyunjun was still making rounds to see patients, and one of the mothers he met on the first day came up to him and thanked him for finally letting them go home. She considered his actions professional, even at the time when she was rude to him, and she felt very uncomfortable about it. After the first day in the department, the parents' attitude towards Hyunjun changed. People who had previously been worried about their children now behaved calmly, feeling safe. And, as a result of this, health workers had much fewer problems with them, which meant things were getting better. One day, a guy came to one of the patients named Injun and told him that it was his turn to donate blood for testing. 8-year-old Injun was quite an interesting patient, mainly because of his unusual calmness. Unlike drawing blood from a vein, drawing blood from an artery to analyze the gases in it was more painful. But Injun simply frowned slightly and did not make a single sound. And also, every time he gave him injections, the boy for some reason looked him straight in the eyes. After Hyunjun finished all the procedures, a nurse came up to him and said that the deputy director was calling him. The deputy called not only him but also Dr. Yun, and when they came to his office, they waited a few more minutes while he talked on the phone. When he finished, he asked them to sit down and not stand as if it was their first day in the hospital. He also noticed that they looked very cute together and asked the guy who he was. Hyunjun introduced himself and said that he was an intern. The secretary brought the deputy some coffee, and he continued to say that the reason he had gathered them was quite simple. He wanted them to tell him all the details about the recent incident in the department. Dr. Yoon began to say that the pediatrics department was in a meeting at the time of the incident, so they arrived on the scene as quickly as they could. When Dr. Jang Hyunjun was doing his standard duties and found himself right in the middle of what was happening, he immediately began resuscitation. The deputy noted that up until that moment the guy had been doing an excellent job, since as an intern, performing pediatric resuscitation is not that easy. But he also heard rumors that an intern had prescribed epinephrine to a patient, and he wondered how that had happened. The girl hesitated because the deputy continued to ask for an explanation, even though he knew how critical the situation was. Then the guy decided to answer this question himself, and said that he prescribed the drug because he did not consider it appropriate to delay resuscitation even further, and apologized for this. The deputy asked the guy if he had performed pediatric resuscitation before, since he used some rather unconventional methods. Hyunjun said he read about it in a recently published dissertation, and decided to put it into practice, a new method aimed at minimizing the strain on the hand. The deputy listened to the guy. He put down his cup and rose from his chair, saying that he was very surprised by such new methods. He came up behind them and said he liked competent doctors like Dr. Chang, decisive and self-possessed, handling new information. The deputy was sure that there were many competent people among the doctors, but not everyone knew about them. Song Yi interrupted the deputy and said that not only did the guy perform successful resuscitation, but the instructions on the seasonings were also accurate. But the doctor did not let her finish. He turned to her and asked with displeasure why she dared to interrupt him, since the head of the pediatric surgery department had not taught her such behavior. The girl was frightened and immediately turned away from him. She apologized for having behaved recklessly. He went on to say that he liked competent doctors, but there was another type of person he liked even more. The deputy leaned over to the students and said that he liked people who were polite and well-mannered, and his voice made their blood run cold. Interns, residents, doctors, associate professors, and behind them the deputy director with the director himself. The hospital had a kind of hierarchy, somewhat reminiscent of an army. He took the boy by the shoulder and said that one man cannot win a war, no matter how competent he is. And the rules in the hospital were extremely simple. Even if an intern knows and understands something, he can act only when he is given the appropriate order. Thus, the deputy explained to the guy that he could not use new methods of resuscitation until he was given permission, and this also concerned the prescription of drugs. And if he was not satisfied with something, his deputy advised him to create his own hospital and do there as he pleased. He returned to his seat and said that Dr. Yun had covered up the intern's mistake, and he, in turn, had acted as he wanted, which was against the rules, so he believed that they were both to blame. But considering that nothing bad happened and the patient survived, he will give them a break, but only this time. The deputy added that he would not put this on their personal files, but if something similar happened again, they would not get off easy. They stood up and thanked the deputy, after which they went to continue working. He also asked the girl to tell the head of the pediatric surgery department to come to his office since he needed to talk to him. Song Ye nodded to him and left the office. As they walked down the corridor, Yoon asked the guy why he was so gloomy, since the whole blow had come to her. Hyunjun replied that he was very sorry about it, as he didn't want to set her up, but he was glad that it wouldn't be recorded in their personal files. But Yoon didn't think so because the deputy was not as simple as he actually seemed. Although he said that there would be no entries in their personal files, there was still a lot of reprimanding and grumbling ahead of them. Just as Song Ye said, starting from the next day, the stop at the pediatric surgery department began to heat up. The department's residents were constantly called to regular meetings, and everyone knew the reason, which in turn was precisely Hyunjun. Now he understood that he shouldn't count on an easy life and good treatment. The guy continued to go about his business, despite the tense atmosphere. He came again to the boy in June, who needed to have his blood taken for analysis again. The boy called the guy simply Hyun, but his mother asked him not to address the doctor that way, and Hyunjun, on the contrary, said that he also liked it better that way. Injun whispered in the boy's ear, so that he wouldn't tell his mother that the injections from other doctors were very painful, because when a boy gives him an injection, it doesn't hurt at all. Hyunjun was very pleased to hear this, and he told the boy that he would try to do everything quickly and as painlessly as possible. The guy decided to ask the boy why he always looks him in the eye when he gives him injections. Then Injun confidently answered him that this was how he determined whether his smile was fake or not. The guy didn't understand what he meant, and the boy explained that people who give injections have a smile on their face, but only coldness in their eyes, and that he used to be the same. Hyunjun was glad to hear that. He thought that the boy had found out about the incident with the intensive care unit, which once again showed how different children were from adults. At one of the meetings, resident Dr. Yun talked about a patient, a boy named Injun. This patient, who had Eisenmenger syndrome caused by a car accident, required a heart and lung transplant. One day, a boy took part in a running competition, the goal of which was to run to the finish line faster than anyone else. The boy's mother and grandparents were rooting for him that day, and they had no doubt that Injun would run first. When the shot from the toy gun rang out, signaling the start of the competition, the children immediately jumped up and started running. Suddenly, halfway to the finish line, the boy fell to the ground unconscious. When his mother saw this, she was very scared and immediately rushed to his aid. When they first went to the hospital, they were told that the hole was not that big and that it could close on its own with age, as the boy had no symptoms until they started taking medication. And now they are told that the child needs a transplant, which makes the woman even more worried, and her eyes are constantly filled with tears. The guy nodded understandingly, because he knew that the girl had gone through a lot of pain, which made him feel uneasy. She thanked Hyunjun for listening to her and for his good treatment of her son. Injun suffered a lot all this time, constant examinations, endless waiting for a donor, and all he wanted was to just play outside. And also, he was very afraid of injections. Very little on his part, which he did not show, trying to protect her from anxiety. But from this, it only hurt her more. Hyunjun told her that her son was just a wonderful child, but she added that since his arrival, Injun began to smile much more often. Since he talks to him a lot and does everything very carefully, she would really like to quickly find a donor for him and perform the operation. Pareo took the girl by the hand and tried to calm her down, saying that the cardiac surgeon was a smart and famous person with many operations under his belt, so she shouldn't worry so much. When they finished talking, the guy went on about his business and on the way asked Ronnie if there was a chance of success of the operation, but he replied that this value is difficult to calculate, but the chance is quite low. However, the survival rate for heart transplant at Daehan University Hospital is at least 10% higher than other international transplant centers. Meanwhile, at the meeting, Dr. Yun told the professors that the chance of a successful operation in children is lower than in adults, as the mortality rate in children during transplantation is 20%. The deputy director did not think this number was very large, and asked the girl how many pediatric transplants of this kind had been performed in their country over the years. Dr. Yun replied that 4 operations have been performed so far, and a 4-year-old girl whose lungs were damaged due to PHMG was successfully given a heart and lung transplant at her hospital. As for other operations, they were performed in other hospitals, and of them, there was only 1 successful case. Ronnie told the same thing to the guy. 2 out of 3 operations failed, and the child did not survive. The guy noticed that in just a week, Injun's condition had significantly worsened, and they urgently needed a donor. At that moment, the mother of that same boy ran up to him and rushed to hug him. The guy was shocked by her behavior and did not understand what had happened. She fell to her knees and began to cry, saying that her son would soon have an operation since a donor had appeared and he had chosen Injun. When the guy heard this, he was incredibly happy about it, because he was also very worried about the boy. He began to calm the girl down, as he knew that everything should be fine now, and the news of the upcoming transplant had caused quite a stir in the hospital. An operation of this kind was quite rare, and the chances of its success were small, so if it were successful, the hospital would receive a huge boost in popularity. And in accordance with this, Injun's medical care increased several times, and now the resident Dr. Yun also took tests from him. The boy looked at the girl with distrust and asked her where Hen was, but the girl did not understand who they were talking about. Then the boy's mother said that her son had become very attached to Dr. Hyunjun, and that was why she was asking for him. Jun also said that his mother also likes the doctor because she hugged him, but she asked her son to be quiet, and Yun not to pay attention to it. While the boy was busy, a nurse approached him and said that Dr. Yun had asked him to take blood from a patient in June. Hen was a little surprised because she told him that she could easily handle it herself. Without thinking twice, the guy went to the boy and started taking blood, while June told him that he wanted to become an athlete when he grew up. The boy said that when he wins a gold medal, he will shout his mother's name right into the camera for the whole world to hear. Hyunjun asked what about his name, and the boy replied that he would shout his name too. Dr. Yun watched them quietly, really enjoying seeing how well the boy got along with children. Jun told the guy that when he found out about the operation, he was very happy, but now he is a little afraid, to which Hyun replied that he is also worried. The boy did not understand why Hen shaved, since he was not a child. But the Panacea replied that he would understand when he grew up, since it was much harder for adults than for children, and he wanted the boy to support his mother properly. When the boy turned around to leave, Jun suddenly asked him if he could perform the surgery on him, because if he did it, the boy would not feel any pain at all. Hearing this, the guy replied that the operation would be performed by doctors who were much better than him, so the boy would definitely not be in pain, because he was in the best hospital in Korea. When night fell, the boy went to rest in the duty room and, lying on the bed, asked Ronnie if the boy's operation would be successful. Ronnie told him that there were too many variables in the equation that were calculated, so the probability could not be calculated. Hyunjun told him that in situations like this he should say that everything will be fine, and Ronnie repeated the guy's words, although it was not so sincere. The guy started thinking about the boy again and couldn't sleep. He got up and asked them to go over the heart-lung transplant again. Ronnie began to initiate the simulation. He informed the guy that he needed more information to improve the quality of the simulation. Without the appropriate experience, or at least without observing such an operation, the coincidence of the simulation with reality is less than 80%. He began extracting information about the boy and details about his transplant. He also activated the life support systems that replaced the heart and lungs for the duration of the operation, and the guy began the stimulated operation. Meanwhile, the real operation was already in full swing, in which the doctors also had their own experiences. In the morning, the guy came to the boy's bed and saw that he was gone. The operation had already lasted 6 hours. Dr. Yun approached the guy and he greeted her according to the rules, but the girl replied that such formalities were not necessary. She asked the guy if she was worried about the boy and why he was so worried. Hyunjun told Song-ye that the boy reminded him a lot of himself when he was a child, and when the girl heard this, she was a little surprised. He said that it was not easy for him after his father died. Everything went wrong. So in the end, he just learned to keep quiet and endure, so as not to worry his mother. And Jun does the same thing now in front of his mother, every time he doesn't show it, even if the injection is quite painful. The girl looked closely at the guy and realized how sincerely he was worried about the boy. She started squeaking at his back and telling him that he needed to take a break, but the guy assured her that he was fine. Song-ye stood her ground because the children wouldn't like it if he walked around the ward with such a sad face. So once the operation was over, she would let him know so he didn't have to worry. The guy went to rest on the instructions of the girl. On the way he saw Jun's parents, who were also worried about him and were waiting for a quick result. Suddenly the doors of the operating room opened, and the deputy director, who was performing the operation, came out. He approached the boy's parents and told them the news, at which point the boy noticed a smile on their faces. The guy realized that the operation was successful, and he was very happy about it, because he was worried about him more than about himself. After the surgery, Jun was placed in the pediatric intensive care unit. Hyunjun Art came to the boy as soon as he could to check on him and asked how he was feeling, to which he replied that he felt that I was okay. The guy praised the boy for doing well, and Jun wondered if he would now be able to run and play with his friends. Hen explained that he wouldn't be able to do it for the next couple of months, but if he took his medication and listened to his mother, he would definitely be able to. The boy suddenly told the guy that he didn't want to leave the hospital, which surprised Hyunjun a lot. After all, once he was discharged, they would never see each other again, but the guy calmed the boy down and said that now he would be a staff doctor to us. This meant that he could turn to the boy if he suddenly felt unwell, and he would take good care of him, and the boy happily agreed. As the boy left, he knew that in June would have a period of adaptation to his new heart and lungs ahead of him. If you take immune suppressants throughout your life, you won't even have the strength to go for a walk in the park, let alone jogging or professional sports. But as long as he was alive, that was enough. Hyunjun came to the store to buy the boy a gift. He chose one of the pairs of shoes to please his little friend and headed back to the hospital. When he returned and went to the boy to give him the gift, what he saw shocked him. There were a bunch of nurses around the boy, trying to bring him back to his senses. Hen ran up to him, and Ronnie informed the boy that the boy had an 85% chance of rejecting the transplanted lungs. He shouted to the nurse that the patient needed urgent intubation, so she began to urgently prepare a ventilator. While the guy was preparing the necessary instruments, the nurse shouted to him that the patient had suffered cardiac arrest. He immediately ran to the bed and climbed onto it to begin resuscitating the boy. At that moment, the residents came to each other and did not understand what was happening. The nurse explained to them that the patient was rejecting the transplanted lungs, and also that his heart has stopped, and Dr. Chan is performing resuscitation to save the boy. Hen tried so hard to do everything to save him that his face was all sweaty from excitement. The resident asked the guy to step aside, and they began to pass the patient through the ocean using another device. For several seconds they continued resuscitation by sending current into the boy's heart. After which, the guy resumed manual resuscitation and asked Ronnie what the situation was. He answered him that the chances of survival could be increased with the help of a special device. The chances of survival are 20% with CPR and 40% with artificial respiration, but due to the small number of cases and data, it is impossible to say for sure. The guy was sure that even if it was impossible to calculate, there was a chance for salvation, but it was unknown where such a device was. Ronnie said that this device is not in the children's department. It is only in the adult department in a single copy. At that moment, the resident started yelling at the guy to let him continue resuscitating himself. But the guy replied that he could handle it himself and asked him to find the device quickly. The doctor got very angry at the guy because it seemed to him that he was talking complete nonsense. He grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him away from the patient so that the guy fell to the floor. He shouted to Hen that they would take care of the rest themselves and he would only get in their way. Ronnie began to inform the boy that the boy's chances of survival were rapidly decreasing and that he had to do something, but Hen was completely confused because no one believed him. He stood up and approached the doctor again, saying that if they used that device, they could save the child, but the doctor did not allow him to do anything and shouted for him to be taken out of the department. The guy was pulled away by a fellow resident and told that if he didn't stop, he would be kicked out of here. If he continued a little longer, everyone present would have problems. Hyunjun was torn apart from the injustice and the impossibility of helping the boy, because now his life was in danger. Doctors continued to resuscitate the patient, trying to do everything in their power, but it was too little. The boy's mother was beside herself with hysterics, since her son was on the verge of life and death, and she could do nothing to help him. After a long process of resuscitation, the doctor suddenly stopped and dropped his hands. They stood silently by the patient's bed while the nurse checked his pulse, everyone knowing it was the end. The doctor announced the time of death, and at that moment, Injun's mother began to lose consciousness. A nurse ran up to her and hugged her, and the doctors apologized for not being able to save her son. As they began to take her away to calm down a bit, Song-ye looked at the boy and asked how he was. Hyunjun suddenly jumped up and started running away. Song-ye didn't understand where he was going and started running after him. The guy ran out onto the roof of the building where it was raining heavily. Ronnie informed him that he had discovered changes in his emotional state, but he did not react to his words. Hen fell to his knees and began to apologize to the boy for not being able to save him. The guy started screaming and crying. He blamed himself and his indecision for everything, because if he had not hesitated, he could have saved his friend. At this moment, Song-ye ran up to him and hugged him from behind to somehow calm him down. She believed that the guy did everything he could, and she was sure that Injun knew about it too. Song-ye began to brush the boy's wet hair away from his face, and said that the boy had not yet been sent to the morgue, and that he could not part with him without saying goodbye. After all, the boy would definitely be upset, so she called him with her and he followed her. When they went back to the department, the girl saw that the boy had already been taken away. Hyunjun walked to the bed and was torn apart by pain. He continued to cry because it was unbearably painful. He promised in June that from now on he wouldn't just stand by and watch while people talked. So he told the boy not to be sad anymore and to go towards his dreams, at which point he burst into tears again from the unbearable loss. Song-yi came up to him and hugged him to somehow ease his suffering. A few months later, autumn arrived outside, captivating us with its beauty. Interns walked along the hospital corridor and discussed the large number of shifts that fell even on holidays. One of the guys said that other students had already started congratulating and giving gifts. His partner did not understand who they were talking about. He explained that they needed to congratulate the heads of their departments, and they would soon have to do this too. A guy walked past them and one of the interns recognized him, but the other didn't understand who he was. It was Jang Hyunjun. The intern knew that he was known for constantly getting into trouble. He also said that after the resuscitation incident, the boy was transferred to Yeoncheong Hospital for 2 months. But in this hospital, all he could do was resuscitate people. And with this kind of success, he wouldn't have time to prepare for the tests, but his partner thought they were better off, because now they had one less opponent. He also said that he heard Hyunjun get into conflict with every department head he visited. He is definitely different from the other interns. His partner replied that the rumors were quite varied, and some were the direct opposite of what he had said, since the guy had spent the last month in neurosurgery. The nurses told him that Hyunjun was the best intern they had ever had. He was sure that they would still have a chance to verify the veracity of this or that information. Meanwhile, in the emergency department, the head of the department gathered the interns to tell them about the specifics of their work. He greeted them in the department, even though they were in the midst of the most hectic time of the year, which was the Chuseok holiday, and the doctor introduced himself as a third-year resident in the emergency department named Ju Yeonta. To begin with, he explained to them the rotation schedule, where for the first 3 days they work from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, and then have a day off. After that, they work from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning and also go to rest for the whole day. There will be 3 people in a shift. Ju Yeonta walked up to them and separated with his hand those who would work the day and night shifts. The boys were happy that they got the day shift, as they considered themselves very lucky. The resident looked at them and asked why they were so happy. The night shift was considered the golden time for their squad, so he advised them to get in while they could. At this point, he finished with the instructions, because they had been interns for more than 1 day, which meant they had to cope with the tasks set before them. Meanwhile, patients with various symptoms began to arrive in their department. Some came with their children and complained that their child was sneezing non-stop, while others came because their nose was bleeding. The resident didn't even have time to finish his morning coffee before real hell was already happening around him. The nurse slapped him on the back and told him not to joke like that, because these people needed their help. This department had 3 divisions, each of which had a team of 9 nurses, 1 doctor, 2 residents, and 1 intern. When a patient arrives, the nurse brings the intern, and he in turn determines which unit to send the patient to. They also prescribe basic treatments for the patient and contact the appropriate department. And because it was a holiday, the emergency room was completely overcrowded. A woman with a child came to one of the doctors and said that he wheezed with every breath. The doctor started to panic a little, but didn't think it was anything serious, so he decided to contact pediatrics first, while the baby continued to cry loudly. At that moment, Hyunjun approached them and said that perhaps her child had a foreign body in his stomach. He showed them that the baby's skin had turned blue, and given his wheezing, it could be concluded that something was preventing the baby from breathing. The doctor standing nearby looked at the child's fingers and noticed that they were indeed blue. Hyunjun began to ask the woman if her child liked to put things in his mouth, and she nodded her head in agreement. Then he asked what he had done about an hour ago, and the woman began to remember. Suddenly she screamed and said that her child had been playing with a construction set just an hour ago. The guy asked to give him the child. When he took him in his arms, he continued to cry, but the guy began to calm him down. Ronnie began releasing nerve-stabilizing substances into the body through electrical signals, and the baby immediately stopped crying. The guy sat down on a chair and turned the baby over onto his stomach. He told the woman that her baby wasn't that bad, but she needed to act now, so he would remove the foreign body. He began to gently pat the baby on the back, and he coughed and spat out a small part of the construction set. The woman immediately took the child in her arms and thanked him for his help, Hyunjun advised her to take an X-ray in case something was still left inside. The doctor asked the boy about pediatrics, but Hen replied that the problem had been resolved during the asymptomatic period, so their help was not needed. He offered to take the woman to the X-ray room to check the baby. The doctor watched him go and couldn't believe that a simple intern was able to cure a patient in an instant. On the way to the X-ray room, someone's voice called out to the guy, and he turned around to see who it was. Turning over the sheet, he saw a resident who asked the guy why he wasn't resting if his shift would only start at night. The guy explained to the doctor that he was just looking around the department so as not to get lost during his shift. The resident laughed and said that he had seen how the wound helped the child, and he thought that this was the first time in so long that he had seen an intern who was so enthusiastic about his work. He praised the guy, but warned that if he fell asleep on his shift, he would not get any leniency. Having finished with one patient, the guy saw a man sitting in the corridor, doubled over in pain. He approached the nurse and asked what was wrong with him. She said that the man was admitted with severe pain in his stomach, because the previous evening he ate chicken and drank beer, and then he developed similar symptoms. The guy approached the man and decided to find out for himself how he felt and what exactly hurt him. The man told him that he felt pain above his navel. Ronnie immediately measured the patient's body temperature and blood pressure, which were very high, and also said that he had bloating and constant pain in the upper abdomen. The nurse shouted to the guy that the internal medicine department was still not answering her calls, and the guy tensed up, as he did not understand what they could be doing. Hyunjun told the nurse that the patient needed a blood test and an X-ray, although he should have notified the department first, but there was no time for that. The nurse said they should at least wait for Dr. Ju to start any action. The guy smiled at her and told her not to worry about it and to do what he asked and he would take care of the rest. Ronnie asked Hen why he was looking for trouble again, but he was confident that everything would be okay this time. But Ronnie reminded him that last time he said the same thing, but it didn't end so well. The guy answered him that despite this, he still wasn't thrown out on the street. Once they had done all the tests, the nurse approached the boy to tell him the results. At that moment, the resident doctor, Dr. Ju, approached them, not understanding what kind of tests they were talking about. He took the report from the nurse and, looking at the guy, realized that he had scheduled the patient for an examination on his own. Hyunjun, in turn, was a little tense since he didn't know what to expect. But, oddly enough, Dr. Ju gave the folder to the guy and said that since he had already appointed it, then let him finish what he started himself. Ronnie was surprised that the guy wasn't punished. He decided that most likely the man was as eccentric as Hyunjun. The guy started reading the test results from Dr. Ju, where the X-ray showed a small amount of pelvic effusion, and judging by the presence of leukocytosis, hypoxemia, and an increased amount of amylase in the blood, the guy said that it looked like pancreatitis, and Ronnie confirmed the diagnosis, which was identical to his. Dr. Ju took the report and was pleasantly shocked that the guy had accurately identified and diagnosed it. He asked Hyunjun if he was really an intern, and the guy confirmed it and also said that they needed to notify the internal medicine department. When the boy went to call the department, Dr. Ju looked after him and thought that even he, with his experience, would not have been able to easily cope with such a task. At the same time, the guy was talking to one of the members of the internal medicine department. The man on the other end of the line told him to ask the patient if he knew anyone on their ward. Then he realized that the guy didn't understand anything because he was a new intern and started explaining to him again. He told Hyunjun that if he came across a patient with internal problems, the first thing he should do was ask if he knew anyone in their department. There were no wards in the internal medicine department, so if the patient didn't know anyone, the guy had to send him to another hospital, and he also had to pass this information on to the other interns. Hyunjun listened to him and asked what he should do with the patient who came to him. The doctor did not understand why he was asking about this, because he had explained the whole plan of action to him. The guy at that moment was very angry, but he didn't show it and replied that he couldn't allow something like that to happen. He said he ran tests on the patient because they were not responding and he had to act immediately. Hyunjun voiced the patient's diagnosis, which greatly frightened the doctor, and he immediately rushed to him. A few minutes later, the doctor ran into their department and turned to the guy, Beans, to find out if he had called him. He was angry with him, as it was the first time he had seen an intern diagnose a patient himself, but the guy replied that he was just summing up what was in the tests. The doctor was sure that the guy had simply read it in a book and warned him that if his diagnosis was wrong, he would be in trouble. In response, Hyunjun said nothing and simply watched silently as the doctor studied the test report. When he saw that the test results really did look like pancreatitis, he couldn't believe his eyes. He realized that alcohol had probably triggered the flare-up and that he needed oxygen, morphine, and saline. And since the wards in the department were all occupied, he told the nurse to leave him in the emergency rooms. The doctor also addressed the boy and told him that even if he had made the correct diagnosis, he should not rush and make statements about it being a serious case, because by doing so, he could only do harm. But in the end, the diagnosis was right, so this time everything is fine, but go ahead. He asked the guy to be careful. Hyunjun, without saying anything in response to the doctor, immediately turned to the nurse. He asked her to pay him some attention, as the patient's treatment would soon be changed. When the doctor heard this, he was amazed at his impudence, because he had no right to change his prescription. Hyunjun said the patient's white blood cell count, glucose level, and liver condition only indicate the severity of his condition. The guy showed the X-ray to the doctor and said that before he said he didn't see any complications, he needed to look at the X-ray, and he would definitely find pleural effusion. He pointed to a spot in the picture and said that at first glance everything looked fine, but if you look at the angle between the ribs and the diaphragm, everything falls into place. Therefore, they need to act as quickly as possible, otherwise the patient may die. And on top of that, instead of saline solution, a special solution is needed, which is used specifically for acute pancreatitis. Upon hearing this, the doctor was indignant because he thought that the guy considered him completely stupid. The guy replied that according to the guidelines for the treatment of pancreatitis, the probability of SIRS, that is, an inflammatory response to the solution, when using this solution is lower than when using saline. This is exactly what a gastroenterologist should know, but apparently he forgot about it because he was busy sending people to other hospitals. Hyunjun added that the emergency room was called that for a reason, because it was not a place where patients should be sent to other hospitals, and he would definitely report this incident to the head doctor. Only if the doctor has not broken any rules, then he has nothing to fear. The doctor was beside himself with anger and began to swear at the guy in order to somehow protect himself. In turn, Hyunjun asked the doctor to take care of the incoming patients properly, and he would pretend that this conversation never happened, hoping that he would no longer send them to other hospitals without a good reason. After listening to him, the doctor did not answer him and turned to leave, muttering under his breath that he agreed with him. Suddenly, a woman approached the guy and introduced herself as the head nurse, whose name was Lee Kyung-suk, and in response, the guy also introduced himself and greeted her. Hyunjun apologized for the mess he made on his first day on the job, but Nurse Lee told him not to worry about it, as it wasn't just him who disliked the doctor, but many others as well. She asked the guy whether he planned to involve his superiors in this situation, and the guy shook his head. Ronnie told the guy that he was a very problematic person, but he replied that he couldn't do otherwise. On the holiday, a lot of people came to the emergency hospital. The doctors didn't have time to sleep or have lunch. Dr. Ju even thought that maybe they would set a new record this time, but the nurse didn't appreciate his jokes. He also noticed that the guy kept being in the right place at the right time. The doctor thought that for a place like their department, Hyunjun was a real treasure. He suddenly glanced at his watch and realized that he had forgotten to send the guy on vacation. After all, at this rate, he would have to work 4 days in a row. A passing doctor asked the doctor who he was talking about. He pointed at Hyunjun and said that he wanted to send him on vacation, but time flew by too quickly. But the doctor replied that he had spoken to him and found out that the guy was working the night shift. When Dr. Ju heard this, he was shocked and quickly called Hyunjun to him. He started scolding the guy for not going on vacation since he still had to work the whole night, since the doctor thought that he was on the day shift, so he was calmly walking around the department. The doctor ordered the boy to go with him, even though he said that he was fine, but Ju didn't listen to him. He started pushing him and saying that the guy needed to eat because he couldn't work without food. Dr. Ju understood his zeal and desire to work, but he believed that today was not the day, and the guy was not alone. After all, if he works himself to the point of exhaustion, he will endanger not only himself, but also the people he works with, and then this will become a serious problem. The guy smiled and agreed with the doctor. He immediately thought that no one had taken such care of him for a long time. Hyunjun finally told the doctor that as soon as he had dinner, he would come right away, and he waved his hand after him, telling the guy to leave quickly. Showing concern through reprimanding is not something that happens to everyone, but this guy really got into the doctor's heart. He believed in him, and if the doctor ever became the head physician, the first thing he would do would be to give Hyunjun a promotion. When the guy entered the dining room, he saw how many interns and doctors had come for dinner. During his 6 months in pediatrics, he began to devote even more time to his studies, continually repeating vertical operations based on the information he had learned. He has recently been cutting back on his sleep in favor of studying, and this has made Ronnie more grumpy. He told the boy that he needed to eat to prevent the destruction of brain cells, and also reminded him that he was getting very little sunlight. Ronnie asked the boy to take up sports and to sign up for a training session, or to work out at home without delay. When the guy sat down at the table and began to eat dinner, someone turned to him and he raised his head in bewilderment. In front of him stood 2 interns who had joined the department on the same day as him and asked him for permission to sit down next to them. The guy, of course, allowed them to sit with him, and they began to talk about their cases with patients. One of the guys asked Hyunjun about his success at work, because he was older and it was definitely easier for him than for them. The guy remembered his ill-wishers who constantly put spokes in his wheels and believed that it was not so easy for him. But he also remembered the incident when Songye supported him and realized that there was enough good in his life too. Hyunjun asked one of the interns his name, and he said his name was Ju Young Soon. He told him that judging by his expression, he definitely wanted to ask Hyun something, since they didn't just ask him to sit with him for no reason. Young Sun started to refuse, but the guy told them that if they were interested in his work at the dermatology clinic, then they didn't have to worry and could ask whatever they wanted. Then Young Sun began to say that he actually felt that he was not suitable for working in a hospital. Since there were no departments that really interested him, he also wanted to become a therapist, since he could learn there the fastest among other specialties, but he didn't see any point in it. And so he thought that Hyunjun probably knew more about their profession since he worked in more than just the hospital. The guy smiled, because he was pleased that someone wanted to get advice from him. He said that being a doctor in a private clinic is good in its own way. His situation was a bit unique, but overall his work and personal life were not bad, and his salary was an order of magnitude higher. Because these days, a person could train to be anything, be it a dermatologist or a plastic surgeon. Young Sun added that doctors in hospitals work themselves to the point of exhaustion, not even taking into account their salaries, and they have absolutely no time to rest. Then he decided to ask the guy why he returned to the hospital if his clinic had so many advantages. The guy didn't expect such a question, and thought a little about how to answer it correctly. After thinking for a moment, he replied that he had simply received an opportunity that was impossible not to take advantage of. The boys were a little shocked and asked what specialty Hen wanted to choose. Hyunjun told them that he was interested in general medicine because his goal was to become a trauma surgeon, and to do that, he needed to study general medicine. When they heard this, they were shocked, but the guy did not understand their indignation. Young Sun said that the most complex surgeries are performed in this department, and he also heard that surgeons there sometimes can't even return home due to constant calls. Hen told him that he knew how difficult it was, but that was the price, because sooner or later you still had to choose. He was preparing to make his choice, namely to save emergency patients, and he didn't care how hard it would be. The guy also added that he was in no way saying that traumatology was better than other departments, and they finished talking and went to accept the night shift. When they returned to the department, Young Sun walked behind everyone and thought about Hyunjun's words. He didn't understand how the guy could be so confident in his choice, because he didn't even know what it was. Young Sun decided that everyone can talk big, but when it comes to reality, they run away. Entering the emergency room, the intern saw how many people had arrived with various injuries and was a little stunned. A professor named Cho Yan-soo approached him and asked the boy why he was standing still, since he should have acted quickly and taken his position so that his knees could go home. As the professor passed by Dr. Ju, he reminded him that it was time for him to hand over his day shift. He also saw that the night intern had been working since early morning and asked the doctor what the reason was. He replied that the guy was just getting acquainted with the department, but ended up working all day. Dr. Ju pointed to the boy and asked what to do with him, but the professor replied that they cared about every person, so they would have to leave him for the shift. The professor watched Hyunjun closely, and was pleased that he was so attentive to all his patients. He knew the guy was an enthusiast, but he thought he was doing pretty well for an intern. At that moment, the doors of the department opened and emergency doctors ran in, informing everyone about a seriously ill patient after a traffic accident. The professor called intern Yong-sun with him, and they went to examine the arriving patient. The first thing he asked was what happened to the man, and the doctor explained that he had fallen asleep at the wheel on the highway and crashed into a car and was then hit from behind by a truck. The doctor said that the second passenger was the patient's wife, but she died. But the professor did not let him say these words. He believed that such information could wait, since the patient could hear everything, and there was no need for additional panic now, and the doctor immediately fell silent. Professor Yong-soo ordered the patient to be transferred to the intensive care unit for examination and further treatment. They were being watched by Hyunjun the whole time, who seemed to already know what was wrong with the patient. Meanwhile, the patient was moved to intensive care, and an examination began, having previously learned that the accident had happened about an hour earlier. An intern and a resident helped him conduct the examination. They immediately began checking his body's readings. The professor asked the patient to open his eyes if he could hear him, and to try to move his hands to understand the extent of the brain damage. Yeon-soo knew that the patient's bleeding was not severe, but his blood pressure was low, and he might also be in shock, so they needed to act quickly and solve the problem of low blood pressure. He turned to the resident, whose name was Park Sang-hee, and asked what was wrong with the patient's breathing, and he replied that he had wheezing in the right side of his chest and the sound of his breathing was fading. The professor immediately guessed that it was a pneumothorax, so they would have to perform chest surgery and ask them to hurry. They needed to insert a tube into the chest to suck out the trapped air in the pleural cavity so they could get the lungs working. The nurse gave the patient a painkiller, and the resident began to perform the operation, but he was very worried. The professor reminded him that if he guided the needle incorrectly, he would damage the vessels and nerves, so he needed to be extremely careful. When he had done everything correctly, he informed Yeon-soo that the introduction was complete, and Yeon-soo praised him for getting it right on the first try. The professor looked at the body's indicators and noticed that although they had adjusted their breathing, the pulse and blood pressure remained unchanged. He thought that after this operation they would see changes, but unfortunately this did not happen. Then he admitted that it was possible that it was cardiac tamponade. Meanwhile, Ronnie turned his attention to the patient and told the guy that he had an irregular heartbeat. Hen asked Ronnie why he was looking at the patients, to which he replied that such a situation could not be ignored. The guy agreed with him, and then Ronnie started loading the necessary information, which showed similarities with the diagnosis of cardiac tamponade, so the patient needs additional cardiac auscultation and pulse checking. But Hen did nothing, which surprised Ronnie greatly, and he did not understand why the guy did nothing. He answered him that the professor was observing the patient, and even if he tried to say something, he would be immediately driven away. Ronnie then suggested that they drop the diagnosis in passing, but the guy wasn't sure that would work. Just at that moment, the doctor called him and told him to take part 2, which was to the boy's advantage. Hyunjun approached the professor and asked him if the patient could be diagnosed with cardiac tamponade. The resident started yelling at the guy and told him that the patient was not showing any symptoms consistent with this diagnosis, so he better mind his own business. The professor interrupted the resident and turned to the guy to find out why he thought that way. Hen explained that symptoms may not appear with low blood pressure, and given that the patient has low blood pressure and an irregular heartbeat, there is a high probability of this diagnosis. He also added that the patient had a paradoxical pulse, and the professor looked closely at the guy at that moment. He decided to check the veracity of his words and began to feel the patient's pulse, which was quite weak, but the guy turned out to be right. But the professor simply did not understand how the intern determined this, since this requires more than 1 year of experience. In that case, Professor Yong-soo decided to ask what the guy was proposing to do next. He replied that the patient needed to undergo pericardial paracentesis, because if this continued, the patient could experience cardiogenic shock. So they needed an ultrasound. The professor did everything as the guy said and confirmed without a doubt that it was cardiac tamponade. Yong-soo asked the boy if he had performed a pericardial paracentesis procedure, and he replied that he had never done anything like that before. But Hyunjun confidently added that he would really like to try to carry it out. When the resident and another intern heard this, they were simply amazed by his courage and impudence. This is a highly complex procedure that can only complicate tamponade if the artery is damaged, and now there is an intern who fearlessly says he wants to try it. The professor wondered if this meant that the boy saw this as a great opportunity to gain experience, and without thinking twice, he allowed him to do it. The resident was shocked that the professor agreed so easily, but Yeon-soo looked at him with a stern gaze and said that he had no right to tell him what to do. Hen took the tools and Ronnie began to stabilize the boy's concentration, as well as his breathing and heart rate. The guy did everything according to Ronnie's instructions. First, he had to go around the xiphoid process and insert the needle at the right angle. When he did everything as needed, he immediately looked at the body's readings, but the heartbeat still had not changed. The guy began to calm himself down, because he had performed such operations during virtual training with Ronnie. He relaxed his hand so that the needle itself would go to the required depth and did not apply much force to it. After this, Ronnie informed him that he had done everything correctly and the needle had reached the pericardium. Now he had to pump out the fluid that was putting pressure on the heart using a syringe. The professor observed Hyunjun and noticed that the machine showed a stabilization of the heartbeat and a decrease in pressure on the heart. He was simply amazed by the intern's skills, because he had seen something like this for the first time in his life. The guy was clearly no slouch. When Hen secured the needle, he informed the professor that he was finished with the procedure. The resident didn't understand how the intern was able to cope, because this procedure was an order of magnitude more complicated than the one he did. He stood behind the guy and was a little angry with him, and Hen, in turn, told the professor that the situation with the heart was resolved. Yeon-soo praised him for his good work and told the other interns to notify the cardiologists, orthopedists, and contact the radiologists to get the patient a CT scan. Intern Young-sun looked at the guy and was surprised how he could be so calm, because even though he graduated 3 years ago, he was still the same intern as the others. He remembered how confidently Hen had spoken those words, and knew that he himself could not have done the same. Young-sun decided that he shouldn't compare himself to him, since Hyun wants to become a trauma surgeon, and they have completely different paths. He was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of the resident, who told the guy to pull himself together, since there were a lot of such cases in their department, and he needed to get used to it. The resident also added that the patient was lucky to have survived such an incident, especially when the second person in his car died. At that moment, he was standing right next to the patient who heard his words. He began waving his arms to get up from the couch, but the nurse tried to hold him back, although it was difficult for her to cope alone. Doctors and a professor came to her aid, asking the resident what had happened to the man, but he himself did not understand, as if the patient had simply gone mad. Then the professor asked what they were talking about near the patient. Perhaps it somehow provoked his behavior. The resident replied that he was simply saying how lucky he was to have survived such an incident. But he also mentioned the second passenger who died in this accident. Hearing this, the professor was shocked by the absurd behavior of the resident, and then he realized what he had done. The nurse looked at the patient's indicators and shouted to the professor that they were not stable and were rapidly deteriorating. Yeon-soo told them to hold the patient tighter to inject the anesthesia. Despite his condition, the man was very strong and kept trying to break free. At this moment, Hyunjun approached the patient and put his hands on his face and head, which greatly shocked the doctors. Ronnie began to provoke the secretion of GABA, which calmed and stabilized his nervous system. Thereby, the man stopped feeling stress. The resident asked the professor if he needed to inject the patient with anesthesia, but he asked him to wait with it. When the guy finished calming the patient, he wiped the tears from his eyes and let go of his head. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the patient's condition monitor and saw that all indicators had returned to normal. The professor asked the guy how he managed to do this, and he replied that he asked the patient to get well soon and take care of his wife, and that to do this, he needed to calm down right now. Hearing this, the professor was surprised that such simple words made the patient calm down so quickly. After this, the resident called the guy into his office and began to scold him for embarrassing him in front of the professor. After all, he couldn't be better than a fourth-year resident, and his behavior simply amazed the doctor, but the guy just stood silently and listened to him. Then the resident threw a folder with emergency care instructions at him. She fell to the floor, and he ordered the guy to pick her up and read the second page. It said that the intern was part of the emergency department, but could not take any action on patients on his own. Also, regardless of the situation, he must notify the resident about it. even if the problem affects other departments or treatment is required immediately. The resident hoped that the boy now understood what his problem was, since an intern should behave accordingly. Hen replied that he would be careful in the future. Then the resident told the guy to take and photocopy all these papers, so as to make sure he didn't forget anything. When Hyunjun left the office, Ronnie praised him for his easygoing behavior. The guy didn't really want to deal with copying these rules, since during this time he could have studied many necessary scientific works, so he decided not to waste his time. As he was about to leave to continue his work, someone's voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw the professor, who asked him if he had eaten yet. He invited the guy to one of the cafes where he ordered him some food so that they could eat together. Yeon-soo realized that it was the intern's first time in such a place and told him that he could order whatever he wanted since the professor was treating him. They started eating, and the professor was very happy that the food was so tasty than in the hospital. He decided not to delay and asked the guy what Dr. Pak had told him when he had called him into his office, but the guy replied that he had said nothing of the sort. The professor did not believe him because he heard their conversation from the corridor. He also noted that he had good willpower, since he decided to carry out such a procedure. Yeon-soo asked him if he had any idea why he was allowed to do this, but the boy didn't know what to answer. The professor believed that a hospital had two purposes. The first was to treat patients, and the second was to educate skilled people. And it was precisely for the second case that the intern needed to be given the opportunity to absorb experience and knowledge. This was a good reason to allow him to act independently. Hen listened to him and smiled because he knew that the professor had another reason for this. Yeon-soo was surprised that the guy was not only brave but also smart. He asked what the second reason was. Hyunjun said the second reason he allowed the intern to perform the procedure was because the patient's condition was not as critical as it might have seemed at first glance. And he was absolutely right, the professor laughed, because the guy was just a godsend. He asked Hen how he knew the patient's condition was not critical. The guy assessed the patient's wounds and the marks on his face, which suggested a head injury. But since he was reacting to the doctor's words, it meant that the case was not that serious. The patient also had breathing tubes inserted, which allowed us to determine his oral reaction to such procedures, which was minimal. The professor had the impression that he was reading a detective story, because the guy had deduced a whole picture of what was happening from a list of different facts and guesses without missing a single detail. The guy laughed because he certainly didn't look like a detective, but the example was very interesting and even funny. When they finished and headed towards the exit, the professor told Hen that what happened to the resident only showed how important it was to him, so he didn't need to be angry. The guy nodded approvingly, but the professor understood that he would not change his methods of approaching the patient. The professor was also very interested in what exactly Hyunjun said to the patient to calm him down, since this was one of the reasons why he paid the bill at the cafe himself. Hyunjun replied that he said the same as before, but Yeon-soo told him that he wouldn't fall for such nonsense, so he cannot hide it and tell him the truth. The guy was a little stunned because he didn't think he would be so persistent, but he also couldn't say that he was manipulating the nervous system. Even if he tries to wriggle out of it and say something that is only half true, the doctor will only continue to dig for the truth. He didn't know whether the professor would buy it, but he decided to do so and said that he whispered the patient's wife's name. When Yeon-soo asked how he knew her name, the guy replied that he had called the morgue prematurely since they were supposed to be delivered at the same time, since they were traveling together. But the professor didn't understand why the guy did it. Hen explained that he saw a case where a doctor stopped an orderly so that he wouldn't say anything about a patient's wife. So he thought the patient would trust the guy a lot more if he told him his wife's name. So he lied to the patient in such a way that the professor thought about the fact that he had seen many different cases while working in the States. But this was the first time he had seen anything like this. Hen decided to change the subject before the professor sent him to dig even deeper and asked him about his work in the States. He told him that he would be glad to hear about it, and so they talked about it all the way. Returning to the hospital, the professor thanked the guy for their conversation and went about his business. Hyunjun was finally able to relax, as he was tired of listening to the doctor's stories, and Ronnie noted that people were very painful to talk about themselves. The guy went to the duty room and asked Ronnie if the professor believed him. He analyzed his facial expressions and intonation of voice. The probability of this was 5%. Hen thought so too. He needed to be more careful in the future, especially in front of the professor. Ronnie warned him that people would likely reject and misunderstand his abilities, but the boy didn't think he was anything special. But even though he wasn't special or even an alien, he still fell under the definition of a person with superpowers. The guy had super intelligence, which is not typical for an ordinary person, but Hen believed that only Ronnie had super intelligence. But it didn't matter, because the fact that they work together means it can only be called superintelligence. Still, the boy believed that Ronnie's existence should remain a secret, and he also realized that the professor was quite smart. Professor Cho Yeon-soo was a worthy man, and his stories show that he was unusual. He successfully completed 3 stages of the professional examination in the States, and even founded his own emergency department at the University of Maryland Medical Center. Yeong-soo told him that when the news of his abilities died down in the States, his race no longer meant anything. In the States, there were still prejudices on this basis, but all the students followed him as soon as they were convinced of his knowledge. Their hospitals were very different from the Korean ones. Since there was no strict hierarchy there, although experienced and old doctors were respected and listened to, this happened only because everyone knew about their achievements and skills. In the States, they didn't bully people just because they worked in the hospital longer than others, like they do in Korea. When the guy asked him why he came back, he replied that it was because of Korean food, which he really loves. The professor's answer shocked the boy, but he knew that the truth was completely different. With the construction of the new emergency center at Daehan University, he went here to scout out the area as a talented specialist. So, with thoughts about pants, the guy also once wanted to study there, but he knew that it would not happen to him. The holidays are over, and the endless stream of patients has finally stopped, and the urgent care center has returned to its normal operating hours. Another patient arrived at the hospital, and the nurse told the doctor that he had lost consciousness while having a bowel movement. The doctor asked her if the patient had taken any anti-inflammatory drugs, and she replied that the man had not taken any medications. Kyun-suk thought about the patient's further treatment to speed up his recovery. Hyunjun stood nearby and watched him. Ronnie managed to assess the patient's condition and was sure that he needed to have his stomach washed. At this point, Dr. Kyun-suk also suggested to Mom the action that Ronnie had previously mentioned. He began performing gastric lavage procedures and inserted a tube into the patient's nose, asking him to be patient for a little while, as this procedure was not very pleasant. When he sucked the liquid out of the stomach with a syringe, he realized that the patient had gastric bleeding and, judging by the increased heart rate, he had a large loss of blood. With cobra, the heart is not able to pump it normally throughout the body. The patient required a full-body examination from the inside, so the doctor asked the nurse to immediately contact the necessary department and move the patient. The man got up from the couch and asked Geun-seok if everything would be okay with him, but he replied that he would get an exact diagnosis after the examination. Hyunjun thought about how this was the first time he saw his former classmate treating someone. The fact that he was a surgeon already said a lot. The guy didn't like his behavior, but he understood that people are all different, and this is just his special character. Gyun-suk noticed Hyun and asked why he was standing around doing nothing, to which he replied that he didn't have to start their conversation on a bad note. Then he reminded the guy about a patient with stomach inflammation who ate chicken with beer, and the guy nodded approvingly. Kyun-suk said the patient had a CT scan of his stomach, and his inflammation had barely reached 50%, but the symptoms were getting worse, so he was sent for surgery. Hen asked how it went, and the guy replied that it was good because he himself performed the operation. Hearing this, Hyun was shocked. But for Gaeun, the dimple was a normal thing. Unless the patient's condition was critical, the professor often allowed him to perform the operation. Hyunjun thought he was very arrogant, but even so, he was very envious of him. He hoped that one day the day would come when he too would have the opportunity to perform an operation, and for that, he would need to study harder. Geun-suk told him to worry more about himself than the patient, since he knew about his conflict with the resident from the internal medicine department. Hyunjun explained that the doctor said he wouldn't accept a patient if he didn't know anyone from that hospital. And also this doctor was going to leave the patient in the waiting room for such an attitude he couldn't even be called a doctor. After listening to him, Kun-suk understood that the patient was in great danger, but that was not so important. The most important thing was that Hen was just an intern, and that man was a resident. He believed that this was true because as long as Ya-hen was an intern, everything would continue to develop in the same spirit. The guy sighed heavily, because he heard such statements almost every day, But Gyun-suk continued to tell him that the hospital was small and rumors would spread very quickly, even if he found out about the situation. And soon the guy will understand that there are many more people who don't like him than he thinks. This hospital has its own structure, and he, as a subordinate, is obliged to carry out all orders of his superiors. But Hyunjun didn't think so. He replied that if a similar situation happened again, he would do the same. Gyun-suk told him that he didn't advise making enemies in this place, because he should understand what would happen if the deputy director found out about it. The guy remembered him and he got goosebumps, because if he heard about such an incident, then all that was left for him was to say goodbye to his chambers and become a specialist. If he wants to continue studying in this place, he needs to remember these simple rules and moderate his temperament. Finally, Gyun-suk told Hyun that he could always leave and open his own clinic if he didn't like the way things were set up here. The guy lowered his head. He understood everything perfectly, but he couldn't help but fight against the unfair attitude of doctors towards patients, and he didn't know how to refrain from this either. At that moment, a nurse called him and he immediately rushed to help her. When he approached, he saw the boy and asked what happened to him. She said that according to his father, the boy fell in the street and hit his head on the ground. The guy looked at the device that showed the patient's condition and did not notice any signs of lack of oxygen in the blood or low blood pressure. He turned to his parents and asked what the child's name was. They answered with displeasure that the boy's name was Park Sang-hoon. The guy started talking to the boy to get him to like him and started examining him. Ronnie told him that there were no signs of damage to the nervous system, but there was bleeding between the skull and the outer frill of the brain. Without thinking twice, Hyunjun opened the boy's mouth and ran his finger over his tongue. When he looked at his finger, he saw that there was blood on it, and this seemed very strange to him. While he was trying to understand the reason for this, a resident approached him and asked what was wrong with the patient. The boy told Dr. Pak that the child had a hemorrhage in the head, and that one of the pupils was greatly dilated and reacted slowly to light. The boy had a cut on his forehead, a bruise on his left temple, and bleeding from the inside of his cheek. After listening to the guy, the resident told him to notify the neurosurgeons about this and turned around to leave. Hyunjun stopped him and asked him to listen. He said that he suspected that the patient was a victim of bullying. Dr. Pak was surprised by the intern's statement and asked if he had any evidence. The guy explained that the patient's injuries were not the kind you would get from falling and hitting your head, and the blood in his mouth was caused by the blow. He also added that when the guardian called the child's name, Hen heard irritation in his voice. They were irritated that their son was in the hospital, and his mother didn't even think about crying, and was behaving very carefully. At this point, the boy's father asked why they were discussing something for so long, and the resident tried to calm him down, answering that the neurosurgeons were already on their way. The guy meanwhile studied the boy's medical history and saw that he had already been here several months ago with a concussion and bruises all over his body. But when he read to the end, he saw who the doctor was who was doing the treatment, and he was shocked. He then turned to the child's father and told him that his son had been admitted to them 4 months earlier with a concussion. The man answered the boy that his child was very restless, which is why he got injured so often. The guy continued to say that at that time, the doctors recommended a more thorough examination, but for some reason he took the child and just left. The resident was shocked by the intern's behavior and began to interfere in their conversation. He told the guy that he didn't know all the details of the incident, so it was better for him to stand silently. The man told Hen that the boy seemed fine, so they left. And since he was his guardian, he had every right to make such decisions and did not understand what the problem was. He turned to his wife and told her to wake up their son so they could go home right away. But Hyunjun said that he wouldn't let that happen, and this time it wouldn't be that easy. The guy turned to the resident and said that San-hoon might have intracranial bleeding and needed to be examined, since he would most likely need surgery, but the resident started yelling at him that he had no right to make such diagnoses. At this moment, Dr. Han and Dr. Yun came into the department and went straight to the child. Seeing them, the resident did not understand what pediatricians were doing here and asked the guy why he called them. Dr. Khan approached the father and said that his child had a head injury and that they needed to perform a CT scan. But the man replied that his son was fine, which shocked the doctor because he himself saw that the child was indeed injured. The guardian started shouting that they would not do any tests in their hospital because Dr. Chan had spoiled his mood and they would go to another hospital. Dr. Khan tried to explain that the child needed to be examined urgently because the attack could happen at any moment. At the same time, Dr. Yun was examining the boy. When she took off his sweater, she saw many bruises on his body. And the guardian continued to shout that he would never stay in their hospital and pushed the doctor so hard that he fell to the floor. He walked towards his son, but Hyunjun stood in his way, preventing him from approaching the child's bed. The man started swearing at the guy since he had no right to stop him. Hyunjun knew that even though he had stopped him, he was still in the wrong legally, so he urgently needed to come up with something. Ronnie told the guy that there was a clause in the law that dealt with emergency assistance to the victim. Hyunjun then began to tell the man about an article in the emergency medical care law that stated that even without the consent of the guardian of a patient who needs emergency care, he has the right to stop him. A healthcare worker has the right, if necessary, to provide assistance to a victim with the consent of at least one other healthcare worker. This meant that his child would be examined here and receive appropriate treatment, even without the guardian's consent. The resident approached the guy and said that he had not given him his consent, so he should not make a big deal out of this situation. But he was interrupted by the pediatric residents who said that they were giving their consent for the child to be examined. The man was furious and began to demand that they call the head doctor because everything was not going as he expected. The resident was in a panic. He started yelling at the intern for starting all this because the parents themselves said that they wanted to go to another hospital. The boy told Dr. Pak that if abuse of a child is discovered, the doctor in charge is obliged to report it, but the resident did not understand what he meant. Hyunjun explained that Sun Hoon had been admitted to the emergency room 4 months ago with the same accompanying symptoms. He asked the resident if he knew who examined the child that time, but he shook his head, so the guy pointed at him and said that it was him. But the resident began to justify himself by saying that he examined several dozen people every day and should not have remembered this. The boy agreed, but when he read the medical history, he saw that the doctor had only noted a couple of bruises on the boy's body. He was sure that this was enough to understand the violence, but instead the doctor simply took the parents' word for it and did nothing, which made the boy very angry. Dr. Park didn't know what to say in his defense, because everything that Hyun said was true. Hyunjun shouted to Dr. Han that he could take the child and examine him. Turning to Song Ye, he asked her to report this situation to the social workers. The man was very angry and did not understand why the boy allowed himself such antics. But Hyunjun convinced him that this time he would not be able to take his son. He looked his father in the eye with all his hatred and said that he would report it to the police and convey his opinion from the doctor's position about what happened. So he had to wait until the police contacted him, and upon hearing this, the man was very scared. His wife came up to him and said that they had to leave immediately because they were attracting too much attention. Without thinking twice, they immediately jumped up and started to leave, trying to avoid further conflict. At that moment, Professor Tsoi appeared and asked what had happened and where all the noise was coming from. Hyunjun approached him and began to tell him about what had happened in all details, while the resident watched them. He was very scared, because he understood that if the professor found out about everything, it would be the end for him. When Hen finished telling his story, the professor praised him and went off to do his own thing. The resident was surprised that the guy didn't tell him anything and asked why he did that. Hyunjun himself didn't know the answer to this question either, because there was no justification for Dr. Park's actions, but at the same time, he didn't want to ruin his life because of it. After that, the guy went to the next patient, and the resident remained standing and thought about his behavior and the intern's words. Walking down the hallway, the boy thanked Ronnie for his help, and Ronnie replied that he should read up on emergency aid laws so he knew what to do in situations like this. Ronnie asked him why he didn't tell the professor about the doctor's mistake, to which he replied that Song Ne had spent 6 years in internship to become a resident. He probably didn't want to make a fuss, because there was very little time left before the promotion, and this situation was quite dangerous. Ronnie thought it was strange not to do what he was supposed to do, but people are like that by nature. They often do nothing even when they find mistakes. If they take the wrong side, they will face a lot of trouble, and when there is a family, making decisions is much more difficult. Therefore, he understood Dr. Pak's feelings perfectly. He would not want to lose what had not been so easy for him. But Ronnie didn't understand why the guy didn't sit in the shadows then, because he also had a family. Hyun replied that his mother wanted the best for him, but he doubted she wanted the boy to achieve success by turning a blind eye to injustice. At that moment, Dr. Yun came to the reception and said that she had informed the social workers and they would pass on all the information to the police. The guy decided to thank the girl for taking his side, but Song-ye replied that he already owed her a lot. She told him that if he was so grateful to her, then he should invite her to dinner. The next day, Hyunjun's shift ended, and he was about to leave when he suddenly met one of the interns. He stopped the guy and asked who he was dating, because he was wearing a white shirt and shoes. He thought it was very strange. Hyunjun laughed and said that it was not what he was thinking. In turn, he asked why he himself did not go home. The intern said that his uncle came to him, who had been treated by them last year, but was now fine, and he was just passing by to invite him to dinner. Hyunjun realized that the intern had a close relationship with his uncle, and told him that his uncle was like a father to him. The intern realized that the guy was simply changing the subject and began asking him again about where he was going dressed up so nicely. While they were arguing, Song-yi approached them and asked if they had finished their work. Turning around, they saw how good the girl looked when she approached them. The intern immediately greeted her, and as the guy left, he waved goodbye to him. Intern Song-tae now understood why Hyun wanted to go into general surgery, since he had no problem dating, which he was even a little jealous of. On the way, Hyun asked about Song-ye's health, since she had undergone a lot of operations, but the girl replied that she was fine. They continued walking in silence. The guy felt awkward because they hadn't talked for a long time. He suddenly stopped and pointed to the small theater they had gone to see the singer on Song-ye's list perform. The guy remembered how much fun they had at that moment, and the girl also confirmed it. He reminded her how loudly she screamed, and Song-ye explained that she screamed because the singers were doing an encore, which she was very happy about. They had a lot of fun at the time, but looking at the guy, she couldn't understand how they had gotten to the point where all of that was gone now. When they arrived at the restaurant, they immediately ordered food and began to dine, because they had not dined together like this for a long time. The girl ate her food with pleasure, happy that they were having a good time together. When they finished, Song-ye asked the boy if he still wanted to become a general doctor. She asked about this back when they were studying together, and the guy, without a doubt, answered that his desires had not changed. She had always been interested in this, even though every time she asked him about it, he just joked it off. But now she wanted to know why he really wanted to become one. The guy suddenly went silent, and the girl decided that they shouldn't continue the conversation about this if he wanted to answer. But Hyunjun told her that he was fine, and began to tell her that when he was little, his father had been in a serious accident. The area they lived in at the time couldn't help him, so they had to visit a bunch of hospitals until they got to Seoul. But most doctors said they couldn't help, because if his father had been helped during the golden hour, he would have survived. But in the end, he died because of some injustice. The guy's words struck Song-ye to the depths of her soul because she didn't expect to hear something like that. After that, he decided that he would become a doctor who would not leave any patient, no matter the problem, one who would not allow a child to be left without a father. Song-ye apologized for bringing up such a difficult topic since she didn't know about his situation, but the guy reassured her. After all, he always wanted to tell her about it, but there was no opportunity or suitable occasion. Now the guy decided that it was his turn to ask, and he asked her why she liked him, to which the girl said that the guy was cheerful and that he was the first to confess his feelings to her. He remembered this, but he was interested in why she agreed to date him, because she was the goddess of their department. With these words, he embarrassed the girl a little. At that time, many people confessed their love to her, and the guy still did not understand why she refused everyone except him. Song-ye thought for a moment, and replied that it was a secret, and she would never tell him about it. Hyunjun thought it was unfair that he shared his story, but Song-ye wanted him to suffer like she did. As Hen continued to speak, memories of that time came flooding back to the girl. Their first task was to operate on a rabbit to find out how its organs differed from those of humans. Song-yi watched her classmates make fun of this and then be scolded by the teacher. She at that moment felt guilty, and she could not cope with this feeling. When they finally finished their operating lessons, she washed her hands and headed to the staff room. As she passed one of the classrooms, she noticed a guy leaning against a desk and looking at something. She remembered that his name was Hyunjun, and she also saw that there was a rabbit on the table for their dissection classes. Song-yi watched as the boy wrapped the rabbit in a towel and stood over it for a long time. At that moment, She realized how kind he was, because he felt sorry for the poor animal that was being used for the students' practice. When they arrived at Song Ye's house, she thanked the guy for taking her there. He asked her to be careful and turned around to go home, but at that moment he heard the girl call him. Song Ye thanked him for the dinner and for telling her about his father, which was very important to her. The guy smiled back at her, and with that they said goodbye. He was very pleased that they had such a good time together. On the way home, Ronnie told the guy that he could feel his complicated emotions, but the guy himself didn't understand what it was. Then he asked him why the guy sent her home, because it seemed to him that their relationship had improved again. Hyunjun replied that he was glad because their relationship had improved again, since he lacked the courage to take the first step because he had hurt her so much once. At that moment, he remembered how he broke up with Song Ye because of his mother's bad billing situation, and he felt uneasy again. But despite such rudeness on his part, walking with her made his heart flutter again. Although he thought it was very selfish for the guy to dump her, Ronnie told him that the past was in the past, because now they could fix their relationship. But Hen replied that he couldn't do that because his path was different from the worldly one, and if they started dating, he would hurt her again. So it was enough for him that Song Yi opened up to him again, because now the weight on his chest was lifted. The next day, half the emergency room heard the screams of one of the patients. The drunk man argued with the nurse that if he was brought to the hospital by ambulance, then he should be taken home in the same way. The nurse began to calm the man down and asked him not to be nervous, and to give her the contact details of his relatives so that she could contact them. Without letting her finish, he swung his hand at her and shouted at her to shut up while he was speaking. At that moment, intern Sun Tae, who was just on his way to figure out what had happened, came into his path. The man swung again, but suddenly his hand was grabbed and he was not allowed to continue what he had started. He was stopped by Hyunjun, who could not allow such reckless behavior to happen in his department. When the man was taken out of the hospital, Hyunjun and Young Sun immediately ran to Sun Tae to find out how he was feeling, but the guy smiled and replied that he was fine. Sun Tae kept ice on his face and didn't understand why drunk people couldn't chat properly and even tried to hit someone. Young Sun replied that this was not the first time something like this had happened in this hospital, but they were lucky that Hyunjun was there and resolved everything. Sun Tae began to praise the guy for how heroically he acted, because the man was scared when he saw him. They started laughing at the situation, but then the Pareo reminded them that today was Yun Sun's birthday and they wanted to drink to her health. When they finished their shift, they went to a cafe to rest. Young Sun kept complaining that they were walking too long, but Song Tae convinced him that the cafe was just nearby. Having reached the appointed place, the guy was very glad that they had finally arrived and asked them to hurry up, because he was impatient to sit down. Young Sun walked in first and suddenly saw a huge man in front of him holding a small knife in his hands, which he was very scared of. When they finally sat down at the table, they immediately ordered a glass of drink and clinked glasses to Song Ye's birthday. A man came up to them and smiled happily at them. As he realized that they were his nephew's colleagues, he also told them not to be shy and to order whatever they wanted. Young Sun whispered to the boy that he should have told them that they were going to his uncle's, because he had scared him a lot. But Song Tae thought that his uncle looked very respectable. At first, everyone was surprised by his appearance, but Young Sun, on the contrary, was scared, which made the guys laugh a lot. At this moment, Hen casually glanced towards his uncle and noticed that he was limping on one leg. Sun Tae approached him and asked where he was looking so lost, but the guy decided not to tell him anything about it. When they finished their first glass, Young Sun told the guy that he heard about how he paid for all the child's treatment. An intern from neurosurgery told him about it. Pareel was not surprised by this, since it was impossible to hide anything in their hospital, so he confirmed that he had indeed covered all the expenses. Young Sun understood him, but he still thought it was too much even for him. He reminded him of what the doctor had said, that they absolutely should not become attached to patients. After all, he won't be able to stand it if he gets attached to everyone, since doctors just have to do their job and nothing more. Hyunjun replied that he didn't really know, but he still didn't think it was bad to become attached to patients. He remembered the boy in June, for whom he still had warm feelings, because patients are the same people as doctors. Young Sun realized that it was useless to try to convince the guy, and Sun Tae also didn't understand why he was asking him like that, knowing that Hyun was very stubborn. Interrupting their conversation, Uncle Song Tae approached the boys and set out snacks for them. They were very embarrassed to accept such treats, but the man said that he had to do something for them, because they were his nephew's colleagues. He began to tell them that Song Tae may seem like a smiling person, but in reality he is very persistent, like no one else, because when his father died, despite all the difficulties, the guy continued to study to become a doctor. That's why the uncle was filled with pride for his nephew, because he would be very dear to him. As he left, he told them to be good friends with his nephew and joked that otherwise he would find them anywhere. After he left, Song Tae turned to Hyun and asked him what his relationship was with Dr. Yoon, but he replied that they were just studying together. Then he said that he was informed about how he went to dinner with Song Ye. The guy was surprised that such information was flowing from him, but Song Tae did not give out his sources. Young Sun joined their conversation and realized that they were discussing the very girl who was called the most beautiful in the hospital. But Hyunjun calmed their tempers and said that they were just having dinner and that they had no relationship. Suddenly they heard the sound of breaking dishes from the kitchen and looked away in fear. Sun Tae decided that his uncle had dropped something again, so he decided to go over to him and help him. When she entered the kitchen and started asking her uncle what had happened, his face suddenly changed dramatically and he looked very scared. He saw his uncle lying on the floor holding his heart, and there were dishes lying next to him that he had not managed to carry. The guy immediately started screaming. When the boys heard him, they immediately rushed to the kitchen to understand what had happened. Sun Tai sat over him and no longer held back his emotions. He explained that his uncle had suddenly fallen, and it had scared him very much. Hyunjun quickly ran up to the man and shouted at Young Sun to call their emergency room and ask them to send an ambulance, and also to call a regular ambulance since they had no time to waste. The boy also asked Song Tae to tell him everything he knew about his uncle's medical history. Sun Tai started thinking, and remembered that his uncle had high blood pressure, and when he was working as a hired worker, he had a heart attack. He even came to their hospital for medicine recently. Hyunjun was sure that he must have medicine somewhere then, and told the guy to empty all his pockets. Meanwhile, Young Sun helped Hyun lift the man up from the floor and into a sitting position. His breathing became better due to the change in his position, but he still felt unwell. Then Hen started to take off his pants, but the guys didn't understand why he was doing it. Taking them off, he showed that his uncle's right leg had turned pale, but the boys did not understand what this was connected with. Hyunjun decided to test her sensitivity and poked her leg with his finger. The man immediately reacted, which was a good indicator. Ronnie suggested that the guy first reduce the alcohol in his blood so that he could assess the situation normally. Hen agreed, and Ronnie began testing his blood alcohol levels and began isolating alcohol-breaking enzymes from his liver cells. The guy thanked him for his help and asked him to perform a temperature scan on the man. When Ronnie started scanning, Hen saw that the temperature of the thigh was lower than the rest of the body, even while there was still sensation, but they needed to act immediately. At that moment, Song Tae ran up to them, having found his uncle's medicine, and they immediately began to give it to him. He asked the boy what his uncle was, and Hen replied that he had a thrombosis, which was stopping the normal flow of blood to his leg. But he also said that if soft tissue life ceases, his leg would have to be amputated. A few minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and Young Sun came out to show them where to go. When they entered the kitchen, they saw a man lying on the floor. Hen explained to them that he had lost consciousness due to a heart attack and an acute blood clot, so he needed to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. The doctors were surprised that the boy made a diagnosis so quickly. He told them that he was a doctor from Daihan Hospital. Hen asked them to take him to that hospital and he would contact their emergency room. They put the man on a carrier and carried him into the ambulance, and Sun Tae, who wanted to go with his uncle, ran up to them. But Hyunjun told him to contact Lou's family first and then come with them to the hospital, and he could leave the rest to him. On the way to the hospital, the guy called Dr. Zhu, who was shocked that something had happened to him again. He asked him to explain the situation in detail. The guy explained that he checked his pulse and thought he had a blood clot in his upper right thigh, and he also found out that the man had already had a heart attack a few weeks ago. The doctor was surprised that the man had two problems at once and asked which was worse. Hen replied that they couldn't ignore a heart attack, but a blood clot was clearly worse. Dr. Zhu replied that he would contact the cardiology department to have it checked, and also asked what the signs of blood clots were. The guy said that when he checked it the first time, the pulse was very weak, but it was there, and so far there have been no complications. Then the doctor asked him to check again, and the guy put his fingers on his leg to feel his pulse. But there was no pulse. He informed the doctor that the man was in the stage of sensory disorder. It seemed that a complete blockage was occurring. They needed to get there as quickly as possible, but the doctors told the guy they still had 10 minutes to go. Dr. Ju dropped everything and ran to prepare the operating room, although it was not as easy as it seemed. When the guy hung up, Young Sun realized he was talking to their doctor. Hyun said he was already preparing the operating room. Young Sun was also very worried and shouted at the doctors to come as quickly as possible because the matter was very urgent. Ronnie called Hen and said that he had calculated the time for the operation upon arrival at the hospital, and the probability of amputation of the leg was over 30%. Hearing this, the guy was shocked, because the chance that the man would lose his leg was too great. But Ronnie also added that if you try to insert a needle into the affected area now, the chances of amputation drop to less than 1%. The guy thought about it because if they want to understand how to insert it, they will need ultrasound for this, since without it, it is impossible. Ronnie believed that with their level of synchronization, such an introduction was possible and would definitely be successful. But to direct further treatment on his own would clearly be an abuse of power, and Hen did not know whether he was doing the right thing. He suddenly remembered how happily Song Tae told him about his uncle and how he replaced his father. The guy realized that he couldn't just sit back. Hen went to the doctor and asked for something to slow down the affected area, as they needed to act as quickly as possible. Young Sun was shocked by the guy's statement, but Hyun told him that if they waited, it would be too late. But the intern knew that even in the acute form they had up to 4 hours, it all depended on the lateral or bypass routes of blood flow. Hen explained to him that if the blockage was partial and the blood flow to the heart was sufficient, then there was time, but if it was complete, then the chance of saving the leg was decreasing with every second. But Young Sun didn't understand why he was in such a hurry if it was only 10 minutes to the hospital. The guy said that even upon arrival, they won't be able to start the operation right away, since they'll first run tests and give anesthesia. At this rate, the only option left will be amputation. Young Sun still couldn't figure out how he would find the blockage, since it was difficult even with ultrasound. If he tried to do this, he would be kicked out of the hospital immediately, but Hen remained silent and continued to draw up the drug, preparing for the procedure. He received a call from Song Tae, who was very worried, but he told him that they had not yet arrived at the hospital. Hyun then asked Song Tae to listen to him carefully and said that if nothing was done, even if his uncle went to the hospital and underwent surgery, his leg would most likely be amputated. So he said that he was going to inject a drug to temporarily block the clot, although it would be difficult to do, but he would try and only with his permission. Young Sun started yelling at Sun Tae not to listen to Hyun and asked him to come to his senses since they were almost there. But the guy replied that everything was fine, because he knew that Hyun had a reason for such actions. He was sure that if Hyun took care of this, he would definitely be at peace that his uncle was in good hands, and the Pareo thanked Song Tae for his trust. When they finished talking, the guy took out a syringe with the drug and began injecting it into the man's leg. A few minutes later, they arrived at the hospital and someone started opening the back door to take the patient away. It was Dr. Ju who smiled at the guy and said he wasn't particularly happy to see him after just a couple of hours. The guy had just finished administering the drug and also asked the doctor with a smile if he was ready for the operation, to which Dr. Ju confidently replied that he was always ready, because that was his job. Once the patient was transferred to the hospital, Dr. Ju told the boy their next plan of action. He asked the guy what the man's condition was now, and Hen replied that his breathing was normal. But after taking the medicine, the pain in his chest did not go away. He also added that the blockage had caused the absence of a pulse and numbness in the limb, but now he is feeling a little better. But the doctor did not understand how the pulse could recover on its own. He turned to another doctor who examined the patient, and he replied that his blood vessels were not in the best condition, and they needed to urgently call a professor and take the patient to the operating room. The doctor asked the guy if they had taken any action on the way to the hospital, and he said that he had injected the drug into a blocked vessel. The doctors were shocked by his answer, but the boy decided that any delay would greatly increase the chances of amputation. But the doctor started yelling at him, because how could he do this if there was no ultrasound in the ambulance? Suddenly, he fell silent and said only that the operation was now in first place, so he did not have time for such clarifications. He and the nurse took the patient to the operating room, and Dr. Ju watched them go, not understanding why the doctor was behaving so strangely. The doctor turned to the guy and started sniffing him. Then he remembered that they were in a bar and hoped that the guy hadn't been drinking. But Hen admitted to him that he had, after all, drunk alcohol before delivering the patient. The doctor was furious, because it is very difficult to carry out such a procedure even when sober, and he tried to do it while drunk. And it was not surprising that the doctor from the other surgical department did not look so happy, which was a very bad sign. The guy said that he had only had one glass, but the doctor replied that he would try to remove this question, and if someone asked him about it, he should say that he had only had about a glass. Meanwhile, all the necessary doctors gathered for the operation and began operating on the patient. The operation was also performed by Geun-suk. He asked the doctors to pay attention to his actions. The professor surgeon saw that the guy was able to extract a completely intact thrombus and told him to inject the drug into the vessel. Geun-suk replied that the drug was administered to the patient on the way to the hospital. The professor was surprised who could have done this, and the guy said that according to rumors, it was done by a hospital worker who was at the scene of the incident and in the ambulance. Geun-suk thought about how well that worker had done everything even without the ultrasound. Another surgeon said that the patient was very lucky because whoever did it did the right thing, and if it weren't for him, the man could have lost his leg. Hearing this, Geun-suk was a little angry as he could guess who could react so recklessly to such a situation. At the same time, Yeon-sun sat under the operating room and couldn't understand how this could have happened. After all, as soon as he saw Uncle Song-tae lose consciousness, they immediately identified the cause and began to provide first aid. The main factor in first aid for illness and treatment of thrombosis, he could not remember anything that he had learned. He was distracted from his thoughts by Hyun, who asked if Song-tae's family had arrived at the hospital. The guy was shocked that in such a situation, Hen was thinking about how to go to sleep. But Hyunjun was sure that it was still a long time before the operation was over, and that they still wouldn't be able to do anything now. Young Sun was amazed by Hyundale's calmness in this situation, and he thought that this was abnormal behavior. Hyunjun didn't answer him, and just sat down next to him, and they sat like that with their heads down until he asked with his thoughts. He told the guy that if he answered that he wasn't interrupting, it would be a lie, because in fact he was very worried about him. But first and foremost, they are doctors and should never empathize with patients. Hearing this, Yeon-sun remembered his words said in the bar. He knew that if you became too attached to a patient, it would be very difficult to concentrate on treatment. Hyunjun looked at the boy and remembered the boy he had also become attached to. After all, it was not so easy to accept this. He believed that it would be better for them to concentrate on themselves without regret, since the closer he got to the patient, the more he got to know him. It was as if he was creating a family connection and felt like a living person, not a robot doing his job. Then he understands that he must save this person at any cost. So in such moments, he was able to take desperate measures and act in cold blood because he needs to save his family. When the boy finished his story, they were approached by Song-tae, who had come with his family to visit his uncle. Young Sun began to calm the guy down, saying that he was in the operating room and they were removing a blockage in a blood vessel. He added that nothing extraordinary had happened, so he would be fine. After some time, the professor and the doctor came out of the operating room and said that the operation was successful and there was no longer any reason to worry. Hearing this, Song-tae and his relatives were very happy that the tests were finally over and thanked the doctors. Hyunjun praised Geun-suk for successfully carrying out the operation, but instead of thanking him, Geun-suk called him crazy. Ignoring this, the boy asked him what the patient's prognosis was, but Geun-suk replied that now was not the time to worry about patients. He reminded him that he had carried out the therapy right in the ambulance without the necessary equipment and was amazed by his behavior. Turning to him, he started yelling at Hen for warning him to be careful, but Hen still didn't listen to him. He was sure that the deputy director would definitely hear about this situation, so he had better think about himself, because a disciplinary committee had been created. But Hyun told him that it didn't matter now, which shocked Geun-suk even more. Because the most important thing for the guy was the condition of his friend's uncle. His answer really infuriated Geun-suk, because the guy didn't change at all and continued to do as he pleased. He turned around to leave. Suddenly he stopped and said that Hen had done everything correctly when he administered the drug, so he was sure that he would not have problems with the commission. When Gyun-suk finally left, Song-tae ran up to the guy and asked what happened, but Hen calmed him down and told him not to pay attention, since that guy was always like that. A few days later, the deputy director finally assembled a commission of 2 more professors who compiled a report on what had happened. Using this incident, the deputy believed that they had to discipline the other workers because no one would forget what happened. This time, Hyunjun's actions surpassed him. Professor Tsoi said that the boy began to act according to circumstances without permission, since the situation was very extreme. But he also added that if the guy had not administered the right drug, the patient could have lost his leg. The deputy replied that he was still an intern and first needed to get permission from the deputy head of the emergency department to perform the treatment. But Professor Yeon-soo continued to say that the guy did everything he could as a doctor, and if he had done as the deputy said in such a situation, the outcome would have been much worse. The deputy agreed with the doctor because the results were important to them, but the process itself was also important. Without an established rule, everything would get confused. He added that he heard about how Hyunjun flew a patient without an ultrasound. The professor was stunned by what he heard. Vascular surgeon Chang Yun confirmed the words of his deputy, because he too, when he heard about this case, was simply shocked. The deputy was glad that Dr. Chang Yun supported his point of view, because it was a serious cause for concern. But suddenly he interrupted him and said that he did not consider the situation so terrible. He was simply amazed at how intern Hyunjun was able to accurately puncture the exact affected area without an ultrasound. But the deputy felt that it could just be a coincidence, and that it was unlikely that Dr. Chang Yun would be interested in a simple intern. The patient has a good prognosis, thanks to him and other outstanding doctors like Kyun-suk. In any case, the deputy was sure that he could not ignore such a situation. Professor Choi approached him and said that despite everything, Hyunjun was still an intern. He made a serious mistake, but the professor did not want the director to remove such talents, and Dr. Jung also supported him. The deputy thought for a moment, because their opinion was very important to him, so he decided that he would give Hyunjun a chance to do an internship at their hospital. But he didn't plan to end the meeting there, as he had heard that the boy was interested in surgery. He, as the director, could not allow him to undergo practical training in a department and specialty other than his own, which meant that he would not accept him into the surgical department. At first, Professor Tsoi didn't understand what the point was in giving the guy a chance if he wouldn't be accepted into surgery, but then he figured it out. If that happened, he would have to apologize to him, and he wasn't sure if he needed it. And on the other hand, his department wasn't related to surgery, so he and the deputy were unlikely to cross paths. Then his deputy interrupted him and asked if he wanted to admit the guy to his emergency department. But at the same time, he didn't think it was a good idea, since the emergency room was closely connected to other departments, and in his opinion, Hyunjun wasn't suited for it. Hearing this, the professor was shocked, because the deputy himself proposed, but immediately refused his own offer, although the guy was ideal for them. The deputy took a piece of paper from his pocket and said that he knew that the guy had only seen 3 specialists in this department. Therefore, he concluded that Hyunjun had very little experience in the internship, but the professor did not think so at all, because the guy was a jack of all trades. The professor said that all the medical staff in his department are top-notch, but due to cases like this, the rating could drop significantly. But the deputy responded that medicine does not stand still, and all medical personnel do not always receive praise from patients in return. The professor also added that he heard about Hyunjun being sent to Yeonjong Hospital after completing his emergency room training, which left the deputy very surprised. Therefore, instead of such a reprimand, the professor suggested sending the boy to the Gyeongju branch for the remaining 3 months. He also said that next year, this branch will close and be bought by a local private company to make a medical college there. The director knew about this, since it was he who sold it due to lack of staff. That's why the professor wanted them to send Hyunjun there for more intensive work, so he could alternate between the emergency room and surgery. The deputy suggested the professor to the main one and said that Dr. Choi wants Hyunjun to take the exam in the specialty, including practical surgery, and Yeon-soo confirmed this. He thought about the possibility that instead of punishing the intern and thereby influencing society, he could simply send him to another hospital. And even more so, a guy like Hyunjun would definitely cope, because he was clearly superfluous here. After thinking about it for a while, the deputy agreed, but said that he had one condition. All the interns had to be notified of this, and doctors will use it as an example of discipline so that this does not happen again, because this is the best example of what will happen if something like this happens. He asked the other doctors if they had any objections or questions, but they, in turn, remained silent. When their meeting was over, the professor left the office and thought about how this was the best of all the options, and even if the guy didn't like this decision, he would have to accept it. He called Hen into his office and told him about the deputy's decision, to which he replied that he agreed. The guy's answer greatly surprised the professor because he didn't expect him to react so calmly to it. He asked again if the guy understood what all this meant, and he nodded his head confidently. The professor also said that the branch is not such a simple place, because when Yeon-soo was there last time, there was a case where the medical staff was very weak. The guy realized that there were many more patients there than he was, which meant that if there was a shortage of medical personnel, he would be able to do an internship in surgery. But the professor still felt guilty towards him and tried to somehow dissuade him because he hadn't even prepared for the exams yet. Instead, Hyunjun thanked the professor for his help and assistance. But he replied that he should thank Dr. Ju, not him, since it was he who asked the cardiologist not to talk about what happened. After all, if the director had found out about the alcohol, the guy would hardly have been able to get off so easily. Hen thought about the doctor and mentally thanked him for helping him so much. Once he passed all the necessary examinations with Dr. Choi, he immediately went to Gyeongju. While traveling on an express bus to another city, the guy kept thinking about his upcoming internship. Looking at the rapidly passing landscape, he realized that everything was happening so quickly that he could not keep up with time. He remembered meeting his friends in Songtae before leaving. The guy was very upset because he thought that because of him, the guy was being kicked out of the hospital. But Hyun asked him to stop crying because everything was fine. Sun Tai decided that he, like Hyunjun, would go there and do an internship there. Also, after this incident, young Sun completely changed and began to approach his studies more responsibly. The guy hadn't yet decided which department to go to, but he knew for sure that everything would be fine for him. When he returned from his thoughts to reality, he noticed that the city was visible outside the window, which meant that he was almost there. After getting off the bus, the guy confidently headed to the hospital because both he and Ronnie were ready for new challenges. Upon arrival at the hospital, he approached the nurse at the reception and said that he was a new intern, but the woman did not show any emotion and replied that it was the first time she heard about this. The guy looked around and realized that there was not a single patient in the hospital, which scared and alarmed him very much. He didn't understand how this could happen, because he had been told that the place was short of staff, but there were no patients at all. The boy suddenly remembered the chief surgeon named Songwon Gyu, whom Dr. Ju had told him about. Hen turned to the nurse and asked to call the chief surgeon. The woman immediately called the doctor and said that he had a guest. A few minutes later, the chief surgeon came out to the guy and was surprised that he actually came to the hospital. The surgeon turned around and waved at the guy, saying that he would be his handler. Hen was shocked by his friendliness. On the way, the surgeon told the guy that the building looked more like an abandoned one, which is why it was so quiet. Then Hen asked why there were so few patients. The surgeon turned to the guy and looked at him. He said that the branch would close next year and was surprised that he didn't know about it. He added that Hyun wouldn't notice how quickly time flies here, since this wasn't the main office, so it could be considered that he was given a vacation, while Hyunjun couldn't understand whether he would get a chance to go to the operating room. Van Gyu suggested that the boy say hello to the rest of the staff for now, since there were only 3 fourth-year students in their hospital, including him, Dr. Jer, and Hen. Hyunjun was amazed at the small number of people, but the surgeon explained to him that after the 3rd year, everyone was transferred to other hospitals since they would not have been able to complete their specialty course while working here. Then Hen asked about the operations and Van Gyu replied that they didn't have enough stalkers for that, so they didn't do them. Hearing this, the guy felt as if he was struck by electricity, because he had expected a completely different outcome of events. When they entered the office, Wang Gyu introduced the man sitting at the desk as the head of the surgical department, Myungjin Park. He also introduced the manager to the guy they had sent from Seoul for an internship, which surprised Jin Park. The manager replied that he didn't need any help, so he sent the boy to rest and get some fresh air. When they left the office, Ronnie told the guy that the reaction of the doctors in this hospital was very strange, and that, unlike those doctors, he did not feel any tension at all. The surgeon also told Hen that they don't have an emergency room now. 3 surgeons come to them if needed, but since the guy is still an intern, he won't be able to be on duty with them. He asked him if he wanted to give it to another department, but the guy didn't care at all where he worked. The only thing he wanted was to be able to work the night shift. Van Gyu was pleased with his request, since he had just been working at night this month, and the guy still had 3 months to work with them. So he told him to look around and come to work tomorrow. The surgeon asked the boy if he had decided where to stay, but Hyunjun was very surprised by his question. He wanted to stay in the duty room, but the surgeon could not allow him to live there for more than 3 days. So today, he allowed him to leave his things in the duty room while he looked for an apartment. When the guy left, the surgeon looked after him and thought that the guy looked like a decent and educated intern, but he still didn't understand why he was sent to them. Meanwhile, Hen settled in the duty room and suggested that Ronnie go for a walk, as it was a good way to get to know the area. The guy came to a tourist spot and bought a ticket to walk around and see everything. On the way, he thought that he didn't care how many patients there were in the hospital. He was sure that he would have something to learn here, and there was no point in jumping to conclusions. Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration and began to look around to see if anyone else had felt it. Noticing that people continued to behave calmly, Hen asked Ronnie if he felt the same, but he replied that he had not detected anything like that. The guy decided that he was just imagining things and continued his walk, when suddenly someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw a man who looked like a foreigner. He asked the guy if he was a traveler, but Hen replied that he was a local. The man explained that he noticed the guy looking around, which is why he thought he was also a tourist. Hyunjun said that he just suddenly felt a vibration under his feet, so he looked around to make sure he was the only one who felt it. Then the tourist told the guy that he spoke English very well, because he had never met anyone who could speak to him so freely in Korea. Hearing this, Hen was simply shocked, because he didn't even realize that he had been speaking a different language all this time. He immediately asked Ronnie, but he replied that his language program was disabled. Ronnie explained that the boy could speak English, because his central nervous system was synchronized, which meant that he could now speak foreign languages with ease. At that moment, the man extended his hand and introduced himself. His name was J. Allen. The guy on the report card repeated his gesture. When the guy shook his hand, he felt a strange feeling, but he couldn't understand what it could be. Allen noticed the confusion on Hen's face and asked what was wrong, but Hen replied that everything was fine. The man then told him that he was a very sensitive person, as he had mentioned earlier that he felt the vibration. Allen replied that he felt it too. He began to take off his glove and showed the guy his hand, which was completely prosthetic. He said that his hand had many functions, and vibration detection was one of them. The man also showed that all the information collected in his hand goes straight to his ears. Hen was very surprised, because it was the first time he saw something like this. He could not believe that technology had reached such a level of progress. But Ronnie explained to him that technology hadn't developed things that good yet, so it had nothing to do with it. He said that if you look at his hand as a prosthesis, it looks very similar to the Olympus prototype. The guy remembered that this company offers treatment for congenital diseases using artificial genes. Allen turned to him and said that he was the first person who, upon seeing his hand, did not show any sign of surprise. Hen laughed and said that the man didn't look like a ruthless robot who wanted to take over the planet. He said that he had actually encountered medical robots several times during his work, so he was not particularly surprised. Allen realized that Hyunjun was a medical worker, and the guy confirmed his suspicions, even though he was only an intern. Hen noticed that the man reacted strangely to this. Most likely unpleasant memories associated with this came flooding back to him. He decided to change the subject and asked Allen why he decided to become a traveler. The man answered him that he comes to different countries to admire historical places and landscapes. When he has problems in life, he gets energy from places like these. But what upset him was that when people talked to him, they immediately began to avoid him because they did not know the language. While Hen listened to him, Ronnie repeated the same thing to him, that he needed data from the man's robotic prosthesis, but the guy understood and heard everything, so he asked him to stop repeating. He turned to the man and said that he, too, had a time when he was all alone, and suggested that they take a walk together. This is how he unexpectedly met Mr. Allen. He was very pleased and interested in communicating with him. It even seemed to him that he looked at life in a completely different way. Since the man was intelligent in his knowledge of medicine, it seemed that he was also a medical professional and had a very radical point of view. He talked about technological processes and gave the example of a car factory, which now does not require very many people to assemble a car, but still requires human hands. And the reason is that it takes essence to make the right adjustments in creating something unusual, but even that will soon be a thing of the past. After all, technology is evolving very quickly, and the development of technologies that can make decisions based on complex data is inevitable. He apologized to the guy and said that, like many professions in the future, the profession of a doctor will finally disappear. Hen smiled at him and replied that he had very interesting thoughts and arguments, but he knew for sure that Ronnie was in his body. The impossible was already possible. Ronnie told the boy that Alan's words were true, but he had him, so his abilities would be limitless. Hyunjun was very pleased to hear such words from Ronnie and thanked him for his support. The man was sure that his words might have seemed too absurd to the guy, but in any case, reality would not stand still. Chronic diseases of the brain are difficult to treat with modern medicine, but soon, new technological electronic networks will open the way to its treatment. It is possible to prevent the disease itself by blocking the gene that causes it using gene scissors. There will come a world in which people will not be able to keep up with the technological process. And Alan's question was whether the need for a doctor will still exist after the new world has come. Hyunjun replied that although technology could cure terrible diseases, communication with the patient was necessary because only a person with a beating heart could support him. He also knew that the clinical results were not yet satisfactory. The man was surprised by the guy's knowledge. Hen explained that he was still studying, and his mother suffered from a brain disease. He felt guilty because even with modern technology developed to treat rare diseases, the electronic network would still not cover enough areas of the brain. Alan didn't understand what the guy was talking about, so he said he was talking about neural lace. After all, it would be more effective if it were injected in a liquid state deep into the brain, since all of this is connected to the vessels. Seeing the man's reaction to his words, Hen was a little scared, as it seemed to him that he was being too smart in front of him. Alan suddenly stopped and put his hands on the guy's shoulders, asking him to tell him more about it. Since such ideas could help him a lot, he wanted to hear more about his speculations and thoughts about liquid neural lace. The conversation with Mr. Allen, who suddenly became even more talkative, continued until the evening. They argued about what it would be like to introduce those same laces through the vessels of the brain's nervous system. Alan listened attentively to the guy all this time and was thinking about something of his own. When it got dark, the man apologized for keeping Hen so long, but the guy really enjoyed their time together. Alan admitted that he hadn't had such a productive conversation with anyone in a long time, and even learned a lot of new things. Hen smiled and replied that it was also pleasant and interesting for him to talk to him. The man gave him his number and said that he would be glad to see him again and discuss something. He waved goodbye to him and hoped that they would be able to meet before he left. When they parted, the man sat in the back seat of the car and couldn't wait to meet such a talented person in such a small Asian country again. The driver approached him and asked where to take him. Alan told him that he first wanted to go to the hotel. The driver turned to the man and called him president, asking about the meeting that would take place tomorrow. Alan replied that he would not go to her, but the driver did not understand why he suddenly changed his mind. He was sure that nothing more important could happen than his meeting with Hyunjun. When the guy returned to the hospital, Ronnie told him that Alan, although a talkative person, presented quite a lot of interesting data and thoughts, and the guy agreed with him. Hyunjun turned his attention to the bed and saw that there was a note on the pillow. When he picked it up to read it, he saw a woman named Song Lim looking for him, and he tried to remember who she was. Remembering her, he immediately called her, and the woman invited him to meet immediately. When the guy came to her, he saw that she was just outside, and entering the yard, he immediately greeted her. Song Lim was very happy to see the boy and asked him not to be shy. She said that after her son was admitted to the hospital, she did not know how to thank him for his help, but then she heard rumors that he was transferred here. Hyunjun looked around and was surprised by her beautiful house. The woman replied that he could stay with her as long as he wanted. Sun Lim's son approached the boy, and she reminded him that he should first greet the guest and then play, and the boy immediately bowed to Hyun. The guy squatted down to the boy and stroked his head. The woman said that this was her first son. She also pointed to a girl who was sitting nearby at a table. It was her middle daughter. Hyunjun waved to the girl and also noticed that the woman was expecting another child. She laughed because her condition was difficult to hide. She invited him into the house and told him to make himself at home. Her husband was also due home from work soon. At that moment, her son and daughter approached the guy and they started playing with him with a toy sword, and Hen skillfully defended himself. Song Lim asked the children to calm down a bit and allow their guests to rest a bit and have dinner. Ronnie noticed that the child's stamina was at its best because Hen was completely worn out and the boy did not get tired at all from playing. When the woman set the table, the guy was surprised at how much she had prepared. During this time, her husband had just returned. The man began to say that his wife had said so many good things about him that he himself wanted to get to know him faster. He was so interested in where the guy decided to stop because it was already quite late. Hen replied that he would remain in the hospital for now and that he would start looking for a place to live from tomorrow. Song Lim suddenly cried out that the guy was very lucky and he could stay with them, since there were very few tourists now and their rooms were empty anyway. Besides, her children really liked him and enjoyed playing with him, and the guy looked at them with apprehension. Hyunjun agreed to her proposal and said that he would pay the full cost of the stay, but Song Lim still decided to give him a discount. When they finished dinner, the guy lay down on the floor and ate the fruits that Song Lim had given him. He thought that he had not had such an atmosphere at home for a long time, and he was overcome by the feeling that he was missing something. The boy really wanted his mother to get well soon and come home so that they could have the same atmosphere. Suddenly he heard a blow and then the sighs of his grandmother, who was sitting nearby. Hen asked what hurt, but Grandma replied that she was fine. Her legs just went numb sometimes. The guy asked how long this had been happening, and she said that her legs had been numb for a long time, and in recent days it had started to bother her even at night. Ronnie did a full body analysis of her body and said that she might have restless leg syndrome, where the legs move during sleep. He asked Hyunjun to place his hand on his grandmother's head so that he could prepare to paralyze her nerve endings and take away the pain. The guy sat down next to the grandmother and put his hand on her head. He asked her to wait a little, and she would feel better. The man saw this and did not understand why the guy was doing this, because there was nothing wrong with the grandmother's head, but Song Lim told him not to distract him. After all, as Hyunjun himself told her, this is his special method of treatment. She remembered how he put his hand on the crying child, and then, in that same second, the baby's face became calm, which simply amazed her. Hyunjun asked his grandmother how she felt now, and the woman replied that she felt much better than last night. He then asked her if she had taken any medication before going to bed. The grandmother replied that she didn't remember, but the guy admitted that perhaps she drank a few glasses of alcohol to help her fall asleep. Song Lee heard this and began to scold her mother, because she promised that she would not drink anymore. The guy said that this had long become a habit, since she lacked dopamine and all other indicators were stable. He told his grandmother that the cause of her leg obsession was restless leg syndrome, because the numbness happens at night, not during the day, and the guy was sure that her legs start tremoring in her sleep. Song Lim's husband remembered seeing his grandmother's legs shaking in the morning. Hyunjun asked his grandmother not to take anything else before bed and advised her on a suitable diet. Song Lim was surprised that now they didn't have to go to the hospital. The guy replied that if they followed his instructions exactly, there would be no need to go to the hospital, and the woman thanked him for his help. After that, Song Lim led the guy to his new room where he could calmly settle in. Hyunjun looked around. He really liked the room, as it was very cozy and spacious. Ronnie also confirmed that they could not find a better one. He also added that the natural environment here has a great impact on reducing Hen's stress. The guy looked out the window and enjoyed nature. He realized that wherever he went, there would be something good. The next morning, Hen went outside where his grandmother met him and immediately asked him for forgiveness. A second later, other older women surrounded him and began to speak admiringly about the guy, which greatly embarrassed him. When he turned around, he saw Mr. Allen, who also could not escape the grandmother's attention. Allen noticed Hen and asked him to help him because he didn't know how to get out of their hands. When they let him go, Hen told him that he had called as soon as he had settled in, but Allen was a little nervous about the number of people. Hen explained that there weren't that many people here. Most likely they all came to get some treatment. Allen asked if there were any rooms available in the guest house for him to stay in, and Song Lim immediately showed him one of the possible ones. She also told the man that if he lived there longer, he would get good discounts. Alan thanked her, and hearing the noise outside, he looked out to see where there were a large number of people who were eager to approach Hen. While examining one of the grandmothers, he told her that her kidneys were not functioning well, which is why she had high blood pressure. He advised her to change her medication to another one and also undergo an examination at the hospital, and she nodded approvingly, saying that she would do so. After her, other people approached the guy, who also talked about their problems and complained about various symptoms. While checking another patient, Alan approached the guy and asked why these people don't go to the hospital, because there should be a clinic in this city. Hen replied that perhaps the local hospital had lost people's trust in it, and now they were all here. Alan was glad that their thoughts coincided, because he believed that if the diagnostics were carried out by a robot, there would be no reason to lose trust. But if the guy doesn't have the tedious equipment at home for the examination, he'll still have to go to the hospital. Hyunjun told him that he was going to become an outstanding doctor, and all his persuasion would not work on him. Alan realized that he had gone too far and apologized to the guy for his stubbornness, but Hen told him that there was no problem, and he could say whatever he wanted because his discussions were always welcome. Not far from them, a woman stood and watched how the guy was helping others, but she herself did not dare to approach. Song Lim noticed her and asked what she was doing there. The woman replied that she came to see the doctor to ask him something. Song Lee was surprised that her friend came because she was always busy and warned him that he needed to go to work soon. Hen heard their conversation and shouted that he would have time to check on one more patient. When she approached him, she told him that strange spots were appearing on her hands. She lifted her sweater and showed him her hand. At first she thought they were bruises, but each time they got bigger. Although they didn't hurt, they still bothered her. Hyunjun took her hand and began to carefully examine the presence of spots to understand what they were. Ronnie began to analyze the spots, and Hen had already admitted that they were very similar to symptoms of skin cancer, and he was right. The guy noticed that the size of the spots was large, but judging by their location, it was possible that the immune system was affected. Ronnie said that once cancer cells attack the immune system, the death rate within 5 years is high, and to know the exact result, you need to visit the hospital. Hyunjun immediately told the woman that she urgently needed to go to the hospital, but she was surprised because the spots did not cause her any discomfort at all. But the guy replied that if she felt well, she still needed to go to the hospital. She was a little scared by such pressure and decided not to stay any longer, as she had to go to work. Ronnie analyzed the patient's voice, and there was an 80% chance that she would not visit the clinic, but she needed to be examined. Song Lim approached the woman and asked her to take advantage of this opportunity to get checked out, since she was constantly working to educate her children and thought about herself last. Moreover, they had an older brother, and if she got sick, it would be really bad. Listening to them, the guy began to remember. The woman smiled and said that she felt fine anyway, so she had nothing to worry about. Hen remembered his mother, who had behaved in the same way and worked to feed and educate her children. He suddenly shouted at the woman that everything she was doing was wrong, and it shouldn't be that way. The guy explained to her that the spots on her hand were a type of skin cancer, and upon hearing this, the woman was very scared. Mr. Allen also heard his words and did not understand how the guy was able to make a diagnosis just by examining the patient. Hen continued to tell her that such a tumor could be removed with simple surgery if treatment was not delayed. The woman reacted quite violently to the operation, but most likely now she is seriously thinking about the consequences. Hen told her that his mother was in the hospital because she lost her husband early and had to work days and nights for him and his brother. But at one point, she suddenly felt ill, and the reason for this was a rare brain disease, which has still not been fully studied. More than 5 years have passed since she was in the hospital. And all this time, his heart is very heavy because he constantly thinks that all this is because of him. Therefore, for the sake of the children, he asked her not to ruin herself, because while there are no symptoms, everything can be fixed. The woman looked at the guy with regret and hope. She realized that the guy only wanted the best for her. He said that he had to go to work soon, and the woman decided to go with him to start the examination right away. Alan watched them from the side. He thought that the diagnosis could have been premature, but the fact that the guy managed to convince the patient to undergo treatment simply amazed him. He remembered that Hyunjun was going to become a good doctor and save all people without exception. Alan decided that the boy's dream had almost come true, because he would help him with this. When they finished their examinations, they went with the woman to the guy's work. She thanked the guy, because if it weren't for him, she would have simply gone to work, since her goal had always been to raise children. The guy wished her a speedy recovery and asked her to spend more time with her children, because the saddest thing for him was that he had few memories with his mother. As she left with the nurse to get checked out, Hen looked at her and decided that he, too, needed to call his mother to see how she was doing. After the guy changed into his work clothes, he went to the machine to drink some water. Suddenly, he felt a micro-vibration, which Ronnie also detected. Panacea approached the nurse at the reception to find out where the emergency medical services were. The nurse replied that she had no idea where the doctors might have gone, which simply amazed the guy. No matter how much they said that the hospital would soon close, there were still no responsible doctors there. Hen thanked the nurse for the information and decided to take a look around himself while no one was around. Walking down the corridor, he heard someone's cries for help and decided to see what was going on there. Not far from him, in the ward, lay a patient who was writhing in pain and screaming loudly. A nurse approached him and said that she could call a doctor, but the man was sure that no one could help him. Hyunjun approached the nurse and asked for the man's medical history so he could see his symptoms. He took the patient's card and saw that he had been hospitalized with severe abdominal pain, but they had not written down what he had been treated with before. The guy asked Ronnie to determine the cause of his stomach pain, but he replied that there were many reasons for this, so Hen said to choose the most likely ones. When Ronnie had analyzed all the existing reasons, he had named several of them, and the guy had to narrow the list down to identify the exact one. The nurse reminded him that he hadn't had any tests done, so it would be better if they did an examination first. Hen asked the nurse if the patient had been given an enema, but she said the procedure had not improved his condition. Then the guy suggested that she do the same procedure again to check. The nurse began to doubt, as she was told that if they could not identify the cause, the patient should be sent to the city hospital. Hearing this, Hen raised his voice and asked who could say such a thing since they were already in the hospital. He was infuriated by the doctor's attitude towards patients. Because it was completely wrong, the nurse got scared and immediately apologized for her words. When the man heard that they would give him kisses and an enema again, he was perplexed, since they had already given him one and the pain only got worse. Hyunjun convinced him that they needed to try again, and if it didn't work, he would find another treatment. After the procedure, the patient returned to the ward and said that he could not endure such torture any longer. Judging by his condition, the guy realized that this procedure had not changed anything at all. He then asked the patient to lie down on the couch again and said that he would perform the procedure himself. He convinced the man that this method was very effective, so he shouldn't worry. While he was performing the procedure, a nurse was watching him and was a little shocked. When it was all over, the patient went to the toilet, and upon returning, the guy asked how he was feeling. The man looked very happy as his stomach pain had completely disappeared and he was now feeling much better. Hyunjun advised him to not take any laxatives in the future and also advised him to avoid certain foods to prevent the pain from occurring. The nurse stood nearby and was very surprised that the guy was able to perform the procedure himself. Hen noticed her and went up to her to apologize, as he didn't mean to yell at her. But the girl just smiled and said that she understood everything. She was glad that the guy had carried out the procedure successfully. A few hours later, after returning to work, several more patients arrived in the emergency room. The man ran into the hospital and started screaming for help because he had some kind of hearing problems. Hen shone a flashlight into his ear and pulled out an insect. He warned the patient that if this happened again, he just needed to shine a bright light into the ear and the insect would come out on its own. Another woman came because her baby had been burned by hot water, and Hen instructed the nurse to prepare the necessary dressings. Not far from them, an old woman was sitting on a bench and waiting for her turn. She watched the guy and called the nurse. The grandmother pointed her finger at him and said that she wanted to get treatment from this particular doctor, but the nurse explained that the guy was just an intern. But the woman was unwavering, because she saw how well he did his job, which meant he could help her too. The nurse approached the guy and asked him to examine the grandmother. He took her medical history to understand what she had come for previously. Hyunjun read that the grandmother came to the hospital because of wrist pain, although she usually comes for diabetes medication on a regular basis. Panacea leaned over to her and asked if she was experiencing pain anywhere else, and offered to examine her. While he was examining her hand, a doctor came in and saw what the guy was doing. He came closer to him and asked what he was doing here. The man looked quite menacing, so he was a little scary. Hyunjun stopped examining the woman and stood up. He introduced himself to the doctor and said that he was an intern from the department. The man examined the guy and asked where all their interns were and why he was pretending to be a doctor. Hyun suddenly glanced at his name tag and realized that the person standing in front of him was emergency room doctor Jang Hyunjun. A nurse approached them and explained to the doctor that the boy was their new intern who had been transferred from a hospital in Seoul. The guy confirmed her words and said that he was sent to their hospital for 3 months. Dr. Hwang was surprised because he too had once been an intern and had worked in this branch for 5 years. He added that before, he had never seen medical personnel sent from the main office to an early location. The doctor asked the nurse to keep an eye on the guy while he called the office and checked the veracity of his words. When he called the Seoul office, the information was confirmed, and the doctor realized that the guy was not lying to him. Jung Hwan approached him and said that he should have come in and greeted him first so that situations like this wouldn't happen. But Hyun knew that there was no way he would have done that since the men weren't at work. The doctor also noticed that Hyunjun had already accepted several patients, even though he did not have permission to do so. The guy replied that, based on the patient's case histories he had read, he had performed basic actions that were entirely within his responsibilities. The man suddenly got angry and started shouting at him, as he did not like such impudent behavior. He told him that before treating someone, he must always ask the doctor's permission, no matter how much he wanted to help them. Hyunjun didn't understand what was wrong with this doctor and decided not to enter into conflict with him, but simply silently agreed. Jung Hwan also warned the nurses to keep a close eye on the boy, and he, in turn, had to ask them everything. He told them not to anger him anymore, because it could end badly for them. Hyunjun stopped the doctor as he was about to leave and said that patient Ko had been diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome. Dr. Hwang was surprised because he had prescribed her anti-inflammatory drugs. Grandmother told about her treatment in this hospital. Her pain appeared about 6 months ago, and then she was prescribed only such drugs, but the condition did not improve. Hyunjun told the doctor that a case like this would most likely not respond to medical treatment, as he should have seen a sprained ligament in the wrist. Dr. Hwang abruptly snatched the folder containing the patient's medical history and began to study it carefully. As he read, Hen continued to explain that after a patient experiences similar symptoms in one arm, the pain moves to the other arm. In the patient's case, there was partial numbness in her wrist, and almost all of her fingers did not move. These are symptoms of a cyst that need to be removed surgically, not with pills. The doctor wondered if the guy meant his treatment was wrong, but he was sure that the drugs he prescribed were helping. He went to his grandmother and asked if the medications he prescribed were helping her. The woman hesitated a little, but confirmed it. The doctor then told the boy to keep saying the opposite when the patient said everything was fine. Hen was so irritated by this situation, as well as such a senseless attitude towards patients, that he was ready to explode. He wanted to tell Dr. Hwang everything, but his grandmother suddenly stopped him and asked him not to quarrel with him. She told the guy that she would be fine as long as she took her medication, because all people experience pain almost every day as they age. When she left, Dr. Hwang, with a satisfied face, told the boy that he would soon understand that it was better not to argue with him. Hyunjun didn't understand where he was going, but the doctor wasn't going to report to him and told him to call him only when patients arrived. A few seconds later, ambulance workers ran into the hospital and brought in an emergency patient. Dr. Hwang was shocked that they brought him to their hospital and told them to take him to the city hospital, but the doctors couldn't do that because there were no vacancies there. He looked at the patient and saw that he was not bleeding, which meant he was not seriously injured, so he told them to leave. The doctors replied that it would take them more than 40 minutes to get to the nearest hospital, and during that time anything could happen to the patient. But the doctor stood his ground, and Hen intervened in their conversation and said that they would accept the patient. He told the doctors where to take him, and at that moment the doctor started yelling at him and didn't understand what he was going to do. The guy told him that a doctor like him, who does not provide assistance to patients, cannot be called a doctor. When the doctor heard this, he was simply furious and could not allow the intern to speak so rudely. He swung his hand at him, but Hen managed to intercept it. He held her so tightly that Hwang was amazed by his strength, even though he didn't look that powerful. In turn, Hyunjun told him not to interfere with him while he was doing his job and not to tell him what to do. He returned to the patient and asked the nurse to call Dr. Van Gay while they checked the patient's condition. The ambulance doctor said that the man's car crashed into a tree, and the victim hit the steering wheel, losing consciousness, and the airbag also exploded. Hen asked Ronnie to help, and he began to model the approximate outcome of the situation based on the words of the rescuers. He said that because of the impact of the airbag, most of the impact would have been on and underneath the chest. The most likely diagnoses were blunt chest trauma, contusion, rib fracture, and rupture of a major vessel. The guy started checking the patient's indicators and measured his blood pressure and pulse. Meanwhile, behind Hyunjun stood Dr. Hwang, who was very angry and watched his actions with hatred. The guy continued to listen to the patient and touched his chest. The man immediately made it clear that this was causing him discomfort. Hen said he had chest pain and a crunching sound, and soft tissue damage, and before the CT scan, he needed to have a tube inserted into his lungs to drain excess fluid. Dr. Hwang did not understand how the intern could make such diagnoses and ordered him to stop. The guy turned to him and told him not to distract him, since he had no intention of helping, and also that he would take full responsibility for the patient. After finishing the procedure, the guy told the nurse that the patient urgently needed CT scans. Dr. Hwang was amazed because such a procedure with a tube was quite difficult, but an ordinary intern did it so easily. He was distracted from his thoughts by Dr. Van Gyu, who inquired about the patient's well-being. As he got closer, he saw that they had performed a procedure on the liver, but Hwang was told that he had nothing to do with it, and that all questions should be asked to the intern. The doctor was surprised by this answer, so Hen began to fill him in on the matter and explained why he had performed such a procedure. The nurse gave the boy the results of the CT scans of his chest, and he immediately showed them to the doctor. Van Gu saw that the patient had no ruptured blood vessels when his first rib was broken, but there was an accumulation of air in the lungs due to a small fracture. He turned his attention to the patient and noticed that the first aid was provided simply excellently and without a single mistake. Van Gyu realized that the boy was most likely transferred to the hospital for a reason, but he felt like there was some kind of catch to it. The doctor turned to the nurse and praised them for the good first aid they provided. He asked to move the patient to the ward right away. Hyunjun suddenly stopped him and asked him to look at the chest x-ray again. He showed that if you look closely, you can see that the area of the middle part of the chest is widened. Panacea also added that this is most likely a suspicion of a dissection of the main vessel. Ronnie also confirmed that the vessel was hit with a short, strong blow that caused many small wounds. This tiny wound appears because the vessel cannot withstand the increased blood flow, and strong pressure leads to its rupture. 80% of patients die, even with timely first aid. Such a diagnosis could only be confirmed through additional research, such as computer scanning. Dr. Van Gyu told the boy that he understood all his worries and concerns, but he should only worry when the dilation reaches more than 10 centimeters, so now the probability of rupture is very small. Hen agreed with him, but he was sure that while there was a small possibility, it needed to be checked, because it could become a threat to the patient. The doctor agreed with him, but Hwang started shouting again that they didn't need to listen to the intern because he didn't understand anything in his opinion. He continued to swear at the guy because all his diagnoses seemed simply ridiculous to him and were in no way related to the truth. Hen paid no attention to him and, in turn, asked Van Gyu if they would confirm the diagnosis in their hospital, but he replied that this required special equipment and personnel. The guy realized that if the diagnosis turned out to be correct, the patient might need surgery. But the doctor replied that this was impossible in their hospital because they did not have enough specialists for this. The guy was very upset because he was sure that there had to be an option to carry out the operation. Time passed, and with each passing minute, the risk of leaving the patient in this state became dangerous, so he began to think about what to do. After thinking it over for a while, he came up with only one solution and told the doctor that they should transfer the patient to another hospital where the operation could be performed. Hearing this, Dr. Hwang was furious, because just now the guy said the exact opposite. But the guy didn't care about his reaction, because now he was only concerned about how to find a way to help the patient. He suddenly remembered Gyun Suk's words, who told him that he was acting recklessly, and even if he became a specialist, he would hardly be able to cope with the heavy burden. Hyunjun finished writing down the notes on the patient's examination, and in front of the emergency doctors, who quickly took him away and took him to another hospital. The boy watched them drive away, and behind him, Dr. Wang Jiwayu tried to calm Huan down as he was still swearing at Hyun. Returning to work, he was approached by senior nurse Song Lee, who reminded the guy that they had seen him on his first day at work. They began to talk carefree, and the woman told him that she had been working in this hospital for 20 years. Sun Lee also asked how his workday went today. The guy replied that he was very disappointed, because he was sent here because there was a shortage of medical personnel, but there were even fewer patients here. He didn't understand why the workers at this hospital weren't eager to save people and acted as if they didn't care. Sun Lee reminded the boy that the hospital would be closed next year, so he asked if the staff who were currently here would stay. She replied that only the building, equipment, nurses, and administrative staff would be sold. Therefore, doctors will have to compete with each other to continue working here. But Hyunjun thought that if a person worked hard, it should mean that he would be hired. Sun Lee said that according to the staff, all employers have already been appointed, mainly local doctors, without out-of-towners. Therefore, the doctors working now will leave this building. Moreover, the young staff that worked here before have already left for more promising cities. And those who have been working in this hospital for a long time are thinking about finding a job closer to home or retiring. The guy thought about her words. He understood that this was all happening because of their politics. And if this was the case, then nothing could be done. Sun Lee added that they hadn't received patients like today for a long time, as they were usually transferred to the city hospital, so it was always so quiet. Then Hen asked the nurse if she liked this job. The guy's question seemed strange to her, and she looked at him in surprise. He explained that he had always thought of working in the emergency room as something easy, and he wondered why people there were so angry. Song Lee thought for a moment, but then replied that she herself was a little nervous, since it had been a long time since she had taken on someone's treatment seriously. Early in the morning, Song Lim woke up because of the noise and went out to see what was going on. When she saw Hyunjun, she was very surprised that he was going somewhere so early. The guy apologized for waking her up, but the woman couldn't understand what kind of work they were talking about at such an early hour. Hyun explained to her that he was going to Seoul to take exams, and that was why he got up so early for the bus. She immediately asked how many days it would take for him to come back, but the guy said he would be back in the evening because he had to go to work tomorrow. Song Lim was glad that he would arrive so soon and wished him good luck in his exams, for which he thanked her. A few hours later, the guy arrived in Seoul and immediately went to see Professor Young-sun. The professor asked Hyunjun if he still wanted to apply for general surgery. The guy, without a drop of doubt on his face, answered that his desire had not changed at all. Then Yeon-soo asked the guy how long he had been working in Gyeongju, and he replied that it had already been a month. The professor said that if he had only known what condition that hospital was in, he would never have sent him there. But it happened so quickly that there was simply no other choice. Hen nodded understandingly and said that he was already used to the area, and for now, everything suited him. Then he asked the guy how the exam went, and Hyun replied that he had a lot of free time, so he prepared well and passed it. The interview for a job at the hospital was scheduled for December, and Yeon-soo was certain that Vice President Pyo would never accept him. He decided to ask the guy what he would do if he didn't pass the interview. Hyunjun replied that he would most likely simply apply to other institutions, and even if it wasn't Daehan University Hospital, he would be satisfied with any option. The professor was glad that the boy was in such a good mood. He was sure that he would be fine, no matter which hospital he ended up in. In turn, Hyunjun began to get used to the monotonous life in Gyeongju. It was already December, which meant that the guy would soon have an important day in his life. The hospital staff finally became his real colleagues, not strangers. However, there was still one person who was still unfriendly towards him, namely Dr. Huang. Every day the number of patients in the hospital decreased, so he spent more time walking than treating patients. While walking once again, he met Dr. Van Gyu, who also decided to get some fresh air. The doctor remembered that the guy had an interview soon and asked him to remind him when exactly, and the guy said that it would happen tomorrow. Van Gyu praised the guy because he thought he had great potential, and it would be better if he went to the main branch for an interview. But Hyunjun replied that it was too difficult for him, and he would not go there. Hearing this, Wang Giwayu was surprised by his answer. Then the guy told the reason why he so categorically refused, and now the doctor knew what the problem was. The guy was sent away for a disciplinary offense, but he didn't regret it one bit, because of his actions, the patient is now in excellent condition. He was glad that everyone in this hospital treated him very well, but he knew that despite this, he would not be accepted into this hospital due to the sale of the branch. However, he still had no intention of giving up and abandoning his business. After thinking about the guy's words for a bit, the doctor replied that he was on his side, which surprised him greatly. Van Gogh believed that anyone who cared about patients as much as he did could not do anything wrong. He admitted that he had thought about many things in the past while watching Hen professionally perform his duties at the hospital. It made him wonder what kind of doctor he really was. After all, he may have begun to forget the basic duties of a medical worker because he was too busy with hospital affairs. But thanks to Hyunjun, he realized everything again. His words confused the guy, and he felt a little awkward. The guy replied that he was just doing what any doctor should do. The doctor looked at Hen sarcastically and said that then he was not a doctor if he did not do the same as the guy, but he began to justify himself, because that was not what he meant at all. Van Gyu calmed the guy down and said that he was just joking. He also asked him if he liked fried meat, but the guy was surprised by his interest. That same evening, Wang Jiwayu gathered Hyunjun and Dr. Huang in one of the cafes, which created quite a tense atmosphere. He told them that it had been quite a while since Hen had arrived and they had not had lunch together, so he thought it would be a good opportunity to gather them. Huang told him that he only came because he lured him with drinks, but he never thought that this guy would also be with them. The boys suddenly bowed and asked for forgiveness from Dr. Huang for the stupid mistake he had made. The man was pleasantly surprised and replied that it had been quite a while since that time, so he had forgotten almost everything. Van Gyu intervened in their conversation and said that such conflicts happen often, but they definitely have to overcome all difficulties and learn from their mistakes. He invited them to have a drink together and told the guy to stay with them, after which they all clinked their drinks. After they had finished drinking, Dr. Huang turned to the guy and said that he was a very capable employee, but in the case of the operation, he was wondering what he was going to do. He added that he had nothing against it, but in their situation, it would be easier to send the patient straight to another hospital, since there was very little to do in theirs. So he advised the guy not to strain himself trying to help the patient, especially since truly sick people don't even come into their hospital. The guy was shocked by what he heard and answered Zvan that most likely there are not real doctors who see patients. Huang started to get angry because the guy apologized to him because he gave him some advice, but now he's talking nonsense again. Hyunjung responded that he apologized for his thoughtless actions in an emergency situation, and not because he thought he was right. After all, he couldn't stop treating patients just because the hospital didn't have enough equipment. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Huang slam a bottle down on the table. Dr. Huang realized that the guy was talking about him. He began to get very angry, and Hyunjun did not hide it. The guy also added that as a doctor, Dr. Huang was useless, which simply left the man dumbfounded. Dr. Van Gyu started yelling at the guy and asking him not to provoke him, because it would not end well. At that very moment, Huang turned around and left the establishment, and Hyun simply watched him go. Only Wang Gyu was worried about this whole situation, because he wanted the best. The next morning, Dr. Huang went outside to smoke and think about everything that had happened. Hyunjun's words about wanting to be a real doctor kept running through his head. He couldn't understand how the guy could make a diagnosis just by examining a patient. This made him very angry, as if Hyun was bragging about being the best, because Dr. Huang thought he was too self-confident. When he walked back into the ward, he greeted the receptionist, who couldn't understand why he had come to work so early. On the way to his office, he noticed the elderly woman who had come to see him last time. He asked her why she had come, since the prescribed medications were not supposed to run out yet. The grandmother replied that in fact, she still felt pain in her arms, and her words shocked the doctor. He then told her to follow him for a more thorough check of her condition. A few hours later, Hyunjun came to work, and the nurse was very happy to see him. He noticed that there was not a single patient in the waiting room, which upset him a little. Suddenly, Dr. Huang appeared behind him, calling out to him and trying to stop him. Hen was a little scared because he didn't know how to react, but the doctor just poked him with a folder. When Pareo picked up the report, Dr. Huang explained to him that these were the results of a procedure that involved testing hand motor skills. These were the results of the old woman that the guy had made a fuss about last time. Huang also added that his diagnosis was correct. When the doctor left, The same grandmother, accompanied by a nurse, approached the boy and said that she wanted to ask him something. She said the doctor advised her to have surgery on her hand to avoid worsening her condition. Hen told her that since long-term drug treatment had not yielded any results, he also believed that surgery was needed. The grandmother agreed and said that now she would definitely sign up for the operation, while thanking the guy for his help. Hen warned her that if she decided to do it, she would need to collect all the documents and take the necessary tests. The nurse said that she would make sure of this. As he was leaving, the guy noticed Dr. Huang and thought that he had treated him wrongly because, after all, he was also a doctor. After some time, Hen and Dr. Wang Jiwayu were disinfecting their hands before the operation. The doctor told the boy that Huang wasn't so angry before. He was one of the best doctors in their hospital. Although it seemed unrealistic to us now, the doctor still hoped that the guy would understand him and would not be so categorical. In response, Hen said that he had been too harsh with him. Van Jiwayu suggested that the boy try to get ready like that again, but for now they had to go to the operating room. Once they were assembled in the operating room, the doctor marked the necessary points on the arm and administered anesthesia to the patient to begin the surgery. Half asleep, the woman asked him if it would hurt, because she was very afraid of it. Hen told her that under anesthesia she would not feel anything at all, and that it would all be over soon. As the professor began to perform the operation, Hen watched as he performed each of his actions with precision. He turned to the guy and asked him to give him the device so that they could look at the wound from the inside. Hyunjun helped him to make it easier to examine everything. The image flowed onto the screen and they could calmly identify the cause of the pain. But the guy didn't take his eyes off the doctor. His movements seemed to him to be quite fast and precise. He even thought that it would be a good idea if he stayed at the university hospital. The doctor delayed Hen's request to give him a saline solution, and the boy immediately began to fulfill his request. When he reached for the syringe, he suddenly felt the same vibration as last time, and it confused him a little. Dr. Sun approached him and asked why it was taking him so long. The patent immediately pulled himself together and handed him the solution. He realized that no one else felt this vibration except him. Meanwhile, the professor was ready to finish the operation after washing the wound. Suddenly, Ronnie turned to him and warned that an earthquake of at least 6 points was expected soon, and the guy became very tense. He felt the vibrations getting louder, which only meant that they needed to finish the operation as soon as possible. Hyunjun approached the professor and told him that they needed to speed up, but the doctor didn't understand why the guy was in such a hurry. He didn't know what to feed the doctor so that he would trust him and definitely complete this operation. Suddenly, the professor handed the guy a needle and asked if he wanted to try stitching the patient himself. He saw that the guy was working very hard, which meant he also wanted to find the seams, so he was all for it. Hen agreed to his proposal and took the place of the professor, who asked the boy not to be too nervous. But Hen was only thinking about how he needed to finish this as quickly as possible. Ronnie began to warn the boy that in 20 seconds there would be a strong earthquake wave, which was getting closer with each passing minute. Hen tried to stitch the wound faster, and Ronnie continued to notify about the minimum amount of time. The professor followed the guy and was amazed at how quickly he stitched up the wound. It was simply incredible. Meanwhile, the seconds were getting fewer and fewer, and the guy was doing everything he could, even though he was very worried about it. When the time was up, everyone felt strong jolts. The professor did not understand what it could be connected with, and Hen continued to put in stitches. The nurse and the professor saw how the ceiling began to crack, and the surrounding area began to shake violently, destroying everything in its path. The guy still had a few stitches left to complete the surgery as everything collapsed and fell from the ceiling to the floor, putting everyone in danger. Suddenly, the lights went out in the hospital, which really scared the doctor. He started calling everyone to make sure they were okay, because it was pitch dark all around. At the same time, Ronnie activated Hyunjun's infrared mode, which allowed him to see and continue to stitch up the wound. A few seconds later, the hospital's emergency system went off and the lights came back on. The professor began to look around, because he could not understand where the pallet had gone along with the patient. Suddenly, he saw him at the other end of the operating room, but how he got there was unclear. Hen responded to his call and said that he and the patient were fine, so they needed to get ready quickly. The professor ran up to the guy and asked how he was feeling, because he had bleeding on his head, but he replied that most likely something fell on him, but he was fine. When the doctor turned his attention to the patient, he noticed that her arm was bandaged with a special bandage, but he still saw that the guy did not have time to stitch it up before turning off the lights. He looked at him and couldn't understand how he was able to complete the operation without electricity. The doctor asked Hyunjun if he had ever performed such operations. The guy remembered that he had performed similar operations with Ronnie, but it was all virtual. He decided not to lie to the doctor and said that he had been to similar operations several times. She interrupted the nurses and said that now was not the time for talking because they needed to move the patient to a safe place first. The guy quickly wanted to go to his grandmother and told the professor to go first, while he would take the patient, who had already come to her senses. The professor agreed and said that they would check the patients in the other wards for now and asked the guy to be careful. The guy picked up his grandmother in his arms and started to carry her out. Ronnie warned him that weak earthquake waves were expected in a few minutes and the guy needed to leave quickly. When he brought it to his right hand, he put it down on the floor and said that they had better go along it themselves for greater safety. But suddenly, he heard a noise above. A guard who was checking the wards on the upper floors came down to him and asked why he hadn't come down yet. The guy explained that they had just finished the operation and asked if there were still people up there. The man replied that he had checked everything, and there was definitely no one there, but at that moment, the guy heard a scream from above. He ran upstairs and told the guard that he heard someone's voice and asked him to take his grandmother to the first floor. The man froze for a moment because he didn't understand what the guy could hear if it was quiet. At the same time, all the patients from the hospital gathered on the first floor to wait out the earthquake. Dr. Huang began to reread them and could not understand why one was missing, since all the patients were downstairs. He asked the guard again if he had really inspected everything, but he confidently replied that he had inspected all the beds. The guard suddenly remembered that the young guy had gone to check the wards again. Perhaps he would find someone else. At first, Dr. Huang didn't understand who they were talking about, but then he guessed that this guy was most likely Hyunjun. A few seconds later, the guard shouted and pointed at the guy. When the doctor turned around, he saw Hen, who was carrying the patient on his back. The doctor immediately rushed to help the guy, because it was clearly hard for him to carry the man on his back. Hen said that he found the patient on the floor, and most likely he had a bruise and a hematoma on his head. The doctor replied that he would immediately take him for a checkup. He also told the boy to go and treat his wound because if a doctor is wounded, he is also a patient. It was impossible to continue working in such a state, and upon hearing this, the guy was a little surprised that the doctor took care of him. A security guard approached the guy and thanked him, because if it weren't for him, the man would have made a huge mistake. Hyunjun also thanked him, saying that thanks to him, all the other patients are safe. The security guard decided to go see what the bus stop was like outside, and the guy asked him to be careful. Hen sat down on the floor to rest a bit. Ronnie informed him that there weren't going to be any strong vibrations yet, so he could relax a bit. The guy thanked him for his help, because if it weren't for him, he would never have been able to find the patient who fell out of bed. Suddenly his phone rang. When he took it out, he saw that an unfamiliar number was calling him, and he could not understand who it could be. When he picked up the phone, he heard the worried voice of Jana, who introduced herself as Jang Hyunjun. She told the guy that the owner of the house, Song Lim, had lost consciousness, and her words made the guy very worried. The woman explained that Song Lim had been having severe stomach pains since the earthquake. They had called an ambulance, but they had no available vehicles, and now they didn't know what to do. The guy said that if she had a stomach ache, they needed to see if she had any blood or possibly water. Chang Jun looked at the woman and screamed, as she just happened to have the water the guy was talking about. Hyunjun realized that he needed to go to them urgently. He also asked what blood type the woman had. Chang Jun named her group, and the boys told them not to worry as he would try to come as soon as possible. When he hung up, he immediately ran to Dr. Van Gu and asked if the hospital had any neonatal resuscitation kits. He explained that his mistress was pregnant and urgently needed her help as she was feeling very unwell. Hearing this, the doctor was a little panicked, because the road was so bad that the ambulance would hardly get there. But the boy convinced the doctor that he didn't need an ambulance because he was going to go there alone. His words shocked Van Gyu. Still, the doctor pulled himself together and told Hen that he would give him everything he needed, but for now, he needed to change his clothes and completely disinfect himself. When he finished, the doctor brought him a bag with everything he needed and shook his hand. The guy was very grateful and confidently replied that he would return as soon as he did everything. He quickly ran to the exit, and the doctor looked after him and realized that it was dangerous to trust such work to an intern. But Hen was not just an intern, but a truly worthy specialist. The guy, meanwhile, ran and did not stop because he had almost arrived at the right place. On the horizon, he could see a hill, behind which was the house he needed. But suddenly, he stopped and saw that the road was completely destroyed, and now he could not pass. He was sweating all over. Looking at this destruction, he realized that the earthquake was quite strong, but now he didn't know what to do. The house was behind a hill, and there was no other choice but to cross the chain-link wall to get there as quickly as possible. When he climbed over, he felt that the ground was quite soft after the vibrations. Ronnie warned the boy that his feet would soon start to sink into the ground, and he should prepare for landslides. A few seconds later, that's exactly what happened. The ground beneath his feet began to move and suck in everything in its path. The guy started moving quickly to avoid this, trying to find a place where he could wait. Having run a little further, he stood behind a tree and began to look around to understand where he should go. Unexpectedly, passing by another tree, it suddenly began to fall right on the guy, but he managed to cover himself and the entire blow went to his hand. Ronnie warned him that he had an injury to his arm, but he didn't have time for that now, as his priority was the mother and the child who needed to be saved. Meanwhile, Song Lim was screaming loudly from stomach pain, and Chang Jun was trying to calm her down, although she was very worried herself. Suddenly, Hyunjun ran into their room and started asking where Song Lim was. Chang Jun showed the woman sitting on the couch, and the guy saw that she looked very bad. He approached her and said that first he needed to touch her belly to understand the condition of the baby. Hen removed the bag and asked the woman to breathe deeply while he checked her. When he touched her belly, with Ronnie's help, he realized that the woman was having premature labor problems. He looked at Chang Jun, who was holding a towel covered in blood, and now it was clear where so much of it was coming from. He needed to first stop the bleeding and give her a transfusion. Without thinking twice, the guy inserted the needle and set up the blood transfusion, which he asked her husband to hold. After that, he took the device to listen to the baby's heartbeat, which was just normal, which could not but please. When he removed the listening device, Song Lim's husband began to ask him about the baby's condition, as he was very worried. The guy replied that their baby was fine, but they would have to give birth to him right now. Hearing this, the man panicked because giving birth at home was very dangerous. Hen knew that if there was a hospital, she would get help quickly, since any delay could harm the fetus, but he was not sure that he could deliver the baby himself. He remembered the day when Injun was in critical condition, and the guy couldn't help him in any way. Now he decided that he wouldn't hesitate. There was no other option but to deliver the baby, so he asked Chang Jun to prepare some scorched water and clean towels. He also asked his father to place the woman in labor on a wide and level place. The man immediately began to follow his instructions, while the boy prepared the necessary instruments. He took a clean towel and covered her, telling her to breathe slowly and promising that he would do everything as quickly as possible. When Chang Jun brought him everything he needed, he asked her to call the hospital and ask them to send an emergency helicopter since the newborn would need to be taken to the hospital urgently. The woman went to fulfill his request, and the guy started the ultrasound and warned Song Lim about it. While checking the abdomen, he noticed that the baby's heart rate had begun to slow down, but the bleeding was so heavy that there was no way he could use a labor stimulator. He was thinking about what to do, because his task was to save the child, and he would do everything to ensure that the baby was born. The guy asked Song Lim not to be nervous and put his hand on her head to check something. Ronnie told the guy that he could release a component into her body to induce labor. He did so. The guy moved on to delivering the baby, and the woman began to scream louder, indicating that her husband was very worried. After Ronnie induced labor, the baby still hadn't come out, which the guy found very strange. But Ronnie suddenly told him that perhaps nothing was happening because the baby was lying down incorrectly. The guy was very tense, because if this was so, then the child could die if nothing was done urgently, and he began to think about what to do. Ronnie suggested to the boy that of all the methods he had thought of in his head, one of them would work well in this situation. Hen thanked him for the hint and asked his father to help him, as it was necessary to change his mother's position. The man immediately agreed. Although he was a little confused, the guy lifted the woman's legs and told him to hold them in that position. After this, Hen put his hand on his and said that when he gave him the signal, he should press hard on his leg. The man nodded approvingly and turned to his wife, saying that she only had to endure a little while longer. They began to carry out these procedures, and Song Lim's husband followed his instructions strictly. At this time, Mr. Allen was watching him, and he was pouring out for the woman no less than the others. He was in the room with the grandmother and the children. She asked him if everything would be okay with her daughter. Allen decided not to go into detail and simply replied that everything went well. Screams could be heard from behind the door. Allen hoped that the guy would be able to do everything because he couldn't help him in any way. Suddenly, he realized that the sounds had stopped and he could not understand why everything had suddenly become quiet. When he looked out from behind the door, he was amazed. Hen was holding a newborn baby in his arms. He finished with all the other procedures, and holding him in his arms, he was glad that they finally did it. The boy handed the child over to Song Lim and mentally congratulated him on his safe arrival into the world. Song Lim's husband asked the guy if everything was okay with the baby, and the guy replied that everything was just fine with him, and they had nothing to worry about. Other children and the grandmother came out to them, who immediately rushed to her daughter, and she, in turn, thanked Hen for his help. The guy was very glad that he was able to help, and finally all the studies were over. At that moment, Jang Hyunjun ran up to them and said that the emergency helicopter would not be able to arrive. When the guy heard this, he was simply shocked, because now he had to somehow quickly think about how to solve this problem. He looked at Song Lim, who was in bad condition. Even though he did everything he could, she still needed to go to the hospital, because there was not enough blood for transfusion and there was a risk of her condition worsening. Hen turned to his father and said that they would have to get to the hospital themselves, because his mother could be in great danger if the operation was not performed in time. The father began to worry a lot, but the guy calmed him down a little, because for now the danger had passed. But the birth was very difficult, and he could not help in any way. Suddenly, Hen felt a vibration and realized that an earthquake had started. He began to lead everyone out of the house. Suddenly, the ceiling of the house began to collapse and fall right on Jang Hyunjun, who was carrying the child outside. When she had already bent down and covered the baby with her body, Mr. Allen unexpectedly broke the large boulder that was falling on her with his fist, thus saving her. The guy looked at them and wondered if they would be able to get there themselves, because going to the hospital when the earthquake started so unexpectedly was dangerous. On the other hand, they couldn't stay, because then there would be a threat to Song Lim's life. He tried to think of what to do, because if Bull had a helicopter now, everything would be decided much faster. Thinking about this, he heard a strange sound. When the guy raised his head, he saw a helicopter circling above them and was glad that help was able to arrive. The helicopter landed and doctors came out with a stretcher. The guy quickly waved his hand at them so that they knew where to run. He told them all the woman's symptoms and that she had recently given birth to a baby, and added that the child was healthy, but the mother needed urgent surgery. They ran closer and said that they had a VIP client coming to see them, so they flew in. When the boy heard the word, he came up and took the stretcher from them in order to serve the woman with the child in it. The doctors started arguing because they didn't understand what he was doing since they needed a VIP client. The guy pointed out to them that the mother and baby were VIP patients. He was angry that the doctors didn't care about people's lives at all. He was angered by their attitude towards ordinary people, because if a person is not a VIP, then he can't expect help. The doctor realized his mistake and began to apologize, trying to explain that this was not what he meant at all. After a brief argument, they still took the woman and child and quickly flew to the hospital. Hen watched them and was now calm, since the most important problem was solved. He suddenly realized that there was only one person who could call for help for the VIP client and turned to Mr. Allen. Before that, one night, Ronnie told him that Mr. Allen was not an ordinary person. It was the same Jerfy Allen who founded the Olympus Health Company they had recently talked about. Ronnie found all his published photos and they were 100% identical, that it was the same person. Hen thought about it and decided that he would have time when he would reveal his identity, but for now he would not ask him anything. Meanwhile, Allen smiled at the guy and said that he didn't understand what they were talking about. He also added that it was time for them to say goodbye, as it was time for him to return home, as he had been away for too long. The boy was a little upset because thanks to Mr. Allen he learned a lot of new things. Allen patted the guy on the shoulder and said that it was time for him to get back to his business, just like the guy. Hen didn't understand what Allen meant, and then he said that the guy had patients who needed his help anyway, and with that he said goodbye to him. The guy smiled and watched him go. Their meeting was definitely not a coincidence. After that, Hen packed his things and ran back, because there really were patients waiting for him. Luckily, the road he was running on was not damaged by the earthquake, so this way he could get to the hospital faster. Suddenly, he saw an ambulance that had stalled in the middle of the road and decided to approach it. The guy helped the driver push the car out of the hole, and he decided to help the guy get to the hospital. The man was very grateful to him, because he was now in a very urgent situation. Hen did not understand what the situation was, and the man explained to him that his father had called him and said that he had been injured in the earthquake. So he goes home to help him, and because of this, he couldn't connect to the call. The guy was a little upset and tense. He supported the man and said that everything would be fine with his father. They suddenly stopped. When Hen looked at him, he saw that something was wrong with the man. Then he showed him that they had come to his parents' apartment, where there had been a major fire. They immediately got out of the car and ran into the house to help them as quickly as possible. As they started to climb the steps, the guy grabbed the handrail and felt severe pain in his hand. The man noticed this and said that there were no other options to get up, so he had better return to the car. But Hyunjun told him that he couldn't handle it himself, so they had better speed up and not waste time. The man thought for a moment and decided to continue climbing, showing the guy the way. Hen ran after him, but the pain in his arm was bothering him very much. Ronnie told him that the ulna of his right arm was broken. He also informed him that he had managed to reduce the pain a little by secreting special enzymes, but they would put a strain on the body, so he asked the guy to be careful. Hen told Ronnie that there was nothing he could do about it because things were so bad. When they reached the required floor, they saw a strong fire that quickly spread through the rooms. The man wet 2 rags with water and placed one in front of the boy, telling him to cover his mouth and nose with it, as it would help a little with the smoke. They started running again, and the man asked Hen to follow him closely to avoid inhaling too much smoke, which could cause him to lose consciousness. When they reached the right door, the man again warned the boy that when he opened the door, the fire would instantly become stronger. When they opened the door, everything happened exactly like this. The ogre was everywhere and was burning them badly with its tentacles. They took out fire extinguishers and began to put out the room in order to see at least something and thus prevent the fire from spreading. The fire was less, but the smoke was still choking them. They began to look around trying to find his parents. The man started calling out, but there was no answer, so he decided that perhaps they had managed to leave. But Hen, with Ronnie's help, realized where they were and pointed the man to another room. When they went there, they saw his mother sitting on the floor and his father unconscious on her lap. He immediately rushed to his mother and began asking about her well-being, and she was glad that he came to their aid. She yelled at her father and said that he was very ill and needed urgent help. Hyunjun looked at his father and realized that his breathing had become very rapid, which was very bad. He shouted at the man to pick up his mother and quickly take her outside, while he carried his father. When he left, the boy picked up the man and put him on his back so that it would be easier to carry him. On the way, his arm began to hurt badly again as it was very tense. Hen asked Ronnie to re-release the enzymes into his body to reduce the pain symptoms. Ronnie began to warn the guy that this could end badly, but he asked him to do what he was asking faster because he didn't have time to think about himself. When they ran out into the street, the people around them breathed a sigh of relief and ran up to them to help. After placing his father on a stretcher, the man and Hen moved him into the ambulance. Hen told the man that his father's condition was critical and he would immediately begin providing first aid. First of all, he needed to restore his ability to breathe independently and eliminate the obstacles that had arisen. Suddenly, he saw that his airways were burned by hot air. In such a state, the patient would not be able to survive the procedure that the guy wanted to do. He told the man that his father's airway was damaged by burns, so he would have to make an incision in his neck and insert a tube to improve it. The guy asked him to prepare all the necessary equipment and sterile wipes for him. The man immediately began to fulfill his request. When he handed the tool to the guy, the sharp pain in his hand made itself felt again. The man saw that the boy's hand was very swollen and began to worry about his condition. Ronnie turned to Khan and said that he would not warn him anymore, since he should not move his hand so sharply anymore. He also asked if he needed to secrete enzymes to dull the pain. The guy thought about it because these enzymes are produced inside the human body, and their effect is stronger than any other narcotic substance. If you continue to abuse them, it may lead to the risk of cancer or other serious consequences. He suddenly remembered the words of the deputy director, who warned him about the consequences of his actions, and also Gyun-suk's words that he should always follow the orders of his superiors and never act willfully. After that, a little boy in June appeared before his eyes and smiled at the guy. Ronnie informed the guy about the release of new enzymes to improve his condition. The guy decided that he would never doubt again, and he did not care about their system. He began to perform the operation, deciding that he would no longer run away from problems and would save every person. The man watched Hen's actions and hoped that everything would be okay with his father. When he finished the operation, the man reported that his father's breathing had returned to normal. Now he needed to test him for carbon monoxide poisoning, and he asked the driver if the ambulance had a machine that could do this. The man quickly found the right device, and Hen asked him to install it on the patient while he gave him the solution. He calculated that the extent of the patient's burn was approximately 20%, and his weight was about 70 kilograms, so the prepared dose of solution should have been sufficient. The boy turned to the man and asked how much of the gas-poisoning enzyme was in it. People who smoke constantly have about 10% of this enzyme in their body, but if it exceeds more than 30%, it means that the body is poisoned by carbon monoxide, and more than 60% of such an enzyme in the body will lead to death or coma. The man looked at the device, which showed 16% of the enzyme presence. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, because the number was less than he expected. When he opened the ambulance doors, the man's mother approached him, worried about her husband, but Hen reassured her that he was fine. He also realized that it was all thanks to his wife, because when the fire started, she dragged her husband to where there was less smoke. His mother was simply a heroine, although she herself also felt a little uneasy, because she also inhaled smoke, but she still thanked the guy for such help. When they finished, they left again because they needed to get to the hospital. On the way, the man noticed Hen's hand and was a little scared. His arm was very swollen and looked very bad, but the guy reassured him and said that his injury was minor, so he had nothing to worry about. But the man understood that the wound was quite serious, as he noticed that perhaps his bone was broken. He thought about how, despite such an injury, he had carried his father out of the fire and even operated on him. After all, if the car hadn't fallen into a hole, then he wouldn't have met Hyunjun. And if this had not happened, then he would not have been able to save his parents, and they could have died. The man realized that the guy was simply a guardian angel for him, since he was able to save and protect his life from trouble. Suddenly, the guy got a call. It was a doctor from the hospital who was interested in where exactly the guy was now. He explained to the doctor that they were going to the hospital by ambulance with an emergency patient, even though the roads were terrible. But the guy didn't worry about it, because he was riding with the best driver he knew. The man was very pleased to hear this, although he didn't show it. Hen explained that he was able to provide first aid to the patient, but he needed to be admitted to the hospital, and the doctor asked him to come as quickly as possible before all the beds were filled. Dr. Van Gyu said that their hospital was in total chaos. There were so many patients that it was unclear whether there would be room for one more. On the streets of the city, a massive accident occurred and most of the cars lost control, and some flew off the sidewalk, which led to numerous casualties. Industrial complexes were also damaged. The earthquake caused gas leaks at factories, and many people were poisoned by it. And now the hospital in Gyeongju is in an emergency situation. All the patients are in critical condition. There may not be enough beds in the hospital. People came with different types of wounds that required strict specialist help. Upon arrival at the hospital, Hen also examined them and provided first aid. For one of the patients, he needed saline solution to wash his wound, and another doctor offered to bring it. The guy was surprised by the number of doctors in Logic, because he had never even seen some of them. The nurse explained to him that they were emergency doctors who had been sent here from local hospitals because the government had declared a state of emergency, and some doctors had even flown in by helicopter. Hen thought that he had never thought he would find himself in such a situation before. Suddenly he saw one of the doctors, who seemed very familiar to him, but where he could have seen him before, he did not understand. Ronnie suddenly called him and told the boy to get ready because there were going to be aftershocks of the earthquake. He quickly shouted to all the other doctors to stop doing anything, as he was about to become a coward again. A few seconds later, there was another wave of earth tremors, which was also strong, and everyone grabbed onto anything to keep their balance. Hyunjun shouted at them to prioritize protecting patients who couldn't help themselves. After some time, the earthquake stopped and the guy began to look around. He saw a frightened nurse approaching him and realized that something had most likely happened. When she ran up to him, she said that Dr. Song wanted him to come to the operating room urgently, and the guy was very surprised by this. Meanwhile, screams of doctors could be heard from the operating room. The doctor who was performing the operation on the patient suddenly refused to continue it, which simply shocked Van Gyu. The doctor replied that he was not going to risk his life by being there, since there was no guarantee that another earthquake would occur. He also said that the patient's wound was not deep, so there would be no heavy bleeding, and that was all he was going to do. Their conversation was heard by Hyunjun, who just then entered the operating room. Dr. Song told him that he would explain the whole situation, but for now he needed to dress in a special uniform. But the guy didn't pay any attention to the doctor and just went into the operating room. When they entered, Dr. Song said that he would not be able to concentrate on the operation due to what was happening. The other doctor told him that no matter what, they couldn't leave the patient in that condition and began to suggest an alternative to simply stitch up the cut. The patient's stomach was open, and Hen told the doctor that if they just stitched it up, the patient would simply die. He also told them that they didn't know when the next earthquake would happen, so he asked them how they were going to act. The doctor replied that the surgical staff would leave the room only after the operation was completed, and the nurses also confirmed his words, saying that they would stay until the end. Hen sighed with relief, since with their help he should definitely be able to cope. The patient on the operating table was a man who had a ruptured blood vessel in his neck, and the operation was interrupted because he started bleeding. The nurses said they needed to stop the bleeding first and finish the surgery to avoid causing another one. Hyun turned to Dr. Sun and said that they needed to proceed with the operation. When there was no answer, the boy turned to him and saw the doctor standing there, unable to pull himself together. He told Hen that it would be difficult for him to continue further, because it was not as simple as damage control surgery, but a completely different level. The guy started to support him and said that he would succeed because he had to do it. After all, if they escape from the operating room, they will most likely regret what they did for the rest of their lives. The doctor thought for a bit and decided that the guy was completely right, because it was his hospital, and he couldn't just run away. He looked at Hyunjun and told him to start the operation himself. The doctor came closer to him and said that although he did not understand what was happening, he knew for sure that the guy was an unusual intern. He also admitted that Hyunjun's skills were much better than his, although that couldn't be true. Doctors and nurses from other hospitals, none of them know that the guy is just an intern. Dr. Sun admitted that although he was acting like a coward at the moment, he would place all his bets on the guy's skills. Hyunjun agreed to his proposal. He approached the patient and told the nurses that they needed to first determine the location of the bleeding and also prevent infection of the stomach. He turned to Ronnie and asked what condition his arm was in and whether it would cause him any problems with the operation. Ronnie began examining his fracture and said he would restrict his movement of that arm so that he would not strain it. The guy was glad that there were fewer problems now and asked him to help and support him with the operation. Ronnie immediately found the instructions for performing the necessary procedures, and they all appeared in front of the guy. Meanwhile, at the Seoul hospital, people in the waiting room were watching TV, which was showing news about what was happening in Gyeongju. Songye passed by and stopped for a second. She thought about Hyunjun and was a little worried about him, hoping that he was okay. At the same time, the boy continued the operation and asked the nurses to add more bags of blood for the transfusion. They continued to check his blood pressure and give him napkins to clean up the blood, while the patient's temperature dropped. Hyunjun couldn't understand why the bleeding wouldn't stop, because they were doing everything right, and Dr. Song was worried about whether he could handle it. Ronnie told the boy that the intestinal contamination was critical, and he realized that this contamination had to be removed first. He told the doctor that he had now solved the problem with the bleeding, and Ronnie had changed the guy's vision so that he could see as if under a microscope. Hyunjun cleared the intestine in question of any dirt and began to stitch it up, with the nurses assisting him. They continued to help him as he completed one of his most difficult tasks. As he watched, Dr. Song saw where the damage was in his stomach and began to scold himself for not checking that area right away. The guy continued to stitch up, and his technique simply amazed the doctor because he had never seen such speed. Such precision in every stitch was simply incredible surgical skills that even he could not do. Ronnie was telling the guy to check the patient for pancreatic damage. Hen immediately asked the nurses to do this, and also to remove the presence of blood so that he could see if there was any damage. Ronnie told him that the patient's liver was continuing to bleed due to damage to a vein in it, but Hen knew that the vein was difficult to access because of the open abdomen, so he asked Ronnie to suggest another way. Ronnie thought about it and told the guy that the way they needed to do it would be through the sternum. He also explained to Zen that they needed to act quickly, checking all vital organs, and for now he decided to check their condition. The boy alerted the nurses and doctors that they needed to make an incision to repair the vein, and he also asked Dr. Van Guy to block the vein, which was located below the liver. Hearing this, the doctor was amazed that the guy was now going to perform chest surgery. He began to doubt a little about the correctness of his actions and began to think whether he should help him with this. Meanwhile, Hen began to stitch up the incision in his stomach, and his stitching was so precise that it seemed impossible. Dr. Song couldn't believe his eyes. How could the guy sew so well and even find a tank in the vein? The guy turned to him and saw his lost face, asked if the doctor was okay, then nodded to him that he was fine. Then he turned to the other nurses and the doctor and also asked how they were feeling. They also replied that they were ready to continue. Having heard positive responses from all the staff, the guy decided to proceed with the next operation. After some time, they completed the operation, and the patient's condition indicators showed that he was in a positive condition. Hen thanked the entire staff for their work, and the doctor, who was also present, also expressed his admiration for the boy's precision. The guy smiled and replied that the operation was successful thanks to good assistance. Dr. Song watched the boy and couldn't believe that he managed to complete 2 surgeries at the same time, because he never thought he would see something like that from a surgical resident. Hen also thanked Ronnie because all this was only thanks to him, and he also praised the guy. When they left the room, Dr. Van Gyu wondered how the patient would cope with all this. But Hen told him that they had done everything they could, and now all they could do was wait. The patient with a sutured abdominal wall was immediately sent to intensive care. The next day will be decisive. If the body temperature and blood clotting increase, it will be possible to send him for surgery again. Then the chances of survival will greatly increase. With these thoughts, the guy left the operating room. Near the door, he saw a woman and a guy, who were the patient's family, who were very worried about him. The guy told them that the first operation was successful, but the woman did not understand why he was saying that. He explained that this meant the crisis was over, as the heavy bleeding had made him focus on scaring her, and he had to remove the tear. The guy also told them that this is not a final conclusion, but it gives a better chance than before the surgery. So he will have another surgery, which they will perform late at night. The woman started crying and asking the guy to save her husband, and the son tried to calm her down. Hen hugged the woman and said that although the operation was difficult, her husband had endured it well, and they would try to do everything to save him. He thought that with such a big problem behind him, he would not be able to entrust the second operation to someone else. But on the other hand, he needed to get to the interview. He decided that he could pass the exam in his specialty next time because he had to get another chance. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the doctor was arguing with the ambulance doctor. He demanded to send him back by helicopter since he had arrived by helicopter, but the doctor refused him since it was very difficult due to the situation in the city. He was suddenly approached by Hyun, who knew that the doctor had been sent from Daehan University, but the man did not understand who the guy was. Hen was not surprised that the doctor did not remember him, so he told him that he had seen him when he was leaving the operating room. He was very angry and did not understand how the doctor could abandon the patient during the operation and just leave, because after that, he should be ashamed to call himself a doctor. The guy reminded him of the words from the oath of all doctors who undertake to put the health and life of their patient first. The second doctor, who was with the doctor, started yelling at the guy because he didn't know the reason for such an act. But the doctor stopped him and asked him not to do anything in their conversation, since he himself could answer yes. He admitted to the guy that he had indeed neglected his medical duty, but he said that he was the same person. The doctor said that he did not want to come to this city, but he was forced to, since a state of emergency was declared. When the earthquake happened, the man was very scared, and the fear that the building could collapse at that very second has not left him to this day. At that moment, he had a lot of questions in his head, whether he would be able to survive and get back to his family. He asked the guy to just understand him. He didn't even care if the guy called him a cowardly fugitive, but as a doctor, he would be guilty all his life. But as a human being, he simply asked not to touch him, since his deed had already been done and there was no turning back. As he was about to leave, the guy suddenly said that the patient he had abandoned was also someone's family. He also added that if the doctor was interested, the patient was in the intensive care unit with his stomach temporarily closed. And with these words, Hen ended the conversation and left. The guy returned to the operating room again and continued to perform operations together with his responsible staff, and contrary to fears, there were no further tremors. But the number of people who needed surgery did not decrease. Emergency operations continued until late at night. But fortunately, more medical workers were soon sent to the hospital, and as work progressed, the situation gradually began to normalize. Hyunjun returned to his usual job as an assistant, and the team with which he had carried out several operations was disbanded. And now, when the sixth operation was over, the guy went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air and realized that dawn had come. He was worried about the fracture, but was glad that the pain was not so severe, and for this, he thanked Ronnie. He replied that the guy had made the right choice, and in addition, he had new information about his fracture. Ronnie told him that he had obtained the key to control the muscles and was holding the fracture with them. Since he had previously been looking for a way to build strength without exercise, his fracture came in handy for increasing his lifting ability. As the boy was about to enter, he saw Professor Yoo Chul-hyun from Daehan University in front of him, who had also come out to get some fresh air. The guy greeted him, and the professor told him how he heard that the guy had come from headquarters. He stood next to the guy and started asking how his internship was going, but the guy replied that it wasn't going as well as he would have liked. The professor was also interested in whether the guy had decided on a specialty, and Hen said that he had applied for general surgery. But he added that he would not go to the interview tomorrow, since he could not return to Seoul in this situation. So the boy decided that he would stay in Gyeongju and save as many people as possible. Professor Yu looked at the guy in surprise and did not understand what he was talking about, because the interview for the specialty was postponed for 3 weeks. Hyunjun was very surprised and glad that the circumstances turned out this way. He immediately took out his phone and saw an SMS in which they wrote about this. The professor smiled at the guy and said that he was very lucky because he helps people, and for this he was thanked from above. Hen thanked the professor and asked whether the state financed a trauma specialist. He was surprised that the guy wanted to go there because it wasn't that easy there. Hyunjun told him that after completing his general surgery course, he wanted to switch to specializing in traumatology. Professor Yu told the guy that all the information about this was in the letter, but he still decided to tell him that the state would now provide support to both traumatologists and hospitals with emergency rooms. Hen wondered why they suddenly decided to support them. The professor explained that after the earthquake, there was criticism from journalists due to the lack of trauma surgeons. Hospitals are short of specialists whenever patients with severe injuries are admitted. At such moments, it attracts public attention, but no concrete changes occur, and this upset the professor a little. When Hyun returned to work, Dr. Won Ji-wyu shocked him with the news that the patient he had operated on was being transferred to Seoul. The doctor explained to him that after an emergency operation, the patient is always transferred to another hospital because this one does not have enough qualified personnel. But the guy was still surprised, because they could have waited until his condition stabilized. He also asked which hospital exactly the patient was being transferred to. The doctor said the patient would be transported by helicopter to the trauma center at Daehan University Hospital. Then the guy decided to go to the patient to see how he was doing. A passing nurse noticed him writing something in a patient's personal file. Hyunjun scalers that he is simply adding notes to the medical record data because the patient will soon be transferred to Seoul, because those who will be involved in it in the future will benefit from more notes on the operation process. The nurse was surprised because the guy had only recently become a doctor. She believed that there are no doctors who pay so much attention to each patient, since at first everyone has a desire to devote themselves completely to their patients. But during the first year of residency, everything changes, as there is a lot of work, and the workload is too great. Hen replied that he was not aware of such a thing, but despite this, he certainly wanted to do everything possible for his patients. The nurse smiled at the guy. She had never seen such responsible doctors before. After he finished, the patient was still taken away for transportation to another city. Reporters gathered outside the emergency room to document the event, which once again drew attention to the problems of emergency rooms. They also said that the person who will perform the surgery on the patient is very well known in the field of traumatology. Meanwhile, at the hospital itself, the doctor gathered the residents and gave them instructions. This is the first time they have transferred a patient from Gyeongju, and people will be watching the case closely. But there is no reason to worry. After all, for Professor Seok Jin Woon from the Department of Traumatology, all people are equal, and he taught this to his students, so he asked them to focus on their work. The boys listened to him attentively, and when he finished, they answered in chorus that they understood everything. One of the doctors brought Professor Seok a folder with data on the problems of a patient from Gyeongju. When he started reading, he saw that there were many notes added to the information. This surprised him very much because he had never seen such medical records before. The professor saw that the doctor had written down even things that he had not had time to check during the operation. The doctor was unable to cure all the organs during the procedure, and the professor felt that the notes emanated strong regret about this. He was curious about which surgeon had passed it on, and found information in the folder that the surgeon was teaching general surgery at Daejeon University branch. At this time, a doctor approached him and said that the patient was ready for surgery, and since the information was more than sufficient, they decided to proceed with the second operation. When they started operating, they first checked the accuracy of the notes, and everything was exactly as written there. One of the doctors drew the professor's attention to a suture that another surgeon had made. The professor saw that the distance between the seams was uniform and narrow. They could understand how this was possible. Such even seams were surprising, but what amazed him even more was that this was done during a state of emergency. But although the work on each organ was ideal, the overall process of this cannot be overstated. The professor felt the hand of a not very experienced doctor in this. Despite this level of skill, the professor was interested to know who it could be. The subordinate was surprised, since the professor most likely wanted to lure this surgeon to himself. But he doubted that the professor of general surgery would want to join them. Jin Ung in turn decided that it was still worth asking. After the operation was completed, the professor decided to call the branch and find out all the details about the first operation. He explained to the doctor that he had called to report on the progress of the operation of a recently arrived patient from their department. But from his voice and answers, it was clear that he had no idea which patient he was talking about. He replied to the professor that he was just about to read an article about the results of the operation. Jin Woon was grateful to the surgeon, because thanks to him, he successfully completed the operation, and with that they said goodbye. The professor did not understand what was going on and why the doctor answered like that, but he knew for sure that this was not the person he needed. He thought that if this surgeon had not performed this operation, then it was unclear who it could have been. Suddenly, the professor remembered that the medical record also indicated the name of Professor Yu. Without thinking twice, he called him and began asking questions about the surgeon who performed the operation on the patient. Meanwhile, in the emergency room, Zen tried to calm the child down so he could take a blood sample, but he wouldn't come to meet him. The guy told him that he would make it so that the boy would not feel any pain at all, and he trusted him. When he began to apply gauze to the wound, the boy was happy because nothing really hurt. The child's mother was surprised how the doctor managed to get along so well with children, but the nurse replied that for them, it was also mystical. Ronnie joked and told the guy that highly advanced science is hard to distinguish from magic. The boy calmed down thanks to the adjustment of the timbre of his voice. His abilities surprised the guy more and more. Dr. Sun distracted the guy from his work and said that they needed to talk in private. When they went out into the corridor, the doctor said that Professor Yu asked him about the surgeon who performed the operation. He asked him if he had personally performed an operation of such complexity. Since everyone knows that the doctor at Daejeon Hospital ran away, he also couldn't say that the operation was performed by an intern. So he had to say that he personally carried out this operation, but now he is tormented by doubts about the correctness of his actions. The guy remembered how he stood on the street with the professor. Although he knew nothing about the operation, he could guess everything. Then it was not clear why he was asking about it. Meanwhile, Professor Seok was riding in the elevator with Deputy Pyo, who felt awkward in the silence. He decided to ask the professor if he had already had lunch, to which he replied that he was busy with operations. Then the deputy forced a smile and invited him to have lunch together, but Professor Sok ignored him and answered the phone. Professor Yu called him and told him about the incident with the surgeon who left the operating room in the middle of the operation. When he finished the conversation, the deputy realized that the professor was talking to surgeon Yoo Cheol-hyun. The deputy did not understand why the trauma team had not hired medical personnel for Gyeongju, but he replied that they had no shortage of personnel. But he still didn't understand, because the situation was critical, and how could Dr. Sok not care that the patient was transferred to another hospital? The professor only said that these patients should have been helped in any case. As he exited the elevator, Dr. Sok added that he hoped the deputy did not say this because he was not well versed in trauma surgery. After all, he knew for sure that all he needed was news coverage, and for that it wouldn't hurt for him to go to that hospital in person. The elevator doors closed, and the deputy did not have time to answer the professor. It infuriated him that Dr. Sok was constantly bragging about his operations, but one day he would definitely take revenge on him. That same evening, Dr. Sun received a call and was talking excitedly to someone, while the staff simply watched him, not understanding anything. The person who called him was Professor Seok, who told him that he would like to invite him to the trauma department of a hospital in Seoul. The doctor told Hyunjun about this conversation, and he was simply delighted that such luck had smiled on him. But the doctor doubted it, because if he was caught in a lie, he would be in trouble. But the guy began to convince him that there was no lie, since they had performed the operation together. Dr. Song was very upset. He really wanted to work at the main branch. But he couldn't operate like Hyun, and he didn't have the skills to live up to expectations, which made him even more upset and started crying. In turn, Hen did not think so. He told the doctor that he saw all the good moments that were associated with the doctor. During the operations, his characteristic accuracy and diligence in work were visible, and it was also important that he cared for each patient. But Dr. Sun was sure that despite all the good reviews, he was not capable of performing operations so well. It was hard for the boy to see him in such a depressed state, and he decided that the doctor would refuse the professor's offer. But suddenly the doctor rushed to him and asked the boy to teach him some skills. The guy started to refuse, because he didn't understand what he could teach the resident. But the doctor began to explain that if the hospital was closed, then who would need a specialist doctor who had a wife and child, because he could not afford to open his own hospital. He also said that he had actually given up on being a surgeon, which simply shocked the guy. However, the doctor hoped that he might be able to stay at the university hospital because he did not want to miss such a chance. So he asked the boy again and again to help him, clinging to his clothes. Hyun-jun was familiar with his despair, because every time he went through this, there were people who helped him, and if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have gotten this far. The boy told the doctor that he would not be able to teach him, but they could definitely study together. The doctor was so happy and grateful that he wanted to hug the guy, but he started running away from him, since he didn't really like hugging. A few days later, the guy was already sitting on a bus, on his way to Seoul for an exam in his specialty. Dr. Sun went with him to an interview for a specialty of trauma surgeons. He slept the whole way because he was very tired. And all because they studied every night despite the large number of patients. 3 weeks have passed since the earthquake, so the city of Gyeongju is quickly rebuilding its streets. Song Woong's father, who was at the scene of the fire, was also finally discharged and was very grateful to the guy for his help. And the head nurse told him that his grandmother, whose wrist he had operated on, was also doing well and was recovering. These weeks were so eventful that the guy will have a lot to remember for a long time. On the way, the guy received a text message from the family he lived with. They also wished him good luck on the exam. And yet he was glad that he became a doctor. Now he needed to gather his strength to continue his difficult path. When he arrived, he immediately went to take a test on translating an English article. After a while, the test was over and the guys handed in their work, hoping that he had written it well. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to the boy, and when he raised his head, he saw his friend Song Lee in front of him. When they left the class, it turned out that they were both going to an interview for general surgery. But Hen suddenly remembered that the guy had applied for plastic surgery. Song Lee told the guy that he came to this decision after much thought. Hen remembered that his friend had been very thoughtful the last time they had shared, and thought he had made a safe choice. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a girl who asked them to be quiet, as they were really disturbing her while she was reading. Hyunjun immediately apologized, but Song Lim didn't understand why this girl was giving orders since they weren't in the library. Suddenly, a man came out to them and invited Hyunjun, a girl named Song Hui, and another guy named Gi Wan to an interview. When the three of them entered, they immediately took their seats, and the doctors greeted them. The doctors gave them a task to read the pieces of paper that lay on each of their desks. Hen began to carefully study the information with Ronnie about a fictitious patient who had various kinds of symptoms. After they read, they first asked Giwan about the more likely diagnosis of the patient he had read about. The guy thought for a moment and replied that it was similar to a disease that causes gallstones, and upon hearing his answer, Song Hui smiled, knowing that he was wrong. The doctor asked the guy whether he meant inflammation of the gallbladder or something else. With doubt on their faces, the doctors wrote down his answer and moved on to another student. The next to answer was Song Hui, who did not agree with the guy's words, since in her opinion it was an inflammation of the sac due to a weakened esophagus. She explained that if it were a gallbladder disease, the pain should be in the upper right side. Then the doctors asked if this was really the diagnosis she was saying, then what type was it? The girl replied that it was complicated, and the doctor asked why she thought so. She explained her answer by the fact that the number of blood cells exceeded the maximum normal value by more than twice. The doctor continued asking her what tests the patient needed to confirm the diagnosis. Song Hui started to get a little nervous, and replied that he would most likely need a CT scan, and the doctor asked what exactly she was going to confirm with this scan. The girl thought about it, and then the doctor asked Hyunjun the same question, and she in turn knew the answer, but did not understand why the questions were so quick. The doctor answered her that he had heard enough of her answers, and that was enough to draw conclusions. He turned to Hyun, who had some comments about Song Hui's answers. The guy started saying that he agreed with the diagnosis that the girl had voiced, and at that moment she was very angry that he was using her answers. But he began to supplement it with his own answer, saying that it looked more like the signs and symptoms of a relapse of the inflamed sac. The doctor asked what indicated this diagnosis to him, and the guy replied that these were the symptoms of pain and fever. He also explained that this disease could be considered a relapse due to the patient being in a chronic state of illness while being treated with antibiotics. Reading the text, Song Hui did not understand where the guy was getting such conclusions from. The doctor asked again what tests the patient needed and why exactly those tests. The guy replied that computer diagnostics should be used to assess complications of disease symptoms. Each answer was immediately followed by a new question from the doctor, to which Hen answered clearly. The girl was shocked. How could he know all this? When the test was over, Song Lee was already waiting for the guy outside, and he started asking how everything went. The guy was a little afraid of the doctor named Jung Jae-won, who asked question after question without giving him even a second to think. Hyunjun told him to worry less, and then everything would be fine. Just at that moment, he was called in for an interview. Sun Lee had already run into the office, and Hyun wished him luck. He was sure that the guy would cope. Hyunjun suddenly wondered how Dr. Song was handling the interview. At the same time, Dr. Song just came to Professor Sok's office. The professor noticed that the doctor was very nervous and asked him if he could operate in such a condition. The doctor confidently replied that he could handle it, and then they decided not to delay and to start right away. Dr. Sun was shocked that he would go to perform the operation so quickly, but despite this, he tried to concentrate on the matter and do everything clearly as he had learned. Precise instructions without errors, the best assistance and first-class technology from a professor with an impeccable reputation. This feeling was different from the one he had during the operation with Hyunjun. The professor approached the doctor and asked him to complete the operation himself to see his skills. After the operation, they went to a cafe to rest a bit. Dr. Song mentally thanked Hyun for his help, because everything ended well without any mistakes. The professor sitting opposite apologized to the doctor for calling him to operate so suddenly. He also remembered the operation at the Gyeongju branch and told the doctor that he most likely did not perform it. Dr. Song was a little scared because he didn't seem to have made any mistakes during the operation. The professor explained that he realized this as soon as he saw the area of the operation. His style was very different from what he saw then, but still not bad. He reassured the doctor and said that he was not going to scold or reprimand him. But Van Gyu did not understand what he needed then. The professor was amazed by the precise processing of the seam without a single error, so he just wanted to know who did it. The residents and professors at the scene all refused because it wasn't them, so Professor Sok realized that the operation was performed by an intern. Hearing this, Dr. Song seemed to be speechless and did not know what to say, but the professor kept waiting for him to tell where exactly this intern was now. Meanwhile, Hyunjun and Song Lee were preparing to go through the personal interview and not lose face. Song Hui approached them and asked if he was an intern at Daehan University Hospital. Song Lee replied that it was him, not understanding why she needed this information, but the girl did not mean him at all. She looked closely at Hen, who remembered seeing her at the first interview. The guy stood up and introduced himself to her, but the girl replied that she remembered him well as the man who predicted all the answers to the interview. But the guy smiled and replied that he was just lucky, since they were asking exactly what he knew. Song Hui smiled and said that he didn't seem modest at all and was most likely deceiving her, and the guy felt an open dislike. She asked him to tell her honestly how he knew all the answers. This attitude infuriated Song Lee, and he began to defend his friend. Suddenly, their squabble was interrupted by a doctor who was just looking for Hyunjun. Everyone looked at the guy with puzzlement, but he himself did not know who this professor was and why he was looking for him. The doctor said nothing more and simply tapped the guy on the shoulder and then left. A few minutes later, they were called into the office for a final interview that would decide their fate. Their assessors were now other doctors, and also Pyo's deputy, who was surprised that the guy had come again. Hyunjun wasn't happy about their meeting either, but he had no choice and had to endure his presence. One of the professors started looking at the guy's grades. He noticed that his grade as an intern was low, but he passed the written test and the first interview with flying colors. Then he saw that the guy was being sent to the Gyeongju branch, and he remembered that it was that same intern, but his deputy stopped him mid-sentence. The professor noticed that Hyunjun had a lot of problems in the past, which greatly upset his friend Song Lee. The deputy said that the interview would be conducted fairly, and they would only evaluate the current level of knowledge. But Ronnie told the guy that the deputy was lying, and Hen knew it himself, because he was sure that he wanted to take him down. Knowing that it wouldn't be easy, he was serious and planned to give it his all. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Professor Sok came in and asked if the interview was still going on. The deputy was very unhappy with his appearance, because he had never participated in such events before. Professor Sok announced that he had come to participate in the evaluation of candidates and turned to the guy, adding that the year promised to be interesting. The first to be assessed was candidate Song Hui, because her grades were not good enough. The professor praised her, saying that she was well-spoken and had a clear self-confidence, so she seemed like a worthy candidate to them. Suddenly, Deputy Pyo said that he had a question for candidate Hyunjun. He asked him how many months ago he had arbitrarily treated a patient with a drug that attacks a blood clot, and what his actions would be if such an emergency arose. What would he do if his boss wasn't there to give him advice or make a diagnosis right away? Hearing his question, the professor thought for a moment, as he did not understand where he got it from. Ronnie warned the boy that if he answered honestly, his grade would be lowered and he would be fined, but he himself understood this. Song Hui noticed him and didn't understand why he didn't answer for so long, when he just needed to say that he would wait for his boss. The boy understood that this was not a question of weighing values, since it was impossible to compromise at the cost of the patient's life. Hyunjun made up his mind and replied that if possible, he would give priority to his superior first, but if the situation went wrong, he would make his own decision. The deputy was not surprised by his answer, and said that it meant that the guy would figure it out himself. Hen, without further hesitation, confirmed his words because he simply could not act differently. Song Lee was shocked by his answer, as he could definitely fail this interview now. And Professor Sok was pleased with his answer, because the guy was telling the truth straight to his face and was not embarrassed about it, and he liked it. The deputy, in turn, told the guy that he would have to take responsibility for this answer. After the interview, the professors gathered in the deputy's office and began to discuss the candidates. The deputy announced that if there were no objections, they could confirm the passage of more than 10 people. Professor Seok interrupted him and said that Hyunjun, who was also in the top 10 in the test results, was not on the list. The deputy did not understand why he stood up for him so much, and replied that he withdrew his candidacy because of an unacceptable answer. But Professor Seok thought that Hyunjun answered as befits a real doctor. In turn, the deputy did not agree with him, because such behavior was not suitable for their hospital. Professor Seok replied that if this single answer was the reason for his dismissal, then it was hard for him to understand, because the guy was very capable. He added that general surgery is different from emergency medicine, and Hyunjun will have to think and decide a lot on his own. The deputy didn't understand what was so special about this intern, but the boss was very persistent and didn't give up so easily. He decided that they would do something different and told the doctors who agreed to eliminate Hyunjun to raise their hands. We had to decide this issue by voting, where the majority was on his side. Standing outside the office door was Geun-suk, who heard that Hyunjun's fate was being decided there. Meanwhile, Ronnie himself understood the guy's behavior, because he knew what answer the judges were expecting, but he still didn't say it. Ronnie did not rule out the possibility that he could become a specialist at Daehan University Hospital. Hen replied that at least he would be able to sleep peacefully, because patients always came first, since he could not be a doctor who turned his back on them. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by Song Ye's voice, who saw the guy and ran into his arms. She started scolding him because she was so worried about the commotion in the news about the earthquake and he didn't even call her, and she continued to wait. Hen looked at the worried girl and realized that she was very worried about him, and every time Song Yi cried because of him, so he needed to say what he couldn't for so long. The guy apologized to her, and the girl replied that although he was busy, he could at least answer the text message. Song Ye said that if the guy really felt guilty, then he should treat her. Hyunjun asked her to go out to dinner together, and she started looking at her schedule, which just happened to have a free window for dinner. Suddenly, Gyun-suk approached them and said that now was not the time for dinner. He came closer to the guy and grabbed him by the clothes, started yelling at him, but the guy didn't understand why he was suddenly so angry. Then Gyun-suk told him that he failed the interview and exam with such a score, and that was why he was so furious. When the guy heard this, he was simply stunned, because he was sure that he had passed everything with flying colors. Song Yi couldn't understand where he got this information from if the results were only due in a few days. But Gyun-suk said that he definitely heard about it at the professors' meeting, and he was not on the list of those admitted, which only means that he did not pass. After that, they still went to dinner, where the guy treated the girl to delicious food, which she immediately began to photograph. He was a little surprised that out of all the delicious things, she chose wings, but the girl explained that she was tired of eating fast food, so she wanted something new. Because of her specialty, she doesn't even have time for a normal dinner. She suddenly fell silent, as she understood that it was unpleasant for the guy to hear this, and remembered that the exam results were coming in soon. She wondered what the guy would do if Gyun-suk was right, and he really didn't pass the interview. Hyun was at a loss because of Gyun-suk's words, but he didn't want to cause more trouble for Song Ye. The guy hid his sadness and smiled at the girl, saying that even if Gyun-suk was right, he was still preparing for such an outcome by looking for where he would go in his free time. Their conversation was interrupted by a ringing phone, and Hen saw that they were calling him from the hospital, so he immediately picked up the phone. When he picked up the phone, he was asked where he was doing his internship, and the guy said that he was currently doing his internship in Gyeongju. Song Yi overheard his conversation, which was about the guy's internship being over and him having to come to Seoul. When he finished the conversation, he apologized to the girl, but she handed him her phone so that he could see the news. The photo showed his exam number, and the results showed that Hyun had passed, which made Song Ye very happy. Meanwhile, a subordinate came to the deputy's office and said that he had transferred Hyunjun's appointment to Yeonjong Hospital. He also added that they had prepared all the documents for entry and asked to refrain from contact with journalists. The deputy praised him and allowed him to go. When the subordinate left, the deputy turned on the video, which gained a lot of publicity. In this video of Hyunjun saving one of the patients, the deputy thought about how he sent the guy to Gyeongju to reconsider his actions, but he continued to behave as he pleased. There were a lot of comments under the video supporting the guy, and the deputy realized that the situation was not getting better, because if he removed him now, there would be a fuss. The only thing that made him happy was that while the guy was in the Yeonjong branch, interest in him would cool down, and then he would be able to kick him out. The deputy cherished the thought that one day the time would come, and he would make it so that the guy would be left completely alone. The boy returned to Gyeongju to pick up his things, although he was sorry to leave this room. This made the owners even sadder. The man took the boy's bag to help him get down, even though he thought the boy would stay with them for a few more months. Hyunjun apologized to him because this decision was very sudden for him too. When they came out, he walked the guy to the gate and they said goodbye. Hen thought about how much had happened in this city. He was glad that most of the past were good memories. He also met Dr. Sun at a cafe where Wang Jiyu thanked him for his help. After all, the doctor entered the trauma department at a hospital in Seoul, but the guy thought that it was not his merit because Wang Jiyu worked hard for this. Rumor had it that when Director Sok saw his technique, he decided to hire him himself. At the moment when they wanted to drink to the meeting, a very familiar voice interrupted them, and when they raised their heads, they saw who it was. Dr. Hyun approached them and was told by a nurse where they would be sitting, so he was able to find them quickly. He brought them a bag of alcohol, but Dr. Song did not understand why he did this, as it looked like a bribe. Dr. Hyun approached the boy and said that he, too, would not mind working at the main branch. They were a little tense at his unexpected request, but after a second he calmed them down and said that he was just joking. Anyway, he brought a set of 2 bottles, where the first one was a congratulation for Dr. Sun on his return to his hometown. He hesitated a little and said that the second was gratitude to Dr. Chan for his hard work. Dr. Song was glad that he had finally decided to get along with the guy, but Dr. Hyun still kept his distance, as it was difficult for him to express such emotions. Hyunjun always thought that Dr. Hyun hated him, but the truth always wins. He was glad that he was recognized. Now his goal is to try hard in the main branch as well. He spent the remaining months of his internship at Yeonjung Hospital as he left Gyeongju forever. The work itself was not much different from my previous work in the Gyeongju department, but due to the large number of patients, I had to work without breaks. Working tirelessly, he finally became a specialist and completed his assignment at Yeonjung Hospital. When his things were already packed, he thought about how he had lived in such a hectic life and had not even noticed how time had flown by. Ronnie explained to him that in large part, this was because he had become famous. But Hyun was a little embarrassed by this celebrity and the videos from that time. Because of this, the guy was often recognized in the hospital, which made it difficult to work. Ronnie was also confident that this video helped him pass the main exam. It was no coincidence that the timing of the call from the vice president's office coincided with the public outcry surrounding the video. The guy guessed that the advice to refrain from contact with journalists was so as not to attract even more attention to himself. Hyun thought that if Ronnie's reasoning was correct, then it was for the same reason that he was sent to Yeonjung Hospital in a hurry. Maybe, as Gyun-suk said, the guy didn't pass initially, but the result was the opposite. On his first day of work in his specialty, the deputy left the guy on duty for 100 days. The guy was very surprised by this, as he thought that his punishment should have ended. The deputy opened the video and turned the laptop towards the guy, asking if these were fishing rods. I watched the video and the guy remembered the situation where he saved the life of his friend's father after a fire. Deputy Pio was amazed that the guy again did everything himself at that moment without waiting for permission from his superiors. The guy knew that if he hadn't done anything, the patient could have died. He didn't regret it, but he had to take responsibility for it. Hyunjun agreed and said that he would be on duty for the entire 100 days that his deputy had assigned him. He also added that the guy was prohibited from attending any surgeries during these days, which simply shocked Hen. Deputy Pio was surprised that the boy did not agree, because he thought he was a man with strong convictions. He thought that the boy's responsibility now seemed unnecessary, but Hen refuted his words. Hen thought for a moment and asked if he could go out in case of emergency operations. The deputy didn't think it would be so hard for the guy to give them up. He was obsessed with surgery even more than it seemed. He answered him that if the professor in charge of the operation allowed him, then there would be an exception, and the guy thanked him and left. When he left the office, the deputy was thinking that the guy would be unhappy with such a decision. He wanted to see how long he could stand it. Hen returned to work and brought the report about the colon cancer patient to the resident. He, in turn, listened to him silently and did not react at all. Suddenly, he stopped the guy and thrust a piece of paper at him, telling him to find these materials and bring them to him. He needed these materials for the next day's meeting, so he warned the guy not to skip a single point, and he himself went to the operation. The guy took the piece of paper and did not understand why the resident gave him such an assignment. When he saw that Hen still hadn't left, he shouted at him to go faster and complete his task. Having found all the books with materials, he felt a strange hostility from all the staff around him. He remembered how good it was in Yeonjung and how kind everyone was to him, but here everything was different. Entering the office where he could study and write in peace, he saw Dr. Kim Byung-seok, a second-year residency student, and greeted her. She was surprised that the guy was going to study so many books at once and admitted that perhaps Dr. Hwang Gi-Wayu's son asked him to do so. Hyunjun remained silent, and she realized that she was right in telling him not to worry, since people were saying different things about this doctor. As she was leaving, Byung-suk also said that there were some not very pleasant rumors about the guy as well. Many people were unhappy with his celebrity title. Some even called for disciplinary measures to be taken against a high-ranking person like him. But the resident didn't think that everything was as bad as they said, and wished the guy good luck. When she left, Hen stood there in confusion about what rumors she was talking about, because he had never heard anything bad about himself. After he finished, he was called to make his rounds, the first of which was a colon cancer patient who had been admitted that day. The doctor was also told that the patient had had bad substances removed from his intestines 7 years ago. The doctor asked if they had done any tests after that and turned to Dr. Hwang, but he replied that he had been in surgery, so he had not done that. The resident pointed to Hyunjun and said that as the attending physician, he should know about this. Then the doctor noticed the guy, and his name seemed very familiar to him. The boy began to answer, and Dr. Hwang watched with glee as he became confused. After all, he had been keeping the guy busy all day and was sure that he hadn't had time to get to know the patient's history, so he wanted the guy to feel ashamed of it. When Hyunjun told the full details of the patient's illness and treatment, the doctor praised him, but Hwang was simply shocked. He couldn't believe that the guy was able to find the time to study the information. The doctor came back to him and asked what treatment method they should choose for the patient, given the location of the tumor. Hwang thought about it, but he had no answer to this question, since he had not studied anything. The doctor was surprised that the resident could not give an answer, since this was the topic of his upcoming presentation, but Dr. Hwang began to make excuses, saying that he was in surgery, so he did not have time to look through it. The doctor was stunned by his slip of the tongue, since he was not the only resident who was busy in this way. Then he turned to the patient and asked him to complete his treatment so that there would be no recurring problems. Leaving the ward, the doctor asked the resident to prepare for the presentation properly in order to avoid mistakes. Hyunjun thought that at a time like this, he definitely didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. On the way, he asked the doctor about daytime rounds, and also learned that the resident was scheduled to have an operation in the evening. When they left, a nurse suddenly ran up to them and told the professor that one of the patients needed urgent surgery. The doctor asked what patient they were talking about, and she said that the patient had intestinal obstruction, since she was told that he had a hole in his intestine that was spreading to other organs. The professor thought for a moment and assigned one of the interns and resident Hwang to the operation, but then Hyun intervened and said that he also wanted to feel during the operation. But the resident began to stop him and reminded him that he was prohibited from performing operations. Then the professor remembered why his name seemed so familiar to him. He apologized to the guy and said that his participation was impossible. But Hen did not give up and said that he was allowed to participate in emergency operations, so he asked to be given the opportunity to participate. The professor thought for a bit and decided to allow the boy to participate, which made him unpredictably happy. When they arrived at the operating room, there was a not very pleasant smell, which was the one that Dr. Hwang disliked the most, as he didn't want to go there anyway. He looked after Hyunjun, who was the one who wanted to get the surgery the most. Hwang was sure that the guy regretted his decision because it was not the most pleasant operation. But when he saw that the guy was absolutely calm and didn't even wince once, he didn't understand how this could be. The doctor found the location of the hole in the intestine, but he also noticed that there was more than one hole in it. He turned to Hwang and asked if he could see any more holes, but the boy became nervous and could not find anything. Then the doctor realized that Hwang was disgusted to touch the intestine and began to yell at him, because he should be ashamed to behave like that in his 3rd year. Meanwhile, Hyunjun found another hole and showed it to the doctor, who did not expect such a turn of events at all. He started checking where exactly the guy found that hole and was surprised when it turned out to be so. The professor praised him, and they began healing the wound, and also removed the damaged part of the stomach. After that, the professor said that they needed to make a connection between the vessels and turned to Dr. Hwang. He gave him the task of making a stoma. This procedure consisted of surgically making a hole in the intestine for its better functioning. Hearing his task, Hwang was not particularly happy. The doctor started the procedure, but for some reason stood for a long time and did nothing. Hyunjun watched him and guessed that Hwang had forgotten what to do. By the time he remembered which tool he needed, Hen was already handing it over. This continued the next few times. The guy handed him the necessary tools, although he didn't even have time to tell him about it. Hwang was tense because he didn't understand how Hyun could know what he wanted, and he found it suspicious. When they finished the procedure, they informed the professor, who was watching Hen closely. After the surgery was over, the doctor thanked everyone and praised them for doing a good job of the stoma procedure. Dr. Huang thanked the professor for the praise, but he said that he was not praising him at all, but Hyunjun. He turned to the guy and said that he had excellent skills to be the perfect assistant, so he called him to the evening surgery instead of Huang. Huang was shocked and began to ask the professor to put him into surgery, but he replied that he had better focus on preparing for the presentation. In turn, Hen thanked the professor and hoped that at this rate the ban would be lifted sooner. Meanwhile, Professor Hong came to the deputy's office and said that he had a special matter for him. The professor reminded him that there was a guy named Hyunjun working in general surgery, and upon hearing his name, the deputy immediately became cross-eyed. Despite this, he continued to say that he was aware of his ban on attending surgeries, but despite this, he said that the guy's skills were worthy of attention. He wanted the deputy to allow him to be at the operation and for the professor to look after him, but he was not happy with that arrangement. The vice director looked at Professor Hong with a withering gaze and said that his orders were not to be discussed. Meanwhile, the guy was preparing for surgery and came to disinfect his hands along with another doctor. He was finally able to get into the operating room and now felt like a real specialist. Professor Hong came to them and asked where Dr. Huang was. The doctor replied that he was preparing for a presentation. The professor asked to call him, but the doctor did not understand why he was suddenly calling him if they had taken Hen in his place. Then he told them that today they were operating with the same lineup and that Hen was not participating in it. Professor Hong approached the boy and said that if they had the opportunity, they would perform the operation together, but not this time. The guy was very upset, and after that day, there was no chance to get into the operating room. All he could do was perform virtual operations as before, since he couldn't do without them at all. Ronnie was called in for a successful operation and wanted to prepare the next patient, but Hen asked him to stop there. After Ronnie finished the simulation, the guy sighed heavily and again plunged into his thoughts. Ronnie didn't understand why Hen was upset, because the surgery went perfectly. But for the guy, it wasn't a real surgery anyway, and he was just repeating what he already knew. The reason why Daehan University Hospital is the best is because it has great doctors. Because first of all, people come here to learn the technique and skill of performing the operation. He thought about the fact that his 100-day sentence, which his deputy had given him, would soon end. But if suddenly such a situation happens again, then perhaps there is no point in continuing to work in this hospital. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by Dr. Kim, who entered the office and asked how he was feeling. Hen didn't answer, so the doctor sat down next to him and said that no matter what the guy thought, Professor Hong did everything he could. He said that on the day the boy was not allowed into the operating room, Professor Hong tried to persuade the deputy to lift the ban, but failed. Hyunjun was shocked that the professor went to ask for him because he didn't expect this at all. Seeing his surprised face, Dr. Kim said that the professor thought very highly of him, so he did it. But he also added that Hyun is a first-year specialist who is fearless in challenging the real world, so Dr. Kim supports him in this. The only bad thing was that the guy worked constantly, without proper rest, because in the future it would be hard for him too. But Hyun didn't understand what to do with it. Then Dr. Kim said that they would confront the deputy together, even though there weren't many of them yet. And even if it doesn't work out, the guy can become a famous person who will have the right of immunity. When they finished talking, the guy left the office and thought about the doctor's words on the way. He tried to understand what exactly a doctor should do to become famous throughout the world. Ronnie told him that the most famous person in Daehan University Hospital was Seok Jin Woong. The boy didn't recognize the professor when they ran into each other before the interview, but he had heard his name even when he was in preparatory school. As one of the founders of the emergency center at Daehan University Hospital, he rejected all offers from the most famous hospitals, despite being a first-class surgeon. At that time, there was a terrible collapse of an orphanage in which 21 children died. Sung Jin Woong gained public attention for his work as a surgeon for twins who were taken away from the scene of an accident. The guy was thinking about how to become untouchable when suddenly someone's voice called out to him. He was approached by intern Kim Jin-young, who asked if the boy was going to the emergency room. Han agreed, and the intern explained to him that the patient, who had come in with acute abdominal pain, had been diagnosed with a menstrual disorder by another doctor. When they went behind the screen to see the patient, she started screaming that she had been given the wrong diagnosis. The woman denied her diagnosis, although the surgeon referred her to another department. Hen approached her and asked why she thought the diagnosis was wrong, but the patient replied that at her age she could tell the difference between abdominal pain and other types of pain. Then the guy asked the intern to tell him about her tests, and he said that all the indicators were within normal limits, only the number of red cells in the blood was insufficient. Hearing this, Hen realized that the cell count was too low to be considered lower abdominal pain. He went down to the patient and immediately apologized to her, as he needed to feel her stomach. When he started to feel her stomach, she suddenly made a painful sound and the guy stopped. Ronnie showed him that she had problems in the upper right square, and he realized that it was not very good. Then Hen asked the patient if she was taking any other medications, but she reacted very strangely and said no. Hyunjun realized from her reaction that she was most likely taking some kind of pills, but for some reason she didn't admit it. Intern Kim continued to claim that the surgeon and gynecologist had diagnosed her with abdominal pain due to her cycle and was confident that they were right. Hen interrupted him and told him to request a computer check in the department. The intern tried to contradict, but the guy insisted on his own. He also told Dr. Kim to immediately call those who diagnosed the patient with the disease. A few minutes later, surgical resident Jang and gynecology resident Jin came to him. They couldn't understand why he called them, because they had already diagnosed her. Hen asked them if they had asked the patient about taking contraceptive pills, to which they replied that the woman denied it and said that she had only taken them before. The patient suddenly hesitated and said that she had lied because she felt uncomfortable talking about it with a male doctor. After this, the guy also asked the doctors if they had done a stomach check on her, but Dr. Jean didn't understand why she would do that. He then explained that, judging by the patient's tests, she had been taking pills, and when he felt her stomach, he found an uneven feeling of tension in the middle of the lower abdomen. When she heard this, she immediately rushed to the patient and began to feel her stomach. The guy asked her what she thought now, and the girl replied that the probable diagnosis was a tumor that appeared due to hormonal dependence. Having gotten up, she decided to go to the laboratory and verify the accuracy of her assumptions. Hyunjun noticed that the girl knew everything, but for some reason she had a very responsible approach to examinations. He turned to the surgical resident and told him to stay there too and wait for the results of the computer scan. But he in turn began to say to the guy that he cannot doubt the correctness of the actions of the surgeon Gyun-suk. When Hyun heard that this patient was being treated by Gyun-suk, he immediately called him and told him to come see him. The resident was shocked that the guy was able to call the doctor directly so easily. Hyunjun explained to Gyun-suk why he was calling and admitted that his patient was misdiagnosed because he thought she had a liver tumor. When they arrived at the computer diagnostics department, they observed the patient being examined. Gyun-suk was unhappy that the guy gave the patient such a diagnosis without waiting for the diagnostic results, but Hyun explained to him that she took special pills. So he was almost sure that she had a liver tumor caused by bleeding. Listening to their conversation, Resident Kim was surprised that the guy could contradict a doctor like Gyun-suk. In turn, Gyun-suk confirmed that they are obliged to respond to emergency patients' illnesses, but if she has a tumor that may not cause serious complications, it is an emergency illness. But Hyun stood his ground, since in the case of a liver tumor, there is always a risk of its rupture. And judging by the movement of blood in her vessels, there should be a hemorrhage into the abdominal cavity, which already requires emergency care. Gyun-suk was angry that the guy was so stubborn because he was a freshman and had a lot of confidence. He believed that Hyun had become too arrogant because he was popular on the internet and now considered himself more important than everyone else. The guy listened to him silently as he continued to say nasty things and was suddenly interrupted by the doctor, who had finished diagnosing the patient. When they started studying the images, the doctor showed them that the patient had bleeding in the abdomen. Gyun-suk asked to enlarge the photo to make sure, but when he saw that the area of amplification was not uniform, he realized that he was wrong. Hyunjun was right that it was a liver tumor, but Gyun-suk couldn't believe it. He looked at the guy and said that he was just lucky and guessed her diagnosis. Hyunjun was very tense because to consider his knowledge as just luck was simply not right. Even though the guy had Ronnie's assistant and their competition was unfair, he was still offended to hear that. Hyun stopped Gyun-suk and said that he was confident in his diagnosis because he personally examined the patient. But what served as the basis for the previously given diagnosis to the guy was unclear. After all, Gyun-suk didn't even come to see her, so Hyun believed that he had no right to blame everything on luck. The intern suddenly began to apologize to the boss, since he was the one who should have studied everything properly and passed on all the information to him. But Gyun-suk didn't answer and silently walked out of the diagnostic room. He was burning with rage and thinking that he had defeated the guy at any cost. On a weakening day, the boy went to the hospital to see his mother and met with the professor who was treating her. The professor showed the boy computer scans of his mother from the previous year and said that her health improvements had become much greater, and Hen was very happy to hear this. Hen thanked the professor for his work, but he replied that he should thank the guy since the corrected medicine was his doing. The guy started to deny it, saying that he hadn't done anything, but had simply shared his opinion. But the professor knew for sure that without him, the research would have stalled for a long time. He also told Hen that he had written a dissertation about it, which had made the cover of a famous magazine. The guy was shocked, because the magazine the professor was talking about was one of the best in the world. The professor also added that Hyunjun is a co-author of his dissertation on the treatment of brain cancer cells. When they finished, the guy left the office and went to look at the news on his phone, which delighted him. He was actually on the cover of the most popular magazine, and Ronnie congratulated him on it. But Hen thanked Ronnie in return, because the idea came only thanks to him. Returning to the hospital, a nurse immediately approached him and said that the deputy director was looking for the guy. Hearing this, he became a little tense, as he did not expect anything good from this. When he came to his office, the deputy showed him the article and asked if his name was really there. Hyunjun didn't understand why he was asking this, but he still answered and confirmed that it was really him. The guy explained that he was there because he had helped out a little with research last year. The deputy could not believe it and thought it was complete nonsense. The guy asked him again, but he did not repeat his words and said that his 100-day shift was cancelled. He asked the boy to return to his normal duties. When Hen heard this, he was shocked. After all, he so easily got rid of the punishment, which he could not remove even with the help of the professor's request. Then he realized what Dr. Kim's words about a celebrity who couldn't be touched really meant. The deputy needed an outside perspective, so he couldn't put himself at a disadvantage. As he left the office, the guy now understood what it meant to be famous. After the news spread throughout the hospital, it was even discussed during operations. They couldn't understand how a first-year student could participate in such research. One of the doctors said that the guy was his classmate, whose skills were simply something. Their discussion was interrupted by Deputy P.O., who said that it was not only his skills that were highly respected in their hospital. He also told them that Dr. Lee Gyun-suk would be in charge of the Olympus project at their hospital. One of the doctors was amazed by his words, because this was the same cooperation with the world's leading company providing medical services, Olympus Healthcare. It can help to get good financial investment if you win the biggest competition in the medical field. The deputy confirmed his suspicions and said that they were going to develop technologies related to robotic technologies. Therefore, this project will be led by Gyun-suk, since he not only has the technology, but also the research, because he is also an extraordinary person. He also said that their hospital now has 2 such people and their hospital has a bright future. After the operation was over, Gyun-suk quickly left as he was irritated by hearing Hyunjun's name. He was sure that as soon as he was chosen for the Olympus project, he would immediately show him who was the best. Suddenly, Gyun-suk stopped and saw the guy talking to the director of a popular company, Kang Jung-soon. He didn't understand why they were talking and decided to follow them to the cafe where they were going to go. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the headmistress began to congratulate the guy on the publication of the magazine, while Gyun-suk sat at the next table behind a screen and listened attentively to their conversation. Hyunjun felt that his name was not deserved to appear in the magazine, but Mrs. Kang was sure that he had every right to do so. After all, thanks to him, the development of a new drug is in full swing, and they will soon be able to release it for sale. She also said that her company has a program that sponsors 2 neurologists each year, but this year they changed their rules and decided to sponsor a doctor from another department. Listening to her, Gyun-suk remembered that he had also heard about it, and the reward there was quite large. The headmistress pointed at Hyunjun and said that he was the doctor from another faculty. Hearing this, the guy was simply shocked, and Gyun-suk was even more shocked. She said that the guy would be paid prize money, not a research grant. Hyun thanked him for the honor of participating, but replied that he couldn't accept the money. Gyun-suk was simply killed by his answer. The guy added that he wants to become a doctor who can treat all diseases, so that patients do not suffer from a shortage of medical personnel. Therefore, he believed that it would be right to choose someone who needed these research funds more than he did. Gyun-suk did not understand why he was refusing the prize money. Principal Kang realized that the boy really wasn't greedy at all, just as Professor Kim had told her, and Hyun apologized for the inconvenience. But despite his apologies, Mrs. Khan began to yell at the guy that he deserved to get even more of this money. She also said that to receive the award he needs to have achievements in research. Mrs. Kang told Hyun that he couldn't become a hospital, but the boy didn't understand what she meant. She explained that although he could become a doctor who could cure anyone, he could not cure everyone. To explain it to him more clearly, Mrs. Khan gave an example that if two emergency patients with the same urgency showed up at the same time, what would he do? Hyunjun said that of the two patients, the one that can be cured quickly will be operated on first, and then the next one will be treated. But before he could finish speaking, the headmistress told him what would happen if he could only save one patient. Hyunjun remembered his father, whom the doctor could not save, and now he was faced with the choice of abandoning one of the patients. But he became a doctor to prevent this from happening, and told her that he could not abandon any of his patients. Mrs. Khan told the boy that he didn't need to leave anyone, because this could be entrusted to other doctors. Because it is impossible to ensure equal treatment opportunities for all patients on our own. Hyun thought that Gyun-suk had also said something similar to him about not being able to help everyone. The director explained to him that without money and people, she would not have been able to create her company, because these are two integral factors. So she had to make realistic decisions to achieve her dream, and after saying that, she waited for Hyunjung to respond. The guy understood that simply developing his skills in the medical field was not a way out of the situation. So he said that he wanted to start his own hospital, and he was 100% sure of it. The headmistress was surprised by the guy's answer, but he also added that if she ever wanted to help him, he would like to ask her for an investment. Hearing this, she started laughing so much that she couldn't hold back, and the guy didn't understand what he said wrong. But she explained that she was very pleased that he was such an unusual person, and she really liked his audacity. After this, Mrs. Khan extended her hand to the guy and said that she agreed to his proposal and would wait for him when he needed her help. Meanwhile, Gyun-suk was furious that the guy was acting so brazenly and dared to think about founding some kind of hospital. When Hyun finished their conversation, he stood up from the table and saw Gyun-suk behind the screen. He realized that he had heard their entire conversation, but Gyun-suk said that he was nearby by chance. Gyun-suk thought the guy's actions were stupid, but these antics surpassed everything. In response, Hen smiled at him and asked him to tell him such things more often. Lee didn't understand what he meant and told him to get on with his work, at which point the guy left the cafeteria. Hen watched him go and thought that until now he had been giving him realistic advice. Maybe this was what he really needed. Hyun's attention was drawn to the book that Gyun-suk left on the table. He picked it up and, leafing through it, realized that it looked like some kind of program. On the way to the department, Ronnie told the guy that it was a network program developed for robotic surgery. Suddenly, Dr. Song approached Hyun, looking very tired, and the boy was very happy to see him. Even though they worked in the same hospital, he was still not visible at all. The doctor told him that all his free time was taken up by work and operations, so much so that he did not even have time for his family. The doctor noticed the book in the boy's hands and thought that he was also participating in the Olympus project, but he did not understand what kind of participation was being discussed. Dr. Sun said that a competition had started in Olympus healthcare, so he thought that he needed this book for that. Hyunjun remembered this famous company and also its owner, Mr. Allen. He offered to talk to the doctor about this in more detail, but was suddenly interrupted by a call. He was called away for work, so he said goodbye to the guy and quickly left. Hyunjun thought about this competition, which seemed very interesting to him, and he offered Ronnie to find out all the details, and he happily agreed. At the same time, at the Olympus company, its general director, Rona Allen, came to the office. She was met by a security guard, and she began to ask about what happened that night. The man began to tell about how an unexpected visitor had come to them. When she heard his name, she immediately jumped up and ran to the office where she saw the director. The man stood with his back to her, and Rona continued to talk about how she had been looking for him for a very long time, for almost 5 years, and it was all in vain. Without answering any of her questions, he only asked how their competition was going. Rona replied that everything was going as it should, but she was waiting for him to explain what made him return and what he saw in Korea. This man was the same Mr. Allen who was Rona's father. He told her that if he had told her everything earlier, it would not have been a surprise, so her wait was worth it. Meanwhile, in the university cafeteria, there was talk over lunch about Lee Gyun-suk's robotic surgery yesterday. Song Lee's classmates were furiously discussing the fact that Gyun-suk's father was a lawmaker who openly supported the Olympus project. They saw Hyunjun and started discussing him now, saying that the guy is not simple either, and that there are various rumors about him. The boys began to admire him because his actions spoke for themselves. But Song Hui didn't like that they praised him so much, because he was their colleague, because of whom their reputation could suffer. Song Lee, who had also heard a lot of rumors but was tired of putting up with them, intervened in their conversation. It infuriated him that Song Hui was talking about his friend, as if something knew him better than he did. But the girl did not consider herself guilty, because there is a lot of talk about the guy. And an example of this is the incident in the emergency room when he injected a patient with a drug without permission. Song Lee was very angry with them, because if they knew that the guy saved the life of his friend's uncle, who could have simply died, they would not have spoken about him like that. Hyunjun suddenly approached them and said that if he was not confident in the treatment, he would not have used it. Then Song Hui asked if there was even the slightest risk that his treatment was wrong. She thought it was too arrogant. But the guy didn't think it was arrogance. He was confident in himself, so he did what was necessary. The girl decided to leave, but before she left, she managed to remind him about the situation at the exam. Song Lee asked the boy not to pay attention to them, because they didn't know anything. He started to tell that Song Hui always accuses Hyun of having connections with the bosses, which is why he got lucky on the exam. Hyunjun realized that there was a misunderstanding between them somewhere, and decided that he would talk to her about it somehow. Sun Lee noticed that the guy was in his robe again, and he told him that he was having his first operation today. Hen said that his ban was lifted by the deputy director, but he believed that the professor who called him for the operation did not belong to any of the departments. The professor's name was Chu Guan-wook. He was rumored to be a liver transplant master. When Song Lee heard his name, he was very scared. When Hyunjun saw the boy's reaction, he couldn't understand why he was reacting like that, but Song Lee told him that it would be better if he didn't know this doctor. Before the operation, Professor Chu told the doctors to be very careful if they did not want to be heavily criticized. He looked at the guy and told him that he would be keeping an eye on the intern. The professor added that he had heard about the guy's skills, so he didn't have to participate in the operation. Hearing this, Hen became angry. The guy told him that he would very much like to participate in the operation personally, but the professor was adamant. He believed that if the guy sucked up to other doctors, that's why they treated him so well. But it wouldn't work with him. After that, he ordered everyone to get to work and headed to the operating room. Hen watched him go and realized that he was not an easy guy. As they began the operation, the boy watched the professor's movements and was amazed at his speed. But he also saw that the assistant was very nervous, and therefore could not do everything as quickly as the doctor did. Professor Chu suddenly sent the assistant away, but he immediately began to apologize and said that he could do better. But the professor scolded him because if he couldn't assist normally, then he certainly wouldn't get to the operation. The guy was very upset by his words. He continued to yell at him. Now Hyun understood why Song Lee reacted like that when he heard his name. The professor turned around and told Song Hui to hand the instrument to Hyunjun and go over and continue assisting him, but the girl told him that she was still a first-year student. When the professor started scolding her, the first-year student was also a doctor, and she had to be able to do everything. Then Hen intervened in their conversation and said that he would associate with the professor. The professor asked if the boy could cope with such a difficult job. Hyunjun had undergone this operation several times with Ronnie during virtual training, which consisted of removing the gallbladder. Therefore, without thinking twice, he confidently answered the professor that he could do this job. This patient was not critical, and if everything had been as before, the guy would have avoided unnecessary quarrels, but now the situation was different. He remembered a conversation with Mrs. Khan, who claimed that the boy deserved more and did not need to hide his abilities, even though he faced the envy of other doctors. So he decided it was better to set a good example than to hide behind other people's backs. He couldn't continue to act like he did before, even though his skills were good. They wouldn't matter if the circumstances changed. Hyunjun decided to show himself if that was what was required, and scandalize the professor that he was ready to begin. He prepared the alloying forceps, which were also called the doctor's hand. The guy saw them for the first time, and for him this procedure was a little exciting. Song Hui followed the guy and was sure that in a few minutes he would be kicked out, because an assistant in such an operation is too difficult a job. The professor constantly told Hen what to do, and he strictly followed his every request. The girl noticed that the guy began to move even faster, and the professor had not made a single remark to him yet. This could only mean that Hen was assisting perfectly. The guy followed the doctor's instructions and watched the monitor. His task was to carefully attach the forceps to the bladder and avoid its delamination. This technology of the operation ensured maximum efficiency with minimal movement. Hyunjun decided that he needed to catch every second of the professor's skill, who was simply a pro at his job. First, they had to secure the entrance to the bag so that the gallbladder could enter it, and then close the entrance. The guy didn't have to make a single extra movement, and that was the convenience of assisting. When they finished, the professor gave out assignments to the others and told Hyunjun that he wanted to assign him his first operation. First surgery is an event where one of the first-year residents, selected by the faculty, conducts his or her first internship. And this means the attention of the teaching staff to the talent of the selected candidate. And this increases the chances of remaining in the hospital as a specialist after completing the basic course. Hyunjun was overjoyed by this and bowed to thank the professor. Song Hui stood behind and was very angry because she was supposed to have the first operation. After this, a meeting was held in the deputy's office to decide who would perform their first operation. Dr. Hong told the deputy that he was voting for Hyunjun since his punishment was over and they should give him a chance to prove himself. The deputy looked at him with displeasure and raised his hand, saying that he was voting for Song Hui. The doctors sitting on the other side also voted for her, which the deputy was clearly pleased about. Then another professor approached him and said that although Song Hui was a good candidate, she was still too nervous during the operations. He mentioned Hyun again and said that the guy was able to act quickly, so he was more suitable for the first operation. The deputy smiled maliciously and reminded the doctor of the incident in Gyeongju, where the guy was also capable of acting without any permission to do so, and no one had any guarantees that it would not happen again. At this point, he decided to end the voting, since there were 3 votes for Song Hui and the first operation would go to her. Professor Ju suddenly interrupted them and said that he was also voting for Hyunjun. He entered the office, hoping that the voting had not yet ended. His deputy did not expect him to come either. Then he announced that each candidate had 3 votes, and now they had to somehow resolve their dispute. After thinking for a moment, the deputy turned to Gyun-suk and told him to judge between them. The deputy really wanted to hear his opinion on this matter, but the guy was in no hurry to announce his answer. After the meeting, Gyun-suk went to the restroom to freshen up a bit and thought about the correctness of his choice. Professor Gwang-wook came to see him and asked why he made this particular choice. The guy started to say that he had several reasons for this, and the professor interrupted him, saying that one of them was Pyo's deputy. The professor realized that Gyun-suk had never even thought about what skills resident Song Hui had. When the guy wanted to answer, Gwang-wook interrupted him and said that he didn't want to listen to his excuses because someone like him couldn't help but notice the difference in their skills. As he left, he said in parting that he needed to learn to understand people better. Gyun-suk remembered a conversation with his father, whom he didn't see often. He asked him what he should do, because his competitor was better than him, and he couldn't accept it. The father explained to his son that he was only using common sense, but the boy did everything he could and worked tirelessly. Then the father said that if his best efforts did not work, then this was his limit. But the boy began to shout that this was not what he wanted to hear. The man replied that if his efforts had not brought the desired results, then he needed to find another way. He reminded him that he was serving his 4th term as a deputy, and that it was not just luck that was saving him. So he told the guy to push whoever was in his way if he wanted to get up. After all, in a fair competition, the world will not applaud him, because only results prove his worth. Gyun-suk came out of the restroom and thought that he did not regret his choice. After all, for the sake of victory, he was ready to do everything possible to make Hyunjun admit his defeat. When Hen's business was over, he went to the Olympus website and wanted to apply to participate, but he couldn't think of a topic. He forgave Ronnie for giving him any advice, but he told him that he could answer if he asked a specific question or a specific direction. Then Hen decided that today they would search for an idea for their project, and Ronnie was delighted about it. Suddenly, a nurse came up to him and asked if he was going to the pediatric department, because they were really looking forward to him returning. The guy was pleased to hear this and decided not to put it off for later, so he asked Ronnie to wait with finding an idea. They immediately went to the children's department, and when he came in, the children were very happy about his arrival. The nurse told me how well they got along with the children, that they began to let them give themselves injections and did not cry at all as before. Suddenly, the guy saw a man and a woman sitting on the floor. He was calming his wife and trying to support her. The boy remembered that the woman was the mother of a girl named Yeon-ji, and he asked the nurse what happened to her. The nurse paused awkwardly, but then explained the reason why her parents were in such a state. Hearing this, the guy ran as fast as he could to the roof of the hospital. He knew that recently the patient Song-ye had been causing great concern. When the child was only 18 months old, she was diagnosed with cancer that was incurable. The child's entire abdomen was covered in successful tumors, which appeared with each passing day. Even though she underwent intensive chemotherapy for more than 6 months, she still always had a beaming smile. Song-ye was knitting a fluffy hat for Yeon-ji, which would be ready next week. But unfortunately, today the girl left this world. Hyun found Song-ye on the roof where she hid so that no one would see her tears. He approached her and said that he had heard about what had happened and asked how she was feeling. Song-ye turned to him and said that she was fine, but she should be disqualified for this. Hyunjun looked at her and didn't understand what he should tell her, because he didn't know how to comfort. Right now, all he could do was hug her, which was exactly what he did, which was a little unexpected for Song-ye. The girl started crying again, and the guy calmed her down and said that she did everything she could. And that little girl also knows about it, so he asked her not to blame herself for anything. When Hen returned to his department, he sat down at his desk and tried to come up with an idea for a project. Ronnie noticed that the boy was having a hard time concentrating because of everything that had happened to him. The guy couldn't think of anything. Then Ronnie admitted that it might be because of the change in his relationship with Song-ye, but the guy began to deny it. Hen explained to Ronnie that everything he saw on the roof was just a consolation. The guy remembered their conversation after Song-ye calmed down a bit and they hid from the rain under the canopy. The girl said that she should get used to this, but Hen believed that she shouldn't get used to it. Although everyone says that doctors should treat patients with indifference, the guy had a different opinion. When you treat a person with understanding and care, you can see both the person and his illness much better. Hyunjun was still thinking about it, and sometimes the responsibility was too heavy. But he was still confident that this attitude made him a better doctor and was glad about it. Song-ye remembered a drug that treats cancer and is currently undergoing clinical trials. It was declared effective. She thought that it would be great to cure Yeon-ji with it if it had been developed a little earlier. Hen knew that developing a drug takes about 15 years, starting with research and development of new drug candidates. Before actual clinical trials, the drug goes through 3 phases. Unfortunately, it was impossible to reduce this time. Ronnie suggested to the guy that if he wanted to reduce the time it took to develop new drugs, he needed to focus on finding and selecting candidate substances. But Hyunjun thought that it was very difficult to shorten the time significantly since there was still a limit on the amount of manpower needed for development. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to the guy's head that perhaps he didn't need to look for labor. Hen asked Ronnie to analyze it and tell him what he thought about it. Ronnie agreed with the guy and said that in this way the period of development of new drugs could be dramatically reduced. Hyunjun decided that their project for Olympus would be to develop new drugs using artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, the doctors went home, and Song-hui kindly saw them off and wished them all the best. They were surprised that the girl had so much energy on night duty, but she was only a freshman who would soon have her first operation. When she entered the staff room, she sighed and began to jump for joy, because her first operation was finally waiting for her. While she was jumping for joy, Hen congratulated her on her first operation and asked where she would like to be assigned. Song-hui was very ashamed that the guy saw everything, since she was sure that he was not on duty, but why hadn't he left work yet? The girl thought for a moment and decided that she would most likely be scheduled for an open appendectomy. The guy nodded approvingly, as he thought that this operation was quite safe, but Song-hui looked at him suspiciously and did not understand why he was so friendly with her. She knew that Hyunjun knew about her talking about him behind his back, so there was definitely something wrong here. Then she guessed that the guy was upset because he missed his first operation, so he was deliberately pretending to be calm. She came up to him and patted him on the shoulder and said that someday he too would have his first operation. Suddenly, she received a call and was invited to the operating room, the location of which Hyunjun also heard. A few minutes later, the two of them were already standing in the operating room, where an appendicitis operation awaited them. Song Hui didn't understand why the guy came with her since only she was invited, but he told her that he would just watch. The doctor approached her and asked if she was ready to undergo her first operation. The girl convincingly answered him that she was ready, and the doctor asked her to come closer. Even though this was a patient with appendicitis, Hen realized that this was not an open operation. When Song Hui approached the patient, she saw that she would have to perform the operation without opening the abdomen, but with special equipment with a camera. Hyunjun knew that it would be difficult for a freshman who was not very good with forceps to handle such an operation. In addition, the patient was injected with a special gas, but the abdomen was also swollen and there was excess weight. As soon as the guy realized what was going on, the doctor announced that the patient was pregnant and son ulcer needed to be careful and attentive. The girl was very tense, as the operation was not easy. First of all, she needed to find the appendix. Hen had been watching her, and quite a bit of time had passed since the operation began, which only made the situation worse. Song Hui's hands were shaking because she was nervous about taking care of the baby, so she took her time. If she touches the fetus with forceps, it could be fatal. Hen also knew that if she continued to delay, there would be complications. Without thinking twice, the guy intervened and told the professor that they shouldn't delay the operation any longer. He felt very sorry for Song Hui because she was quite focused, but it had been a long time since the anesthesia. In this situation, Hyunjun felt that the professor had to take matters into his own hands in order to finish things quickly. The professor thought for a moment and told the boy to stand up and continue the operation. Hen tried to explain that this was not what he meant, but the professor insisted. He noticed the disappointed look on Song Hui's face, who had high expectations for her first operation. The professor didn't understand why the guy wasn't doing anything, since he himself said that they had little time. Hyunjun decided not to delay and approached the patient to continue the operation. When Song Hui handed him the forceps, the boy asked to change the patient's position, and within seconds he had located the appendix. He began to isolate him, and the professor watching him did not even expect that the guy would be so fast. The professor also noted that the patient had a damaged stomach wall, and in this case they would need to use sound waves, but the guy most likely wanted to use a special tool to cut the muscles. The professor wanted to tell him what he was doing wrong, but suddenly he heard Hen ask the nurse to hand him the ultrasound instrument. He was shocked how the guy also saw the wall breaches and immediately understood what equipment was needed for this. The professor had never seen anything like this before, as he was usually good at reading people, but Hen was just a surprise to him. Song Hui also watched Hyun and saw that in such a situation he still remained calm. She was sure that first-year students were not capable of doing the job so well, or rather, not every specialist was capable of doing it. The girl was amazed by his skills and was ashamed of her behavior with him. When the operation was over and everyone left the operating room, Song Hui approached the guy and apologized to him. Hyunjun looked at her and couldn't understand why she was apologizing to him, because it was he who took away her right to have the operation. She began to say that she was asking for forgiveness for giving in to her feelings and spreading provocative rumors about him. Song Hui said that she was from a different academy, so she had to work harder to keep up, and it was hard for her to accept that there were people better than her. She also thanked him for taking care of the patient and was glad that everything ended without incident. The guy felt sorry that the girl missed her first operation, but the patient still came first for him. He extended his hand to her because he saw that she had at least some responsibility as a doctor. Hyun suggested that they get along with each other from now on and was willing to make peace. Song Hui was very happy that he agreed and began asking him to teach her a covert operation. Hearing this, the guy was shocked by her request, but no matter what, they needed to get along, so he agreed to help her. When she left, she told the guy that she would refute the rumors that she herself had spread. After that day, Professor Ju Kwan-wook began to call Hyunjun to the operating room more often. He did not entrust him with the instrument for the operation, but simply by observing the master's operations, Hen could learn a lot. However, it all started with Song Hui's persistent request for training in a closed operation. Her training did not last long, as such a diligent student was pleasant and quick to teach. With the help of his friend Yeon Wook, the boy was able to quickly finish his project. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Olympus Healthcare, projects from all candidates were being reviewed. Rona was impressed by one of the participants' projects and shared her thoughts on it with the director of business strategy, Michael. She told him that their chairman was also discouraged by this topic of developing new drugs using artificial intelligence. From Rona's reaction, Michael thought she had already decided that she would choose this particular project. But she replied that she wasn't going to make this guy just a winner. Michael didn't understand what she was getting at. Without thinking twice, Rona replied that she wanted to invite him to work with them. After the lists were posted, the students immediately began searching for them, and Kyun-suk was also eagerly awaiting the results. When they found the lists and started looking through them, they found Kyun-suk's name there and congratulated him on being chosen as the Olympus project. Hearing this, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was sure that he was a few steps ahead of Hyunjun. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the conversation of the boys. They saw Hyun's name on the list of those who passed, and Kyun-suk went up to them to see for himself. When he saw that his name was actually on the lists, he was simply furious. His project topic was absurd to the guy, because he definitely wouldn't have enough time for something like that. So Kyun-suk thought it was some kind of joke. Colleagues began to look again and admitted that it was possible that he had the same last name, but then they saw that it was their hospital that was indicated there, and now there were no more doubts. They then decided that Hyunjun had once again used his connections with the authorities, and that was why he was lucky. Song-hui intervened in their condemnation and said that she was there and saw the entire process of preparing Hyun's project. She said that he asked his friends for advice, but the idea of the project was entirely his. The Regatta was surprised that the girl suddenly began to stand up for him, because before that, she had not spoken well of him. Song-hui asked them not to mention it again, and admitted that she had been wrong all along when she said such nasty things. They kept talking about how good the guy was at it and thought he was a genius. Listening to their conversations, Kyun-suk was very angry and furious that this was happening again. He began to remember all the situations where Hen had been ahead of him, the advice his father had given him on this matter. A veil of hatred fell on Kyun-suk's eyes, and now he was sure that his father was right, so he had to stop Hyunjun at any cost. A few days later, Hyunjun was invited to the United States to the Olympus office to discuss his project. Joining him in the project were Rona and her partner Michael, who were even more thrilled to hear details of the project in person. She told the guy that this information was really worth flying so far, but she was worried that the guy had given up surgery. But Hen explained that he was only a first-year student, so the hospital had people to take care of the patients. She was also delighted that he was also working and training at the hospital. Suddenly, Michael put an envelope in front of the guy, and Rona moved on to a more serious conversation, which made the guy tense up a little. Rona told Hen that she wanted to hire him at their Olympus Research Center. She promised him the best offer. When Hyunjun heard this, he couldn't believe his ears and asked again if this was really true. She confirmed her words and asked the guy if he knew the Deep Brain Laboratory. Hen thought for a moment and remembered that it was in this laboratory that they had recently developed a very effective cure for a disease that disrupts the functioning of the brain. But the guy was sorry that not everyone would be able to use it because it was very expensive. Rona confirmed the guy's suspicions and said that if drug development with him gains momentum, it could help many patients. But Hyunjun was going to become a surgeon, and no matter the conditions, he couldn't leave the hospital. He was very attracted by her proposal, because if they could improve the technology, the laboratory would develop and sell many new drugs. But no matter how good a new drug is, it will be useless if patients cannot afford it. So Hen thought it would be a good idea to reduce the burden on patients. Ronnie suggested to the guy that he put forward his demands in exchange for participation in their developments. He explained to him that in addition to the fee for providing them with the technology, the guy should demand 10% of the profits from the sales of the drug as compensation for the use of his idea. When new drugs on the market start selling well, their sales volume increases significantly. Hen thought they wouldn't accept his unreasonable offer, but Ronnie reminded him that the demand made sense to him because of the unreasonable ratio. After all, with the help of their 10% of sales, they will be able to influence the prices of Olympus's medicines, and the guy finally realized what Pani meant. If he uses the money he receives to lower the initial price of the drug, he will be able to provide patients with new drugs at a more affordable price. The guy was excited about the idea, but suddenly he began to doubt whether they would accept his condition. Then Ronnie suggested that if they added one more condition to this, they definitely couldn't refuse. After the guy voiced all the conditions on which he was ready to cooperate with them, he left the office and went back home. Rona was shocked by herself because she had never negotiated something like this before without any guarantees for it. But Michael told her that if they accepted this offer, then it was already a guarantee. Rona was serious, as she had decided that if the guy did not have any results within 3 years, his project would be handed over for free. She didn't know how appropriate this charity was, but she still had faith that the guy would cope with it, because he didn't seem like an empty talker. A few days after their meeting, they officially visited the hospital to sign a contract with not only Hyun, but also Gyun-suk. Hyunjun was genuinely happy that his former classmate was also chosen. While reviewing his contract, he noticed that there was another sheet in it. The guy raised his head and looked at Rona, who winked at him and thus confirmed his suspicions. He started signing the documents and the other sheet of the contract. It was an unofficial contract for his payments. After they had all signed and handed over the documents, Rona informed them that all that was left was to turn their ideas into reality. She approached Gyun-suk and said that once he completed his program, it could be applied to surgery. And she asked Hyunjun to hurry up and prove the value of his idea. After all, the faster he develops a completely new medicine, the faster he will get his money. Hen understood the risks because if he didn't finish everything in 3 years, the project would be given to them for free. Having finished with the parting words, they said goodbye to the guys because they were about to meet other winners. The guy still had 3 years ahead of him, and he knew he would have to work hard to combine his hospital schedule with development work. He was full of motivation and told Ronnie that it was time for them to start developing an idea for a new drug. Hyunjun decided to visit his mother and told her that one company was investing in her son, which surprised her very much. Well, it was nice to hear that her son was doing so well, but she was also worried about whether he was having any difficulty with it. The guy thought about it since it was really difficult for him to decide on a strategy, but he didn't want to tell his mother about this, so as not to give her any extra reason to worry. So Hen smiled at her and told her that he was fine and that she had nothing to worry about. His mother patted the boy on the head and said that she was very proud of him, but he knew that none of this would have happened if it weren't for the good people who surrounded him. His mother told him that he should be grateful to such people, because in this world, nothing can be done alone. Hyunjun noticed that his mother's Ren had become much better and clearer than before. This only meant that the effect of the treatment was amazing, and she was recovering quickly. But this would not have been possible if Professor Kim had not been involved in this personally. The guy thought he was really lucky, because there weren't many places that researched treatments for rare diseases like the one that developed his mom's medicine. But he was also tormented by the thought that there were other patients with rare diseases who were suffering due to the lack of a cure. Suddenly, he came up with an incredibly crazy idea to create such a cure for rare diseases. When he finished his visit, he came to the bus stop to wait for his bus. He asked Ronnie what he thought about taking a new drug for rare diseases as a topic for the project. Ronnie asked why he had chosen this particular topic, and Hen explained that treating rare diseases is usually not profitable, so the drug companies would push the topic into the background. So if they take this step and develop a cure for a rare disease, it will help weak patients who have no choice. However, he had doubts whether Olympus would accept this topic, but Ronnie replied that the contract did not include a clause on the specifics of the drug developed. At that moment, a bus pulled up. And as Hen was getting on, he decided to take this idea with Ronnie and start developing it. As he took his seat on the bus, the first thing on his mind was that he needed to find data on rare diseases. He sat not far from the driver and noticed how he used a device to improve his breathing. The driver announced a stop, at which Hen prepared to get out, but suddenly he noticed that using the device did not improve his condition, as his voice was intermittent. As they ran to the tax stop, the bus for some reason continued to drive and Hen became a little tense. He turned to the driver and told him that he had missed the stop he was supposed to stop at. The driver did not react to his words. Then the pareo came closer and saw that the man felt ill. The man had difficulty breathing and Hen guessed that he was having an attack of respiratory distress. One of the passengers pointed the guy towards the road, and he saw that they were approaching a pedestrian crossing where there were people at full speed. Hyunjun was very scared and didn't know what to do, as the collision was simply inevitable. People on the street ran to the sides of the crossing, and the bus crashed into a tree. On the bus itself, Hyunjun held the driver's head with one hand and held onto the handrail with the other. The guy turned to the passengers, who fortunately were okay and were not hurt in any way. Then he pulled the driver out of his seat and shouted for one of the passengers to call an ambulance immediately. Thanks to Ronnie's guidance, they were able to avoid serious damage and minimize losses. Hen placed the bottle on the floor and began to examine it to see how it was. He looked at his device, which, when used, did not bring him any benefit. But if the symptoms do not go away after using the device, then perhaps the patient had another disease. He decided to examine his hands, and when he lifted his sleeves, he saw that the man had a skin disease. Now the guy understood why his device had not produced any effect, but his symptoms were only getting worse and it was too long to wait for an ambulance. After all, if he is not given the necessary medicine now, brain damage will begin due to lack of oxygen. Ronnie told the guy that he could try to release adrenaline through his glands in the brain, which significantly improved the patient's condition, and Hen gave him the command to act. But he also warned him that if he released the adrenaline from his body, there was a high probability of overloading his system, so he asked again. Hyunjun confidently replied that he was prepared for such an outcome because the patient was more important to him than himself. The guy put his hand on the man's head, and Ronnie began to release the necessary enzymes to stabilize his condition, at a time when the guy was a little uneasy. When he finished, an ambulance arrived and took the patient and Hen to the hospital. His wife and son immediately came to him and were very worried, but the man was already feeling much better. Hen sat nearby, clutching his head as the effects felt exactly as Ronnie had said. But the most important thing for him was that the treatment was successful, because if he had slowed down any longer, the patient might not have been saved. Suddenly he heard the shouts of a man arguing with the doctor about the queue. The doctor tried to calm the visitors and explained that they needed to wait just a little bit, because the patient in front of them was in a very serious condition. Hen watched them and knew that nothing could be done in this case. Emergency care had priority in helping the most needy patients first. The man continued to shout at the doctor and demand that help be given to his wife first. Hearing his words, the guy suddenly began to wonder when he had started thinking that treating as many patients as possible was the best thing he could do. He didn't understand how he could forget about this, because this was the reason for his choice of profession. The patient is sent back to another hospital, and the guy realizes that nothing has changed since then. But what could he do? Hen made a promise that no patient would be turned away like his father, but he hasn't changed a thing since becoming a doctor. Even in Daehan Hospital, which was the best in Korea, the situation with the departments has not changed. Since the branch inevitably brings losses, it is difficult to decide voluntarily to invest money in it. After leaving the hospital, the guy wondered whether he could significantly change this system. Meanwhile, Dr. Gyun-suk was performing an operation, from which he was distracted by accumulated thoughts. The other doctor was surprised by his absent-mindedness, as it was not at all like him. Gyun-suk remembered how Hyunjun was praised in the office for an article in a famous magazine. But the guy refused their praise because he hadn't done anything supernatural, and the author of the article simply inserted his name there. Having filled his head with these thoughts, Gyun-suk came to his senses again when the doctor called him. He began to scold the guy for not listening carefully to his requests. Now they had to do it all over again because of his mistake. Gyun-suk was angry at himself because he made a mistake like he was a newbie. After finishing the operation, he changed his clothes and quickly went about his business, blaming only Hyunjun for all his mistakes. Gyun-suk went to see the vice director on an important matter, although he didn't want to be indebted to this man, but now he was ready for anything. He approached Professor Pio and said that he had a favor to ask of him. The guy was ready to do anything just to become a head taller than Hyun. The deputy asked him again if he really wanted the professor to join Professor Woo Jae-yong's World Liver Transplantation Society team. And Gyun-suk confidently confirmed his words, because this was his only chance to defeat Hyunjun. This society is a world-scale conference that brings together hundreds of surgeons from different fields. OTP Color is a program that broadcasts surgical procedures live, and until last year it was won by Professor Ju Kwan-wook's team, who is a liver transplant pro. However, a large number of staff members had recently left his team for unknown reasons, and most of the doctors felt that it would be difficult for them to participate again. At the moment, one team is still preparing to participate in this conference on liver transplantation using a surgical robot, and the head of this team is Professor Wu, who is close to Vice President Pio. If Kyun-suk could get into this team and show off his skills, he would be able to make a big impression on the community. Now was the best time and opportunity for him. The vice president replied that he had excellent knowledge in robotic surgery, so he would be a great fit for Professor Wu's team. The guy was glad that the vice president approved of him, but suddenly he added something else to his words. The deputy said that Ju Kwang-wook recently came to him and said that he would add Hyunjun to his team. Therefore, he will also take part in the World Conference, even if only as a freshman. Jeon-suk knew that if Professor Ju's team also participated, Professor Wu's team would receive less attention. The vice president went on to say that it was better for them to remain in the shadows now, since there would be elections next year. He decided that it would be more convenient to throw out people from the hospital who only interfered with their work. Hearing this, Gaun-suk became seriously tense. The deputy wanted to start with the emergency department first, in order to weed out the competitors they didn't need. The boy understood that Professor Ju and Hyunjun were disobedient workers, but removing doctors from the emergency room was too much. If it comes to that, it will most likely be because of Seok Jin-woong and Choi Young-soo, because the vice president doesn't like them. But they are still key figures in the emergency room. And then Gyun-suk realized that he was going to weed out everyone who would go against his will. The vice president asked the guy if he was ready to join their team and what he could do for that. He had no doubts about the quality of his work and knowledge, but he needed a good reason to hire him. The guy didn't understand what the deputy meant, but he in turn drew his attention to the camp that the reporters had set up in front of the hospital. Geun-suk knew that they were there because of the response to the emergency room case. The vice president told him that when such a problem arises, someone from their department should take responsibility. But the guy didn't understand what they were talking about, because security guards control all the entrances and exits so that reporters don't get inside. Then the deputy told the guy that if someone accidentally let the journalists through, this could become a significant motive. Meanwhile, Professor Ju called Heng into his office and invited him to join his liver transplant society team. The guy was very surprised by his offer, as he did not expect this at all. The professor said he had observed his excellent skills while performing bowel surgery on a pregnant patient. And then the boy realized that the professor had entrusted him with the operation to test him. The doctor also noted that he saw Hen watching him and moving his hands to mimic his movements, so he needed real experience during the operation. Hyunjun thought about the liver transplant operation, which he practiced as a virtual operation, limiting it to just observation, and if he could get into his team, he could personally learn from Dr. Ju. But joining the team means becoming a key employee of the department of this type of surgery, after which he will have no right to ask to go to traumatology. Hen apologizes to the professor, but he suddenly interrupts him and says that he knows that the guy wants to apply for a trauma specialty. So he calmed him down and said that he only wanted to go to his room, not to the department, and in a few years he would decide for himself where to go. As he left the office, he thought about how it happened that he agreed and accepted the offer to join his team. The guy told Ronnie that they now needed to practice more so as not to become a burden on the team. Ronnie agreed, and Hen decided that when he returned home, he would focus on watching videos of Professor Ju's operations. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the robe and pulled him back. The guy turned around and saw Song Hui, who asked him to speak quietly. The guy didn't understand what was going on. Then they looked out, and the girl showed that journalists had entered the hospital to report on the overcrowded emergency room. Hyun recalled seeing a similar case at Suning University Hospital, but such situations were common in the emergency room. However, in the news, articles constantly appear that talk about the problems of emergency care. Criticism is always directed at medical workers who already work all day and night. But because it is impossible to change anything, everything repeats itself in a circle. Sun began to swear at the language about why they were allowed in, since they entered through the staff entrance. Hearing this, Hen wondered how they could get through there if the passage was only for employees, and one could not enter through it without a special key card. While they were wondering how this happened, an irritated CPU Jew walked past them and started chasing the reporters out of the department. Hyunjun and Song Hui were in a panic because they knew that this would reflect very badly on the hospital's reputation. In the days following this incident, the news was abuzz with reports that emergency departments were running out of beds for patients, and journalists filmed the situation when the professor tried to throw them out the door. Because of this news, the vice president called an emergency meeting to consult with the professors. Since the hospital is not shown in the best light, they need to react quickly in such moments and improve their image. Professor Ju raised his hand and said that if it was a matter of responsibility, then he said he should bear it, since it was his fault that the hospital had attracted attention. Vice President Fee confirmed that in this situation, the blame falls on Professor Ju and smiled at Gyun-suk. He added that the incident occurred due to a general problem in the emergency care system. The deputy approached Professor Choi and reminded him that the current emergency system was introduced at his suggestion, and he confirmed this. He then stood up and announced that the person who made the mistake would correct it, and suggested that Professor Choi present a plan to improve the emergency system. The professor thought about it, because it was not so easy and would take a lot of time, since there was a lot of work this year. But his deputy suddenly interrupted him. He told him that the deadline for implementing the new plan was within 1 week. The professor was shocked by his statement, because something like this was simply impossible to accomplish in such a short time. But the vice president was adamant that if a plan was not ready within the time allotted to him, he would be held accountable. When he left the office, Professor Ju apologized to Yeon-soo, as he was now in trouble because of his thoughtless actions. But the doctor answered him that he should not apologize, since they had conceived this task a long time ago, and it had to be started sometime anyway. Therefore, he was ready to fulfill it, since it was the will of the boss. Gyun-suk eavesdropped on their conversation and was sure that the professor would not succeed, because he was not the one making all the decisions. After they all left, Gyun-suk stood in the hallway near the drink machines and thought about his decision. He felt that he had no choice but to put pressure on Hyunjun, so he chose to take a drastic action and let those reporters in, causing this situation. Gyun-suk thought that he was old-fashioned and would do anything to win, but for some reason now he felt very heavy in his soul from his actions. Suddenly, Hyunjun called out to him and asked if he had been at the professor's meeting. The guy confirmed this, and then Hyun said that he came because he heard about the punishment against Professor Choi, and he was interested in what he knew about it. Gyun-suk began to get angry at him, because he was sticking his nose into something that wasn't his business again, and even if there was a punishment, he wouldn't be able to influence it in any way. Hyun told him that Professor Yeon-soo was the only person who stood by his side when he was punished, and even without that, he was the one who was most involved in the emergency room work. Therefore, if a person like him was being punished unfairly, Hen felt that he had to help him somehow. Gyun-suk was furious that Hyun would say such things. He grabbed him by the robe and said that he couldn't do anything anyway. He added that this was clear from the moment journalists were called to the hospital. Hearing this, Hen did not understand how he knew that they were the ones who were called and began to demand an explanation. Gyun-suk let the guy go and said it didn't matter anyway. He turned around to leave. Hyunjun stopped him and told him to explain everything to him, but he only repeated that he couldn't do anything anyway. He told him that Professor Choi had to hand in the emergency room improvement challenge in a week and was surprised that the boy didn't know about it. Hyunjun tensed up because if the professor failed, then he would face a punishment even worse than this. He turned around and thanked Gyun-suk one last time for telling him, but Gyun-suk didn't think it would make much of a difference. Hyunjun ran to the professor's office and stopped at the door, not daring to enter. He decided that if he thought about it calmly, Gyun-suk might be right. There was nothing he could suggest or do right now. But despite this, Professor Choi supported him in a friendly moment. Therefore, he believed that he also could not give up now and had to come up with something. Suddenly, Ronnie called him and presented the table in front of him, and the guy fell to the floor in surprise. Hyunjun asked Ronnie what it was, and he explained that it was a plan to improve emergency services that could be implemented right away. In turn, Professor Choi sat in his office until the evening trying to come up with a plan for improvement. He felt exhausted because many days had passed and the plan was still not ready. Suddenly his phone rang, and when he picked it up he heard Hyunjun's voice. The guy told him he had an idea for a plan and asked the doctor to check his mail. When Yeon-soo opened the mailbox, he saw a letter with a ready plan, which was simply something incredible. The professor was simply amazed. The next day they met, and Hyunjun gave the professor a flash drive that contained a presentation that would help him announce his success to everyone. The professor was very grateful to the guy because if it weren't for him, he would most likely have been fired. Hyun wanted to console him, but Yeon-soo suddenly started hugging the guy and thanking him for helping him. After finishing the hug, the professor said that when the guy called him and showed him the plan, he just got goosebumps all over his body, because the plan was simply magnificent, and he could not believe that Hen did it alone. He keeps surprising him more and more, but Hen replied that he just wanted to help him. The professor had to go to the presentation, so he said goodbye to the guy and said that he would treat him to dinner later for this. Hen waved back at the doctor, and as he left, Pat turned to Ronnie and said he was very surprised, as how long he had been planning this idea was a mystery. Ronnie said he had been hatching the idea ever since the boy made his decision at Suning University Hospital. Since then, Hen had been constantly thinking about how to improve the emergency department, so Ronnie said he simply organized his thoughts and ideas. The guy was very pleased with Ronnie and began to praise him, because he was his best friend. Suddenly, he saw the vice president in the corridor in the company of other doctors who were discussing Professor Choi. The guy heard that the deputy wanted to remove Professor Choi from his position and said that it was his plan. He added that if the professor's plan turns out to be good, then this is also a good result. After all, he himself asked him to come up with this. So if anything happens, they will simply pretend that they accepted his proposal, and in the end, everything will be in their favor. What he heard made Hyunjun feel like a Turk. He didn't understand what they were talking about and why they were doing this. The guy remembered what Gaun-suk had said about journalists, and now he understood how it was all connected. Hyun looked at their backs and hatred filled him, because it wasn't enough for the vice president to try to kick out Professor Choi. He was also going to embellish his results. The guy was determined because he couldn't let this happen, no matter the cost. The professor began his presentation by talking about how the biggest problem in their emergency department was the waiting time, which caused congestion. Continuing his report, he was suddenly interrupted by the vice president, who was not at all satisfied with his story. He believed that efforts to reduce wait times were something the hospital did all the time. Although their budget was large, there were no positive results at all, so this method no longer suits them, which means his proposal will not suit them either. The professor did not lose his composure and replied that the deputy was right, because no matter how much their capacity and workforce increased, there would still be a lot of patients, and the situation would repeat itself. So in his improvement proposal, he tried to address this problem and asked all the doctors to pay attention to the slides. A brochure was displayed on the screen that outlined each step and process of treatment, designed to help patients understand their current status. He planned to distribute it through a special person so as not to make patients anxiously wait for their turn. He also planned to install monitors that would display the wait time in real time, and because of this, the queues would also decrease. The doctors began to discuss the idea animatedly, since it suited them even in terms of budget, but the vice president was not particularly pleased. One of the deputy's partners raised his hand and said that although the idea was not bad, it still would not solve the problem of queues at the department. He approached Professor Choi and asked if this was the final idea, since the number of patients admitted to the hospital was not decreasing. The deputy smiled sarcastically, realizing that the professor had no more ideas, which meant he had lost. But Professor Choi responded that they might think this is the final plan, but in fact, it will not stop there. A mobile app has appeared on the screen that provides information on the situation at nearby emergency departments, allowing patients to choose those with shorter wait times. In this way, patients are distributed across several hospitals, and this will significantly reduce the overload of the department. The doctors began to congratulate the professor for his excellent report and good preparation, but the doctor who asked the question last was very annoyed, as their plan had failed. The professor thanked everyone for their attention, and was glad that it was finally over. But suddenly the deputy stood up from the table. He started clapping his hands and said that his work was absolutely magnificent. The deputy thanked him for the good report, and said that his office would take responsibility and do everything as stated in his plan. He asked everyone to applaud Professor Choi for his good work, and the doctors immediately began to congratulate him. The professor was very pleased, but the deputy was upset that he had not been able to get rid of the doctor, although he did not show it. But despite this, he did not waste his time because the work is really excellent, which will be a good addition for the director's elections next year. The professor thanked everyone and the vice president for the kind words and also added that the plan had been sent to the planning equation for review, so they were waiting for the results. When the deputy and his accomplices heard this, they were shocked because this department is completely subordinate to the hospital director. In that case, the vice president's plan failed, but he didn't show it and replied that he would eagerly await the director's decision. Professor Choi smiled and mentally apologized to him for letting him carry out his plan since Yeon-soo had a strong ally. Before the faculty meeting, Hyunjun managed to find the professor and told him what he heard in the hallway. Hearing this, Yeonsu was shocked because now the plan that Hyun came up with was no longer needed because it wouldn't help him. He was already upset because he thought that there was nothing more that could be done, but Hen convinced him that there were places that the vice president could not reach. When the deputy left the office, his accomplice ran after him, and the guy carefully followed them. Hyun remembered Vice President Pyo's words that he wouldn't let things go his way, but the hospital wasn't his kingdom. It was created for the patients, and the boy was going to protect it to the end. He was distracted from his thoughts by Professor Choi, who put his arm around the boy's shoulder and invited him to dinner with him. They came to his favorite cafe and ordered his favorite soup, celebrating the victory over evil. The improvement plan was unanimously approved after a board meeting and approval of the allocated funds from the hospital budget. Under Professor Choi's leadership, a major redesign of the emergency department began. An entire season passed, and by the time the new system was fully operational, Hyunjun was a sophomore. The guy thought that the second year of study in the specialty would be better than the first, since he participated in a lot of operations. Taking care of patients, he was so busy with mouths in his first year that there was not a moment's respite. In addition to all this, serious preparations have begun for Professor Ju Kwang-wook's World Liver Transplant Conference. The guy didn't even suspect how much work and everything else awaited him ahead. After another operation, Surgeon Oh Yeon-jin thanked everyone for their good work. He approached a guy named Lee Dong-shin, who was also a member of the team and a third-year specialist. The doctor asked him to pick up the parcel at the office, which the courier would bring if he refused to pick it up there before the professor. And he told him to take it to their laboratory. Dr. Lee nodded approvingly in response. He didn't show it, but he was very annoyed that after 2 years of being on their team, he was still at their beck and call. Another doctor came up to them and praised Hyunjun for learning everything quickly. He joked with Dr. Lee, saying that he would have to be nervous to keep his position. Dr. Lee was very angry because he was loyal to his team as the most junior in position, and now he would have to compete with a second-year student. When everyone had left, Dong-shin threw his robe at the boy's feet and told him to do what the professor said. Hyunjun didn't react to his behavior in any way. He replied that he would do everything, but Song-hwee was unhappy with this. She went with him and asked why he was doing this, since he was not assigned to do this. The guy replied that he just wanted to have a conversation, rather than argue with someone. But the girl was infuriated by his attitude toward such things, because she couldn't allow him to sit on her neck. They went into the lab and decided to open the box to see what was in it. When they opened it, they found 3 glasses in there. Song-hwee admitted that perhaps these were glasses for the cinema, but she did not understand why doctors needed them. Hyunjun explained to her that the glasses were needed to see the screen during a closed surgery. These glasses allowed the image to be magnified, so with its help, the operation would be more accurate and faster. He told Song-hwee that this new technology was developed by Professor Ju, and the girl was delighted because these glasses would be presented at a conference on liver transplantation. She dreamed of working on their team, so she was looking forward to the conference. But Hyunjun thought that the glasses would hardly attract much attention. He explained that it was like seeing robotic surgery from another professor's team. At that moment, Don-shin entered the lab, heard everything, and decided that the guy was talking behind the professor's back. Hyun began to make excuses, but Dong-shin didn't care, because he definitely couldn't say these words to the professor's face, but only behind his back. He told the guy that he was behaving very badly and did not respect his team. Dong-shin was already looking forward to telling the professor about this situation, who would kick him out. Hyunjun tensed up a little, and Song-hwee couldn't think of anything better to do than simply stick her tongue out at him. When the guy finished work and headed home, on the way he thought about the situation that had happened, and he understood that the professor would be offended if he heard his words. But Ronnie didn't understand why, if he was right anyway. The guy told him that even truthful words could hurt a person. Ronnie didn't think it was right to remain silent when words could go a long way to preventing a problem. Hen was surprised by his reasoning and said that sometimes it is better to remain silent than to say too much. Ronnie then asked if he should keep quiet when Professor Ju was expelled from the hospital, and upon hearing this, Hyun became very tense. They came home, and Ronnie explained to the guy that he analyzed the voices of the doctors at the hospital and realized that the vice president was more hostile to Professor Ju than to Professor Choi. So there was a possibility that they wouldn't be able to speak at the world meeting, because if the vice president had something in mind, then this meeting was his best chance. Hen realized that without Professor Ju, robotic surgery would become mainstream. But also the high cost of this direction would be a huge problem for ordinary patients. Because of some struggle, the best liver transplant specialist in the world can be kicked out, and patients will not be able to influence this. The guy understood that in order to prevent this, he needed something that would distinguish their team from the others, and he still needed to convince Professor Ju of this since he had no evidence. He suggested that he and Ronnie might come up with a new surgical technique that would be worth considering, but so far he had no ideas that could help him. Hen stood up and confidently told Ronnie that he would come up with this new method that would win, and while they were getting ready, the guy decided to be more careful in his words. The next day, their team was back together, and the professor said that they had not yet decided which patient they would operate on. But on the board, he drew their rough plan for the liver transplant team and showed it to the others. The professor asked everyone to prepare well, because everyone would be involved in the process. Dongshin was glad that he would be the first assistant. Professor Ju approached him and asked if he was confident in his abilities. The guy became a little nervous and replied that, although he still lacked a lot, he would make every effort. Then the professor asked Hyunjun the same thing, and he confidently agreed, which really irritated Dongshin. Suddenly, another doctor told Professor Ju that Dr. Lee was older than Hyun and had more experience. Professor Ju then asked the team a question, wondering which of the guys would be better at this. Hyunjun replied that he didn't agree that Dr. Lee could handle it, and Dongshin was furious after hearing this. He added that he had no doubts about Dr. Lee's abilities, but still the patient needed to be provided with the highest quality surgery. The guy compared the average time for both of them, and Hyunjun's was shorter, which is very important for liver transplantation. Therefore, he believed that it would be the best choice to trust with fast hands. The professors thought about his words and began to decide which of them would do the best job. Suddenly Dongshin approached him, who couldn't allow Hyun to take his place. He turned to him and smiled wickedly, saying that he had some important news. When he got excited about the incident that had happened that evening, the professor, who had overheard his conversation, turned to the guy and asked if he really thought as he had said. Hyunjun started to justify himself by saying that he didn't mean that at all, but the doctors were simply shocked that he could say such a thing. Their indignation was stopped by Professor Ju, who said that their meeting was over and turned to leave. He suddenly turned to Hyunjun and told him to come with him. They went out onto the roof of the building, and the professor told the guy that he was the kind of person who would hardly say something like that without a good reason. So he was interested in what exactly Hen wanted to convey with this, but the guy suddenly hesitated because he couldn't say that all this was because of the vice president. He started saying that he didn't see the difference between their 3D screen and the robotic surgery in the other room, since their entire procedure was in 3D mode and it would be difficult to attract attention because of that. The professor asked him a little why the boy wanted to become a surgeon. Hyunjun replied that he wanted to save the lives of as many patients as possible with his own hands. Professor Ju thought so, because he saw that the guy was a doctor for whom the safety of the patient was more important than recognition and reputation. In this, they were very similar. But the professor also noticed that he began to pay more attention to external assessments. The doctor turned around and said that his too big ambitions could lead to bad consequences, but the guy tried to justify himself, because he was not like that at all. But he didn't listen to him at all, but only hoped that the guy would back down from his position. Hen was very angry, because if the professor didn't succeed at this meeting, a bad end awaited him. Finally, he told Hen not to disappoint him, and the boy mentally asked him for forgiveness. Despite the four understanding the danger that awaited them, Hyunjun could not stay away. Before the professor could leave, the boy shouted to him that if he developed a new surgical method that would convince him. He asked if the professor could show it to his team at the world meeting. Hearing this, Gwang-wook was simply furious. When he ran up to the guy and grabbed him by the shoulders, he didn't expect that Hen was going to talk about the new method on his own behalf. But the guy replied that thanks to this method, there would be no problems with surgery. The professor realized that Hen would never give up. He didn't know that he had such a strong desire to become famous. The guy replied that he would not disappoint him, and the professor let him go, saying that he would reconsider all actions. He also warned Hen that if he made a mistake even for a second in the operating room, he would be kicked off his team in an instant. After all, he didn't need a doctor who forgot about his duties, so the guy simply thanked him in response. When Professor Ju left, Ronnie asked the boy how he felt. since now the doctor would no longer be friendly with him. But Hen himself knew this, since he could not act otherwise and he had to use these 3 months before the world meeting as needed. Meanwhile, Professor Ju received a call from Young Mule, who had made the glasses to his order, and asked if he liked them. The professor thanked him for a job well done, and with that they said goodbye. When he hung up, he saw a man come into his office, take the very glasses, and say that he would like to buy them, but there is nothing special about them. This man was Vice President Pio, who came to make sure that Professor Gwang Wook's invention would not help him in any way. After another operation, Hyun thanked Gwang Wook for his good work and asked when their next operation would be. Without stopping, the guy replied that the operation was scheduled for the next morning. The guy was a little upset, and Dong Shin ate it but smiled at him and said that it was his own fault. 2 weeks ago, Hyunjun promised to develop a new surgical method for his team. In order to find a new idea, he tried very hard and worked every day and night. But he had not yet achieved any results, which upset him greatly because time was passing and he still had no idea. He even considered that he didn't need to sleep that night in order to devote more time to the materials. But suddenly his phone rang. When he looked at his phone, he saw a bunch of missed messages and calls from his friend Young Wook, who he promised he would come to his high school reunion. At the same time, Young Wook was sitting at the table at that very meeting and scolding Hyun for not being there yet. Not far away, at the same table, sat Geun Suk, who was already quite drunk. After some time, Hen finally arrived at the meeting and apologized to his friend for being late. He noticed Geun Suk at the table, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and Young Wook said that he came and sat silently all evening. Young Wook asked Hyun what could have happened to him that he drank so much, but the guy didn't know the answer to this question. The guy thought that something had happened after his encounter with Professor Choi Yeon-soo, but he told his friend that they hadn't met for a long time, so he didn't know why he was in such a state. Hyunjun looked at Geun Suk and thought that maybe something really had happened to him. His thoughts were interrupted by Yeon Wook, who asked him what he called his new project, but the guy replied that he hadn't thought about it yet. Then he started to suggest his own names, but Hyun said that he would think about it himself, and Geun Suk intervened in their conversation and said that it seemed like his project in Olympus was going well. After finishing his glass, he asked if they had already invested 10 billion in it, and upon hearing this, Yeon Wook was shocked by such a huge amount. But Geun Suk was not going to end the conversation there, and said that Hyun grabbed a rotten rope this time. Hearing this, the guy asked what he meant. He replied that this world meeting would be the last for Professor Ju Kwang Wook's team. Hen thought about it, because he couldn't understand how he knew about this. He says it as if he knew it a long time ago, and if this is not an accident, then he is in cahoots with the vice president. Then Hen shouted after him that this time he was lucky, and was able to grab the right rope. Hearing this, Geun Suk became even more tense, but without stopping he headed towards the exit. Young was worried about the guy because he was very drunk and something bad could happen to him. Meanwhile, Geun Suk went to the toilet, where he became ill from the large amount of alcohol in his system. He remembered how the vice president had shown him Professor Ju's equipment that he was going to use in the operation. The deputy threw down his glasses and said that there was nothing threatening to them in this device. Geun Suk decided that they could do nothing then, because victory would definitely be theirs. But the vice president did not agree with him and showed that he had given the plant director an envelope. The guy was shocked. He didn't understand why the deputy bought the glasses factory and immediately guessed that he did something with that surgical equipment. But if everything is as he thinks, then the operation will go wrong, which could lead to the death of the patient. This thought frightened the guy. The vice president saw Geun Suk's strange reaction and asked him what he didn't like. He didn't like it because he could hurt an innocent person, but the guy didn't tell him that, and just smiled, swallowing it. Geun Suk didn't understand how things had gotten this bad. He was just trying to be a good doctor. He left the bar and thought only about whether he could fix everything and somehow get out of this situation. At the same time, Hyunjun was talking to his friend about how it was the first time he saw Geun Suk in such a state. Young Wook began to ask the guy about what happened at the hospital, because from their conversation it was clear that he knew what they were talking about. Hyun thought that Geun Suk was usually always a little angry, but there was something different about him this time. He thought that the guy was probably tormented by something, but he didn't know what exactly. But he also thought that he needed to quickly come up with a new method to keep the professor in the hospital. Suddenly, 2 girls approached the elephant with beer in their hands and started advertising it. His friend immediately approached them to take part in their action. He had to pull out a lucky ticket from a box where a girl was drawn, who seemed very familiar to Hyun. While he was wondering where he might have seen her, Yeon-woo asked him if he was a fan of Kim Sora. And the guy had an epiphany. He remembered that this was the same Sora that he once treated, and he didn't recognize her because of her new hair color. Suddenly he thought about what he himself had said about dyeing the strands. The guy suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly, which scared his friend a little. He immediately jumped up and shouted to Yeon-wook that he had a great idea and he needed to run immediately. His friend was a little upset, but suddenly the doors of the bar opened and he saw Kun-suk. The boy could barely stand on his feet, so Yeon-wook had to hold him down so he wouldn't fall. Geun-suk asked where Hyunjun was, but he replied that he had just left, but where he was going was unknown. The guy was upset, because most likely he wanted to talk to him about what happened. His head was clouded by alcohol, but even now he was thinking about how he was one step behind Hyunjun again. He suddenly started to fall and Yeon-wook couldn't hold him back, so he fell to the floor. The guy started to hand him the glasses he had dropped when he fell, but when he looked at him, he saw that he had fallen asleep. The next day, Hen had already arrived at work and was finishing something on his laptop. Ronnie reminded him that not sleeping all night was very harmful to his body. But the guy showed him that he had finally found the article that would become the key to creating a new method. The only problem was how to apply this method to liver transplant surgery. The moment he saw Sora's dyed locks, he remembered the brain tumor removal surgery he had once heard about. In that operation, the tumor area was painted to make it more visible. Thanks to this technique, it was possible to carefully remove the damaged tissue. He thought that if it were possible to stain the difficult damaged part of the liver, it would certainly shorten the working time. He addressed this question to the head of neurosurgery, Professor Sim, who was very surprised by his question. The guy was glad that when he searched all night for an article about this operation, its author turned out to be Professor Sim. Kuk-hyun thought about it, since dyeing a specific fabric doesn't seem impossible. But he was surprised that Hyunjun, a second-year resident, wanted to develop such a method, since this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He was sure that the guy should be practicing surgical skills in his second year, but Hen began to say that his skills were not bad. Professor Sim knew this, because he remembers very well how well the guy handled operations, and now he is also developing a new method. He watched him, because such a brave man had yet to be found, and he was also very confident in himself, which could not but please. Professor Sim told him that if anyone else had asked about it, he would have kicked him out immediately, but he had enough confidence in the guy. Hyunjun thanked him for his trust, and the professor asked what exactly he was interested in. The guy was interested in how it was possible to apply the staining of brain tissue with a special preparation that the doctor used to liver tissue. The professor asked if the boy had any reason to use the drug, but Hen did not understand his question. Then he explained that the drug was designed to specifically target the stolen brain tissue, and instead of using it, the guy needed to do something else. Namely, he had to look for a substance that would react with the tissue of the very organ that he needed. Hyunjun knew that it was unknown which of the many substances would react with the organ tissue he needed, so he would have to test each substance. The boy told the professor that this process would take too much time, and Kuk-hyun agreed with him, because it was not that simple. Professor Sim really wanted to help the guy find the right substance, but it was not his specialty, so he apologized to him. But Hen said that he helped him a lot, and his friend would help him with finding candidates. After this, Ronnie launched a search for suitable candidates and entered the virtual reality. He discovered a huge number of substances that can react with liver tissue, but also selected the most suitable ones for them. While in a parallel reality, Hyunjun saw the name of the project, Project Panacea. Panacea is a goddess in ancient mythology who healed all diseases in people. If he applies it, artificial intelligence and investments from the Olympus company, then this is how he could name a project to find new drug candidates. Moreover, Panacea exceeded all expectations at the time of the first launch and found 3 suitable substances for his method with an accuracy of 80%. After working until the evening, they found the candidates they needed. Now, once they tested them, they would be able to immediately apply it to the operation, and this made Hen even more delighted. The guy was sure that as soon as this happened, Professor Ju would also agree. He left the office and on the way thought that if they started testing the substances from tomorrow, they would know the results next week. Suddenly he heard conversations from the ward, where the son asked his father to agree to a liver transplant operation. Hyunjun came closer and saw that Lee Bong-gyun, who had undergone preparation for a liver transplant, was lying there. The boy heard that the man refused to accept the liver from his sons. Bong-gyun continued to say that he didn't want to be selfish and make his children crippled for life. He added that he had already told Professor Ju that he was refusing the operation. His son was very upset and did not understand why his father refused himself and did not consult with them. But he believed that they would not solve anything by arguing and asked to accept his choice. But his sons could not do this. One of the sons reminded his father that their mother also said that they could not do anything, but he believed that they should help him because they did not want to lose him the same way they lost their mother. The father did not answer him and simply turned away so as not to continue the argument, since he was not going to change his mind. One of the sons freaked out and left the room, and the other ran after him to calm him down, while Hen hid behind the door. His brother tried to stop and calm the other one down, but he didn't want to listen to him at all. Hyunjun felt very sorry that his father also refused to help them, because if he had agreed, they would have easily saved him. He understood that parents always sacrifice for their children, but these days you were too high. And sometimes this can be a painful choice for both parents and their children. But as the patient said, there is a possibility that after transplanting parts of the liver, there may be consequences. Hen wondered whether even if people were willing to donate their liver to another person, it was right to abandon a patient who could be saved. At the next team meeting, Professor Oh pinned two patients named Lee Bong-gyu and Kim Hyun-suk on the board. Between them, there is a choice of which of the team will operate at the upcoming meeting. He took Lee Bong-gyu's name off the board and said that their choice would be the second patient. Professor Ju approached Professor Oh and asked if they could change his mind. He believed that the patient who needed their operation more was Lee Bong-gyu. But Professor Oh reminded him that this patient absolutely refused to accept the liver from his sons. Professor Ju replied that their team had done everything to reduce the operating time specifically for such seriously ill patients. Moreover, Professor Oh said before the meeting that it would be nice to find a donor faster, but as it turned out, finding another donor was not at all easy. Professor Ju thought about how even when he was with Bong-gyu, he said that he would never accept help from his sons, so in this situation they were simply powerless. The professor accepted their choice of patient Hyun-suk and said that he would wait for the date when a donor was found. When he returned to his office, he couldn't get the thought of patient Bong-gyu out of his head. He heard that the man was a single father whose sons were probably very upset that he was refusing the operation. Suddenly his wife called him and they started talking to her. He asked to give him talk from his daughter, who was just getting ready for classes. The girl spoke English very well, so listening to her was a pleasure for Gwang-wook. They talked quickly because the bus had already arrived for their daughter, so the wife said goodbye to him and he hung up. The professor thought about how he understood the patient Bong-gyu very well as a father because he also had children. But as a doctor, it was hard for him to accept his choice because he had to save him. Suddenly there was a knock on his office door which seemed very strange to him, since no one usually came to see him at this time. He allowed entry, but when he saw who was there, he was simply amazed. In front of him stood the same patient, Lee Bong-gyu, who immediately apologized for the late visit. The patient asked the professor if he could change his mind about refusing the operation if it was not too late. Professor Ju was very happy with this news and said that they would have time to take part in the operation. He did not understand how a person who was so stubborn suddenly decided to have surgery and what could make him change his mind. Sometime before, patient Bong-gyu took out his phone and looked through old text messages from his wife. In these text messages, she said that she would like to get together with the whole family more often. She was sick, and because of this, she felt guilty towards her husband. She also asked him that if something happened to her, he could calmly find another person with whom he would be just as good, but Bong-gyu loved only her. He believed that there was no one better than her, so he did everything possible for the children. Bong-gyu wrote her a reply text message in which he told her about the successes of their children. The eldest son was very similar to her. He became a teacher, and probably because of this, his students loved him so much, and the youngest graduated from university this year. He thought about this, and also about the fact that he himself had very little time left. Bong-gyu looked at his phone where there was a photo of his wife and asked her for forgiveness because he could no longer protect his children and hoped that she would understand him. He hoped that they would meet again soon, and then he would be able to apologize to her properly. Suddenly, someone's voice distracted the man from his thoughts. When he turned around, he saw a guy and asked who he was. The guy was Hyunjun, and he introduced himself to the man and said that he was a member of the liver transplant team. He apologized for disturbing him so late and asked for some of his time. Bong Jiwayu told him that if he came about the liver transplant, it was in vain, since he had already refused to take part in it. Hen called the man his father, which shocked him greatly, and began to talk to him about his mother. He told him that his mother also suffered from a rare brain disease, and about how it was difficult for her to raise her and her brother alone, and one day she suddenly lost consciousness. The day this happened, the guy stopped being a doctor who treats people, because he needed to earn money urgently to cover the costs of treatment. And at that time, he wondered where he could comfortably take care of his mother. Hyunjun explained that he realized all this by accident, because at that moment, he even lost hope of curing his mother. Bong Jiwayu listened to the guy and said that his story was very sad, but he did not understand why the guy told him about it. Then Hen said that if his mother had not been patient and waited for him to develop a cure for her, he would have had to live in regret for the rest of his life. So he stood up and asked the patient for the sake of his sons to give them a chance to save their father. Bong Jiwayu understood that even though he was an uneducated single father, he had tried his whole life to raise his children well, and now he could not put pressure on them with this. The guy replied that Professor Ju was the best liver transplant surgeon in the world, so their team would do everything to ensure that his sons did not suffer any consequences. But the man said they couldn't be 100% sure, even though he had cancer. He knew that the body of a person whose liver was taken would not be healthy. He believed that if not now, then someday they would definitely regret this choice. At that moment, his sons came in and said that they would never regret it. Even though they don't know how much time they will have, all the moments when their father is with him will be the most precious to them. His sons asked him to stay and live with them as long as time allowed. Hearing these words, Bong Jiwayu thought about the correctness of his decision, because he realized that he could not abandon his children. He started crying and with a smile on his face said that he agreed to the operation. The man mentally asked his wife for forgiveness, since it was still too early for him to leave this world, and the sons hugged their father tightly. This is what Bong Jiwayu said is the reason why he was now in Professor Ju's office. The professor thanked them for telling him and for deciding to have the operation. He walked them to the door. Gwan-wook thought about the fact that he didn't even know that Hyunjun's mother was sick, but that still didn't mean that he would take his politeness into account. When he had almost closed the door to his office, Hen suddenly called out to him and said that he had important business to attend to. Entering the office, Hen showed the professor a plan to improve his glasses. Professor Ju was amazed by his work and asked if the guy really had developed this plan himself, and then assured him that this was so. He praised his plan, and Hen in turn apologized to him for his stubbornness because he only wanted to help the team. The professor looked at the screen and realized that this was a high-level surgical method that was worthy of being presented at the conference. He thought that after the recent surgeries, Hyunjun's skills had really improved. The professor blamed himself for having a bad opinion of the boy and considering him just an upstart without a plan. But this, on the contrary, was the confidence of a true genius. Professor Ju praised Heng and said that his operation plan was simply super. The next day, the professor gathered all the team members and announced that he had some news regarding the operation. He handed out a printed plan to everyone so they could look at it in more detail. He also told them that this plan was personally developed by Hyunjun. Now, once the new equipment that can see all substances is ready, it will be used in surgery. Hearing this, Jang Shin was furious. How could the guy come up with such a plan? Hyunjun clarified that the plant director said that the film would be ready within a week. Professor Ju posted a photo on the board and added that they had replaced the patient who would be operated on at the conference with Lee Bong-gyun. Everyone was shocked by this, but the professor explained that the patient had voluntarily agreed to accept his son's livers. But Professor Oh didn't understand how they could save him if he had incurable liver cancer. Professor Ju told him that then they would have to remove the entire liver, which already had affected areas. They need to perform a 2-for-1 operation, where the left and right halves are obtained from patients at the same time. But Professor Oh did not understand who would take care of the left side of the liver if he took care of the right. After all, even Dr. Kim, who has the most experience, cannot perform such an operation. Professor Ju told him that it would not be Dr. Kim who would do this, but Hyunjun himself. Dong Shin was shocked that the professor was going to entrust such an important operation to a second-year student. Professor Oh began to tell Gwang-wook that although Hyunjun's skills were good, it was too dangerous to trust him to carry out such an operation. But Professor Ju told him that if the lack of such experience was the only reason, then it was not enough to prevent him from doing so. Suddenly, Dong-shin stood up as he could no longer sit idly by. He told Professor Ju that he would handle the operation himself and asked him to trust him with it. Professor Oh began to scold the boy for interrupting them, but was stopped by Gwang-wook. He asked Dong-shin if he was confident in his abilities, but the guy didn't care, because if he retreated now, he would lose to Hyun. So he replied that he was confident and could handle something like this operation. Professor Ju told him that if he were to help with something like that, it would take him much longer than it would take Hyunjun. The guy replied that if he sped up, he could handle it, but he wasn't too sure about that either. The professor came up to him and looked at him sternly, saying that the operation was not a game, so there was no room for doubt. He gave him the example of Russian roulette, where a person is given a revolver with one bullet in the chamber. In this game, they put a gun to their head and risk their lives by taking turns pulling the trigger along with their opponent. The professor believed that surgery was no different from a similar game, when the instrument was held in the hands of an insecure doctor. After all, aiming a gun at a patient without knowing when it might explode is like guessing at the trigger and hoping for safety. So he suggested that the guy immediately retract his words if he was not 100% sure. Dong-shin was annoyed that the professor regretfully didn't trust him. The professor repeated his question, and the boy told him that he would not be able to perform the operation. When their meeting ended, Hyunjun walked out with Professor Oh, who couldn't get over the fact that such a complex operation was entrusted to a second-year resident. Hearing his doubts, Hen stopped and said that he would do his best to avoid any mistakes, but the professor apologized and said that he knew very well that his skills were enough. He was more concerned that his older colleagues would feel left out, a feeling he knew all about. Hen was very surprised and could not believe that this had happened to him too. He then told them that there was a man named Hwang Bum-jun. He was a third-year resident on their team and was so talented that Professor Oh couldn't keep up with him. Professor Ju took care of him as his best student and always praised and protected him. The guy was surprised, because if even Gwang-wook recognized him, then he definitely had excellent skills. He asked what kind of person Hwang was and whether he could be found in their hospital, but Professor Oh said that the man was no longer there. It was not a very pleasant story, so Professor Oh did not want to continue talking about those who were no longer there. The guy wondered what could have happened to him, when suddenly he heard his voice. The man called out to young Jin, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, but the professor wasn't particularly happy to see them. He called him shameless because his behavior had not changed at all since then. In front of them stood the very man Professor Oh had spoken of, Mr. Hwang Bum-jun, who was Gwang-wook's first favorite. Young Jin greeted him and asked if he could call him by his first name, or if he should address him as the vice director. Hwang noticed that young Jin was not friendly, and said that his character was similar to Professor Ju, to whom he still obeyed. Professor Oh agreed with him, and unable to restrain himself began to shout that, at least, he did not steal all the merits from him, like Hwang Bum-jun. Hyunjun began to calm the professor down so that their conflict would not escalate. Then Hwang turned his attention to the guy, and said that he knew that the guy was a second-year student and a new member of the professor's team. He asked if the boy was participating in the conference, and Hen replied that he had been entrusted with the liver circumcision. Hearing this, Hwang was shocked that he was actually saying this. He started laughing and saying that it couldn't be true unless they wanted to ruin everything. Professor Oh told him to stop getting on his nerves, because now he had nothing to do with their team. But Hwang said that young Jin was wrong because he was participating in this conference as a member of the committee that would decide their fate. Hyunjun came into the office and opened the window to get some fresh air. It was raining heavily outside, which made the guy feel very tired. But Ronnie reminded him that it was because he had failed to keep his promise to get enough sleep that his fatigue had built up. But the guy apologized to Ronnie and said that he didn't have time to sleep now. He remembered Hwang's words and doubts about his professionalism, so now he couldn't sit still. Hyunjun began to look for extra time and practice connecting the liver vessels together. According to Professor Oh, except for Gwang-wook, Hwang was the only member of the team who was able to connect the liver vessel. But Professor Hwang took advantage of Professor Ju's reputation and suddenly moved to the United States. Since then, it is said that Professor Ju not only performed other surgeons, but also took on similar operations himself. Hen understood that there was nothing worse than the betrayal of a student to whom you trusted everything. Therefore, he decided to master this procedure of connecting the liver vessels in order to make Professor Ju's work easier. Just then, a courier arrived to tell the guy that he had an urgent delivery from Chon Mill, which he had been waiting for. These were the same improved glasses that he was eager to test and see how much they would help shorten the operation time. Meanwhile, he was being watched by one of the team members, Dong Shin, who was definitely up to something. At the same time, all of the vice president's henchmen had gathered for dinner at the restaurant, and Geun-suk was also with them. Professor Wu asked Hwang if he would look after the upcoming conference well. He told him that he would do his best, but asked them not to have too high expectations, although they had high hopes for him. Hwang turned to the deputy and asked why Professor Ju's team was still working in the hospital when he knew it would soon fall apart, seeing how other professors were being poached. Geun-suk was shocked by what he heard. Now he understood the reason for the current state of Professor Ju's team. Deputy Pyo told him that he didn't expect them to be able to hold out for so long. Geun-suk was amazed that this was all planned by the deputy from the beginning. But then he decided that there was nothing surprising about this, because the vice president was a very scary person, ready to do anything for his goal. The deputy also said that he knew that Professor Ju's team had developed another new method and approached Geun-suk, saying that they needed to take action on this matter. The guy became very tense. He remembered the envelope with money that he had been given. Most likely he would have to break surgical equipment again. Geun-suk replied to the deputy that he was not sure that there was a need to take any measures, since their team's technology was much better. He started to say that there was no point in holding back Professor Ju's team, but the deputy disagreed with him. The guy noticed that the atmosphere in their company had changed, and he guessed that everything had already been agreed upon between them in advance. He saw that the meat was burning and wanted to turn it over, but the deputy told him that his help was no longer needed. Now he would take care of everything himself, and Geun-suk realized that it was not about food. When they finished dinner, the deputy went to the meeting, and while he was waiting for the man, he thought about Geun-suk, because it seemed to him that he would be useful to him. He felt sorry that his father was a deputy, but there was nothing he could do. He decided to remove him from office. The deputy didn't necessarily have to be him, because no one is irreplaceable, so he found a better option, which was Dong Shin. Meanwhile, Hyunjun was already performing his 44th virtual operation to connect blood vessels. This was still not enough for him, but he decided not to linger and go to bed. Ronnie was surprised that the guy went to bed so early, because usually they work until almost the morning. Hen explained that tomorrow was his most important day, so he better get some sleep. Ronnie praised him for a job well done and wished him good night. All these days the guy could not lose a minute, not a second. He worked with all his might. Worked hard to make sure I didn't miss anything and was well prepared for the day. He treasured every day until the day of the liver transplant conference arrived. Upon arrival at the hospital, the professor gathered all the participants in the office and asked if they were ready, and they answered in unison that they were ready. Then he asked them to change clothes, and they would begin. When everyone left, Professor O asked Hen to prepare all the devices they needed. The guy was happy that finally everything would be for real. When he had collected everything, he was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a dirty food tray. He realized that it was left by Dr. Lee, who was having a late dinner in the office, so he decided to clear the dishes. As he was leaving the office, the guy decided that this happens to everyone and that he was most likely busy preparing, so he didn't clean up after himself. When he opened the door to go out, he saw Geun-suk standing on the threshold and was a little scared from the surprise. Geun-suk walked into the office and pulled the guy along with him, saying that they needed to talk. Hen broke free from his grip and said that he had no time for this now, as he had to make final preparations for the conference. But Geun-suk was very persistent and said that the guy would leave only after they talked. Hen tried to say something again, but he was interrupted and said that if things were left as they were, his team's operation could be disrupted. Sometime before this, Geun-suk had cornered the deputy in the office, who didn't understand what he wanted. He explained that he heard that Professor Wu was going to a meeting with him, and he also hurried to come. The deputy was surprised that the guy didn't check the information, because he didn't have to come, so he told him to go get ready for the operation. The guy didn't understand how it could be that the person responsible for the operation wasn't needed at the meeting. Unexpectedly, Dong Shin entered the office and immediately greeted everyone. Gunsuk was confused as to why Professor Ju's team member was in the vice chairman's office. Deputy Pyo asked the boy to hurry up and leave, as they were having a usual conversation. Gunsuk apologized for the delay and immediately left his office, completely confused about what was happening. The boy thought that Dong Shin's motives for joining the vice director were unknown. Gunsuk did not agree with his position at that dinner. Therefore, he realized that they wanted to replace him, because as a member of Professor Ju's team, it would be easy for him to handle the equipment. As a result, the deputy continues to stick to his plan without his participation. Gunsuk believed that he had done enough, and if he continued, he himself could become the next target. He was distracted from his thoughts by a guy who asked if he was a member of the liver transplant team. Both guys greeted him and introduced themselves as the sons of the man he would be performing the transplant on. Gunsuk told them that he was not a member of Professor Ju's team and that they had a different patient, but the boys replied that they knew about it. They said that when they watched how all the doctors were preparing for their operation, they realized what wonderful people they were. So they asked to be accepted out of respect for doctors like him and all the others who now give them hope. But inside, Gunsuk was ashamed to accept this, because he didn't consider himself a good person. Hyun didn't understand what was going on and why Gunsuk was asking him to check his glasses. But the guy couldn't tell him anything, so he just asked him to trust him and check everything. He himself did not understand why he was doing this, but it was too late to retreat. Ronnie did an analysis of the equipment and said he didn't see any damage, but there was some. The guy wondered what could have happened to the glasses, and Ronnie told him that the glasses were old and did not have the special film they had developed. Hyunjun was shocked, because now they wouldn't be able to use their new method. But how this could happen was anyone's guess. There was no time to clarify, so Hyun thanked Gunsuk for his help and went to look for new glasses. Now Gunsuk clearly understood that he had chosen to finally cross the line and no longer help the deputy. It was as if he had left their hospital on his own, without any orders to do so. This means that everything he has tried to do so far has been in vain and all his decisions have been wrong. But despite this, he felt a pleasant feeling, as if the fog had cleared and everything had become clear and correct. He didn't understand why he felt so light-hearted, and whether his goal of becoming the best doctor had really clouded his eyes so much. The doctor suddenly called out to him because he saw that something was wrong with him. Gunsuk continued walking and thought about why he wanted to become the best doctor in the first place, and whether it was really him who wanted it and not his father. He wasn't sure if it was his desire, but he knew one thing for sure. At least at that moment, he was as sincere as anyone else. The doctor saw that Gunsuk had gone to the wrong device and began calling him to go to his place. By changing his place, the boy indicated that they could begin, because now he knew one thing. First and foremost, he was a doctor. Meanwhile, the conference announced the start of simultaneous liver transplants for several patients. They also apologized for the fact that the operation was delayed by several minutes due to technical reasons. Hen ran to his team and apologized for being late, but they didn't understand why he was late. They didn't have time to talk about it, so the professor told him to quickly change his clothes and get to work. The guy found those very new glasses, not just anywhere, but in the refrigerator of the restroom. They were in the bag from the box of food that Dong Shin ate yesterday. Dr. Lee quipped that Hen was late because he thought he had plenty of time as a surgeon. The guy didn't pay attention to him, but changed his clothes. Song Hui decided to help him and asked why he came so late. Hyunjun turned to Dong Shin and replied that he found some trash in their break room that wasn't there before. Dr. Lee was very tense, as he most likely understood what the guy was talking about. The broadcast of both operations was in full swing, with everyone in the room watching the process attentively. The experts watched Hyunjun's movements, which were exactly like Professor Ju's, and did not hide their admiration. Huang was unhappy that their opponent's operation was going rather smoothly, so he asked his deputy if there was a chance that the guy had not changed his glasses and their plan had gone awry. Deputy Pyo asked the professor to speak more quietly, because there were many people around who should not hear such things. He told Huang that he shouldn't worry, since there were definitely no mistakes in his plan. Professor Huang decided that the deputy had a backup plan if he was so calm. At the same time, Hen continued the liver transplant operation, trying to do everything quickly and efficiently. A liver transplant is a surgery that involves donating a liver from two healthy people. To increase the chance of transplant success, it is best to keep the liver transplant and removal teams as small as possible. This is why the speed of surgery is so important, as is the right timing for all surgeons. Hen knew that if he was late, He would cause problems for the other teams as well, because the operation was delayed, they needed to hurry. But just as he was getting ready, his vision suddenly began to deteriorate. Everything started to swim before the guy's eyes, and he suddenly stepped back. Song Hui was scared for him and wanted to help him, but the guy waved his hand at her and said that he was fine. But he was no longer sure that everything was fine because he was only getting worse. His vision started to deteriorate rapidly and he had no control over it. If it continued like this, they would not be able to continue the operation. The experts in the room saw that the operation had stopped and realized that something had happened to the surgeon. But the only one who understood what was going on was Deputy Pio, who had a hand in it. A few days before, he had gone to the director of the glasses factory and told him to replace the film before sending it to the customer. The director began to refuse his offer because other people could suffer because of it, so he decided to return his money. The deputy took the money and said that then their contract for the supply of glasses was also cancelled. Hearing this, the man began to ask him to return the money and agreed to do what he asked. He knew that this would happen because the amount alone is not enough in negotiations, so he used all methods. Even though he pretended to be noble, no one can resist money. So he watched with a smile as Professor Zhu's operation did not go according to plan. After all, even though Don Shin hadn't been able to replace the equipment, the deputy had still done something, and now he was sure that the guy didn't have a single chance to fix the situation. But suddenly, he heard voices in the hall saying that the operation had resumed. The guy took off his glasses, and the operation went faster. Professor Huang and Deputy Pio were furious about what was happening, because they did not expect such an outcome of events. The deputy jumped up from his seat and looked at Hen with hatred, not understanding how he could conduct the operation without equipment. A few minutes before this, assistants tried to bring the guy to his senses. Ronnie began to analyze the reasons for the malfunction and said that everything was fine with his vision and body. He added that there may have been a problem with the new glasses, as the film was different from the one Hen had developed. The guy didn't understand how this was possible because he definitely checked everything before sending it to the factory. But he accepted that it was still his mistake, and he needed to check everything again. Hyunjun knew that after making such loud promises to the patient, he couldn't come up with any excuses for himself. Now he has to come up with something to continue the operation, and Ronnie suggested that he scan the patient with a thermal scanner. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about, so Ronnie explained that this was how he tracked the body temperature of missing people during the Gyeongju earthquake, compensating for his lack of vision. Hen remembered this incident and realized that this was a great opportunity to use this ability. This meant that he would be able to see colored substances without using film. The boy asked Ronnie to activate this ability and notified the doctors that they were continuing the operation. A few minutes later, he successfully carried out and completed the operation. Hyunjun turned to the nurse and asked her to find out how things were going in the other operating rooms. He understood that thanks to Ronnie, he was able to successfully complete the operation, but it could have been not only his mistake, but also a problem with Professor Wu's glasses. The nurse came back and said that the other group was also finishing the procedure, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief, because the liver extraction had gone without incident. He decided that it was now time for them to go to the main operating room, and hoped that everything would go well. But his fears were unfounded, as Professor Zhu's operation went as usual. He watched his hand, which moved precisely and without a single mistake. At that moment, you could forget that they were in the operating room. The guy couldn't even imagine how many surgeries Gwang Wook had to undergo to achieve such skill. He thought that compared to the professor, he still had a long way to go. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of Professor Zhu, who asked him to stop the operation for a few minutes. He asked the nurse to take off his glasses and said that he could no longer continue the operation. This was all because he had difficulty keeping his eyes open, which were very inflamed. As Hen expected, the problem was not only with his glasses, but with others as well. But despite the fact that there was something wrong with his eyes, the boy was amazed that he continued with the operation. He blamed himself again for this, because he had not checked the film again, the professor had suffered. The nurse suggested to the professor to call another surgeon named Zhang who could complete the operation, but Gwang Wook said that the surgeon was busy with another operation. Professor Oh was angry because at that moment, everyone was busy. He said that they should have taken a spare surgeon even though they had him. But Professor Zhu replied that they had a spare surgeon and pointed to Hyunjun, saying that he was handing over his position to him. The guy wondered if he, with his lack of experience, could do everything as well as Professor Ju. After all, if some unpredictable factor happens, like with glasses, then what should he do? Professor Ju asked him why he was silent, since he himself took the initiative when he convinced the patient to undergo this operation. He thought that the guy was confident in himself and his abilities, but now he didn't understand if this was really true. Hen replied that the professor was not mistaken and asked the nurse to hand him his magnifying glasses. The guy understood that for a surgeon there were no such words, because if he had not been confident in himself, he would never have gone into surgery. Therefore, he will definitely be able to complete everything successfully. Notifying everyone, they continued the operation to connect the liver vessels. He followed all the steps clearly, and the nurse and Professor O helped him in every possible way. At this time, the patient Lee Bong Gyu had a dream in which his sons were next to him and holding his hands tightly. Professor O watched the boy connect the vessels together and was amazed at his speed. After that, they finished the procedure and checked the patient's pulse, which was completely normal. The doctor thought that the patient had very narrowed blood vessels. Such a case was difficult even for Professor Ju. Hen suddenly turned to him and asked what they should do with the remaining process of the operation. After thinking for a moment, Professor O told the boy that he was giving him the right to continue the operation, and the doctor would assist him. Completing an operation for a second-year student logically doesn't make sense, because how can they be sure of a good result? But people who had just seen Hyunjun's vessel connection surgery would understand this instruction, because Professor O knew that the best gift given to their team was Dr. Hyunjun. They prepared for the final stage of the operation and began to carry it out without wasting a minute. At the same time, experts watched the continuation of the operation on the screens. Looking at all this, Professor Huang was very unhappy, because everything was not going according to plan. He wanted to ask his deputy for this, but when he turned around, he was no longer there. Instead, he was approached by the director of the organ transplant center, Stanton, who was also Huang's boss. He was glad that the team he once worked for was still at its best. He thought about what would happen if Professor Ju's team was invited to the technology exchange, but Huang didn't like his proposal. Professor Huang reminded him that they had decided to invite Professor Wu's team, but Stanton replied that he had thought at the time that he was keeping up with the times. But after seeing the operation by Dr. Ju's team, he changed his mind, because in his opinion, Guang Wook was still the most advanced liver transplant surgeon. The director grabbed Huang's hand and said that Hyunjun was Professor Ju's best student and hoped that they could lure him over to their side. After all, once they hired Dr. Ju, they could appoint a professor as the director of the center, which delighted him. When the director left, Professor Huang was completely devastated, because everything was not like that at all. If everything had gone as planned, Professor Wu's team would have crushed Professor Ju's team. I would also highlight Professor Huang's contribution to inviting Professor Wu to work with them, and he would simply become the deputy director of the center. But the director decided to invite Professor Ju's team, and now he didn't know what to do because his actions would not lead him to good consequences. Meanwhile, the screen announced that Dr. Ju's team had completed the liver transplant operation. In the operating room, the doctor thanked everyone for a job well done and asked them to clean up a lot. Now that the long operation was over, Hyun heard the applause that had been drowned out by his focus on work. Not everyone was happy with the outcome. The guy noticed that Dong Shin was torn apart with anger because he hadn't managed to ruin everything. Hen was glad that their team's operation was a success, but there is another main character in this story. As he passed by Geun-suk, Hyun told him that their operation went well. When he heard this, he was overcome with relief because he had done everything right. On the last day of the World Liver Transplant meeting, Professor Ju's team, which presented their new technology, won the Best Presentation Award. Kyun-suk watched everything from the audience and was glad that everything was happening this way. Although Hyunjun's surgical method of dyeing damaged liver tissue was not presented at the presentation, it still became a hot topic among the participants and experts. After the event ended, Dong Shin ran after the deputy, wondering when he could join their team. But those who did not meet Vice President Pio's expectations were no longer of use to him, so he ignored Dr. Lee in every possible way. The same situation happened with Professor Wu. There was talk that he would step down as director of the Liver Transplant Center at the end of the year. In fact, he was fired because he did not live up to the expectations of his associates. Gyun-suk understood that he could also be included in this blacklist, but at the same time, he didn't feel anything. He looked at his badge and wondered if he would be okay after everything that had happened. Professor Ju sat in his office and talked to his wife while putting eye drops in her eyes. She was worried if he was okay, but Gwang-wook assured her that he had no problems. He believed that it was more difficult for her, because she was in a foreign country and raising 2 children, and unfortunately, he could not join her in this. As they parted, Gwang-wook asked them to convey his greetings to the children and that he also missed them. Suddenly, he heard a student enter his office, and after saying goodbye to his wife, he hung up. When he turned around, he saw Hyunjun coming to him. Gwang-wook asked him what he came for. The guy felt awkward, but pulled himself together and said that he was worried about whether everything was okay with his eyes. Professor Ju replied that they were still a little troubling, but he had no problems with his work. But Hen still felt guilty about it, so he apologized to him. Gwang-wook didn't understand what the guy was apologizing for, because it wasn't his fault that the factory had entered the wrong number for the glasses film. But Hyunjun stood his ground, because it was his fault for not checking everything again. The professor poked the boy in the back and said that his modesty was completely inappropriate now. After all, it was he who saved the patient Lee Bong-gyun, and no matter what anyone said, Hyun was the hero of this conference. Professor Ju ordered the boy to straighten up, and he immediately followed his order. He offered him a walk if he had time for it, and the guy readily agreed. When they got outside, Hen noticed that the professor froze for a few minutes and just looked at the hospital, thinking about something. Suddenly, Gwang-wook asked Hyun if he was going to leave their team, or if he had perhaps already changed his mind. The guy replied that his goal was surgical procedures, so he would like to gain experience with other people. The professor replied that he was sure that the boy could really do it, but he was more interested in why he was so obsessed with surgery. Hyunjun told the professor that his father passed away because there was no hospital that was willing to treat him. Gwang-wook was shocked by his words. He also saw how hard it was for him to talk about it. Hen went on to say that when his father passed away and he sat down at the table without him for the first time, he realized something. Ordinary days when they ate together as a family, moments he took for granted, were actually special. He told the doctor that he would never again be given the chance to relive and appreciate those moments, but he still wanted to become a doctor who could give tomorrow to patients and their families. Hearing his words, Professor Ju thought about them seriously. The guy smiled and added that now he was confident that he could become a worthy son to his father. Professor Ju told him that he had already become a great doctor, and his father was certainly proud of him. With his service history, Gwang-wook decided that he should no longer delay the decision he had made. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the doctors, who ran up to them in a hurry. He explained that they were being looked for by a deputy who needed them immediately, which seemed very strange to them. When they arrived at the deputy's office, he immediately turned to Professor Ju and asked why the transplant operation was given to Hyunjun. Professor Ju responded without hesitation that the boy had all the necessary skills for this and did not understand what the problem was. Deputy Pyo told him that the reason for the change of surgeon in the middle of the operation was because there was a problem with the equipment developed by Hyunjun. He added that in their operation, at the behest of the team leader, an unapproved method was used, which was developed by a second-year student, and this almost became a problem. In this case, he felt he had an obligation to apply punishment to the responsible leader of their team. Hen intervened in their conversation and said that the problem that arose during the operation was his fault, so he was willing to take full responsibility. The deputy was expecting exactly this and replied that he would then suspend him from studying for 2 months and permanently ban him from operations. Hearing this, the guy was shocked, because never having participated in operations was simply a disaster for him. The deputy saw his reaction and assumed that now he was not so confident in himself. But Hyunjun replied that no matter what, he would accept this punishment. Suddenly, Professor Ju interrupted the guy and said that there was no need for this. The professor told the deputy that no one would be punished, but the deputy did not understand what he meant, since someone had to take full responsibility. But Gwang-wook didn't feel the need to take responsibility for anything. He threw his badge to his deputy and said that he was leaving the hospital. Without hiding his joy, Deputy Pyo asked if he could somehow dissuade him from such a decision. Professor Ju replied that he could try to dissuade her, but he also added that he had received an offer to become director of the center at Yancey Hopkins University Hospital. Deputy Pyo was shocked by this news Because this was the best hospital in the States, he could not allow this to happen, and especially not to become the director of the center. He understood that Professor Ju Kwang-wook's status was at the peak of popularity due to his presentation and new method. In such a situation, if word gets out that he left because of a disagreement with his deputy, then he will not be able to avoid criticism of his management. If this happens, Deputy Pio will be at a disadvantage in the upcoming elections. Therefore, first of all, he needed to somehow keep the professor in the hospital, and he asked him to think carefully before leaving. The deputy reminded him that he had been working at their hospital for a long time, but Professor Ju was surprised that Pio was thinking about such things, since he usually didn't care about such things. Gwang-wook also said that he would like to leave before his team is sent overseas. The deputy was even more angry because only his close associates knew about this. He began to ask the professor who told him about this. But Gwang-wook was shocked that the deputy only cared about this, since he framed one of his team members during the conference. Professor Ju told him that it would be better for his reputation not to repeat such a thing in the future. Gwang-wook also warned him that if the deputy continued what he did to his team, then all of his actions would be revealed in such detail that the entire hospital would know about them. He looked at the deputy and waited for his answer, but he, gritting his teeth, replied that he understood his warning well. A few days later, the professor gathered his team for a farewell party, where he began to thank them for the time spent together, and they, in turn, prepared a surprise for him. The professor liked the cake so much that he was far from resolving such beauty. While he was hesitant to cut it, Song Hui shouted at him that he was too slow. She reminded that in surgery, time is of the essence. Song Hui asked the professor if he could have saved the patient if he had acted as artificially as this cake rarely did. Hyunjun was surprised by her courage, but the girl said that this was the last time they saw each other, so they needed to relax and just rest. Suddenly, Professor Ju came up to her, looking quite angry, and Song Hui realized that she had gone too far with her joke and began to apologize to him. But the professor smiled at her and stroked her head, telling her not to worry so much. He explained that he had been pressuring her all this time only because of his desire to save their team. Since they were short of people, everyone on his team had to be a good specialist. But everyone obeyed, despite such unreasonable demands, so the professor believed that thanks to all of them, the team had been preserved until now. He thanked everyone for their work. Even though their team was now disbanded, they would still remain the best team for him. Everyone was a little upset, because they didn't feel like saying goodbye, and the professor's words were very touching. Professor O smiled and said that they shouldn't be upset, but should instead make a toast. He opened the bottle of champagne and it started pouring out, and the whole team watched, and they all made a toast and drank to their new beginning. Hyunjun also watched this, and he felt as if he had just joined their team yesterday. He looked at his team and couldn't believe that this was really the end of their collaboration. Dr. Kim said he was going to a private hospital as a lecturer on a specific medical topic. Song Hui joined another liver transplant team at the request of Professor Ju. Hyunjun cleaned up the remains of the cake and felt sad that they were no longer a team. The professor came up to him and asked if there was any cake left. Hen nodded to him and replied that he just wanted to clean up. The guide took the last piece and said that it was impossible to just throw away what was left. Long before this, the professor remembered a conversation with Gyun-suk, who told him that it was the deputy who set up his team. But he didn't understand why the guy was telling him all this, because he was on his side. Gyun-suk himself didn't understand why he was doing this and what was happening to his thoughts. He knew one thing for sure, and that was that he no longer wanted to be Deputy Pio's partner. After all, then, at least he will not feel abandoned. These words were strongly remembered by the professor. Gwang-wook came to the office where Dong-shin was sitting and brought him a cake. He asked why he didn't come to them. The guy replied that the professor shouldn't care if someone like him didn't come to his farewell party. He didn't understand since when the professor began to care about this and worry about him. In turn, Professor Ju put his hand on his shoulder and said that due to circumstances, they could not give him a chance. He apologized to the guy for not managing the team well, and because of that, he had to go through such difficult trials. Dong-shin got angry at him and said that if he understood everything, then maybe he should thank him for that too. Professor Ju did not want to deal with him and replied that if he wanted to be angry with someone, he could blame him for everything. He added that if there ever came a time when this anger consumed him, he would not want that to happen and would apologize to him again. The next day, the entire team gathered and went to the airport to see off their boss and friend, Professor Ju. When they had all said goodbye to him, He said goodbye by saying that he would definitely write to them when he arrived at his destination. Now Hyunjun fully realized that the professor was really leaving them, and the team completely disintegrated. Suddenly, Dongshin ran up to them and shouted to the professor that he was grateful to him for everything. The guy said something that he has no right to blame, because he himself is to blame for everything. The professor answered him that every person has the right to make a mistake, and if he realized his own, then everything will definitely work out for him in the future. He said goodbye to them again, and Dongshin fell to his knees and started crying. Songhui tried to calm him down, as she felt very sorry for him. Dongshin turned to Hyun and also asked him for forgiveness, saying that looking at him made him feel like an insignificant and useless doctor. Hen went down to him and replied that he felt the same way when he looked at Professor Ju's skill and constantly wondered if he could reach that level. He helped him up and said that it would be a shame if the guy left now because he had worked hard. So Hen suggested that he work hard this year as well, and they left the airport. A few days later, Hen was reviewing the lists of doctors who had been assigned to the operations. He noticed that his name was not on the list again, and told the other doctor about it, who was already surprised, because the guy's name should definitely be on the list now. The doctor apologized to him and said that he could ask the professor about this, but Hen refused and said that he himself would tell the reason. The boy's name was always missing from the lists of operations, after which he was constantly treated unfairly at the university hospital. But still, after that conversation between the professor and the deputy, as long as Guan-wook was with them, everything was fine. However, as long as Hyunjun worked in this hospital, there was nothing he could do about it. The deputy director walked into the office with his colleagues who were planning a celebration for his promotion. Who would have known that this man would become the director of Daehan Hospital? His plan still succeeded. He gathered all his colleagues and thanked them for coming to his celebration, because it was a great honor for him to become a director. Director Pyo raised his glass and said that it was his responsibility to pay back everyone who supported him. He made a toast and invited them to drink to their hospital and all the patients. Also present at their feast was Gyun-suk, who noticed that Professor Wu was not invited. But he didn't understand why they called him, because he didn't help them in any way. One of the doctors approached the director and said that colleagues who had committed an offense were not allowed into the operating room. He was curious about who exactly this concerned, and Gyun-suk also wanted to know more about it. Director Pyo replied that he did not understand what was being discussed, since he did not have any lists. He added that the director could not impose punishments on doctors. He believed that professors should do this. Gyun-suk understood that the director was lying and was still punishing those who he didn't like. Director Pyo noticed the boy and asked about his father's affairs, citing the fact that they needed to meet him sometime. Gyun-suk replied that he didn't know anything about it because his father was a very busy man, but he promised to ask him about it. He stood up and headed towards the exit. The director was surprised that the guy was leaving so early, because he had nothing to do. Without turning around, Gyun-suk told him that his father couldn't stand it when he came home late, and with that, he left their party. Meanwhile, Hen sat in his room and thought about how he hadn't been in the operating room for a long time. Ronnie offered to let him into a ritual operation, but the guy refused, because after watching Professor Ju's operations, he realized that he was no longer satisfied with virtual operations. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door and did not understand who could come to him so late. When he opened the door, he saw Gyun-suk in front of him, which surprised him greatly. They sat down at the table and Hen asked what was happening to him, that he decided to drink with him, and Bale brought him chicken. It was very strange for him because something like this had never happened before, even though they were the same age and went to the same school. Gyun-suk didn't think it was strange because he always hated Hyun, so they never sat like that. He added with a smile that now he hated the guy even more than before, but the problem was that there was someone who hated the guy even more than he did. Hyunjun realized that Gyun-suk was talking about Director Pyo and became a little tense. The guy added that he knew that Hen couldn't get into the operating room. Gyun-suk asked if he understood what this meant, since Professor Ju left the hospital who protected him from that watch director. His exclusion from the list of operating doctors was only the beginning, as now no professor would want to defend him. And then he would spend the next few years sitting idle, so he asked him, even if he had any thoughts, to put them aside for a while and sit them out. But Hyunjun refused his request, because even if it seemed unrealistic to him, his goal would still remain the same. He wanted to build a hospital where every person could count on help, regardless of the problem. To do this, he needed to adhere to the principle of caring for the patient regardless of the situation. Therefore, Hyunjun made it clear that he would not compromise with his patients. Kyun-suk realized that the guy would not back down anyway, which was very typical of him, so he offered him another way. After all, it might be the best offer for him in this situation. Kyun-suk showed him an advertisement that had recently appeared for a program of overseas medical volunteers in Cambodia. Hen began to study the ad carefully, and the guy continued to tell him that in Cambodia there is poor government support. So most people cannot use modern medicine and doctors are sorely needed. He also added that if Hyun went there, Director Pyo wouldn't be able to reach him there. After listening to Gaeun-suk, the guy decided to act immediately, because this was the best option. So he immediately went there, and upon arrival, he wondered why he himself had not thought of looking for opportunities abroad. But Lee Gun-suk surprised him greatly by helping him in this difficult situation. Suddenly, a man who was just waiting for his arrival approached the guy. He showed him the bus he was supposed to take to his destination, and when he got on, the guy was very surprised. There was a bus full of doctors like him, who also came from all over the country to help people in need. The guy hoped that he would be able to work with new and very talented doctors. He found a free seat where a doctor was sitting and asked if he could sit next to him. The doctor allowed him to sit down next to him, and the guy thanked him. But when he paid attention to him, he suddenly realized who was next to him. It was that same Song Yi, his colleague, and the one he had never expected to see again. The girl was pleased to see him, because it was difficult to catch him in the hospital. Hyun was surprised that Song Ye, who usually never left the operating table, suddenly went to help people in another country. The girl looked a little downcast. Then the guy thought that he had said too much and asked what had happened to her. Song Ye revealed that she recently almost made a mistake during surgery. Looking at the patient's face on the operating table, she couldn't concentrate because she kept thinking about leaving, about who she had lost. The guy suddenly remembered that day when that tragedy happened. She blamed only herself for everything. He began to calm her down and said that it was absolutely not her fault. But the girl smiled at him and replied that she understood. She needed to live through these painful memories and collect her thoughts. And then, perhaps, she could become the best pediatric surgeon. The guy was glad that she had such an attitude and supported her because she was a truly worthy doctor. When they arrived at their destination, their senior asked them to first unload all the equipment that had been donated, and everyone willingly started helping. While helping to carry out the equipment, Hyunjun and Song Ye noticed the doctor. All the local residents came running to this doctor, and the guys realized that he was very popular among the people. Suddenly, a guy came up to them and said that this doctor was the head of the department that deals with jaw surgeries, and his name was No Hu Jong. He said the doctor has been voluntarily performing split lip and palate surgeries for 10 years because there are not many doctors in Cambodia who can perform such surgeries. Therefore, people like Director No are simply doomed to receive VIP treatment. The likelihood that from tomorrow onwards there would be huge queues in front of the hospital was high. While Song Ye was talking to her new acquaintance, she didn't notice that Hyun had already gone to examine the patients. The guy looked at him sideways and decided that he was being too persistent, since they hadn't even officially started work. Hyunjun noticed a boy who looked like he was about 5 years old, but he was still waiting for surgery. The child was diagnosed with cleft lip, a common congenital deformity of the child's face that causes a separation in the upper lip and palate. In Korea, this is usually corrected with surgery when the baby is between 3 and 5 months old. And if the operation can be performed, then the prognosis is good, and the child will be no different from his peers. The guy had no idea that the circumstances could be so severe that such operations were rarely performed. But he was determined that while he was in Cambodia, he would cure as many patients as time allowed. The next day, they arrived at the Khmer hospital to begin work. When his work began in earnest, the guy finally realized where he was because there were countless patients. The schedule of risky operations was simply endless, so no one had time to rest. But thanks to Director No, who worked without a single break, they managed to treat more patients than planned. However, Hen realized that in a couple of days his group would have to move to another area, and the number of waiting patients, on the contrary, had grown. The guy thought that if doctors could perform surgeries themselves, people would not have to wait for a volunteer group of doctors. He suddenly realized that the local doctors had difficulty understanding English, so they could not accurately master Director No's techniques. If the guy could translate for them, then the operation would go faster, and they would be able to do everything themselves. After another operation, a doctor approached Hen and was very surprised that he understood the Khmer language. Then, in the operating room, Hen finally suggested that the doctors translate Dr. No's words. But in his life, he had never even tried to speak Khmer, so he did not understand how this happened. The doctor continued to speak with delight about how they would now be able to perform operations themselves without the participation of Dr. No. He also drew the boy's attention to the people who were standing in line for the operation and said that he was now their savior. Hyunjun was glad that patients would no longer have to wait for a team from overseas. But still, he still couldn't understand why it was so easy for him to speak their language. Then he realized that perhaps it was Ronnie who had somehow helped him again. And he was right. Ronnie said that upon arriving in Cambodia, he reconstructed the words he had collected during his interactions with other people and stored them in a language library. Although this is an unusual method of human learning, Hen can technically now speak their language. The guy was a little shocked that Ronnie updated it at his own discretion, because this had never happened before. He replied that up until that time their connection had been weak, so they had to communicate through conversation. But as the synchronization between them increased, the boy was able to understand Ronnie's available information without any additional communication effort. Ronnie wanted to say something else, but Hen asked him to stop for a second. He suggested that he block their communication channel for a while, as he needed time to think things over. Ronnie understood him and disappeared, and the guy decided to go outside to check himself a little and come to his senses. When he went outside, he thought that if it weren't for his friend, he wouldn't have achieved all this, and he wouldn't even be able to come up with a cure for his mother and save her. But if the boundaries between them become blurred and disappear completely, then perhaps he will no longer be able to be himself. The next day, it was raining heavily, and the whole team was standing under the porch waiting for the bus that was supposed to take them to the next city. He was supposed to have arrived already, but due to bad weather, apparently he had to be delayed, as the roads were badly washed out. Not far from the others, Hyunjun sat deep in thought while Song-ye watched him. She noticed that the guy had been behaving very strangely since yesterday, and was always walking around with a serious face. Without thinking twice, Song-ye decided to approach him to find out what was wrong with him, but suddenly a guy approached her. The one they met upon arriving at this place, he began to talk about the weather, which had gotten very bad, and they would probably have to stay for a few more days. The girl didn't answer, so he decided to invite her to dinner to somehow pass the time, but she didn't listen to him, because she saw something approaching them in the distance. Everyone started looking, but it didn't look like a bus, and a few seconds later, ambulance workers were rushing towards them with a patient. When that guy saw him, he realized that the patient's condition was very serious. Hyunjun immediately began to help the doctors, and Song-ye joined him, asking what was wrong with the patient. The boy replied that the boy, who was only 11 years old, had stepped on an explosive substance, which he had not noticed under his feet due to the large amount of water. When they brought the patient to the clinic, they learned that the surgeon was delayed due to bad weather conditions. Hen saw a crying woman near the patient's bed, who was the mother of the injured child. He sat down next to her and took her hand, asking what her son's name was. The woman replied that her son's name was Dara. The guy began to calm her down and said that they would help him. In response, she placed her hand on his forehead and begged him to save her son at any cost. Hyunjun tensed up because in words it was easy to do, but in reality they couldn't waste a minute. He turned to the nurse and said that they needed to give the child first aid. The guy asked her to bring the seals and all the necessary tools, as well as a device to scan the patient's body. He looked at the boy again and gently asked him to hold on a little longer so that they could save him. Once the nurse had brought everything he needed, Hen went to work and removed all the visible fragments from the patient's body. After that, he started checking his stomach with a special device for the presence of fragments inside his body, and next to him stood another doctor and Song-ye, who was also very worried. The guy said that the patient had torn ligaments in his leg, but there were no fragments there. He also said that there were wounds on his hands, most likely they were burns. Hyunjun informed Song-ye that the device did not show any shrapnel inside the body, and the girl breathed a sigh of relief. But the guy added that the child is still in serious condition, and if there are fragments inside, then it is a big problem, so they need to do another computer examination. Suddenly, a man approached them and said that he would take care of it himself. It was the same surgeon Somanan who was a little late. The surgeon asked the nurse to prepare everything for the examination as soon as possible, and Hyun, watching him, noticed that the doctor spoke good Korean. Suddenly, Somanan approached the boy and thanked him for helping the patient while he was away. He added that the patient will now be taken care of by medical staff. As he was leaving, the boy suddenly called out to him and asked him to save the boy Dara. The surgeon smiled at him and, folding his hands, replied that he would do everything for this. Suddenly, a nurse came running and started shouting that they had a huge problem, which scared everyone a lot. She explained that they had a short circuit due to a water leak, and now there was no power in the computer exam room. The surgeon was very scared and tense, because now they would not be able to find out whether all the fragments had been removed from the patient's body. Hyunjun also became nervous because they couldn't wait for the power to be restored. He thought of Ronnie, who would definitely be able to find these fragments, but for now, it was impossible. After the guy stopped communicating with him, he never stopped thinking about him for a second. But he still couldn't solve anything with these thoughts. So Ihan decided to test what kind of doctor he would be without his assistant. The guy suggested that the surgeon perform an operation on the patient and make an incision to find out if there were any fragments. The surgeon was surprised by his proposal, but the guy confidently said that he would find all the fragments himself. The doctor was at a loss, as he did not understand how this particular procedure would help. When evening came, everyone went outside to have dinner and rest from a hard day's work. The surgeon sat at the table with Songye and another of their acquaintances and admired Hyunjun and his excellent skills. It was their last day in this city, but Hyun never came out of his room, and this made Songye very upset. Meanwhile, the guy sat and listened to their animated conversations, and he himself thought about a well-tested operation. But what worried him most was how he was able to find the shard. When he saw the report on the texture of the damaged organ tissue, he was able to trace the location of the fragments. During this, for some reason, he was sure that he could feel the pulse of the microscopic vessels that had been damaged by the shrapnel. But he did not understand how this happened, because such sensations cannot be developed by simple practice. The guy realized that he was originally an unusual surgeon, like other doctors, and now he no longer has to worry about his changes. After all, the most important thing for him now was to understand what kind of person he had become. Just when he thought his concerns were back on track, he suddenly received an email on his phone. This text message was sent to him by Mr. Allen, who, while he was in Korea, was able to taste Gyeongju and ate at their friend's place. He said that the city had become much better, and it seemed that the traces of the earthquake had completely disappeared. Allen looked around the rooms on the second floor where they once lived, and memories came flooding back. The intensity of their discussions every evening, he even felt the warmth from their conversations, which still remained there. Although their opinions did not always agree, the man believed that that time was simply wonderful. Even now, he remembers his conversation with Hen, and he wonders if the boy still thinks that robots can't replace people. If this was true, Allen thought it was due to fear and the unknown future. After all, when he was given a prosthetic arm, he thought that he would never be able to return to his previous life. But now, on the contrary, Mr. Allen was glad that his hand would not be damaged and he would be able to perform some additional functions, because this is what technology is. There was always fear surrounding the emergence of unconventional new methods, but he wanted Hyunjun to think about what their fear actually was. He believed that this also applies to the medical field, because if you think about the essence of treating patients, why wouldn't robots be able to notice them? Hen read his letter carefully and understood that treatment was not the only goal of the doctors in the hospital. He remembered his words. Kazangwe once told Allen that although human diseases can be treated with technology, only people can maintain peace in the soul. The guy began to think that he really needed the Khmer language to understand local doctors and patients well, to understand the feelings of the patient and his caregiver in order to somehow influence their mental state. After all, he already knew what it took to become a doctor who could not only treat, but also understand his patients. He turned to Ronnie, who immediately appeared behind him. Hen apologized to him, saying that this was the first time something like this had happened to him and that it scared him. Namely, he was afraid that he could turn into something else, without even realizing it. Ronnie replied that he understood him, but what the guy was worried about would not happen, since he just wanted to help him as his colleague. However, Ronnie also realized that he had not thought through his actions and thought that the guy needed the Khmer language, which he had managed to learn without even realizing it. Therefore, he didn't expect that this would scare Hen. because he always thought that he understood him well. But every time this happened, Ronnie realized that he was missing something to better understand people. Hyunjun told him that if he had not understood him, they would not have been able to implement their ideas and reckless plans that no one agreed with. They only took into account the patient's data when doing something like this, so Hen convinced Ronnie that all of this was only possible because of trust and support. The guy asked him not to look for a problem in himself, because for him, Ronnie was the best colleague in the world. Ronnie was very pleased to hear such words, so he thanked him for it. Hen replied that there was no need to thank him for the truth and suggested that they work together again as they had done before. The next morning, their entire team gathered around the bus to leave this city. Jamyeon walked to the bus and realized that he was feeling unwell due to the large amount of alcohol he had drunk last night. It was all because he couldn't stand to listen to the surgeon praising Hyunjun anymore. As he passed the boy, he heard one of the patients call him a famous surgeon. He was surprised by this, but when he stopped to see what was going on, he heard another man admiring Hen for his participation in the World Conference on Liver Transplantation. Jamyeon didn't understand how this was possible, since Hyun was only in his third year of study. At that moment, the guy heard that they were asked to get on the bus, since they had to go already. As he walked towards the bus, he was suddenly called out by a surgeon who had come with the boy and his mother, and thanked the boy for his help with the operation. Hen was pleased to see that Dara was doing well and was on the mend. The guy waved back and sighed with relief, realizing that going to the water was a very good idea. Suddenly, Jamyeon came up to him and tapped him on the shoulder and said that now the guy can expect a rapid career advancement when he returns to Korea. He also added that from this day on, he officially recognizes the guy as his rival. Once they had taken their seats and the bus had left, Hyun thought about Jamyeon's words as they were bothering him a little. But there was one more thing he needed to check immediately, and he picked up his phone. Last evening, Mr. Allen attached a link to the address to the last paragraph of his letter. This link led to the Olympus Honorary Club, which included many other people. It was a private community where there were a huge number of experts from other countries where you could share your opinions and get advice, and Hen was invited there as a special guest. The guy was delighted with this, because now specialists in all areas of medicine will be ready to answer all his questions. Now he will be able to learn much more than if he had thought it over with Ronnie, and he had also confirmed his words, since the variety of information will be greatly increased. Hyunjun was already looking forward to what he could do with their advice, and for that he mentally thanked Mr. Allen. Suddenly the bus stopped and the driver asked everyone to get out, which seemed very strange to the guy. A group of volunteer doctors had to abandon their bus trip because the road was very washed out. This phenomenon was normal in Cambodia, where there is a lot of rainfall. The volunteers carried luggage and humanitarian aid to people without any complaints, which was very pleasing. Having already walked a sufficient amount of the road, the landscape kept repeating itself, and only trees and grass were visible. Hyunjun wondered for a moment if there were private houses in places like this. They needed the city of Prabang, and after a few miles, the driver said that they had already arrived at that very place. The guy noticed that all the patients had already gathered and were waiting to be examined and treated. But what surprised him most was that the city was completely different from the one that had been there before. There were wooden huts all around, and there was no unnecessary civilization. Suddenly a guy came up to him and asked to examine his hand, and Hen immediately began to help him. While he was examining a patient's hand, he was suddenly stopped by a woman, which greatly frightened him. She began to tell the man and the other people that the reception had not officially started yet. Hyunjun didn't understand why she stopped him, because he could have helped, but she didn't listen to him. She started shouting at everyone to go home and wait until they were told that they would be seeing patients. The guy watched her from the side and tried to understand why she was doing this. When they arrived at one of the houses that was intended for them to live in and receive people, they began to lay out boxes of medicine. Hyun found out that the woman was a doctor named Gong Ji-young and decided to talk to her. He approached her and asked why she had dispersed everyone, since many could have been helped on the spot. Dr. Gon smiled and immediately understood that the guy was new to this matter, since he was asking such things. Hen confirmed this. Then she told him that they had been working as a volunteer and traveling around the world for 11 years, and knew what would happen if he started helping them right there. After all, the patients who saw this would not stand quietly waiting for their turn. She said that the doctor's work schedule would have been disrupted because people would have crowded at the medical counters. And then, they would not be able to help those whose condition really cannot wait. Something similar could have happened this time if she had allowed it. Therefore, Dr. Gon understood that this should not be done under any circumstances in order to have time to examine more patients. Hyun didn't know it was that complicated and apologized for thinking badly of her. She replied that they could forget about it and handed him a box of medicines to finish preparing for the appointment as soon as possible. Because their group arrived later than planned, the opening time of the clinic also had to be postponed. Hyunjun was worried about the schedule being disrupted, but Dr. Gon was familiar with the local situation and was able to control everything. So their first day on the job went well, and they were able to examine and treat many people. When evening came and their work was over, the boy went outside with Song-ye to rest a bit and get some fresh air. The girl complained to him that she had spent the whole day in a panic, as she could not really communicate normally with patients, and a simple examination was very difficult to carry out due to language barriers. Hyun told her that it was always so difficult at first, but later it would become much easier for them, but Song-ye thought that he was deceiving her. She started shaking him and screaming that he was just as new to this business, but he did much better than the others. Song-ye thought that she wanted to become the best doctor for children, but now she was scared because it seemed like everyone was doing better than her. But the guy calmed her down and said that she was also handling everything well. Moreover, Dr. Gon had many years of experience in this matter, so they should not compare themselves with such a doctor. Song-ye suddenly remembered and told the guy what Dr. Gong had said about him, which didn't surprise him at all. She said Hen seemed like a rookie volunteer with a big heart. The girl added that Dr. Gon considers him to be truly kind to his patients and that he will definitely become a good doctor. The guy was pleasantly surprised by this, but Song-ye said that Dr. Gong asked her for something else. Namely, when evening comes and there is no rain outside, they must definitely look at the sky. When they looked up, they saw a beautiful night sky, in which a huge number of incredibly beautiful stars were visible. Hen was very happy to see so many stars, because he had never seen anything like it before. Song-ye confirmed that in Seoul, stars are almost invisible, and if it weren't for this trip, they might not have seen it for the rest of their lives. She also said that just because they don't see it doesn't mean it's not there, and Hen thought about that phrase. After all, there were things that were in the blind spot of modern medicine, where no one sees them. The same as the act of me and people who cannot get even the most basic treatment, and Hen would not have known about this if it were not for this opportunity. But he didn't just see it. Now he just couldn't close his eyes to it, and Ronnie confirmed his words, suggesting that he find effective ways to help those who do not have access to medicine. The guy was so deep in thought that he didn't understand how Song-ye ended up right next to his face and kept repeating his name. He was a little scared and quickly stepped back from her. The girl did not understand what was wrong with him, because she had to call him more than 10 times. Hyun apologized to her and said that he had something to think about. Song-ye stood up and replied that he could consult with her sometimes. She called him to go home, as the lights on the street were about to be turned off. The guy walked behind her and looked after her. He didn't understand why he suddenly blushed when she approached him. At this time, Jang-yeon was eavesdropping on their conversation and was thinking about something of his own. The next day, they worked as a team to prepare the work area before the patients arrived, and Hen had to check the medicines they had left. As he was going about his business, he met Song-ye on the way, who smiled at him and greeted him. For some reason, he blushed again and hid behind the boxes he was holding in his hands. Having put the boxes down, the guy tried to understand what had been happening to him since the previous evening. A second later, he began to remember Song-ye's face again, and when he realized what he was doing, he tried to come to his senses. At that moment, Jang-yeon approached him and said that he wanted to talk to him. He said that he saw him last night in Song-ye's company, but Hyun didn't understand what he was getting at. Then Jang-yeon asked directly if there was something between them if they were spending time like this. Hen was very surprised by his question and replied that there was nothing between them, as they were just colleagues. Jang-yeon was glad to hear this, and said that now his conscience would be clear because he was going to court the girl. Hyunjun stood there and didn't understand why he couldn't say anything else. He remembered the situation when he abandoned Song-ye, and it made him feel very sad. The guy examined another patient and prescribed him treatment and medications, and also asked him not to forget to take them on time. Song-ye sat next to him and called the next patient, and the guy watched her and thought that they really were just colleagues. A man with his son approached her and told her that he had recently had a chickenpox rash, but it had gone away. and now a strange irritation had appeared on his hands again, but the girl did not understand what he was saying and asked him not to rush. Hyunjun looked at the boy and realized that he had most likely become infected again because he was scratching the rash. In this case, he needed to do anesthesia and remove pus from the inflammation. He translated to the girl what the man was telling her so that she could apply the treatment. But when the guy saw that Jamyan was already standing next to her, he decided to help her and translated all the man's words. Hen was surprised that he also knew Khmer, since he had not noticed such skills in him before. Then the guy admitted that perhaps Jamyan was doing this on purpose to attract Song-ye's attention. But suddenly, Hyunjun wondered why he even cared, since he had more important things to do. But Ronnie told him that his face was telling a different story. He just doesn't want to admit his sympathy. Suddenly, the guy heard the screams of the boy who took the injection, and Ronnie asked if he was going to help them. The guy decided that now was not the time to think, and he needed to save the patient. He walked up to the boy and touched his shoulder, and at that moment, Ronnie began to secrete special calming substances. The boy stopped crying, and Hyun convinced him that Song-ye wouldn't hurt him and that he would be fine. When the girl gave him an injection, the boy did not make a single sound because it really did not hurt him at all. Hyunjun praised the little patient for his courage, and he, in response, jumped in that Hyun was the coolest doctor. Song-ye approached the guy and whispered in his ear that she was very grateful to him for his help, and promised to treat him to dinner upon her return. Hen pulled away from her and began to get a little nervous, and when he tried to answer, his words just got tangled up. The girl told Jae-myung that Hyun was very famous in their Daehan hospital for his ability to handle children. The guy began to scold himself for reacting to Song-ye's words like that and in front of the patients. Ronnie praised the guy and said that he taught his opponent a great lesson, and so far the victory is his. Although Hyunjun didn't think about any rivalry, he decided that he would have to tell Jae-myung the truth. Namely, he wanted to say what he thought about Song-ye, and not at all as if he were an ordinary colleague. When evening came, Hyun approached Jae-myung while he was brushing his teeth and decided to tell him everything, but Jae-myung understood everything himself. The guy apologized for not saying everything right away, because at that moment he was not completely sure about it. He didn't want to deceive him or hurt him, but Jae-myung told him that he could forget about it. Hyunjun was surprised that he retreated so quickly, but Pareo replied that he was no longer interested in Song-ye. He explained that it was because she had no free time at all, so he would rather devote himself to another person, but he didn't know who yet. The boy watched him walk away and wondered who that person was. As Hyun continued working, he watched Song-ye and didn't realize the obvious, because even in this busy hospital she was very popular. And it seemed strange to him that she wasn't dating anyone, although he didn't understand what he himself had been doing all this time. Suddenly, the boy named Soka, whom they had recently given an injection, called out to the guy. Hyun asked why he was here again, and he answered that he was much more interested in them. The boy said that his father was busy with his younger brother anyway, and the boy was surprised that he had another brother. Soka explained to Hyun that his brother was still in his mother's belly, but his father promised him that he would meet him after he had slept for another 50 nights. The guy was happy that the boy would soon have a brother. Just at that time, his father came for him. Soka hung on his arm and began to ask if he had bought that very durian fruit. The father apologized to him and told him that he forgot to take it because of work, and the boy was a little upset. Hen approached him to calm him down, but the boy explained that the fruit was for their mother, as Bofa wanted to try it. Hen didn't understand who he was talking about, so his father explained that Bofoy was the name they were calling their future son, and his wife had told him a few days ago that she wanted to eat durian. He saved money by working more than necessary, so in his situation, durian is a very expensive pleasure, so he hoped to buy it someday. After the conversation, they said goodbye and went home, and the guy, watching them go, thought about something of his own. Song-ye approached him and said that they would soon have a child, as Dr. Gong had told her about it. The girl thought it was very sweet because she loved children, but she was upset that he would be born after they left. Suddenly she remembered something and asked the guy to go with her to her room. When they arrived at her room, Song-ye immediately showed him her baby hats. She held the hats in her hands and asked them to choose one of them together for Soka's brother. But when he noticed how many of these hats she had, he was very surprised, because they had to choose one of them all. Hyun asked why she needed so many hats, and the girl sat down and told him that she still thought about the boy in June. Every time she thought about him, she knitted hats one after another. Hearing this, the guy understood what she wanted to give to Injun back then. Song-ye knew that this would not ease her sadness, but she still knitted them and imagined whether they would suit him. After all, Injun, in her opinion, would probably also want these hats to go to needy children. The guy picked up one of the hats and said that he would definitely like them, because the hats were just great. Ronnie admitted that perhaps the person Song-ye wanted to focus on was this boy. The guy confirmed his suspicions, because since she cared about Injun the most, she needed enough time to figure everything out. Ronnie then asked him what he was going to do given the circumstances, since she didn't have a boyfriend. Hyunjun thought about it and decided that he would just wait, staying by her side all the time until she made her decision. He turned to her and reminded her that she had promised to treat him upon her arrival in Seoul. The girl was very surprised that he reminded her of this because usually he is up to his ears in work and has no time for anything. Suddenly she saw that he was laughing and they started fooling around with each other. Suddenly the guy realized why he liked Song-ye and everything she did so much back then. On the first day of their practice, when they had to perform an operation on a rabbit and examine all the organs, not everyone found it easy. Song-ye was so soft-hearted that she found it difficult to even look the guinea pig in the eye. He remembered how wonderful it was to see her tenacity and steadfastness in her pursuit of becoming a doctor who saved people's lives. Even now, she also worried about each of her patients and treated children with kindness and love. Therefore, the guy decided to leave everything as it was for now so that Song-ye could collect her thoughts and come to her senses a little. The next day, Dr. Gong found a durian fruit on the table that Hen had left there, which had a very unpleasant smell. The guy thought that she didn't understand what it was and wanted to explain it to her, but Dr. Gong knew what kind of fruit it was. She was more interested in why he brought it. When he wanted to tell, he was suddenly called out by Soka, who had just run to them in the hospital, and hearing his voice, the guy was very happy. But when he turned around and saw the state the boy was in, he became very scared and ran towards him. Hyunjun started asking what was wrong with the boy and why his clothes were stained red, but Soka cried loudly and said that his mother was hurt. Dr. Gong and Song-ye immediately ran up to them. As it turned out, the boy's mother lost consciousness, and he also said that before the vaping, his mother had severe pain in her stomach, which really scared the doctors. Dr. Gong realized that perhaps these pains could be a sign of premature labor. She asked Song-ye if she had experience with this, but the girl replied with confusion that she had never been present at such a thing. Hyunjun shouted that he had experience in this. He took the boy on his back and said that this situation seemed very urgent, so he immediately decided to go to help. When he left, he asked the doctors to take as many medicines with him as possible. Having said this, he immediately rushed to the boy's house, hoping that everything would be fine. Once the entire team arrived, they examined the woman and Dr. Gon confirmed that by all indications, she was in early labor. The guy started asking Dr. Gon if they had any means that could stop this process, but she shook her head. The doctor thought about the fact that they had been in this town for quite a long time, so all the medicines were almost finished, and there was almost nothing left. Although Hen told her that he had experience in such a matter, without drugs, it seemed unrealistic to her. But the guy suddenly told her that they would have to deliver the baby. When she heard this, she was shocked by his statements, but the guy interrupted her and asked if they had a drug to speed up this process. But this was also not available in their medical bag, which made the doctor even more nervous. Then he asked her to find a remedy that would help the child at birth, and the woman found it, but she did not understand how it would help. Hyunjun explained that the drug is administered as a regular injection, which can reduce complications due to the baby's immaturity. Dr. Gon was amazed by Hyun's knowledge, since it was completely unrelated to his specialty as a surgeon. But most of all, they didn't care how the guy was going to induce labor if they didn't have any of the necessary drugs for this. Hyunjun put on gloves and said that she didn't have to worry about that since the woman would soon be giving birth. He placed his palm on her head, and Ronnie began to secrete special substances for stimulation. Ronnie also warned the boy that such a huge amount of substances released could have a very bad effect on his body. But he had no other option, because if nothing was done now, the mother and child could be in great danger. Hyunjun turned to the woman and asked her to be strong because she would soon give birth. She suddenly took the guy by the hand and asked if he could save her son, to which the guy confidently agreed. Suddenly, everything went dark in Hen's head, and he became scared because he didn't understand what was happening to him, and Ronnie said that the situation was very critical and began to secrete special substances so that the guy wouldn't lose consciousness. Hyunjun guessed that these were the side effects his colleague had warned him about. Ronnie also told him that the baby's vital signs, which he could feel through the mother's hand, were very weak. Therefore, if he wants to provide first aid himself, then he needs to act faster and speed up the birth. Meanwhile, Dr. Gong and Song Ye ran into the room, bringing everything the woman needed. The basin of water that Song Yi brought was quite heavy, and her arm began to hurt a lot. Dr. Gong began to worry about the girl, but she replied that she would be fine. After all, her pain was worth nothing at all compared to the pain of not being able to save her child. The guy noticed how everyone around him was worried, and he assured himself that he would never lose consciousness and would see it through to the end. At that moment, he shouted for everyone to get ready, as labor was starting. Her husband was very worried, as were the other doctors who could not really help her in any way, hoping that she would endure all this. A few minutes later, the woman gave birth to a boy, and seeing this, her handsome son was very happy. The boy started doing procedures to the child to make him breathe. Soka did not understand why her little brother was not crying, and Dr. Gon asked Hyun to stop, because the boy's heart had stopped. Soka told the boy that his brother was not crying because he was as brave as he was. The boy's eyes were full of tears, from the hope that this was really true. Dr. Gon looked at the boy and felt very sorry for him, since there was nothing they could do. Hyunjun told him that his brother Bofa would live, and he continued to do all the necessary procedures to bring the child back to life. When Dr. Gon heard this, she started yelling at the guy for deceiving the child. Song Ye stopped her and asked her to calm down, but she continued to scold him, because he could hurt the boy's family twice if he did not keep his promise. But the girl answered her that the guy was not lying, because when he has such a serious face, it means that he is sure of something. Therefore, she asked to give Hyun a little more time so that he could fulfill his promise. When they went outside to get some fresh air and not disturb the guy, Dr. Gong turned to Song Ye. She explained that it was not that she did not understand from her feelings, but that more than 30 minutes had passed since the baby was born. Dr. Gon didn't know what could be done with the baby when his heart had already stopped. Suddenly she heard a little boy crying and was simply stunned. She couldn't believe she was hearing this. It was simply impossible, so they immediately ran inside. When she came back into the house, she saw a small baby who was completely fine, and from the shock, she immediately burst into tears of joy. The mother held the child in her arms and was incredibly happy that everything ended so well. She was happy and thanked the guy for doing everything he could to save her son. The guy told her that he had done nothing wrong, and that she had also helped him a lot, and that her baby had a very strong desire to survive. He remembered an article he had seen just recently about a situation that had happened in a hospital in Australia. There was a baby born there who was born prematurely and his weight was very low, so everyone thought that he died because his heart stopped beating. It was a wonderful story of how this child's mother saved him within a few hours, and he started breathing again. A few minutes before, when everyone had left, Hen told the woman that she should share her warmth with the baby and hugged him. She looked at the boy and asked if he was sure that if she did this, her son would survive. But Hen looked at her sternly and said that this was the best they could do now. Although it was indeed a very effective procedure to boost the child's immunity, Ronnie believed that it would not help them. He explained that saving a child whose heart had already stopped was one of the most difficult tasks. But the guy was sure that when he held God, he definitely felt that electrical signals were still flowing in his body. Therefore, he knew that the child could still be saved, and the guy was not going to give up. Ronnie supported him and agreed to help him, because that is what is called a miracle. Suddenly, the guy fell to the floor and everyone was a little scared, and Song Ye ran to his aid and started asking what was wrong with him. Hyunjun smiled at her and said that he was fine, and was just a little tired from having so many nerves. The boy turned to Song Ye and asked her for one request that he had to make with her help. A couple of days later, Hyun and Song Ye came to visit Soka. They brought the very desired fruit that his wife wanted, and said that it was a gift for the birth of the child. The father thanked them for such a wonderful surprise, and the boy approached their youngest and asked Soki how his brother was doing. The boy replied that his brother was doing just fine. The baby was surrounded by heating pads on all sides, and his brother was keeping an eye on their temperature. Watching this, Hen was very glad that he was able to help them, and that now there would be no problems with their baby. Bofa's heart began to beat again, but because he was born prematurely, it is unknown what problems await him in the future. This problem can be easily corrected by placing the child in a special device that will constantly maintain the desired temperature. But given the harsh conditions of this town, where there is not even free access to electricity, Hen had to come up with another solution. At first, he simply asked for a thermal bag in which he could place the child and warming packs. But then he decided to make his own incubator by sewing Song Ye's honey caps onto a t-shirt. If he had not considered the safety of children his personal business, he would never have come up with such a wonderful idea. The words that Song Ye said that evening became very important to the boy, and pushed him to take actions that helped save the child. The boy watched as Dr. Gon and Song Ye praised the boy Seokha, because now he would be able to look after his brother without their help. And Hyunjun himself hoped that he would have enough time to do something else. After a few days, the time for separation came unnoticed, and it was time for them to part. Everyone was sad, the children most of all, but unfortunately nothing can be done about it. The guy understood that in the future, knowing that there would be many more children who would not be able to receive even first aid, it would be even more difficult to leave. As he left, he looked at them and thought that even after returning to Seoul, he would find a way to help them somehow. When they got on the plane, he slept almost the entire way, and Song Ye looked at him and understood that he was really tired. The girl understood that Hyunjun deserved a rest because he worked without a break, like no one else, and he had not slept so soundly for a long time. She leaned against him and decided to rest too, so that she would be a little more cheerful when she returned. They slept until late at night, and Hen fell asleep without letting go of the phone. A few weeks after his return, the boy sat in the warehouse and ate the healthy food that Ron advised him to eat, although he did not consider such a diet necessary. But in turn, Ronnie reminded him that he had warned him, and while the guy's physical condition was not normal, therefore, he will have to focus on fully restoring his health and follow a strict diet, as well as work hard to support his body. It's been a month since Hen returned home from Cambodia, and the reason he is in the warehouse is also very interesting. He remains restricted in his freedom of action at work and is still unable to attend surgeries. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have things to do, because what he realized when he visited Cambodia is that even in places he can't see, there are always people who need help. The boy could not express in words how sorry he was that he had to return home and leave that beautiful city behind. The only thing he had left was time, which he decided to spend on these people. But even a month ago, when Hyunjun had not yet left Cambodia, he did something useful. Namely, he uploaded his first post to the Honorary Olympus Club, which was provided to him by Mr. Allen. He showed them the Sun Ye device, and the question was whether it was possible to turn it into a product. And suddenly, in one moment, Hyunjong received dozens of reviews and advice on how to save them. There were many suggestions for improvement, as well as advice on the choice of production processes and installation plans. And there were even tips on the material of the heating pad, which is most important for maintaining the baby's body temperature. Brilliant ideas from the best experts in every field of medicine have been brought together and perfectly. These ideas resulted in a beautiful new machine that Hyunjun named after a little boy, Bofa. The guy asked Ronnie how much this machine would cost if they mass-produced it. Ronnie replied that the price of one was about 50,000 won, which was much cheaper than the existing machine, but it was still too much. The boy recalled a conversation with Bofa's father, who worked very hard and could not afford many things, so this amount could be prohibitive for those in similar difficult circumstances. He was thinking that he would like to reduce the price by another 10,000 if possible. Hyunjun asked Ronnie if the price of their products would go down if they didn't sell them in bulk, and Ronnie agreed. However, if they increase production of such goods, their costs for the necessary tools will also go up. After some thought, Hen finally told Ronnie that they would start mass production of their new invention. But Ronnie started to warn that the whole thing was too big and he couldn't handle it alone, but Hen convinced him that there was no need to worry about it. Because the guy had already seen a similar situation, how in Cambodia people united their efforts to help others. Meanwhile in the States, Rona was about to go to bed, but Michael was in no hurry to join her, saying that a very interesting post had appeared in their poster club. He told her that he would finish soon, but she knew that Michael would sit at work again until the morning. Rona decided not to wait for him to come and called him again in a stricter tone, but the man did not agree. Instead, he brought her a laptop and asked her to also look at the incredible idea he had found. The notice board at their club was dedicated to a device for children for an incredibly small amount, which simply amazed her. Rona didn't understand how this was possible, but Michael told her that if more of these devices were developed, the price could be reduced. But she still didn't understand how, if the price for development would be much higher and it wouldn't be profitable at all. Then Michael suggested that maybe that's why Hen sent them a letter. He said that in the letter, the guy asked to use part of the money they invested in his project to cover the costs of producing this device. Mike thought that Hyunjun's idea was very good, although it was not yet fully operational, but it was worth trying. Rona thought this product could save tens or millions of new lives in the future. Michael left the right of choice to her because she was the director of the company and her word was law even for him. She understood that her husband said this on purpose, because she was not such a professional in this topic. But he only laughed in response. He told Rona that it hurt him a lot that they would never have children, but when he thought about the pain of other parents who had to lose their children due to various circumstances, the idea was definitely worth considering. After thinking it over for a bit, Rona stood up and agreed with Michael, because Hyunjun's idea was simply incredible. After all, she understood that the guy had a real talent for making the impossible possible and achieving his goals in any way. Rona looked at his post and knew that if it weren't for his new device, the child would not have been born. She remembered the conversation with her father and understood what kind of surprise he was talking about, because this gift for them was a man with a big heart and mind. Rona approached her husband and gave her permission to invest in Hyunjun's idea. She was sure that this investment would be right for the future of the family. The incubator itself was named after the boy and was called Boff's Warm Embrace. This invention made it possible to create the necessary conditions for a baby anywhere on the planet, which was already being talked about on television. Half a year after the launch of production of this device, they achieved amazing results and managed to save more than 50,000 children. The Olympus Company, which was engaged in this production and sale, became famous as a charitable organization that helps people in need. Meanwhile, the interview with Olympus director Rona Allen became the most discussed topic all over the world. Naturally, all the public's attention turned to the young resident doctor Hyunjun. Geun-suk watched his interview and was very happy for him, even though he couldn't get permission for the operations. Now he can be a businessman. The interview took place in the office of Director Pyo, who was perhaps also shocked by this news. Unexpectedly, after being asked about the workload at Hyunwoo's hospital, he replied that he had not been able to enter the operating room for a year. When Geun-suk heard this, he was simply shocked by such boldness. The guy began to worry about what would happen to Hyunjun for making such a statement on the live news. When the interview ended, the director thanked the reporters and led them to the door. When he closed it, he asked Hen if he felt better about the trouble he had caused him with his statement. The guy looked at him confidently and replied that he was simply telling the truth about what was happening to him in the hospital. The director told him that he understood well, because of this, the guy had to be very nervous and upset. Hyunjun looked at him and didn't understand what was wrong with him, since he started to act differently. The guy wanted to leave so as not to continue their conversation any longer, but the director suddenly asked him if he wanted to go into the operating room again. Everything was as Hen had guessed. He realized that the lists for the operating room had been approved by his order. Director Pyo confirmed this, as he was the one who could prevent the hospital's most famous man from even setting foot in the operating room. The guy looked at him and understood that, having become a director, he no longer hides his dirty intentions. He approached the guy and said that because of the sense of responsibility that he had become a director, his thinking had changed a little, and so he set himself the goal of making their hospital the best, and decided that being at odds with each other was not the best idea. He extended his hand to Hyunjun and said that for the sake of improving the hospital, it would be better for them to forget and leave their past quarrels behind. The guy looked at his open palm and couldn't believe his words. He knew for sure that Director Fee was doing everything only for his own success and was not interested in anything else. After all, a man who had spent more than one career as a doctor in this hospital could not think about improving it and talk about it so easily. The director suddenly removed his hand, as he realized that they did not have the kind of relationship that could be improved with a few words. He told the guy he was busy at the hospital and gave him a few days until they both got their heads together to talk again. In those days, for a while, Hyunjun thought that perhaps Director Pyo was speaking sincerely. After those few days of reflection had passed, they saw each other again at the hospital, and the director invited him to a cafe to talk. Such a drastic change only increased his suspicions, so going to dinner with him and talking directly was the only way to find out what his real goal was. Getting ready to go home in the evening, the guy thought about the upcoming meeting, which he had no desire to attend. But he understood that if the conversation went well, he would be able to visit operating rooms without any obstacles, and this was worth a serious conversation. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by the cries of the ambulance doctors who had brought in an urgent patient. The guy heard that the patient was in a very serious condition, as he had a heart attack and a serious injury due to a severe accident. He understood that although the patient's condition was serious, if he was given first aid, problems could be avoided. Another one was taken by doctors who immediately took him to the operating room, but they needed another doctor who was currently busy with another operation. There were 3 victims, so they needed additional help, because they cannot help everyone at the same time. The guy watched them and understood that all 3 patients were in critical condition. Meanwhile, Director Pio was sitting in a restaurant and ordered food, expecting Hyun to come. But when he never showed up, he realized that the guy had not accepted his offer of a truce. Hyunjun nevertheless offered his help and was taken on as an assistant for the emergency operation. When they finished, the doctor sighed with relief as he left the operating room, because the procedure was quite complicated. Dr. Song didn't think the patient's condition would be so serious, so he thanked the guy for helping them because they could have lost precious time. Hyunjun replied that he himself was glad to sleep in the operating room and that he had to thank Dr. Seok for that. The doctor suddenly remembered that the guy had not been allowed to perform operations for a long time, although he valued his experience very much. He asked him how he felt while he couldn't do anything. Hen replied that the operation and the experience from it were worth not giving up. Dr. Shing felt that the director's behavior was too absurd and wrong. The guy suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to dinner with the director and now he needed to somehow explain this to him. Suddenly their attention was drawn to the cries of other doctors who were standing not far from them. They saw one of the men yelling at Dr. Sok for performing the surgery without anyone's knowledge. Dr. Sok told him that the consent of the guardians was not needed to perform the operation and that it was the only way to save him. But he continued to scold him, because the amount of money they had to pay for it was far from a small sum. He believed that the doctor did it on purpose to get money from him. Watching this, Hyun was furious, because this behavior was too much, since Dr. Seok was simply saving a life. Suddenly, Dr. Sun called the guy and said that they had better leave so as not to disturb the doctor, because he could figure it out without their presence. When they came out into the corridor, they sat down and Hen said that he understood well the feelings of the guardians, who were burdened by such expenses. But such condemnation on their part was not the best reward for the doctor's hard work. He thought that hearing such indignation directed at him was very unpleasant, especially towards such a devoted doctor as Dr. Sok. But Dr. Song told the boy that Dr. Seok himself does this, which surprised Hyun very much. He explained that the heavy costs of treatment can often lead to resentment towards the patient. Therefore, his boss, Sok, accepts it on behalf of the patient, as he believes that Blatt takes responsibility for the patient's well-being even outside the operating room, which is the doctor's duty. After all, the patient's recovery also depends greatly on his emotional state. Like a real doctor, Dr. Sok thinks only about his patients. Dr. Song added that because the doctor is so dedicated to his work, he is treated very poorly at the hospital. The boy was surprised by this. Then Dr. Song explained that Director Pio was constantly trying to catch and accuse Dr. Pio of something. But when he became director, he began to constantly create problems for the doctor that were worse than the previous ones. Their department was avoided by other doctors because of the high workload, but now they have even had their salaries, which were already low, cut. In their situation, when it is difficult to keep the entire existing team, let alone add new doctors, the director threatened them with further layoffs if they do not cope with their work. But the guy didn't understand how this affected their emergency department. Dr. Song told him that human interests were not included in this situation. Listening to this, the guy remembered the director's words that he was doing everything to improve the hospital, but his actions spoke of something completely different. When Hyun's workday was over, on his way home, he looked at a poster advertising Director Pio, who he momentarily believed might be sincere. He was very angry with him, but at the same time as the anger, the guy was overcome by a feeling of helplessness. He felt very sorry for himself in this situation. Hyunjun suddenly remembered Principal Kang's words that you need to show everyone around you who you really are, and this advice was very practical. The boy's achievements in science at the moment protected him from possible pressure from the director. But if he keeps himself out of situations like this in the hospital, that's all he can do there. He was angry with himself, because even if he gained many years of experience and became a specialist, he would not be able to help patients in any way. Suddenly, a car drove up to him. The guy didn't know who it could be, so he froze in anticipation. When the headlights stopped blinding his eyes, the car window opened and he saw Director Kang calling him to get into the car so they could talk. Hen thought that the timing was too perfect to be a coincidence, since he just had a question for the director. The headmistress wondered what could be troubling the boy, and he recalled her own words that in order to keep his place, he had to reveal himself. The guy did everything he could, regardless of his field of work. He tried to open up, but efforts alone were not enough to solve the organization's problem. They suddenly stopped abruptly, and the headmistress said that he was overestimating himself, but she wanted to talk about this later. She explained that they were being waited for now, so they needed to hurry, but Hen had no idea where they were going. Then Headmistress Khan pointed her finger at the entrance, where his mother was standing, supported by the hand of a security guard. When Hyunjun saw her, traces of the past began to flow from his eyes, leading up to so many years, and for the first time he saw his mother standing on her own feet. The headmistress asked him how long he planned to sit in the car and just watch. The guy immediately jumped out of the car and hurried to his mother to quickly hug her and congratulate her. The headmistress watched them and was happy that the boy was able to change someone's world. She knew that his drug, with which he cured his mother, was only the beginning. She, together with her company, made a very important and bold decision to support the guy. Their common cause, which would change the world for many people, and they would support him in this in every possible way. On the seat next to her car lay documents about the new business plan for his personal hospital. Upon returning home, Hen looked at the plan and thought that it was something from his distant future. Namely, a hospital where he can control everything and where everything will correspond to his ideal. Ronnie warned the boy that although Director Kang's offer was friendly towards him, it was a large sum of money, so he needed to consider his capabilities. Hen wanted to create a hospital where no patient would refuse treatment because they could not afford it. From the point of view of running such a hospital, he did everything right, but he could not shift such a burden of responsibility onto his investors who would invest money in him. But Hyunjun didn't know how to explain this to Director Kang and asked Ronnie for advice. His colleague replied that his meeting with the director was scheduled to take place very soon and that it was there that he would be able to present his point of view in more detail. The guy remembered that soon there would be a presentation of a new drug that his mother had cured him and put him back on his feet. A few days later, the drug presentation took place there, which attracted a huge number of people in the hall, wanting to learn more. Director Khan hosted the event and talked about how they can now cure one of the most serious diseases and thanked her colleagues for their help. When she started talking about the fact that there was a person among them who had offered them important ideas when the research ran into difficulties, everyone around started whispering among themselves about who this person was. Director Kang said that this person was also present at this presentation, so she decided to introduce him to everyone and called Hyunjun. Everyone started clapping when they realized who he was talking about, asking and praising the guy for his recent development for children, which has become very popular. He was showered with compliments from all sides because he was only a resident, but there was nothing he couldn't do. Henu was very pleased to hear this, and he began to thank everyone. Director Kang looked at him and was glad that this guy surprised her more and more each time. Before this presentation, Hen approached the director and refused her offer about the hospital, but she did not understand why he did this. She thought that he was not happy with the amount. But the guy replied that this was not the issue at all, because he understood that her intentions were good. He explained that on the right he thought he wanted to improve emergency medical care and run it himself. But as his medical experience grew, so did the number of ideas he wanted to implement. So his ultimate goal was to run a hospital that could return its profits to patients. Hyunjun asked her to wait for him a little longer, until he could organize the expenses for running his hospital himself. The director thought seriously about his words, although it seemed completely impossible to her. But when she looked at him and his success, she was in anticipation of that ideal hospital that Hyunjun dreamed of. Unexpectedly, the event was interrupted by the director of the Olympus company, Ronnie, whom Hen was very happy to see. She immediately apologized to Director Khan and congratulated her on the launch of the new drug, but she was only glad that such guests visited her. Rona told her that she came for a reason, and Director Khan guessed that the reason was Hyunjun. Rona also said that this guy is their main partner in the most important projects of the Olympus company. Director Kong smiled because talented people like Hyun were hard to miss. And Rona replied that in her family there was a person who was well-versed in such people. She decided not to interfere with their event for now and told Hen to call her after it was over. Director Kong whispered to the boy that the main event about the presentation was already over, so he could go safely. Hearing her words, he caught up with Rona, and they left together to discuss plans for projects, and Mrs. Khan watched them go, shocked that the guy had become their important partner. She realized that all this time she had underestimated Hyunjun and his capabilities, because at one time she was supposed to become this partner of the Olympus company. Meanwhile, the guy, along with Rona and Michael, came to their office to discuss the details of payment for each successful stage in the process of developing new drugs. The guy realized that they would judge the amount by his achievements due to project financing. They confirmed his words, with the amount for 2 stages of selection and development of his new drug candidates. Everything turned out to be one and the same $1 billion. Hearing this, the guy was simply speechless. He was so shocked that he started to think about it, and Ronnie calculated and converted the money into Korean so that the guy could understand it better. When he announced how much money it would amount to in their currency, he also added that this amount would be more than enough to work on his idea with the hospital. Hyunjun reread the entire contract and signed it. It was the first time he had heard such an amount, and it was very difficult for him to imagine so much money. Michael laughed at him, because these were the terms of their cooperation that the guy provided them at the very beginning. He said that if everything goes well during the remaining studies and sales are approved, then the payment for this will be at least several times more than now. Moreover, the percentage that Hyunjun asked for from the use of his ideas, they will pay him separately from the entire amount. Hyunjun decided not to hide from them anymore what he really needed those 10% for, so he told them that he wasn't using them for himself. The guy said he hoped to use the money to find a way to lower drug prices so that no patient could ignore their treatment due to lack of funds. Michael was surprised that the guy had kept the money to lower prices from the very beginning and had not spent it on himself. Hen also thanked them, as he had made many demands that were not always justified, including their input into his new device for children. Therefore, he asked them to trust him because if they did, he promised to repay them with good results. Michael listened to him and thought how good-natured the guy was, because he was not really worried, but about the financial burden on patients. Rona looked at her husband and said that they are businessmen who only think about finances and revenue, so they do not invest money in anything that will not bring them profit. They held hands and told Hyunjun that their family had high hopes for him. When the guy returned home, he still couldn't get over what he saw, because they really surprised him that they were a family. But Ronnie said that this information was classified, so no one knew about it. Hyun also learned that they were a couple who were suffering from the inability to have children, so he decided to think carefully about it, because he would have to find a treatment that did not exist before. The problem of participating in the birth of a new life was an overwhelming task, so he did not know where to start. Ronnie told him that he would look for the necessary data, but until everything was sorted out, the guy would better focus on current affairs. Hyunjun agreed with him, as his main project was the hospital, which he wanted to make perfect, thinking through every step. Thanks to the money he received from the Olympus company for researching his new drugs, he was able to afford to build the hospital of his dreams. Now he has only one task left, namely to become a universal doctor, accumulating as much experience as possible. Even though his name was not on the list for the operation, he still did not give up, because after the last emergency surgery, he could now participate in Dr. Sock's surgeries on special occasions. When the next patient had slept, Dr. Sun told the guy that they had no free operating rooms, which seemed very strange to them because the list was empty in the morning. They were lucky that the patient who arrived was able to withstand being sent to another hospital without his condition worsening, but Dr. Song noted that this was not the first time this week that they had to transfer a patient. He never imagined that something like this would happen when he first started working at this hospital. Hen suddenly interrupted him and said that he needed to go to Rosette. The doctor wondered why he needed to go there, but Hen explained that he had to check something because there was something suspicious about all this. Every time a new patient is brought in, surgeries are suddenly scheduled. Although the surgeons and staff were different, everyone in this hospital had the same handwriting. The guy decided to check one of the operating rooms himself, hoping that his guesses were wrong. But when he came to one of them, he saw one of the doctors sitting on the operating table and briskly talking about something with another. They wanted to order some food for themselves, as they still had 2 hours to wait for the end of the fictional operation. But suddenly, one of the doctors covered the mouth of the other with his hand. When they turned around, they saw Hyunjun, who told them that the schedule said that a cancer patient was undergoing surgery at this location. The guy looked at them sternly and asked where the patient who was on the list was. He couldn't believe that last time they also occupied the operating room. Sitting on the table, the doctors began to justify themselves, that they did as they were told. Then Hen asked if they would do the same if the patient was one of their relatives or friends, to which they began to shout, "Why is he telling them such a thing?" The guy started to get really angry and asked who gave them such an order, because it was completely unprofessional. The doctors turned away and said they couldn't tell who ordered them, but Hen already knew the answer. After all, if this is a person about whom even a professor cannot say, then the guy was extremely clear who was involved in this. Hyun was serious, because this time Dr. Pio had really crossed the line and simply refused to treat him. This often happens in hospital settings, but whatever the reason, the act can leave lifelong scars on patients and their families. The guy's eyes were simply blinded by hatred, because the director was depriving people of help out of revenge against him. Hyunjun immediately went to Director Pyo's office, and when he arrived, he immediately started yelling at him, saying that he should be ashamed to call himself a doctor after doing something like that. He looked at the guy with a sly grin and said that it was indeed his order to carry out the operation, so he didn't see any problem with it. But Hen told him that the operation was not real, and if something happened to the emergency patient because of the delay, it would be like giving an order to destroy the person. The director was surprised by the guy's statements, because the patient was fine and had absolutely nothing to worry about. Hyunjun disagreed with him. He thought that giving such instructions was a big problem, because there was a line that a doctor had no right to cross. The director rose from his chair and said that in Daihan Hospital, everything that is possible and impossible is decided only by him and no one else. And he also reminded the boy that it was he who had rejected his generosity for a truce and had come to Dr. Sok, thinking that he would be safe with him. But the director convinced Hen that in his hospital the boy would never find a place for himself to hide. And for now, what he did with the operating rooms was just an example so that Hen would understand what it was like to be behind bars without her. He decided to end their conversation there and added that the guy was now in real trouble because of his stubbornness. Hyunjun thought for a moment and said that he wasn't sure if it was his problem, but he knew one thing for sure. He believed that the most critical patient in their hospital was Daehan University Hospital itself. And as long as there is a disease like Director Pio, this hospital has no future. The director grinned and decided that the guy would go and complain about it to reporters, but he had no evidence. Hyunjun turned around and said in conclusion that no matter how the director tried to maintain his position, the guy would do everything to overthrow him. After all, it was not right to impose unnecessary things and rip off the last money from patients whose lives were already in danger. When he left, the director was increasingly seething with anger and hatred towards the guy, so he was going to take revenge on him again. After declaring that he would overthrow Director Pio, the boy asked for Dr. Seok's understanding and applied for a long-term leave. Because he believed that the emergency room schedule should not suffer because of his misunderstandings with the director. The next step was to find someone who would testify to one of the committees that were auditing the accounts about the atrocities of Director Pio. More specifically, he needed a person who was a close associate of the director, but currently had a bad relationship with him, so Hen found one of those. It was the same Dr. Lee Dong-shin who once tried to set up his own team at the liver transplant conference, but now he simply agreed and came to meet with Hyun. Dong-shin said he had a hunch that the guy would contact him someday. He said that Director Pio had recently contacted him and asked him to write a letter of recommendation about him to another hospital. But he also asked not to talk about what happened at that liver transplant conference. In particular, he was told not to communicate with Hyunjun under any circumstances, and upon hearing this, he realized that the director had tried to convince his informers in advance. But Hyun wondered why Dong-shin was talking to him now, but he replied that he was very worried about it. But there was something else. He could no longer betray his conscience because it would be very difficult for him to forgive himself later. Even if he becomes such a specialist, he will never see the faces of his patients. So, Dongxin looked at the guy and confidently said that he would be a witness and tell him everything. Looking at him, Hyun felt sorry for him, because when Professor Ju's team was disbanded, no other team accepted Dongxin. So he spent the next few years on hiatus and was in a very difficult situation. Even local hospitals repeatedly rejected his resume, and he simply did not know what to do and how to live on. Hyun understood that if Dongxin acted as a witness to the chaos that was happening, he might feel like he had finally gotten his revenge. But he knew that if he did this, it would be the same as giving up his career as a specialist. So Hyunjun thanked him for his weakness and said that he had better accept the letter of recommendation from the director. After all, if the surgeon from their team, Professor Ju, is unable to perform operations, then it will be a loss for many. The boy added that he had to work as a doctor for the sake of his patients. Hearing this, Dongxin was shocked by his words, and his eyes filled with tears. He couldn't believe that someone like him could help a person, and that Hen really thought so. But Hyunjun couldn't put a person's career as a price in the struggle to achieve his goals. Suddenly, Dongxin turned to the guy and asked him for a favor. He put out his hand clenched into a fist and told Hyun to try and do everything he could to grind Director Pyo into dust. Hen agreed blue and hit his fist against his, saying that a man who only uses a patient as a tool for politics should not set foot in a hospital. In the end, the plan with Dr. Oi's testimony was cancelled. They said goodbye, and Hen went on with his business. After all, now he had to look again for someone who could tell something and be a witness against the director. Hyun suddenly remembered that there was only one such guy free from threats and orders from Director Pyo. He met with Kyun Suk and told him all the details about Poltavki, which the director had organized for his team at the conference. The guy was simply furious at what he heard. Hen was surprised at his reaction, since he was the one who told him about the glasses being switched. But Gyun-suk explained that he first heard about the problem with the glasses that happened during the last stage of the operation, and also that he was annoyed by the director's tricks that he practiced with the operating room. The guy admitted that he contacted Hyun because he found out about his fight with Director Pyo, who doesn't care about people's lives, so he's also pressing him for it. Gyun-suk agreed with Hyun 100%, after which he suddenly turned the other way. Hen didn't understand why they suddenly turned around, but he heard the guy say that if he needed decisive evidence, he would have it, since there was a person who definitely knew something. After driving a few more kilometers, they found themselves at a factory that made 3D glasses. When they approached the gate, they saw a chain with a lock on it. Gyun-suk became nervous because the factory was closed at the most inopportune moment. But Hyunjun called him over and showed him a sign that said they were closed permanently. Hyun was wondering why they came here. Then Gyun-suk told him that he heard from the director that he bribed the owner of this factory. Although he didn't know that something like this had been done to the glasses, if there were any people killings, they were definitely at the factory. Suddenly, a woman who owned a bar next door approached them. She thought the guys had come for money and said they didn't have to wait because the factory wasn't working. Hyunjun asked her if she knew where the owner was, but she was wary because she thought they would demand money from him. She asked him not to touch her because she already felt very sorry for him, and because of ill wishers he even had to move. Suddenly, Gyun-suk bowed to the woman. When he saw Hyun, he was a little shocked, because he was always too proud to do something like that. In turn, Gyun-suk began to beg the woman to help them and give them the owner's number so that they could contact him. The woman began to refuse again, but the guy stood his ground, and Hyunjun didn't like this behavior either. Then Hen decided to show her his medical ID so that she would understand that they did not come for money. He began to convince her that a large number of patients' lives depended on her decision. She thought for a bit, and still decided to help them. The guys followed her, and were glad that everything worked out for them. When she brought them to the owner's house, they entered the house, and the man immediately knelt before them and began to ask for their forgiveness. He admitted that he acted on the instructions of Director Pyo and changed the properties of the film himself. Listening to him, the guy realized that this was a deliberate decision. The man understood that he shouldn't do anything like that when a person's life depended on him. Hyunjun reached down to him and took his hands, saying that they didn't need an apology. They just wanted to hear the facts. Therefore, he asked him to tell everything as it was, so that such a thing would never happen again. When they moved into the room, the owner began to tell them that Director Pio had threatened to stop working with their hospital. Hyunjun was amazed that the director was willing to do even such vile things, but Gyun-suk still couldn't understand, because in his opinion there was something strange about it. If the man had accepted the deal with Director Pio for some reason, how could the situation have become so difficult that he had to close his factory? The man explained to them that all this happened because of the financial company of their supplier. He said the company acted as a facilitator in supplying products between medical device manufacturers and university hospitals. His company has so far worked directly with all hospitals without any assistance. But last year, the man received a notice that Daehan Hospital would not do business with him unless he went through the company. He knew they couldn't afford to lose their biggest client, such a popular hospital, so he had no other choice.